Chapter 1. The Life-Defying Upgrade. Xiaohaozi, should you survive today's calamity, you shall return to the Wu family on the morrow. Wu Hao gazed blankly at the elderly Taoist priest before him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, not only was the person in front of him unfamiliar, but the entire environment around him felt alien as well. He could only recall a lengthy self-driving journey of several thousand kilometers upon returning home. He had been so exhausted that he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. When he awakened, he found himself in this strange place. Suddenly, a flood of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. In an instant, Wu Hao comprehended the situation. He had traversed worlds and become the eldest son of the Wu family in the tomb raiding realm, the elder brother of Wu Tianxin. The reason he found himself in a Taoist temple rather than the Wu family estate was due to a prophecy delivered by Qi Tizui at the moment of his birth. The prophecy foretold a great calamity that would make it exceedingly difficult for him to survive past the age of 18. If he successfully navigated his 18th birthday, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the Wu family, helping to resolve a pressing crisis. Qi Tizui was renowned for his accurate divinations, and the members of the Wu family, being fellow practitioners of the Nine Gates, were acutely aware of this, placing immense importance on his predictions. They had expended considerable effort to find a remedy, solely for the purpose of ensuring Wu Hao could transcend this monumental challenge in life. Eventually, the Wu family sought the assistance of the reclusive master, Taoist Yuan Zhen, at Baiyun Temple. Since then, Wu Hao had resided there, never once stepping outside, thus rendering his existence little known to the outside world. Wu Hao could not help but marvel at Qi Tiezui's genuine abilities. Indeed, in the tomb raiding realm, Wu Hao had not survived the calamity of his 18th year. Something had transpired on the day of his birthday, leading to his current predicament of crossing into this new world. If one were to calculate, Qi Tizui should have surpassed a century in age by now. It was uncertain whether he still lived. If he did, perhaps he could provide insight into Wu Hao's future fate. Ding! Life-defying upgrade system successfully bound. Ding! Newbie gift pack. 6 libraries of celestial thieves obtained. Would you like to awaken? Awaken! As Wu Hao began to clarify his thoughts, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Without a second thought, he chose to awaken. He was not unfamiliar with the 6 libraries of celestial thieves, recognizing it as a remarkable technique that allowed one to continuously grow stronger through consumption. Everything he consumed would be broken down and returned to his body, nourishing him and keeping him in peak condition. With such a formidable newbie gift pack, it appeared the life-defying upgrade system was indeed extraordinary. Ding! Awakening of the 6 libraries of celestial thieves successful. As the system's announcement faded, a panel of attributes materialized before him. Life-defying upgrade system. Host: Wu Hao. Lifespan: 1818. Attributes: 21. A comprehensive evaluation of physique, strength, speed, and perception, with an average of 10 for adults. Technique: 6 libraries of celestial thieves. Wu Hao noted the lifespan reading of 1818, which implied that although he had traversed worlds, he had not yet overcome his life-threatening ordeal. His life would still conclude on his 18th birthday. He was instantly at a loss for words. After all, he had just crossed into the tomb raiding world, yet now faced the prospect of dying without having accomplished anything. No one could accept such a grim reality, and he frantically pondered a solution. Suddenly, he recalled that the 6 libraries of celestial thieves could enhance his body through consumption. Perhaps it could also extend his lifespan. He immediately sprang to his feet, disregarding the elder's calls, and dashed into the kitchen in search of food. After devouring several bowls of rice, his stomach was round and swollen, yet there was no increase in his lifespan. Wu Hao's face turned to Shen. Was this truly how his life would end after traversing worlds? No! In a fit of defiance, he shouted and continued to shove food into his mouth until he could consume no more. To his astonishment, he noticed that the number in the lifespan section of the panel had changed. His lifespan had increased by a few minutes. Wu Hao instantly realized that the 6 libraries of celestial thieves indeed allowed for bodily enhancement through consumption, thereby extending lifespan. However, the increase from ordinary food was limited. Overindulging only yielded a few additional minutes. To significantly increase his lifespan, he would need to consume more substantial fare. Yet, the human stomach has its limits. One cannot eat indefinitely. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the elder's medicinal basket, which held 2 freshly harvested century-old Ganoderma. If ordinary food provided limited benefits, perhaps these rare herbs could offer a more substantial increase in lifespan. Wu Hao approached, seized the 2 Ganoderma, and stuffed them into his mouth. Once he swallowed them, the system chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring century-old Ganoderma. Lifespan increased by 200 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring century-old Ganoderma. Lifespan increased by 200 days. As the system notifications rang out, Wu Hao's heart soared with joy. Indeed, as he had surmised, the more precious the food, the greater the enhancement to his body and the longer the lifespan it conferred. A sudden increase of 400 days in lifespan meant he was momentarily free from the specter of death, with ample time to seek out more rare ingredients and herbs to further extend his life. Moreover, as long as he survived today's birthday, he would have successfully navigated his life-threatening ordeal and could be welcomed back to the Wu family. Given the Wu family's status in the tomb raiding world, it was certain they possessed an abundance of rare ingredients and herbs. Not only would he be free from the threat of death, but he would also likely live much longer than the average person. After all, while others' lifespans were gradually diminishing, Wu Hao, endowed with the 6 libraries of celestial thieves, could continuously extend his life through consumption. With sufficient nourishment, even immortality was not beyond reach. Of course, achieving such a feat would require time. For the stomach's capacity is not infinite, he must digest what he had consumed before he could eat anything else. As Wu Hao reveled in his newfound fortune, the elderly Taoist priest caught up to him. Upon seeing Wu Hao unharmed, he visibly relaxed, grasped Wu Hao's hand, and exclaimed, "Xiao Haozi, it is past midnight now. Your safety signifies that the life-threatening ordeal has been surmounted, and your future will be free of worries." Wu Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Only he understood the true circumstances had it not been for the awakening of the 6 libraries of celestial thieves and the timely consumption of the century-old Ganoderma to replenish his lifespan. He would likely have already perished. Thanks to Master for the 2 century-old Ganoderma otherwise, the outcome may not have been so fortuitous. Wu Hao spoke the truth. Had he consumed anything else, the rate at which he replenished his lifespan would have paled in comparison to the rate at which he was depleting it. He would have met his end sooner or later, merely delaying the inevitable. Just 2 century-old Ganoderma. Come with me, I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 2. The gluttonous bloodline. Wu Hao responded with an acknowledgement and followed the old Taoist back to the room. He watched as the old man fumbled around his bedside for a moment before retrieving an exquisite wooden box. Approximately an inch in size, that I have sensed that my time is drawing near, and I possess little to leave you. Take this fakious seal, and feel free to take any antiques or paintings from those boxes that you find appealing. After you have arranged my funeral, depart from Baiyun Temple and return to the Wu family. What? Wu Hao was taken aback. The suddenness of the situation left him reeling that he had just survived a calamity. And now the old man who had raised him was preparing to leave. Furthermore, the old Taoist had just mentioned that the box contained the fakious seal that to his knowledge during the early Ming dynasty. The fakious sect had been severely oppressed by the court, resulting in heavy casualties among its members, and the fakious seal was destroyed, leading to the sect's loss of heritage. How could the fakious seal possibly be in the possession of the old Taoist? Could it be that he was a descendant of the fakious sect? The old man seemed to perceive Wu Hao's confusion and smiled. Indeed, I am a descendant of the fakious sect, that my ancestors, seeking to evade the court's persecution, brought the fakious seal to Baiyun Temple to hide and thus survive the calamity. Alas, the lineage of the fakious sect has been lost, and this fakious seal serves merely as a keepsake. Wu Hao understood the situation and accepted the fakious seal, expressing his gratitude to the old Taoist at that moment. He noticed that the once robust old man suddenly lost his breath. It is said that those who cultivate to a certain level can sense the impending end of their lifespan. It appeared to be true, for how else could the old man have spoken those words to him? Wu Hao knelt before the old Taoist, bowing 3 times with sincerity, calling out "Master," before rising to arrange for his last rites. The old man's funeral was conducted smoothly. aided by both the Wu family and residents from the foothills. After he was laid to rest, Wu Hao departed with his uncle Liu to return to the Wu family. In the vehicle, Wu Hao took out the Fakyu seal and examined it in his hand. That it was a thumb-sized stamp, entirely black, with the upper portion intricately carved with a ferocious demon face, while the bottom bore the inscription "Heavenly Official bestows blessings and all forbidden," along with a few large characters. Besides that, it appeared unremarkable. Suddenly, Wu Hao's finger was pricked by the demon's fangs on the seal, causing a drop of blood to fall onto it, vanishing in an instant. Immediately, a black light surged forth from the seal, piercing into his brow and disappearing. The last Fakyu, heavenly official, concealed myself within Baiyun Temple to evade the court's oppression. Unable to bear the thought of the Fakyu sect's heritage being severed, I employed a secret method to hide its teachings within the Fakyu seal, awaiting a fated individual to unlock them. I hope you can carry on the legacy of the Fakyu sect and bring it to greater heights. A resonant male voice echoed in his mind. A wealth of obscure knowledge flooded into him, encompassing the teachings of the Fakyu sect, including the pointing smoke technique, Fakyu finger, and bone shrinking skill. The Fakyu finger and bone shrinking skill were renowned far and wide, and the pointing smoke technique was no less impressive. Smoke moves with the essence of Yin. Wherever there is a grand tomb, it belongs to the realm of the Yin. Once the smoke stirs, the tomb will reveal itself, a feng shui secret even more miraculous than the dragon-seeking method. Indeed, the legacy of the Fakyu sect was extraordinary. Yet regrettably, while the secret techniques were potent, the cultivation required was equally formidable. In the past, members of the Fakyu sect began their training from a young age. Even prodigious youths needed over a decade to grasp the basics. Now, at 18, Wu Hao feared it would take him another decade or more to achieve results. What a pity. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 secret techniques. The host may expend 1 day of lifespan to learn pointing smoke. The host may expend 1 day of lifespan to learn Fakyu finger. The host may expend 1 day of lifespan to learn bone shrinking skill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wu Hao instantly understood why the system was dubbed the life-crushing upgrade system. One could enhance their power at the cost of lifespan, although he now had only 400 days left. Sacrificing a few days to master 3 secret techniques was still acceptable. Once he obtained the Fakyu sect's legacy, venturing into tombs would become significantly easier. Within those grand tombs, numerous rare spiritual herbs and peculiar creatures awaited, and the lifespan gained from consuming them would surely be substantial. Thus, using 3 days of lifespan to learn the 3 Fakyu secret techniques was an exceedingly wise investment. With a thought, Wu Hao's lifespan diminished by 3 days. And subsequently, countless memories of physical techniques along with all the knowledge of the 3 Fakyu secret techniques fused seamlessly within him. Several hours later, a black business vehicle halted at the entrance of the Wu family's old residence. Driver Liu stepped out, opened the door, and respectfully announced, "Young master, we have arrived home." At that moment, the entrance of the Wu family's old residence was already crowded with family members, and as Wu Hao emerged from the vehicle, they greeted him with smiles. "Storehouse, you've finally returned. Wonderful. You have successfully overcome the calamity. What awaits you now are good days ahead. Storehouse, we missed you dearly during your absence these past years." Wu Hao was taken aback by the scene before him. He anticipated that so many elders from the Wu family would come to welcome him. This underscored his esteemed status and position within the family. He understood that aside from being the eldest son of the Wu family, there was another reason for this warm reception: the prophecy foretold by Qi Tizui. Previously, he had not only predicted that Wu Hao would face a calamity at 18, but also that if he survived, he would grow rapidly and assist the Wu family in overcoming a significant trouble. As for what that trouble was, Wu Hao remained unaware, but it surely could not be trivial. Otherwise, with the prowess of Uncle Wu Heir and Uncle Wu San, they would have resolved it long ago without waiting for him to appear. Suddenly, a dilapidated van screeched to a halt amidst the crowd, and a boy of similar stature to Wu Hao leaped from the vehicle. He rushed towards Wu Hao and embraced him excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother, you're finally back. Thank goodness you're all right. You have no idea how anxious I was yesterday. My heart was in my throat until I received Uncle Lu's call after midnight, confirming you were safe." "Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry." The newcomer was Wu Tianjin, a year younger than Wu Hao. Over the years, he often spent his winter and summer breaks at Baiyun Temple. Thus their bond was not distant. Tianjin, how old are you now? Yet you still act so recklessly. You should learn from Xiao Hao more. Come on, stop dawdling and hurry inside. Don't keep Grandpa and Grandma waiting. Tianjin chuckled, pulling Wu Hao along as they headed into the old residence. Inside, Wu Hao was greeted by his grandparents, the very backbone of the Wu family. As long as they were present, the family would remain united. After exchanging pleasantries, they began the feast to welcome Wu Hao home. Throughout the banquet, Wu Tianjin recounted the various happenings of the years gone by. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, sighing, I'm nearly of age, yet third uncle refuses to allow me to join the tomb exploration. Brother, your status in the family is far superior to mine. Your words carry weight. Could you persuade third uncle to take me along this time? He should listen to you, Ding. Key event triggered, system task issued. Assist Wu Tianjin in joining the Lu Wang Palace Tomb exploration team. Reward, Gluttonous Bloodline. Chapter 3. Bloodline Upgrade. The Gluttonous Bloodline. This was an ideal opportunity for Wu Hao, who had awakened the 6 libraries of immortal thieves. Most crucially, this task was straightforward. Wu Hao recalled that the Lu Wang Palace was comparatively less perilous than the tombs that followed. He had originally intended to bring Wu Tianjin along to cultivate the next generation of the Wu family. He merely wondered how his involvement would alter the narrative, regardless of whether the narrative changed. Wu Hao was confident that with his status in the Wu family, convincing third uncle to take Tianjin along would not pose a challenge. Presently, all he needed to do was find third uncle and persuade him to include Wu Tianjin, thereby securing the reward of the gluttonous bloodline. With this bloodline, he could indulge in endless feasting, continuously digesting and absorbing to fortify his body, ultimately leading to an increase in lifespan. Since you wish to go, I will speak to third uncle on your behalf. That is splendid. Let us go find third uncle now. Wu Tianjin, receiving an affirmative response, immediately stood up, eager to seek out third uncle. What do you need from me? Just as they stood, third uncle's voice echoed nearby. Let my brother speak, Wu Tianjin stammered, hesitating as he struggled to find the right words that Wu Hao was about to speak when third uncle interrupted. Let us set aside other matters for now. Come with me to the study, that I have some things to discuss with you. With that, he turned and walked away, prompting Wu Hao to hurriedly follow, with Wu Tianjin trailing behind. Brother, what do you think third uncle wants to talk about? Wu Hao shook his head. I'm not sure. We'll find out shortly. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the study's entrance. Third uncle opened the door for Wu Hao to enter, but stopped Wu Tianjin at the threshold, instructing him to wait outside. After closing the door, Wu Hao found himself seated across from third uncle, who began, You are aware of the prophecy Qi Ba Yi cast for you. The first half has already been validated, and the latter half remains. You are the only one capable of resolving the trouble for the Wu family. What kind of trouble could even be beyond third uncle's reach? It is a grave matter, one that poses a constant threat to our family until it is resolved. However, with your current strength, you are not yet capable of dealing with it. You must grow swiftly. Time is of the essence for the Wu family. All right, for now, do not pry into that trouble. The reason I called you here today is to inform you that in a few days, we will be heading to Lu Di to explore a tomb. You will accompany us. Make sure to showcase your abilities. When I deem your strength sufficient, you will learn the truth. Although Wu Hao was curious about the trouble at hand, he refrained from pressing his third uncle for further information. Well aware of the latter's reticent nature, he understood that the preservation of the Wu family during the old Nine Gates purging was likely far more complex than it appeared. With hidden secrets lurking behind the facade, Wu Hao realized that in order to uncover the source of the Wu family's caution, he must first amass considerable strength, for only then would he be deemed worthy of the family's deeper secrets. With a life-altering upgrade system and the legacy of the Fakius sect at his disposal, his power was growing exponentially, and he felt it would not be long before he could access the Wu family's secrets. For now, he resolved to secure the reward of the Taotai bloodline first. Third uncle, are you not planning to bring Tianjin along on this tomb exploration? He inquired. He is still quite young and rather naive. It would be prudent to wait before involving him. The Wu Hao felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this, realizing that his mere presence had altered the narrative. However, the allure of the Taotai bloodline was too tempting to resist. Third uncle, Tianjin is no longer a child. He is like a flower in a greenhouse. Without weathering the storms, how can he ever behold the rainbow? Let him accompany us this time, with me around. I will ensure his safety. As soon as Wu Hao's words fell, The air around him suddenly quivered, and a massive fist hurtled toward his face that he deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with ease, leaving his uncle's punch to meet only empty air. At that moment, Wu Sanshu's expression was one of astonishment, his gaze fixed incredulously on Wu Hao. The sudden attack had been a test of Wu Hao's capabilities. The punch, delivered with full force, had been executed without restraint. Yet Wu Hao's effortless response indicated that his prowess had surpassed Wu Sanshu's own, a feat that would have been inconceivable otherwise. Xiao Haozi, I did not anticipate your rapid progress. Last summer, when I sent Tianjin to Baiyun Temple, you could barely withstand a punch from me. Now, you handle it with such ease that it seems your claims were not mere bravado. Protecting Tianjin in the tomb will pose no issue. In that case, let him join us. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Taotai bloodline acquired. The Taotai bloodline bestows upon the host the ability to devour the souls of monsters, granting immunity to poisons, the power to vanquish evil, and eternal youth. The higher the level of the Taotai bloodline, the greater the abilities conferred, which can be enhanced through the consumption of specific monster souls. That as the system notification resonated, Wu Hao felt a surge of warmth enveloping his body. A potent and domineering energy coursing through his meridians, transforming every cell it touched as his temperature escalated. Wu Hao likened the sensation to being seared in an inferno, a tormenting agony that was nearly unbearable. Fortunately, his resolute spirit allowed him to endure the ordeal. Once the transformation was complete, he acclimated to the overwhelming energy, and the discomfort dissipated, leaving him feeling an unprecedented surge of power within. System. Open the attribute panel. Life-consuming upgrade system host. Wu Hao bloodline. Taotai bloodline. Thin. Lifespan. 18,219 years attributes. 89. A comprehensive evaluation of physique, strength, speed, and perception. The average for adults is 10. Cultivation technique. 6 vaults. Celestial thief secret skills. Smoke point identification. Beginner. Fakia finger. Beginner. Bone shrinking technique. Beginner. The Taotai bloodline he initially acquired was of a thin nature, yet even this bestowed immense benefits upon Wu Hao. Prior to obtaining the bloodline, his attributes totaled a mere 21 points, equivalent to that of 2 ordinary adults. Now, however, he boasted 89 points, comparable to that of 9 adults. Moreover, this enhancement was not static. As the Taotai bloodline advanced, so too would his strength. The potential for future growth was truly unimaginable. Even more significantly, he had gained a new ability, the capacity to consume monster souls, with certain souls enabling the bloodline to upgrade. Although he remained uncertain about which beings could be classified as monsters. Wu Hao speculated that the corpses, blood corpses, and hydras within the tombs might indeed be suitable for soul consumption. With the expedition to the Royal Wong Palace approaching, he would soon have the opportunity to validate his hypotheses. Chapter 4. The mysterious stone door in the Wu family treasury. Wu Sanshu summoned Wu Hao for the primary purpose of inviting him to join the expedition to Lu province, to evaluate his strength and temperament. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, he prepared to dismiss him. Before he could speak, Wu Hao interjected, "Third uncle, I would like to visit the Wu family treasury to procure some useful items." I thought you sought me out regarding Tianjin's matter. It turns out you wish to access the treasury. Go ahead. After all, the keys to the treasury will eventually be entrusted to you. Wu Sanshu readily acquiesced to Wu Hao's request, rising to lead the way to the Wu family treasury. The Wu family treasury was located underground beneath the Wu family's ancestral home, which was typically inhabited only by Wu Hao's grandparents. Nevertheless, the guards remained vigilant. While nothing appeared amiss on the surface, countless pairs of watchful eyes lurked in the shadows. Even the elderly caretaker sweeping the courtyard was a master in disguise. Had Wu Hao not been a member of the Wu family, he would have been oblivious to these intricacies. Wu Sanshu guided Wu Hao to the lotus pond in the backyard. Beneath a rockery where the treasury's entrance lay concealed, he removed the hidden stone door from the rockery. A hand-sized 9-square grid emerged, intricately engraved with complex patterns and illustrations. Wu Sanshu began to manipulate the grid in a specific sequence, gradually revealing the image of a fierce beast. Taotai? Wu Hao queried, recognizing the creature as one of the ancient 4 fierce beasts. Indeed, it is the Taotai, the totem of the Wu family. However, this fact is known only to the family heads, Wu Sanshu disclosed candidly. As the current head of the family, Revealing this information to Wu Hao signified that the family had likely decided on him as the next patriarch. Thus, he chose not to conceal such a crucial secret. The shock that coursed through Wu Hao's heart was profound. He comprehended the formidable nature of a family that bore an ancient fierce beast as its totem. The Zhang family, with their Qilin totem, had once wielded enough power to influence the course of history. The Wu family, with the Tao Tai as their emblem, must have been equally formidable in their prime. Yet he pondered, why did the Wu family lack the Tao Tai bloodline? The bloodline he possessed was a reward from the system. Surely, there was an untold story behind it. With a crack, the stone door swung open as the Tao Tai totem materialized on the grid, revealing a downward passageway. That Wu Sanshu switched on his flashlight and led the way, while Wu Hao followed closely, his eyes wide with wonder at everything within the corridor. This was his first time entering the Wu family treasury. Typically, outsiders were not only barred from entry, but even prohibited from approaching the rockery, lest they face the guards' intervention, which could escalate to lethal consequences. The walls of the corridor were adorned with rock paintings, their simplistic lines suggesting they dated back thousands of years, depicting mythological tales. These rock carvings appear to be indigenous to the site rather than later additions. That Wu Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with the Wu family. The information he possessed barely scratched the surface of their vast history. At the end of the passage stood another pair of stone doors. The left door was seamlessly integrated into the surrounding rock, seemingly impossible to open. The right door, however, bore a mechanism similar to that of the entrance, which could be unlocked with the correct method. Wu Sanshu approached the right door and opened it, ushering Wu Hao inside. Boom! The moment they stepped through, oil lamps ignited around them, illuminating the space brilliantly. Third uncle. What is this? Our Wu family treasury is a tomb that has been repurposed, intrinsically linked to our family history. Feel free to explore and take whatever you desire. Wu Sanshu encouraged. That Wu Hao understood then. No wonder there were such mechanisms. The chamber was modest, spanning perhaps 200 to 300 square feet. Yet it housed an impressive array of antiques, artifacts, paintings, ancient texts, and rare medicinal herbs. While gold and silver treasures were surprisingly scarce, as Wu Hao sought precious herbs to extend his lifespan, he made a beeline for the medicinal storage area. The rare herbs were stored within jade boxes, each marked with a small wooden sign indicating its contents. Ginseng, aged a millennium, golden vine, dragon's blood fruit, and dark pearl grass. The further he delved, the more astonished he became. The once coveted millennium ginseng, which was nearly impossible to procure in the outside world, now seemed almost commonplace. That if he were to consume all these rare herbs, he could potentially extend his life by several centuries. Wu Hao coveted all the spiritual herbs, yet he was uncertain whether his uncle would permit him to take them all. Tentatively, he inquired, "Third uncle, can I truly take anything I desire? The items in the treasury are meant to serve the Wu family. Especially considering your unique status. Of course, you may take whatever you wish." "Very well. I shall take every single spiritual herb here." That Wu Hao promptly articulated his demands, apprehensive that Wu Sanshu might reconsider. Wu Sanshu was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Wu Hao would request all the spiritual herbs from the treasury. Although the number of herbs was limited, each one was a rare treasure capable of reviving the dead and restoring bones. To ask for all of them was indeed a bold request. Had it been anyone else, even Wu Tianjun, he would have never acquiesced. However, Wu Hao was different. He was the one destined to resolve the Wu family's troubles. So his request would be dutifully met. During this encounter, Wu Hao had evidently improved significantly since their last meeting, suggesting he had employed some extraordinary methods or encountered serendipity. Wu Sanshu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well. You may take all the spiritual herbs, but I hope you do not rely too heavily on them to enhance your strength, as a solid foundation is equally important." Wu Hao smiled, recognizing that Sanshu had his best interests at heart, and refrained from further comment as he collected the dozen or so jade boxes containing the herbs. Upon leaving the treasury, he cast a curious glance at the door on his left and couldn't help but inquire, "Sanshu, what lies behind that door?" "I am not certain what exactly is behind it, but I believe you will be able to open that door in the future, for it is only by doing so that the Wu family's troubles can be entirely resolved." "And what must one do to unlock it?" "Bloodline, a special bloodline. Only the pure Wu family bloodline can unlock that door." Wu Hao was taken aback. The pure Wu family bloodline. Could it be the Tao Tai bloodline? He already possessed a faint trace of Taotai blood within him. Perhaps he could indeed open that door. Sen Shu, you mentioned that I would be able to open it in the future. Why not try now? Wu San Shu chuckled. If you wish to try, then go ahead. However, Master Chi Ba's divination indicated that you must first overcome a significant life tribulation and grow before you can unlock it. For now, it is highly unlikely you will succeed. Seeing that Sen Shu had consented, Wu Hao immediately set down the jade boxes, took out a dagger, and made a small incision on his fingertip. Then smeared the blood that trickled down onto the left stone door. The moment the blood touched the door, it was absorbed, and the door was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant crimson light, so dazzling that it was nearly blinding. Chapter 5. A frantic enhancement of strength. Wu San Shu watched in astonishment at the unusual phenomenon of the treasury's stone door. Incredible. This is truly remarkable. Master Chi Ba's divination is astonishingly accurate that Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel either. He wondered how Chi Taizai could predict events occurring decades into the future. His gaze remained fixed on the stone door, attentively observing its transformations. Suddenly, the red light dissipated, as if nothing had occurred, yet the door remained unopened. That Wu Hao understood that his attempt to open the door with his Taotai bloodline had failed. Leaving him somewhat disheartened, that Wu San Shu, noticing his disappointment, reassured him. Storehouse, do not be disheartened. You are the first in hundreds of years from the Wu family to elicit a response from this door. I believe that given time, you will undoubtedly be able to open it. Indeed, Wu Hao replied, realizing that the reason he could not open the door now was likely due to the bloodline being too faint. He was confident that upgrading his bloodline would allow him to unlock the stone door and discover what lay beyond, thus unraveling all the secrets of the Wu family. He was already eagerly anticipating the expedition to the tomb of King Lu. For only by exploring graves could he consume more monstrous souls and elevate his bloodline. Upon returning to the front courtyard of the Wu family treasury, he found the welcome banquet in his honor nearing its conclusion, with various uncles bidding their farewells. Once everyone had departed, Wu Hao boarded Tianjin's van, and they proceeded to Wu Shanju, the residence of his two brothers. Knowing of his return, Tianjin had already arranged for a room to be prepared for him, and Wu Hao promptly settled in with his luggage. Locking the door behind him, Wu Hao laid out the precious spiritual herbs he had brought back from the Wu family treasury and began to consume them one by one. 1,000-year ginseng, golden vine, dragon blood fruit, xianju grass. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the 1,000-year ginseng. Your lifespan has increased by 1,000 days. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the golden vine. Your lifespan has increased by 1,500 days. Congratulations, host. You have consumed the dragon blood fruit. Your lifespan has increased by 2,000 days. After devouring all the spiritual herbs, he found his lifespan had astonishingly increased by over 30,000 days, equivalent to nearly a century. The figures on his attribute panel had also altered. Lifespan, 18,319 years. Although the herbs were not particularly large in the past, consuming over a dozen at once would have surely caused him to feel uncomfortably full. However, now with the Taotai bloodline, he not only possessed the ability to consume monstrous souls, but his appetite had changed dramatically. Consuming such a quantity felt as if he had not eaten at all. This indicated that he could ingest even more in a short period, allowing for further enhancements of his lifespan through the 6th library Immortal Thief skill. If he could acquire even more spiritual herbs, his lifespan could potentially soar to astronomical heights, reaching a millennium or even 10,000 years at that point. Upgrading his skills would no longer pose a concern regarding insufficient lifespan. He could enhance any ability he desired. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilarating anticipation that Wu Hao understood that the stronger his abilities, the greater his chances of obtaining treasures, and the more his lifespan would increase. Therefore, he was not hesitant to expend his lifespan to enhance his skill levels. System, upgrade all skills to mastery. 1 day to enter, 10 years to achieve minor success, 30 years to attain great success. 100 years to become a master, 500 years to become a grandmaster, and 1,000 years to reach the extraordinary realm. Each upgrade would deduct from the lifespan consumed in the previous enhancement. Pointing smoke to ascend to mastery. Uncovering the grave finger to ascend to mastery. Bone shrinking technique to ascend to mastery. As the system's notification faded, 3 phantoms resembling Wu Hao appeared within the system space. One practicing pointing smoke. another practicing uncovering the grave finger, and the last practicing the bone-shrinking technique. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the real world, only a second had elapsed, yet the three phantoms had completed their 30 years of training. Upon finishing, their memories, experiences, and insights merged seamlessly with Wu Hao. His mastery of the three secret techniques of the uncovering the grave sect instantly reached the level of mastery. Surveying his surroundings, Wu Hao found a stainless steel thermos in the room. Its body remarkably sturdy, perfectly suited to test the power of his uncovering the grave finger at the mastery level. Wu Hao pinched the thermos with his fingers and exerted force, watching as the cup was easily dented as if it were made of rubber. It was important to note that this was a stainless steel thermos, significantly stronger than human flesh. Had he applied the same pressure to a human, it would likely have resulted in 2 piercing wounds. Truly, this was one of the supreme techniques of the uncovering the grave sect. No one could withstand its might. Legends say that when the uncovering the grave finger is mastered to its zenith, it can shatter all things in the world. Wu Hao was on the verge of exuberance, nearly leaping with joy. Originally, after awakening the 6th treasury Immortal thief, he had to consume food to extend his lifespan. However, now, possessing the bloodline of the gluttonous beast, he needed do nothing. As long as monsters came near, he could automatically devour their souls. But of course, there were limitations. With the current low level of his gluttonous bloodline, he could only consume the souls of weaker monsters within a limited range. Stronger beasts could only be devoured after being slain. Nevertheless, even so, the abilities bestowed by the gluttonous bloodline were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 6. 10 years added to lifespan in mere seconds. Third Master. This river cave seems rather intriguing. It must be a thief's den, right? Pansy remarked, probing the cave wall with his hand and sniffing the air vigorously. Uncle San surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Indeed, the river cave is ancient and round, and it certainly has a history of being a thief's den. The boatman, overhearing the conversation between Uncle San and Pansy, chimed in. It seems you all have some background. You are right. The mountain above this river cave is called Yufenshan, and it is said that beneath each of its 5 peaks lies an ancient tomb. Haha, what background could we possibly have? We've merely visited many places and heard some tales. The boatman, skeptical, glanced at the others on the boat and chuckled. Aside from the 2 young fellows, I see you all are seasoned veterans. Don't speak. Zhang Qilin, who had been silent throughout, suddenly interrupted the chatter. One silence fell over the boat. A rustling sound emerged from the distant water's surface, as if something was swiftly moving beneath. Look, what is that? Pansy exclaimed, quickly adjusting the spotlight to point at the water. They beheld a massive black shadow looming over the surface, covering it entirely, and it was advancing rapidly towards their small vessel. All aboard felt a surge of tension. In the narrow confines of the river, if a man-eating beast lurked in the water, they had no escape. The shadow moved with alarming speed, reaching the front of the boat in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qilin then extended 2 exceptionally long fingers into the water, and when he withdrew them, he held up a palm-sized crustacean that, it's a dragon louse. Tianjin relaxed upon seeing the creature in Zhang Qilin's grasp. Uncle San admonished him with a light rap on the head. Have you ever seen such a large dragon louse? This is a corpse-eating beast that grows by consuming human flesh. The others on the boat gasped at the mention of the corpse-eating creature, their eyes widening as they gazed at the dense cluster of dragon lice beneath the water. Surely, creatures that feast on the dead wouldn't attack the living, would they? Tianjin mused, but before he could finish, a dragon louse leaped from the water and landed on the bow, burrowing towards Pansy. Pansy swiftly dodged, but as he stepped aside, he inadvertently crushed one beneath his foot. Yet the shell of the dragon louse proved unexpectedly resilient. His foot came down without causing it any harm. What the hell? Why is this dragon louse shell so hard? With this stomp, I could have crushed a human skull. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Pansy was no stranger to exerting force. Yet he found himself unable to crush even a small dragon louse. Underscoring the creature's formidable shell, the thought of such resilient beings boarding their vessel sent chills down their spines. Just then, another dragon louse leaped from the water, and Zhang Qilin swiftly pierced its tough shell with his elongated fingers. The sight left everyone astonished. Brother, were you using the legendary finger of the grave robber just now? It is said that the finger of the grave robber can penetrate anything. It appears the legends are true, So this is the famed finger of the grave robber. How impressive! Zhang Qilin, met with the awe of his companions, offered no response but tossed the slain dragon louse onto the boat. Let it stay. Its scent might confuse the dragon lice in the water and help us evade attacks, the elderly ox cart driver suggested nervously. I am not so sure, the boatman replied, furrowing his brow. You see, the air around us is thick with death. In the past, when we passed this way, the creatures in the water never attacked us. Something must have changed. The boatman's expression darkened further. Look at the water. Those creatures are multiplying, all converging this way. Yes, everyone peered into the water. They saw the dragon lice stacking upon one another, completely covering the surface. Suddenly, with a splash, the dragon lice seemed to be triggered by something, leaping out of the water in an overwhelming wave, flooding onto the boat, causing chaos among the crew. Were it not for Zhang Qilin's formidable finger of the grave robber, they would have been utterly helpless against the onslaught of dragon lice that in that moment. They noticed that beneath Wu Hao's feet lay over a dozen dragon lice with shattered shells. He too could effortlessly pierce their tough exteriors with just 2 fingers. Storehouse, can you also use the finger of the grave robber? Brother, you can use the finger of the grave robber too? Young master, you too possess the finger of the grave robber? The crew exclaimed in unison. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must find a way to survive, Wu Hao interjected. With the dragon lice swarming in overwhelming numbers, it was impossible for just him and Zhang Qilin to fend them off. Zhang Qilin seemed to grasp this reality. He drew a pitch-black ancient knife from his back, slicing his palm, blood dripping down. He flung his blood into the water, causing it to boil as the dragon lice, sensing a formidable foe, desperately tried to flee. However, as a result, even more dragon lice leaped onto the boat. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Wu Hao's mind. Dying. Host has detected dragon lice within 1 meter. Would you like to devour their souls? With the thin, gluttonous bloodline, the range for using the 6th treasury Immortal Thief is originally 1 meter, which is indeed quite limited. However, as the bloodline level increases, the range will extend, eliminating the risk of the dragon lice getting too close. The distance for devouring is determined by the level of the gluttonous bloodline. It is imperative to elevate it swiftly. Devour. As Wu Hao commanded the devouring, a flurry of notifications rang in his ears. Dying, congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the soul of a dragon louse. Lifespan increased by 1 day. Dying, congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the soul of a dragon louse. Lifespan increased by 1 day. Dying, congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the soul of a dragon louse. Lifespan increased by 1 day. In mere seconds, the notifications rang over 3,000 times, equating to over 3,000 days of lifespan. 10 years. He had astonishingly added a decade to his life in just seconds, that he had only increased his lifespan by 100 years through the rare spiritual herbs in the Wu family's treasury. Yet in mere moments, he had gained 10 years from devouring dragon lice. Even though Wu Hao had anticipated this, he was still profoundly astonished. This was merely the periphery of the royal palace of Lu. If he were to venture inside, how many more dragon lice would there be? At that time, the souls of the dragon lice he devoured might not merely grant him 10 years of life, but potentially a century or even a millennium. Chapter 7. The 6th treasury Immortal Thief begins to strengthen. The bloodline advances. Once the souls of the dragon lice were devoured, the creatures perished entirely. And in the blink of an eye, a layer of dragon lice corpses piled up around Wu Hao within a 1 meter radius. However, to the others, it appeared as though Wu Hao had done nothing. Prior to this, they had only witnessed Zhang Qilin casting his blood into the swarm of dragon lice. Could it be that his blood was responsible? This was the consensus among everyone on the boat, except for Wu Hao. Brother, what did you do? My goodness, your blood can actually kill dragon lice. That's incredible. Merely sprinkling some blood has slain so many dragon lice. Yet at that moment, Zhang Qilin wore a perplexed expression. He was well aware of the efficacy of Qilin blood in repelling insects and warding off evil. While temporarily driving away dragon lice was feasible, killing them was far from sufficient, that he realized that the demise of these dragon lice had nothing to do with his Qilin blood. He noticed that whenever the dragon lice approached Wu Hao, they would immediately freeze, as if immobilized by some unseen force that a careful observation would reveal that in that brief moment, the dragon lice had already met their end. Thus, The issue lay with Wu Hao. Though Zhang Qilin could not comprehend the means by which Wu Hao had silently dispatched the dragon lice. Confronted with the astonished crowd, Zhang Qilin raised his hand and pointed at Wu Hao. It was not me who killed the dragon lice. It was him. The crowd gazed at Wu Hao with disbelief, turning their heads in unison. They beheld him standing there, doing nothing, yet whenever a corpse toad approached, it would perish instantly. Wu Hao, noticing the expressions of the onlookers, thought to himself that this was troublesome. He had no idea how to explain the situation since the corpse toads were dying as soon as they neared him. Fortunately, at the outset, Zhang Qilin had dealt with the corpse toads using his Qilin blood, as long as he firmly claimed ignorance. Even if others harbored suspicions, they would never consider that he possessed such a formidable skill as the 6-vault celestial thief, complemented by the devouring bloodline of Taotai. With this thought in mind, Wu Hao unabashedly began to devour the souls of the corpse toads. The Taotai bloodline had a similar effect to the Qilin bloodline of the Zhang family, capable of warding off insects and evil spirits. Although the Taotai bloodline within him was still quite thin, it nonetheless exerted a certain degree of suppression over the corpse toads as more and more corpse toads surrounded him. The notifications in his mind became increasingly frequent. 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. 1,000,000, 3,000. Wu Hao watched as his lifespan continually increased. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years, 300 years, that he never anticipated that extending one's lifespan could be so simple. In just a few minutes, it had already increased by over 1,000 years. Indeed, once one's strength improved, extending life became ever simpler. Just then, the water's surface began to churn, and a melodious ringing echoed in everyone's ears. This sound was ethereal, soothing to the ears, and before they knew it, they were entranced. Suddenly, a warm current surged towards Wu Hao's forehead. Jolting him awake, he looked around to see his uncle, Tianjun, and Panzi all entranced. Leaving only him and Zhang Qilin fully alert in the water, a corpse toad of considerable size, several times larger than the ordinary, emerged, its jaws snapping menacingly as it swiftly approached the group on the boat. Wu Hao broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the Taotai bloodline keeping him alert, he would have remained lost in that enchanting state until the corpse toad consumed him. Ding! Detected the corpse toad king. Consuming its soul can enhance bloodline level. Due to the high level of the monster, the host must defeat it to consume its soul. It is the corpse toad king. No wonder it differs from the other corpse toads. However, Wu Hao vowed not to let this opportunity slip by, for consuming its soul could elevate his bloodline, just as he prepared to act. The corpse toad king made the first move. 6 pairs of wings unfurled from its back, flapping vigorously as it soared from the water. Wake the others. I will handle it. Zhang Qilin, possessing the Qilin bloodline, regained his composure and faced the massive corpse toad king with a grave expression. Be careful, Wu Hao urged, hurrying to awaken the others on the boat. Meanwhile, the corpse toad king lunged directly at Panzi at the bow of the boat. Fortunately, Zhang Qilin moved swiftly, positioning himself before Panzi to intercept the charge of the corpse toad king. Zhang Qilin unleashed the FHO finger towards the corpse toad king, but when his finger made contact, a deafening metallic clang reverberated, distorting his features as he seemingly endured excruciating pain. His fingers, hardened like iron from training in the FHO finger, found the corpse toad king's shell even tougher. The invulnerable FHO finger surprisingly failed to inflict any damage. The onlookers, awakened by Wu Hao, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Uncle Wu recognized the corpse toad king at once and shouted a warning. It's the corpse toad king. Whatever you do, do not let it bite you, or you'll instantly become a blood corpse. So, it truly is the corpse toad king. No wonder it's so formidable. But if even the young master's FHO finger cannot kill it, what are we to do? Uncle Wu shook his head, aside from fleeing. He had no idea how to confront the corpse toad king. The Wu Hao observed everything intently, pondering deeply that it was evident that Zhang Qilin's FHO finger had reached the minor master level. Yet it could not breach the defenses of the corpse toad king. His own FHO finger was still at the initial stage. Clearly, it was impossible to slay the corpse toad king unless he could elevate it several levels. Thankfully, he had consumed enough corpse toad souls to extend his lifespan by over 1,000 years. Otherwise, he might not have enough time now. System. elevate the FHO finger to the Grand Master level. As soon as Wu Hao issued the command, a shadow resembling him appeared in the system space, tirelessly training the FHO finger for 300 years. Subsequently, all its insights, muscle memory, and strength were transferred to Wu Hao. Suddenly, Wu Hao's entire demeanor shifted. Though he appeared youthful, he exuded an aura of profound experience, reminiscent of a master who had honed his skills over many years. With the elevation of the FHO finger to the Grand Master level, its power surged exponentially. Wu Hao darted forward to stand beside Zhang Qilin, unleashing the FHO finger against the Corpse Toad King. With a soft thud, his fingers pierced the Corpse Toad King's shell as effortlessly as through tofu, creating 2 gaping wounds. The Corpse Toad King sensed Wu Hao's terrifying power and flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. Wu Hao would never allow that. This was a prime opportunity to consume something that could enhance his bloodline. He bent his fingers to ensnare the Corpse Toad King, then exerted force, the sound of cracking filling the air as countless fissures appeared on the creature's tough shell. The moment it struggled to break free, its body shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating 3,650,000 corpse toads, gaining 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Corpse Toad King, gaining 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the soul of the Corpse Toad King. The 6th Vault Celestial Thief begins to strengthen, elevating bloodline level, advancing to Taotai bloodline, ordinary. Progress at 25 of the FHO finger has advanced to the Grand Master level, consuming 300 years of lifespan. Previously, advancing to great success consumed 30 years, this time deducting 270 years, remaining lifespan at 1,959 years. Chapter 8. Fusion of the True I. The 6th Vault Celestial Thief has indeed begun to strengthen. And simultaneously, the Taotai bloodline has commenced its advancement, reaching a progress of 25, but this implies that by consuming 4 more Corpse Toad Kings, he could elevate the Taotai bloodline to an ordinary level, which does not seem overly difficult. Since awakening the 6th Vault Celestial Thief, his greatest ability has been consumption, which allows for the extension of lifespan. However, the capabilities of the 6th Vault Celestial Thief extend far beyond that. It is based on the 6 vital organs: stomach, gallbladder, bladder, triangle, small intestine, and large intestine, forming a flawless digestive and absorption system that can instantly digest materials and convert them into energy. This means that those who possess the 6th Vault Celestial Thief, once they learn it, their bodies will intake only perfect energy. The 6th Vault Celestial Thief. The 6 vaults refer to the 6 vital organs. Celestial implies the methods of immortals, and thief signifies the act of stealing, pilfering the vitality of all things in heaven and earth. This grants those who master the 6 vaults Celestial Thief a miraculous self-healing ability. It siphons the vitality of the cosmos for personal use, allowing for rapid recovery of the body. Furthermore, it enables one to sustain life without the need for food and slows the aging process. When cultivated to the utmost, one can even secrete corrosive substances through the skin, capable of eroding all materials in the world, allowing one to devour even the enemy's attacks, rendering oneself invincible. The power of the 6 Vault Celestial Thief does not end here. Further abilities remain to be uncovered, and with the Taotai bloodline complementing it, the full extent of its capabilities can be realized as long as the 6 Vault Celestial Thief continues to ascend. His strength will perpetually grow, and his future is bound to be boundless. With this thought, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary foresight of Qi Taizue, who had predicted his limitless future. With such prowess, it was no wonder he could become the leader of one of the 9 gates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the elite monster, the Corpse Toad King, and acquiring the true eye. See through all illusions, ignoring the effects of light, allowing one to see clearly even in darkness. Ding! Would the host like to fuse the true eye? Fusion will consume 1,000 years of lifespan. What? 1,000 years of lifespan? To elevate a single skill to a transcendent level requires 1,000 years. I never imagined that merging a special ability would demand such a toll. After some contemplation, Wu Hao decided to proceed with the fusion, but he had to admit the power of the true eye. Not only could it pierce through all illusions, but its night vision capability was also exceedingly practical. Most tombs are dimly lit, and even with a powerful flashlight, many details could be overlooked, missing crucial clues. With the true eye, things would be different. He could see everything clearly even in the pitch-black tombs. More importantly, with over 1,900 years of lifespan remaining, even after spending 1,000 years, he would still have over 900 left. His experiences thus far had taught Wu Hao that strength dictated everything. The stronger one became, the easier it was to gain lifespan. The true I would significantly enhance his power, so he resolved to spend 1,000 years of lifespan to merge with it. Fusion. As soon as Wu Hao issued the command, a chilling sensation coursed through his eyes, and simultaneously, his surroundings transformed. He felt as though the world had never been so clear. Even in the pitch-black river cave, he could discern the tiniest movements of creatures along the cave walls. Before merging with the true I, not only could he not see clearly, but he also struggled to even detect those creatures. This was merely the basic night vision capability of the true I. And the ability to pierce through illusions would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Third uncle. What did I just see? Pansy and Dakwai rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. They were astonished to witness the young master, who had grown up in the Taoist temple, displaying such formidable strength, effortlessly slaying the seemingly invulnerable corpse Toad King with merely 2 fingers. Brother, you are exceedingly powerful. Your fakia finger seems even more formidable than that of the young gentleman. Wu Tianjin gazed at Wu Hao with pride, then glanced at Zhang Qilin, the Wu Senshu, filled with astonishment. Took a long while to regain his composure. I never imagined that Storehouse would grow to such an extent. It is indeed a fortune for the Wu family. Zhang Qilin stared at Wu Hao, lost in thought, before suddenly crouching down to pick up the fragmented corpse of the corpse Toad King from the deck. Within its tail lay a bronze bell, the sound of which had ensnared everyone in an illusion moments ago. Wu Tianjin, intrigued, remarked that it was the first time he had heard of a bell's sound being capable of inducing hallucinations. He reached out to touch it, but as his hand extended, a centipede the thickness of a thumb crawled out from the bell, prompting him to hastily evade. The centipede fell onto the boat, where Zhang Qilin promptly crushed it underfoot. This is a goo. It shares a symbiotic relationship with the corpse Toad King. After speaking, he stowed the bronze bell away. Wu Tianjin, regaining his senses, suddenly exclaimed, "What about the boatman? And that old man?" They had fled during the chaos, but it mattered not. Now that we have the corpse Toad King's corpse aboard, we can safely depart. Zhang Qilin gestured towards the body on the ground, then sat down at the edge of the boat, falling silent. Pansy checked that all belongings were intact and began to row the boat alongside Dakwai, following the current outwards, after an indeterminate distance. The group on the boat suddenly felt a sense of clarity as they entered a broader river channel. The cave walls on either side were dark and damp, with water droplets continuously falling from above, producing a rhythmic dripping sound, while an indescribable odor lingered in the air. Suddenly, patches of green phosphorescence began to emerge on the cave walls, rendering the already dark environment even more ominous. "Look, what is that?" Pansy raised his flashlight and illuminated the riverbank, revealing heaps of corpses on one side, some human, some animal, some reduced to mere bones, while others still bore flesh and blood. The palm-sized corpse toads scuttled among them, occasionally biting into the bodies. That Wu Senshu's brow furrowed in concern as he warned, "Pansy, stop looking and row the boat quickly. We must leave this place. This is a burial ground, and the vengeful spirits here are unpredictable." Upon hearing this, Pansy dared not linger and immediately exerted all his strength to row the small boat away. "Look, why is there a coffin over there?" Wu Tianjin pointed into the air as the boat drifted several meters away. Wu Hao looked up to see a transparent coffin suspended against the cave wall, within which lay a female corpse clad in white. That it was impossible to tell how many years had passed. Yet the corpse appeared remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of decay. "Quick, over there is another similar coffin, but where has the body gone?" Wu Tianjin exclaimed, pointing to another side. "Young master, please don't be so startled. Dakwai is trembling in fear, and it's all up to me to keep the boat steady now." "Who says I'm scared? It's merely a female ghost." Dakwai suddenly dropped the oars, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Unbeknownst to them, a long-haired woman in white stood facing away from the group on the riverbank, her attire mirroring that of the corpse in the coffin. Upon seeing her, Zhang Qilin's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he drew his blade, cutting his finger and pointing it towards her. That a drop of blood flew from the black gold ancient knife in his direction. and upon contact with the white-clad woman, a hiss erupted as white smoke enveloped the area. It's a gay. Everyone, don't look back. We must hurry and leave. Chapter 9. The might of the fake seal heeding Zhang Qilin's warning. Pansy rode with all his might, striving to escape as swiftly as possible. Having accompanied his uncle on numerous tomb explorations, he had acquired some understanding of the supernatural. The two crystal coffins they had previously encountered dated back at least to the Warring States period, over 2,000 years ago, implying that the Gui was a millennium-old female ghost. Ghosts were far more terrifying than any Zongzi. While Zongzi could be slain with conventional weaponry, ghosts were insubstantial and impervious to ordinary attacks. Only talismans with the power to exorcise evil could vanquish them. The Gui was the soul of a Zongzi, trapped within the river cave, capable of possessing anyone who dared to meet her gaze, thereby dragging them out of the cave. While it appeared straightforward, the reality was far graver. Being possessed by a Gui would result in a depletion of one's life force, a loss that was exceedingly difficult to recover from, leading to severe consequences, illness or even death. That Wu Hao observed the Gui, who remained turned away, her long, damp hair trailing to the ground as if she had just emerged from the water, droplets cascading down from her head. As their boat glided past her, her head suddenly began to twist, rotating like a knob. To Wu Hao, she appeared as an ethereal silhouette composed of energy, both tangible and intangible. Could this be another ability of the true eye, capable of discerning illusions simultaneously? A system notification resonated in Wu Hao's mind. Ding, Gui detected. Host may absorb it to elevate bloodline level. Due to the monster's high level, the host must eliminate it before absorption. If it merely extended his lifespan, Wu Hao might have considered foregoing absorption, but the prospect of enhancing his bloodline level was too tempting to resist, regardless of the risks involved. The reason Zhang Qilin's Qilin blood could affect her was due to its exorcising properties. Ordinary attacks would not reach her. Yet, even Qilin blood could only temporarily suppress her, while the Taotai blood within him remained too weak to be effective. Killing the Gui would be no simple task. As Wu Hao watched the Gui's head gradually turn, he suddenly had a revelation. Pansy stopped for a moment. Huh. Young master, what do you mean? Pansy's astonishment was evident. Faced with a millennium-old female ghost, he could barely comprehend why Wu Hao would suggest stopping. Just halt the boat. I have a way to deal with that entity. The fakia seal that the old Taoist from Baiyun Temple had entrusted to him was the nemesis of all malevolent spirits, capable not only of countering corpse transformations, but also of warding off evil. It was undoubtedly the perfect tool to eliminate the Gui. Even if it couldn't kill her, it would allow him to retreat unscathed, which was why he instructed Pansy to stop. Pansy, trust him. Bring the boat to the shore. The Wu Shu had witnessed Wu Hao's capabilities and understood he was no reckless individual, since he claimed to have a method for dealing with the Gui. He chose to believe unconditionally. Pansy nodded and maneuvered the small boat closer to the bank. The Wu Hao jumped from the boat and approached the Gui. The closer he got, the colder the air became, giving him the eerie sensation of being in an ice cellar. The Gui's head continued to turn without facing them, until suddenly, her hair began to grow wildly, sweeping towards Wu Hao like a tidal wave, enveloping him entirely. That moment, the fakia seal hanging around Wu Hao's neck reacted, glowing with a brilliant red light. With a resounding boom, the mass of black hair vanished in a thin air. Giggling, the Gui emitted a strange cry, slowly lifting off the ground as if preparing for a more ferocious attack. The fakia seal around Wu Hao's neck floated upwards, and a shadow resembling the seal shot forth, racing directly towards the Gui. The fakia seal seemed to possess suppressive power. As it drew near, the Gui abruptly halted, rendered motionless. When the shadow of the fakia seal struck her, the Gui disintegrated into a burst of energy, scattering throughout the air. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating the Gui and gaining 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations, host, for absorbing the Gui. The sixth treasure Immortal Thief begins to strengthen. Bloodline level rises, advancing to Taotai Bloodline Ordinary, with 75 progress. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying the minor boss Gui. You have acquired a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. That Wu Hao had initially anticipated a fierce battle, but was astonished to find the fakia seal had effortlessly vanquished the Gui. not only replenishing the 1,000 years of lifespan consumed by upgrading the Fakio finger, but also boosting his bloodline level progress by 50. Moreover, he had obtained an additional 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, an unexpected windfall. Ding! Would the host like to activate the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan? Wu Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did activating items dropped by monsters require such a massive lifespan cost? The 1,000 years he had just regained had barely settled, and now he faced the prospect of losing them again. Activate! Activate! Ding! Consuming 1,000 years of lifespan to activate 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Current lifespan balance, 959 years. Although consuming a millennium of lifespan brings a twinge of regret, the immense value of 1,000 cubic meters of storage space is simply too significant to overlook. The entrance to the ancient tomb is rather small, and after exploring, one often finds oneself limited to selecting only the smaller, high-value treasures to bring back. However, with such a vast storage capacity, everything within the tomb, regardless of size, can be captured in one fell swoop. Most importantly, this is merely on the periphery of the Lu Wang Palace. By devouring the corpses of the corpse beetles and defeating both the corpse beetle king and the puppets, my lifespan has already increased by 3,000 years. Once I step into the Lu Wang Palace, the benefits that await far outweigh the cost of this 1,000 years of lifespan. After Wu Hao disembarked, everyone aboard the ship fixed their gaze on his every move. They watched as he approached a puppet, was attacked, and then suddenly, a red light appeared from nowhere, instantly neutralizing the puppet's assault. Following that, a phantom of a seal emerged, shattering the puppet into fragments. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The fearsome Millennium female ghost had been vanquished so effortlessly, shattering all preconceived notions. Just how powerful must Wu Hao be to so easily dispatch a ghost? Even after Wu Hao returned to the ship, the onlookers remained in a state of shock. Particularly Zhang Qilin, who stared contemplatively at the FHO seal around Wu Hao's neck, as if he had something to say. Chapter 10. Targeting the Wu family that around your neck is the FHO seal. Isn't it? The usually taciturn Zhang Qilin unexpectedly inquired. Wu Hao nodded. Indeed, it was entrusted to me by my master at his death. Well, it seems to have found a fitting bearer in you. Zhang Qilin remarked cryptically, sitting back down without further comment. The FHO seal. Could it be the legendary artifact of the FHO sect, a symbol of the FHO heavenly official, Wu Tianjin? Upon hearing the words FHO seal, exclaimed, Wu Sanshu and Pansy also stared at him in wide-eyed wonder. Yes, indeed, it is the very FHO seal. Had it not been for it, I would have had no means to defeat the puppet. My heavens, brother, you possess such a remarkable item. It is said to have been destroyed at the onset of the Ming dynasty. How has it come to be in your possession now? Wu Hao recounted the tale told to him by the old Taoist. And only then did everyone grasp why the FHO seal had persisted through the ages. They were even more astounded by Wu Hao's fortune in acquiring such a divine artifact. Have you heard of a secret legend regarding the FHO seal? Wu Tianjin suddenly posed. Everyone shook their heads. What secret legend? Historical records concerning the FHO seal are scarce. How many could possibly know of a secret legend? Surely you are not fabricating this? Wu Tianjin frowned, speaking earnestly. Uncle, I am quite serious. You know I enjoy reading. I once came across a mention of the FHO seal in an ancient text, stating that it is not only a token of the FHO heavenly official, but also a key to unlock a blessed land, which harbors not only the accumulated wealth of the FHO sect over millennia, but also earth-shattering treasures. Oh, is there such a claim? Wu Hao was intrigued. It was the first time he had encountered such a narrative, aside from inheriting the legacy of the FHO sect through the seal. He had not noticed anything unusual. If what Tianjin said were true, and the FHO seal indeed served as a key to a blessed land, would that not imply he now possessed this blessed land? Never mind, that Wu Hao shook his head. This was merely an unverified legend, and there was no means to ascertain its truth for now. Even if it were indeed true, he was unaware of the blessed land's location. For the time being, it was prudent to focus on enhancing his strength. Even if the legend held water, as long as the FHO seal remained in his possession, no one would be able to take anything from the blessed land. Eventually, when the opportunity arose, He would surely learn of its location and could seek treasures then, that I fear no female ghost. What is there to fear about a female ghost? Where is the female ghost? At that moment, de Kuei suddenly roused. Seemingly intent on searching for the ghost, the Wu Senshu dealt him a hefty slap, chastising. Useless wretch, apart from your brute strength, what else do you offer? Enough, enough. The female ghost has already been slain by the young master. Quickly, row with me away from this cursed place. Who knows what else we might encounter if we linger here? Noticing Wu Senshu's grim countenance, Pansy hastily shifted the conversation. The two rowed the boat slowly away from the river cave. And as they exited, the night had already fallen, revealing distant twinkling lights. Pansy glanced ahead and remarked, "That must be the village the old man mentioned. It seems to have electricity, unlike a place without roads connecting to the outside world." With that, he steered the boat towards the direction of the lights, and half an hour later, Wu Hao's party arrived at the village. Pansy inquired and discovered the only guest house in the village. Though the environment was lacking, it sufficed for accommodation. After washing up, the group descended to eat. The proprietress, seeing the group enjoying their meal and conversation, approached with a bottle of beer, familiar and at ease. "You folks don't seem like tourists," she remarked, eyeing their attire. "Given our appearance, how could we not be tourists? In fact, we were just about to call you over to inquire about scenic spots nearby." Wu Sanshu vehemently denied. The proprietress did not contest this, chuckling meaningfully as she continued. "Every year, our village sees at least a dozen teams come through. There are always 1 or 2 teams each month. Their stories are just like yours, claiming to be here for tourism, but their gear clearly indicates otherwise. That it seems the proprietress is knowledgeable. Ordinary folk speak of tomb raiding, but only those in the know would refer to it as Dao Do. It appears this proprietress is not as simple as she seems. Well, after seeing so many folks coming to raid tombs, I gradually learned to discern that as the liquor flowed, the conversation became lively, and with Wu Senshu's subtle guidance, the proprietress spilled her knowledge freely. According to her, a few years prior, a landslide occurred in the mountains, revealing several hundred skulls. Following that, an archaeological team arrived, removed the skulls, and then there was no further news. Since then, the number of tourists in the village surged. Just days before Wu Hao's arrival, a team had ventured into the mountains, equipped with even more professional gear than his own. After extracting useful information from the proprietress, Wu Senshu signaled for the group to return to their rooms. Inside, he produced a photocopy of a Warring States period silk manuscript, along with a map deciphered from it. "Look here, at the position of the fox head. The tomb we seek must be located here. The site where the landslide revealed the skulls is surely the burial pit, and beneath it lies the altar, with the tomb entrance likely nearby." The following morning, before dawn, Wu Hao and his companions set out from the village. Heading into the mountains, along the way, they spotted an old man humming a tune. While descending from the mountain, Wu Tianjin pointed excitedly at the old man. "Isn't that the old man who was driving the ox cart yesterday?" Indeed, it was him, and this time, they could not let him escape. Before Pansy could finish his words, he discarded his gear and, along with Decay, stealthily encircled the old man. Upon seeing Pansy, the old man jumped in fright, dropped the firewood he was carrying, and bolted. As he turned, he collided directly into Kuei's embrace. Decay, towering and sturdy as a door, nearly toppled the old man. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the old man firmly. "Old fellow, run, will you? Let us see where you think you can escape." The old man struggled in vain and finally begged for mercy. "Esteemed sir, I mean you no harm. Why pursue me? No harm. Yet you flee upon seeing us?" At this moment, Wu Hao and the others arrived as well. The old man looked pitiful, and if it weren't for the events of yesterday, one would hardly suspect him of being a villain seeking to harm others. He chattered incoherently, and seeing the group remain unmoved, he resorted to pleading that "I only seek profit, never harm. Yesterday was circumstances beyond my control that if I hadn't killed you, they would have killed me." Wu Senshu frowned. "Who are they?" "I don't know. They just appeared suddenly, instructing me and old Ding to lead you to the waterway, leaving the rest to them." "What about the boatman? Where did he go?" "He vanished after jumping off the boat. I have no idea where he went." After interrogating the old man, Wu Senshu's expression turned grave. "Third uncle, what's wrong? I never expected that family has ultimately set their sights on our Wu family." Chapter 11. The Wang family. Zhang Qilin's voice turned cold. Are you saying the Wang family has targeted you? Wu Sanshu nodded. Indeed, over the years, the Wang family has covertly suppressed numerous clans. Any family that cannot be of use to them has faced their oppression. Recently, someone from the Wang family approached me. Zhang Qilin raised a hand, pointing at Zhang Hao. You all must prepare for what lies ahead. However, with him here, there is no need for excessive concern. Third uncle, what are you all discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Wu Tianjin wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the discussion between Wu Sanshu and Zhang Qilin. Not only was he clueless, but even Wu Hao initially failed to realize that the they referred to by Wu Sanshu was in fact the Wang family. More importantly, it was revealed that members of the Wang family had approached Sanshu, seeking to bring him under their influence. However, it was evident that Sanshu had rejected their overtures, which led to their subsequent targeting and covert suppression of him. Previously, everyone was only aware of the conflict between the Wang family and the Zhang family. In truth, the Wang family's reach extended far and wide. Any burgeoning power involved in underground dealings would inevitably attract their attention, either to be courted or crushed if they resisted. The purging of the old Nine Gates was also a desperate measure taken by the Buddha Lord to preserve the roots of the Nine Gates. Considering the immense strength of the old Nine Gates back in the day, it was clear that even they fell short against the Wang family, showcasing the latter's formidable growth over centuries. After the Zhang family fractured due to the Holy Infant incident, no single family remained capable of standing against them alone. It's merely the Wang family. What of their might? Ultimately, they are but a pawn. Should they provoke the Wu family, I will ensure they gain nothing, even if it leads to mutual destruction. That Wu Sanshu's tone seemed rather grandiose. Even if the entire Nine Gates were no match for the Wang family, what hope did the solitary Wu family have? Wu Hao recalled the stone door of the Wu family's underground treasury, which could only be opened with the pure bloodline of Taotai. He was convinced that Wu Sanshu was not merely speaking empty words. He must possess some undisclosed means to deal with the Wang family, but for reasons unknown, he would not resort to them unless absolutely necessary. To at that moment, his curiosity about what lay beyond that door grew ever stronger. Pondering the secrets hidden within the Wu family, a clan capable of possessing the bloodline of one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, Taotai. Third Master, how should we handle this old man? After Wu Sanshu's interrogation, Dukwai was left uncertain about how to deal with the elder. Do not concern yourself with him. Simply discard him aside. The Wang family will take care of him, and there is no need to invite trouble upon ourselves. Wu Sanshu instructed before leading the team onward. Dukwai unceremoniously tossed the elder to the ground and hurried to catch up with the group. Shortly after they departed, a shadow swiftly passed before the elder's eyes, and he collapsed breathless, never to rise again. Third Master, what kind of family is the Wang family? They seem quite formidable, yet I have never heard of them before. On the road to their destination, Pansy could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Wu Sanshu's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Pansy, refrain from inquiring into matters that do not concern you. Just know that they are the enemies of our Wu family. Oh, understood. This was the first time Pansy had witnessed such a stern demeanor from Wu Sanshu. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, and quickly fell silent, that Wu Tianjin observed the unfolding events with growing curiosity, yet feared reproach from Wu Sanshu. He quickened his pace to catch up with Wu Hao, whispering in his ear, Brother, aren't you curious about what kind of family the Wang family is? Wu Hao shook his head. You will learn what you ought to know in due time. Avoid prying into matters that might bring danger upon you. Of course, Wu Hao understood the nature of the Wang family, which was precisely why he was not curious. The Wang family was established during the early Ming dynasty, with the ultimate goal of countering the Zhang family from its inception. While they claimed to seek to publicly reveal the Zhang family's secrets to longevity, their true aim was to covet the longevity techniques of the Zhang family. That Wu Sanshu discreetly observed Wu Hao's every move, feeling a sense of relief at his reactions. The minor delays along the way had consumed considerable time, prompting the group to hasten their steps into the mountains. The dense foliage and underbrush were trampled into a path, indicating that many had traversed this area before. Suddenly, Wu Hao noticed a glimmer among the grass by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an old mobile phone, one of those basic models capable only of sending texts and making calls. The light he had seen earlier emanated from its notification. The phone bore traces of blood, still of vivid red, suggesting it had been dropped not long ago. It was evident someone had ventured into the mountains shortly before them. He speculated it was likely the team the proprietress had mentioned that we should hurry. If we delay any longer, the treasures in the tomb will be taken. Wu Tianjin was exhilarated at the prospect of entering a tomb for the first time. Let us proceed with caution and assess the situation as we go. We know not what dangers may lurk within the mountains, Wu Sanshu instructed, leading the team forward. Along the way, Wu Hao repeatedly examined the phone. The name Aining striking a familiar chord in his memory, though he could not immediately recall its significance. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Aining must refer to Aining, and the phone had likely been dropped by one of his subordinates. If all went according to plan, it was probably Aining's team that had entered the mountains before them. About an hour later, Wu Sanshu guided the team to a collapsed area that he leaped onto the rubble and began to feel, smell, and taste the stones. Our previous assumptions were correct. This is indeed a burial pit, with the altar lying beneath. Unfortunately, the collapse has blocked the entrance. Everyone spread out and searched for other possible entrances upon hearing this. The group dispersed to look for an entryway. Third Master, I found something. Come quickly. As soon as they had scattered, Dakuai's voice rang out. Initially, they thought he had discovered an entrance, but upon arriving, they found he had stumbled upon several tents in the mountains. The tents were already covered in fallen leaves, and the inside had long been cleared out, likely left behind by the team that had come to explore the tomb before them. Wu Sanshu pulled out a map and wandered around the vicinity of the tents. Suddenly, he halted at a spot and stomped his foot twice on the ground. Here. Upon hearing this, Pansy and Dakuai promptly took out a Luoyang shovel to assemble. The Luoyang shovel was intended for tomb exploration rather than digging. When thrust into the ground and pulled out, it could bring up the soil beneath, revealing what lay below. As Pansy extracted the shovel, a surge of red liquid erupted from the ground. Blood. How could there be so much blood underground? Chapter 12. Wu Hao does not kneel to blood corpses. Wu Sanshu approached to take a closer look, his expression growing grave. Soil mixed with blood, corpses adorned with gold. Inside, there are either zongzi or monsters. It seems this place is quite extraordinary. So should we dig or not? Pansy, hearing that the situation below was complicated, found himself at a loss. Having come this far, we cannot return empty-handed. Besides, we are not weak. Especially with Xiao Hao's abilities that you have all witnessed, that it will serve as a valuable experience for the younger ones. Very well. Third Master, I will continue digging. Pansy, having received confirmation, proceeded to dig alongside Dakuai from the spot they had just excavated. Dakuai, lacking finesse, relied solely on brute strength. The shovel in his hands resembled a bulldozer as he swiftly removed the earth beneath him, surpassing even Pansy in speed. No wonder Wu Sanshu chose to bring him along despite his lack of intelligence. Having such a person around doubled their efficiency in breaking through. While they were digging, Wu Hao asked Pansy for a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled, forming a swirling white smoke ring in the air. This action drew the attention of Wu Sanshu, Wu Tianjin, and Zhang Qilin, all of whom turned to observe. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The smoke ring did not rise or dissipate. Instead, it descended straight down, as if it had eyes, burrowing into the spot where Pansy and Dakuai were digging. Zhang Qilin remarked, "The smoke ring reveals the peak." Was that the legendary technique of the Fakyu Gate? Remarkable. A mere puff of smoke can lead you to the entrance of an ancient tomb. Xiao Hao, it seems you have encountered many remarkable events this year. It's no wonder you have grown to this extent in such a short time. Truly, a blessing for our Wu family. Wu Hao had indeed employed the smoke ring technique. He had wanted to try it out after learning it, but had never found the opportunity until now, much to his surprise at its effectiveness, that he was curious, however, about the range of this skill and how far it could identify the entrance of ancient tombs. While Pansy and Dakuai continued their excavation, he tested the technique several more times, discovering that the effective range for locating tomb entrances was approximately 100 meters. Of course, this was merely the initial effect of the technique. As he enhanced his skills, the range would undoubtedly expand, potentially reaching several kilometers. That I've broken through. Third Master. Pansy's excited shout reached Wu Hao from a distance that he hurried back to find Pansy and Dakuai had unearthed a brick wall. And Pansy was preparing to smash through it with the shovel. Stop. Both Wu Hao and Zhang Qilin shouted in unison. Pansy looked bewildered. What's wrong? How can we get in if we don't break down the wall? Behind the wall lay a potent acid, Recklessly breaking through it would result in a fatal encounter with the corrosive substance. Zhang Qilin, noticing Wu Hao's silence, explained, then jumped into the pit, using the Fakio finger. He extracted a piece of blue brick from the tightly sealed wall, revealing the wax wall behind it. The wax wall was hollow and a fiery red, filled with strong acid. Pansy, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "You two are incredible. You knew there was a mechanism behind the wall without even descending." Wu Hao smiled faintly without offering an explanation, while Zhang Qilin seemed to ignore him entirely, already taking out his equipment to dismantle the mechanism. The mechanism was rather simple to crack. All that was required was to drain the strong acid from the wax wall. Once the acid was emptied, Zhang Qilin leaped forward and kicked a large hole in the brick wall, then bent down and crawled inside. "Come on, let us go in," Wu Sanshu called out, leading the Wu family members to follow Zhang Qilin into the depths as soon as Wu Hao entered. A system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding, congratulations, host, for entering the King Lu's palace. Please explore the palace thoroughly. Upon completion, a rating will be assigned. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. Exploration time, personnel losses, and completeness will all influence the rating." He had initially intended to enter the tomb merely to devour the souls of monsters to extend his lifespan and enhance his bloodline level. To his surprise, there were additional rewards for exploring the tomb. He was uncertain of what those rewards might be, but based on previous task rewards, they should be substantial. After all, the reward for completing his first task was the bloodline of Tao Dai. Moreover, the rating rules indicated that time, casualties, and completeness would all affect the score. If he wished to achieve a higher rating, he would need to explore the entirety of King Lu's palace in the shortest time possible while ensuring the safety of his companions. Wu Hao vividly recalled that barring any unforeseen incidents, Big Kuei would get bitten by the corpse frog king, become poisoned, and ultimately perish from a hail of gunfire. While he was not particularly fond of Big Kuei, he was, after all, a subordinate of his uncle and a member of the Wu family, and more importantly, his life and death would directly impact the task's rating. Wu Hao resolved to do his utmost to save Big Kuei, thereby enhancing the task's score and securing more generous rewards. Behind the brick wall was a lengthy tomb passage that led to a burial chamber, at the center of which stood a large bronze cauldron, with a stone coffin situated behind it. Upon sighting the cauldron, Big Kuei's expression turned greedy. Shaking off his earlier fear, he clambered atop the cauldron and began rummaging through its contents in no time. He triumphantly raised a skeletal arm, adorned with a lustrous bracelet. "Third Master, there are so many treasures inside. We're going to get rich." Suddenly, a series of noises emanated from the stone coffin behind the cauldron, causing Big Kuei to tumble off in fright. Scrambling to his feet, he looked around in panic before finally directing his gaze at Pansy. "Was that you trying to scare me?" Pansy shook his head and pointed at the stone coffin. "The noise is coming from there." Zhang Qilin coldly reprimanded, "Return what you have in your hand." Instantly, Big Kuei was cowed by Zhang Qilin's authority. He tossed the skeletal arm back into the cauldron. Observing this, Zhang Qilin performed a deep bow toward the stone coffin, then knelt on the ground, emitting a series of strange clucking sounds. After a brief silence, the coffin began to stir again, the lid rising and falling as if something within were attempting to break free. Zhang Qilin's expression changed dramatically as he urged, "Everyone, quickly kneel. There's an extraordinarily powerful entity within." Big Kuei's earlier disturbance has angered it. Upon hearing this, Big Kuei was the first to kneel, repeatedly bowing toward the coffin while muttering prayers for forgiveness. The others followed Zhang Qilin's lead, kneeling in reverence, with the exception of Wu Hao, who coldly fixed his gaze on the coffin, showing no intention of bowing. Wu Hao remained standing, and the commotion within the coffin intensified. Wu Sanshu, seeing this, anxiously called out, "Xiao Hao, what are you doing standing there? Hurry and come kneel." Just as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang. The coffin lid flew open, spinning in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a blood-red corpse rose from the coffin. Ding, blood corpse detected. Host can consume it to enhance bloodline level. Due to the monster's high level, host must defeat it before consumption. Chapter 13. You are the strongest I have ever encountered. Indeed, consuming the blood corpse could elevate his bloodline level. Based on past experiences, monsters capable of enhancing bloodlines could also strengthen the Liuku Immortal Thief, which was why Wu Hao had taken the risk of not bowing before the blood corpse. Zhang Qilin's face turned pale upon seeing the blood corpse, and he shot a glance of dissatisfaction at Wu Hao. This creature is formidable. I cannot handle it alone, that I hope you will not hold back and will unleash your full strength. Wu Hao managed an awkward smile. He had always given his all, but when his strength fell short against monsters, he would resort to sacrificing his life to upgrade his skills, causing his power to surge dramatically. Perhaps this misconception led others to believe he was concealing his true abilities. Since the blood corpse could induce such a reaction from Zhang Qilin, it was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Wu Hao dared not take it lightly. However, the opportunity to consume the blood corpse was far too crucial for him. Thus, he commanded the system, elevate all attributes to the master level. Ding, consumed 30 years of lifespan. Physique elevated to master level. Ding, consumed 30 years of lifespan. Strength elevated to master level. Ding, consumed 30 years of lifespan. Speed elevated to master level. Ding, consumed 30 years of lifespan. Comprehension elevated to master level. Ding, a total of 120 years of lifespan consumed. Remaining lifespan, 839 years. Immediately, beams of light shone upon Wu Hao, and his physical attributes surged several-fold. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. Upon reviewing his attribute list, attributes, 201, a comprehensive evaluation of physique. Strength, speed, and comprehension, with an average adult rating of 10. He realized it had more than doubled compared to his previous state, which explained the newfound strength he felt. Suddenly, Zhang Qilin turned to Wu Hao. His expression one of bewilderment, did I in the blink of an eye. He sensed that Wu Hao had seemingly grown stronger. He could not comprehend how Wu Hao had achieved this, whether he had concealed his capabilities from the beginning or if he had genuinely experienced such a rapid surge in power. The others instinctively retreated at the sight of the blood corpse, leaving only Big Kuei still kneeling in place. Big Kuei, what are you doing? Hurry and run. Pansy shouted that I want it but my legs are weak. And I can't get up. Big Kuei stammered, paralyzed by fear, that Wu Xinshu frowned, cursing, useless. Just let Pansy bring you over to AT that moment. The blood corpse crawled out of the coffin, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Resembling a flayed human, its entire body drenched in a sticky, crimson liquid that dripped with every movement. With a terrifying roar, the blood corpse charged at the nearest target, Big Kuei. Its speed was astonishing. Akin to a flash of red lightning that in the same instant, Zhang Qilin leaped forward, drawing his black-gold ancient blade to shield Big Kuei. The clash of metal echoed in the air as the blood corpse sank its teeth into the blade. Good heavens, is the blue at the very moment the system's alert echoed. Wu Hao felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his veins, transforming his body anew, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of an unparalleled beast, erupted from seemingly nowhere, soaring into the heavens that instant. The onlookers around him, along with the creatures inhabiting the entirety of Qiming Mountain, trembled in their hearts. This was the formidable power of the rare Taotai bloodline ascending to the ordinary Taotai bloodline, amplifying its ability to fortify the body, expel parasites, and extend lifespan all at once. Moments later, Wu Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to find the faces of those around him filled with astonishment, rendering him rather uneasy. Storehouse, how many secrets do you harbor, brother? I cannot discern whether the blood corpse is too feeble or you are simply too formidable. The blood corpse that instills dread has been vanquished by you in mere moments. Who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Indeed, the young master is exceptionally powerful. That was a blood corpse. Even the typically reticent Zhang Qilin couldn't refrain from exclaiming to Wu Hao, "You are truly formidable." The most impressive among the younger generation I have encountered. Chapter 14. The Ascension of the 6 Vaults Celestial Thief System. Display the Attribute Panel. Life-draining upgrade system host. Wu Hao Bloodline. Taotai Bloodline Ordinary Innate Ability. I have Truth Lifespan. 181839 Attributes. 201 Major Completion. A comprehensive evaluation of physique. Strength, speed, and comprehension, with the average for adults being 10. Techniques. 6 Vaults Celestial Thief. Automatically devours the souls of monsters within a 2-meter radius. Skills. Igniting Smoke to discern peaks. Major completion. Tomb Raiding Finger Grandmaster. Bone Shrinking Technique. Major completion. Storage space. 1,000 cubic meters items. Corpse pill. In comparison to his personal sensations, the attribute panel vividly illustrated his enhancements. Upon opening it, Wu Hao immediately noticed the alteration in the 6-vault celestial thief. Previously, it could only devour the souls of monsters within a 1-meter radius. After slaying a few bosses, the Taotai bloodline had elevated to ordinary, thereby expanding the range of the 6-vault's celestial thief. It appeared that slaying more bosses would expedite his progress. Wu Hao nodded, already formulating a plan. Let us proceed. He then circumvented the stone coffin and ventured onward. Behind the stone coffin lay a dimly lit corridor. Pansy raised a powerful flashlight to illuminate the path, but it only revealed a mere half-meter in front of them, leaving the rest shrouded in darkness. The walls of the corridor are coated with light-absorbing material. There must be some deadly traps within. Everyone, exercise caution. However, Wu Hao paid little heed to these warnings. To him, the tomb was as transparent and clear as the outside world. Until Pansy's reminder brought his abnormal demeanor to his attention, that he glanced back and noticed that the others were oblivious to his peculiar behavior, prompting him to continue leading the way. After a brief passage of time, they finally arrived at the corridor's end, where a stone door stood. Flanking the stone door were 2 towering tomb-guarding beasts, entirely black in hue, save for their eyes which glimmered with a bewitching green light, evoking a chilling sensation at first glance. Nearby, 2 corpses lay entwined on the ground, their bizarre postures indicating they had bitten each other's carotid arteries. The Dio not gaze into the eyes of the tomb-guarding beasts. Be wary of traps, Wu Hao warned loudly, having instantly discerned the concealed mechanism. These 2 individuals must have fallen victim to hallucinations induced by the beast's eyes, leading them to attack their companions and meet a tragic end. To ensure their safety, he hastily tore off the clothing from one of the corpses and draped it over the tomb-guarding beast to obscure their gaze. Yet, it was too late. Pansy, who had been following closely behind, had already caught sight of the beast's eyes. He emitted a series of coarse gasps, baring his teeth and fixating on Wu Hao's neck with gleaming eyes. That moment, Zhang Qilin seized Pansy, and just as he turned to attack, squeezed a drop of blood from his fingers onto Pansy's lips. That he had been infected. Pansy swallowed the blood from Qilin, and his expression instantly cleared, realizing the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. This tomb is quite sinister. We must all remain vigilant. With the matter resolved, Wu Hao reminded everyone to advance. The mechanism on the stone door had been compromised, revealing a narrow gap, considering the corpses on the ground. It was evident that others had entered before them, and with 2 already dead before even crossing the threshold, it was likely they too would find little fortune. Could it be that the team ahead has already entered? Pansy remarked, glancing at the corpses. Then we must hasten. If they seize the treasures first, our efforts will have been in vain. In a matter of moments, Decay had forgotten his previous caution and brazenly burst through the stone door. Fearing the treasures would be snatched away, Wu Sanshu scolded, furrowing his brow, causing Decay to flinch and timidly retreat. Third uncle, if we do not hurry, the treasures will surely be taken by others. What good is haste if you lose your life? How will you carry the treasures out then? Wu Sanshu, a seasoned veteran, remained composed even in the face of overwhelming temptation, understanding that true victory lay in maintaining a clear mind. Brother, look inside. There are 7 coffins. Could this be the main burial chamber? Wu Tianjin tugged at Wu Hao, pointing towards the doorway. The space behind the stone door was not particularly large, illuminated by several high-power flashlights, revealing several stone coffins arranged in the center. Wu Hao shook his head. No. If this were the main burial chamber, would you not find it too easy to enter? Moreover, whose main burial chamber would contain 7 individuals? Would they not quarrel amongst themselves? In feng shui, there are specific principles governing how many individuals are buried within a tomb. Aside from couples, even offspring must be interred inside chambers. Even if Wu Hao was unaware that the chamber before them was the 7-star suspicion coffin, he could discern that it was certainly not the main burial chamber. Brother, you possess such profound knowledge. It is truly enviable that I should have accompanied you to the Taoist temple to learn your skills when we were younger. Wu Sanshu playfully tapped Wu Tianjin on the back of his head. Master Yuanjun is an otherworldly sage. Do you think he would accept just anyone? Despite your numerous visits, he never took a liking to you. The Wu family had expended considerable effort to locate Master Yuanjun, initially intending to send Tianjin along to keep Wu Hao company and foster their brotherly bond. However, Master Yuanjun was reluctant to accept more disciples, leaving Tianjin only able to visit during summer and winter breaks. That Wu Tianjin chuckled awkwardly, redirecting his attention back to the burial chamber. Suddenly, he pointed into the chamber, exclaiming, "Look, that coffin appears to be open." The group felt a jolt of anxiety and hurriedly approached to examine the situation, discovering a crack in the coffin. Pansy leaned over the coffin, shining his flashlight inside. "Why is there a foreigner inside?" The sight of a foreigner lying within a warring state's tomb momentarily bewildered everyone. Pansy retrieved a crowbar and, alongside Decay, pried open the coffin, revealing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner whose corpse appeared quite fresh. Having died not long ago, that he aimed the flashlight into the coffin, preparing to flip the body over to inspect further. Just then, Wu Sanshu subtly signaled, and Wu Hao quietly withdrew from the burial chamber. "Third uncle, why did you call me out? You will assist me in arranging certain matters. Tianjin, Pansy, and Xiao Ge will be safe as Wu Hao pondered this. He observed Wu Sanshu producing a detailed map of the King Lu Palace, far more comprehensive than the one he'd previously studied. "This is the complete map I deciphered from the Warring States silk manuscripts. What you were shown was merely a simplified version, omitting many crucial details." Chapter 15. The Divine Method of Immortality. Wu Hao was intrigued by Wu Sanshu's intentions. Aside from Zhang Qilin, the rest of the team consisted solely of Wu family members, even though Zhang Qilin had deep ties to the Wu family. Why was he preparing two maps? Who was he truly guarding against? "Third uncle, what exactly are you doing? I had originally planned to execute the subsequent plans alone, but your performance has surpassed my expectations." Prompting me to include you at the last moment, that Wu Sanshu gradually explained to Wu Hao, "I encountered Zhang Qilin long ago, and now, decades later, he remains unchanged, showing no signs of aging. This is quite alarming. The Zhang family possesses Qilin blood, granting them significantly longer lifespans, potentially spanning centuries. While Zhang Qilin's unchanged appearance over the decades is understandable, Wu Hao could not grasp the true meaning behind his uncle's words regarding its alarming nature. There are some matters I intended to disclose later, but given your current prowess, it is permissible to inform you of a portion of it." After a moment's hesitation, Wu Sanshu solemnly inquired, "Do you believe in the existence of deities in this world?" Wu Hao nodded and shook his head. He could not articulate whether deities truly existed in this world, that as the saying goes, "Where there is smoke, there is fire," that if there were no gods, how could the myriad legends of deities throughout history arise? Yet, there remains no evidence to substantiate their existence, that I can assure you. There are indeed gods in this world. But they are not the benevolent beings of lore who alleviate human suffering. Rather, they are entities willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of their own immortality. Uncle Wu spoke at length, and the profound shock that resonated within Wu Hao was an understanding only he could grasp. These so-called gods cannot achieve true immortality. Thus, they have devoted themselves to researching methods of eternal life, ultimately discovering a way to inhabit the bodies of others through their consciousness, when a corporeal vessel ages. They employ arcane techniques to seize a new body. Although the body may change, the consciousness remains the same, thus representing another form of immortality. Uncle Wu now harbored suspicions that Zhang Qilin was one such individual whose body had been overtaken, which is why he remained cautious. "Uncle, even if such gods exist, what connection does it have to our Wu family? It is not yet the time to divulge that. For now, what I can share is limited. It is not that I am unwilling to tell you, but rather that I cannot articulate it fully. Once you take over the Wu family, you will comprehend the entirety of the situation. Until then, remain vigilant against such individuals. They exhibit a distinct characteristic. Once their bodies are occupied, their personalities drastically change, and they leave unique marks on their physical form." That word, it suddenly flashed through Wu Hao's mind. Could it be that the god Uncle Wu spoke of was the same as the one referred to in the original text? In the tomb, Pansy, Wu Tianjin, and Decay were oblivious to the departure of Uncle Wu and Wu Hao. Pansy intended to turn over the foreign corpse within the coffin, and finding it too cumbersome alone, he called for Decay's assistance. Together, the two attempted to unveil the foreign body, eager to discern what lay beneath. As soon as they flipped the corpse, an immense suction force erupted from the coffin, drawing Pansy and Decay inside, followed by the resounding thud of the coffin lid sealing shut. Pansy decay. Are you all right? Wu Tianjin paused momentarily, and upon realizing the coffin had already closed, he called out in vain. Receiving no response, it was then he noticed that everyone else had vanished, leaving him alone in the tomb. Uncle, brother, where have you gone? He shouted for some time without reply, his anxiety beginning to mount. This was his first venture into a tomb. Who knew what might transpire next? Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the chamber. Every coffin began to move, sinking slowly into the ground, leaving only their lids visible. With a bang, the lids of 7 stone coffins flung open, and Wu Tianjin approached the coffin that had swallowed Pansy and Decay. Pansy, Decay, are you there? His calls went unanswered, and the coffin contained nothing but the foreign corpse. That Wu Tianjin glanced at the other coffins, discovering that each housed a foreign body. He circled around the coffins several times, perplexed by Pansy and Decay's disappearance. Ultimately, he returned to the coffin and began to investigate. He recalled that Pansy had been drawn in while turning over the foreign corpse, so he too reached out to examine it, eager to uncover what lay beneath. The moment he made contact, he was engulfed by a tremendous suction force, spiraling into a cavern below. Ouch! Wu Tianjin cried out in pain upon landing, his entire body aching. Suddenly, a flash of light darted before his eyes, quickly followed by a series of gunshots. Startled, he scrambled to find cover. That moment, he heard a familiar voice amidst the commotion. Fatty, is that you? Have you lost your mind? Shooting at me? Who told you I was shooting at you, corpse bug? Look at the corpse bugs beneath your feet. Can you not see them? Tianjin glanced down and discovered several corpse bugs lying where the bullets had struck moments ago. I am sorry, I misjudged you. Forget it, don't dawdle. Get up here quickly. There are countless corpse bugs below, and I have only a few bullets left. All right. Tianjin nodded and began to climb towards Fatty's position. Tianjin, how did you end up here? Fatty inquired with curiosity. That I came with Uncle and the others, but I got separated and fell into this trap. After Tianjin spoke, he surveyed the area, noticing behind him a cave with numerous branching paths. He extended his hand toward the cave and asked, Do you know where these tunnels lead? Fatty shook his head helplessly. I climbed up here to escape the corpse bugs below. I have no idea where those tunnels lead. As they contemplated their escape, a shadow suddenly darted past them, followed by a loud crash. Fatty shone his flashlight towards the sound, revealing a figure that had fallen in disarray. Upon recognizing the figure, Tianjin exclaimed, Pansy, you've fallen in here too. He then noticed numerous palm-sized corpse bugs gathering around Pansy. Quickly, get up here. There are a multitude of corpse bugs. Pansy surveyed his surroundings, spotting dozens of corpse bugs closing in. Ignoring the pain in his body, he hastily attempted to climb upward. Yet he was too late. The swarm of corpse bugs surrounded him, and more continued to converge from all directions, assessing the dire situation. Pansy gritted his teeth and prepared to break through. However, the moment he moved, the corpse bugs on the ground leaped up and lunged at him, biting into his flesh. He was a resolute individual, forcibly pulling the biting corpse bugs off his body, enduring the pain without a sound. Pansy, be careful. Fire. Corpse bugs fear fire. Fatty shouted, igniting several flare sticks and tossing them down. The flames from the flares temporarily deterred some of the corpse bugs from approaching Pansy. But they did not retreat entirely, leaving him still trapped. Once the flames extinguished, he would be vulnerable to another assault. Moreover, the commotion below had attracted even more corpse bugs. Not only were they closing in on Pansy, but they were also encroaching upon Tianjin and Fatty from their elevated position. Pansy looked at the ever-growing swarm of corpse bugs, despair etched on his face. Young master, don't worry about me. You must escape quickly, or none of us will survive. Chapter 16. Lifespan surpassing 5,000 years. The flares had a limited duration, and with the multitude of corpse bugs, their effectiveness was minimal. In no time, the flames dwindled, and numerous corpse bugs had leaped over the remnants of the fire, attacking Pansy. Perhaps due to the flares, even more corpse bugs were drawn towards them. Wu Tianjin and Fatty were frantically trying to find a solution. They suddenly noticed a torrent of corpse bugs flooding into the cave. In mere seconds, they were surrounded. This is disastrous. Fatty's meat and teeth palatable. Please don't bite me. Fatty chanted nervously, his hands moving rapidly as he pulled out a bundle of explosives. Tianjin gasped in shock. Fatty, have you lost your mind? Igniting explosives here will cause a collapse. No one will survive. Even being buried alive is better than being bitten to death by these corpse bugs. With this many corpse bugs, what other options do we have? Sighing helplessly, Tianjin lamented. If only my brother were here. No matter how many corpse bugs there were, he would have a way to handle them. Don't be ridiculous. Is your brother a celestial being? Anyone, aside from a celestial, would perish facing this countless swarm of corpse bugs. Fatty clearly did not believe Tianjin's assertion. Even if his brother was formidable, he was still mortal, and facing an endless horde of corpse bugs without proper weaponry would lead to certain death. Who would have anticipated the tomb would harbor such a multitude of corpse bugs, thus preparing specific weapons to counter them? In the midst of their despair, Tianjin spotted a figure racing towards them from the other end of the cave. Everywhere this figure passed, corpse bugs fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving a trail of their corpses in its wake. This sight left Fatty dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Rubbing his eyes to confirm, he exclaimed, "My goodness, could it be that a deity has descended to rescue us?" At that moment, Tianjin shouted in joy, "Brother, you've finally arrived." Wu Hao had left with Uncle Wu to attend to certain matters, and after completing those, he hurried over, fortunately arriving just in time to avert disaster. As he dashed forward, the 6Q Immortal Thief activated its devouring ability, consuming all corpse bugs within a 2-meter radius, and in a short span, he had extended his lifespan by decades. Noticing Tianjin was unharmed, he urged, "We must leave this place swiftly. I'll go rescue Pansy." Upon seeing the greater and denser swarm of corpse bugs below, Wu Hao felt not fear but exhilaration. Before he could finish speaking, he jumped down from his elevated position. "Tianjin, is he truly your elder brother?" "Yes, I told you my brother is quite impressive. Now do you believe it?" Fatty nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. "I believe it. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, who would dare to believe that such extraordinary individuals exist in this world?" Tianjin, with an expression of pride, exclaimed that the divine-like man was none other than her elder brother. Below, Pansy found himself engulfed in despair, fully aware that amidst the overwhelming horde of corpses, survival was no longer an option. Thus, adhering to the principle of not suffering losses, he resolved to slay as many corpses as possible before his demise, hoping to mitigate his losses. Yet the carapaces of the corpses were exceptionally tough, rendering the act of killing them exceedingly arduous. His entrenching tool bore several gashes, and even then, he had only managed to dispatch 1 or 2 of the creatures. Meanwhile, his body was already riddled with wounds inflicted by the corpses, blood flowing incessantly. To end that moment of madness, he had abandoned all caution, violently hacking and smashing at the corpses with reckless abandon. Just then, he witnessed Wu Hao leaping down from above into the dense mass of corpses. "Young master, it's dangerous. Quickly flee." Although Pansy recognized Wu Hao's formidable prowess, capable of slaying even the corpse king with a single gesture, he was acutely aware that the sheer number of corpses was enough to instill dread. Relying solely on his abilities, it was impossible to eliminate this multitude. "You go first." Wu Hao seized the frenzied Pansy and tossed him upward. Pansy, in a futile attempt, reached out for Wu Hao, but grasped nothing but air. He felt a rush of wind by his ear, and with a dull thud, he landed at the cave's entrance above. "You all hurry and leave. Rest assured, no number of corpses can harm me." Wu Hao replied with a mysterious smile. Unbeknownst to others, these corpses posed no threat to him. In fact, they were a tremendous source of nourishment, and he found the current number of corpses insufficient. "Brother, how can we abandon you to save ourselves?" "Young master, if you don't leave, we won't either." Wu Tianjin and Pansy were resolute in their refusal to depart, yet the chubby companion seemed to grasp the situation, pulling one of them along to escape. "What are you two doing here, causing chaos? Can't you see the multitude of corpses littering the cave? You cannot focus on us while having to worry about your safety." After glancing at the cave and then at Wu Hao, who remained unscathed, they quickly understood. Their presence not only rendered them helpless, but also diverted Wu Hao's attention from dealing with the corpses. "Brother, take care of yourself. We won't be a burden any longer." "Young master, please be cautious." With a call, Tianjin and Pansy followed the chubby companion as they fled. Once they departed, Wu Hao unleashed his full capabilities, beginning to reap the corpses. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured the soul of a corpse. increasing your lifespan by 1 day. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured the soul of a corpse, increasing your lifespan by 1 day. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured the soul of a corpse, increasing your lifespan by 1 day. After the evolution of the gluttonous bloodline, Wu Hao's dominance over the corpses became increasingly pronounced. His movements slowed considerably, which facilitated his consumption. 10, 0, 0, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0, 500, 0, 0, 0, 100 years, 500 years, 1, 0, 0, 0 years. His attribute panel displayed the lifespan incrementing by dozens of years each second. In the royal palace of Lu Wang, the number of corpses far exceeded that in the river cave, and the growth in lifespan only ceased when it reached over 3,000 years. That moment, no living corpse remained around him, only a sea of carcasses. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a total of 169 years of lifespan from this encounter, with a current balance of 5,008 years. Ding! Lifespan balance has exceeded 5,000 years. The system mall is now open, allowing the host to exchange lifespan for any items available. There's actually a system mall. Wu Hao promptly opened the system mall to see what items were available for exchange. Chapter 17. Corpse Dan 1, 000 cubic meters of system space. 5,000 years of lifespan. Mount Moving Feng Shui Technique. 5,000 years of lifespan. Dragon Seeking Technique. 5,000 years of lifespan. 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Technique. 5,000 years of lifespan. Innate Thunder Law. 10,000 years of lifespan. Palm Thunder 10. 000 years of lifespan. Unlock Pet Function. 10,000 years of lifespan. Wu Hao was initially elated to see the exchangeable items in the system mall, which included various esoteric techniques and secret arts. The Feng Shui techniques were impressive, but the presence of the innate Thunder Law and Palm Thunder was particularly enticing. Thunder Law was the nemesis of all malevolent entities. Possessing such techniques would render encounters with puppets and blood corpses effortless, as a single bolt of lightning would obliterate them. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, upon seeing the lifespan required for these exchanges, he shook his head, and no wonder the mall was activated only after exceeding 5,000 years of lifespan. It turned out that every item required at least that amount. Esoteric techniques could be activated through tasks for merely 1,000 years of lifespan, which was evidently more palatable. Wu Hao realized that the system mall was not designed for his current self. With only 5,008 years of lifespan, exchanging for any item would leave him with merely 8 years to live, which was unacceptable. That he needed to accumulate at least 1,000 years of surplus lifespan before daring to exchange. For the time being, there was no rush to utilize the system mall. His current situation dictated that the stronger he became, the faster his lifespan would grow. It was wiser to concentrate on completing tasks to enhance his strength and save up more lifespan before returning to the mall. After all, the items that would not vanish. Pan Zi, having been bitten by a corpse, succumbed to deep poisoning and soon fell into a coma. Tianjin and the chubby companion hastily assisted him as they retreated through the cave. Once they reached a safe location, they set Pan Zi down and rested on the ground, panting heavily from their exertion. Tianjin, how old is your brother? He is remarkably powerful. He is just a year older than me. He grew up learning skills in the Taoist temple, incredibly formidable, as you witnessed earlier. My goodness, just a year older. Yet you two are like night and day. If you possessed even half of his prowess, we wouldn't be fleeing for our lives. Giggling, they were in the midst of idle chatter, when suddenly a peculiar cry pierced the air. The chubby companion immediately became alert. Tianjin, support Pan Zi and prepare to flee. That's the cry of the blood people, and they are converging here. What are blood people? Are they similar to blood corpses? The chubby companion nodded. Indeed, they are individuals poisoned by blood corpses. While they may not match the corpses in strength, they are still formidable, attacking any living beings indiscriminately. Unless you sever their heads, they cannot be killed. Hiss, Tianjin gasped, hastily propping up the unconscious Pan Zi, ready to escape. However, as she stood, a bloodied human face appeared before her. Turning to flee in another direction, she found yet another identical face blocking her way. Damn it, it's a blood person. The chubby companion aimed his gun at the blood person's head and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet struck true. The blood person hesitated for a moment before lunging toward Tianjun and the others. Seeing this, the chubby companion pushed Tianjun aside and drew his entrenching tool. Charging toward the blood person, that as he drew near, he swung the shovel with all his might, severing the blood person's head from its body with a sickening crunch. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escape, the chubby companion urged as he supported Panzi. Tianjun finally snapped back to reality and took off running. The cave was a labyrinth of paths, and after much twisting and turning, they finally managed to shake off the pursuing blood person. Just as they paused to catch their breath, a cacophony of eerie laughter echoed around them. Shoo! The chubby companion gestured for silence and raised his shovel. Moving toward the source of the strange sounds that as he approached, a shadow darted out, biting his wrist. The sudden pain caused the entrenching tool to slip from his grasp. Struggling to shake it off, he used his free hand to elbow the shadow's back repeatedly. Yet, the shadow refused to release its grip, and the chubby companion howled in agony. Tianjun, you must go. I've been bitten by a blood person. Soon, I too will become one. To think I, Fat Lord, once ruled the underground world, and now I've met such a fate. At that moment, the shadow suddenly let go. You are the blood person. Your whole family are blood people. The chubby companion turned his flashlight and was met with a pale face devoid of blood, one that looked somewhat familiar. So it's you, woman. You dog, biting anyone you see. How was I to know what you were? The woman weakly replied before collapsing to the ground. That moment, Tianjun recognized her and gasped, Ning, how is it you? My team was poisoned after wading through stagnant water upon entering the tomb. Those contaminated became blood people, and I fled here after being attacked. But how come you're unharmed? The chubby companion grumbled, still feeling the sting of his wound. I received a vaccine before we set out. Generally, toxins have no effect on me. Upon hearing the news, the hefty man was utterly bewildered that Ning had been vaccinated, rendering the toxin ineffective against her. However, she could still carry the poison. Now, having been bitten by her, he could not help but wonder if he would truly transform into a blood fiend. That it's all your fault, woman. If I do become a blood fiend, I swear that in my final moments of sanity, I will put a bullet through you. Just as he finished speaking, the world around him began to blur, and everything started to spin. That moment, he saw a shadow appear, scattering a foul-smelling powder into his mouth, causing an immediate wave of nausea that left him wanting to vomit but unable to do so. The newcomer was none other than Wu Hao, who had come after dealing with the corpse insects and had overheard their conversation. Realizing that the hefty man had been poisoned, fortunately, he possessed a corpse elixir obtained from slaying a blood fiend, which could counteract the toxin, and he hastily administered some of the powder to the hefty man. Despite his gluttonous nature and penchant for wealth, the hefty man was also remarkably principled, willing to sacrifice his life for his brothers. He would undoubtedly remember that his life had been saved and treat Wu Hao as a brother in return. In the future, as he took over the Wu family, he could not handle everything alone. He would need trustworthy companions, and the hefty man was a good candidate. Thus, Wu Hao did not hesitate to save him. Reluctantly consuming the foul powder, the hefty man was initially ready to curse, but he suddenly felt the debilitating weakness lift, and the world ceased to spin. Aside from a lingering dizziness, he experienced no other symptoms. And he quickly understood that Wu Hao had saved him, filling his heart with gratitude. Big brother, what was that you just gave me? The effect is astonishing. It's called a corpse elixir, extracted from a blood fiend. Ugh! Upon hearing that it was a corpse elixir, the hefty man began to retch uncontrollably. Why that stuff? Isn't it too disgusting? Chapter 18. The Hydrocypress. Once the hefty man learned he had ingested corpse elixir powder, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but after some time, he managed to compose himself. Ugh! It is indeed nauseating, but the effects are remarkable. I no longer exhibit any symptoms of poisoning. Of course, the corpse elixir is the essence of a blood fiend. It can nullify a myriad of toxins. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. You were willing to part with such a precious item. If you ever need me, do not hesitate to ask. I shall never refuse. Wu Hao smiled at this. Enough of the sentimentalities. Let us move quickly. That he was well aware that the time spent exploring the Lu Wang Palace would impact the final score, and he had no intention of delaying and risking a lower rating. Just as he was about to lead everyone to the main tomb, he noticed that Pan Zi was in dire straits. Upon closer inspection, he discovered not only bite wounds from the corpse insects on Pansy's body, but also small corpse insects crawling into the wounds. Pansy, hang in there. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Hao inserted 2 fingers into the wound on Pansy's chest, and when he withdrew them, he had extracted a small corpse insect. In total, he removed 5 small corpse insects from Pansy's body. Thankfully, these small insects were non-venomous. Otherwise, Pansy would have likely succumbed to the poison already. Pansy demonstrated remarkable willpower, enduring not only numerous injuries but also the intrusion of the corpse insects, managing to hold on until now. Once we get out, we need to treat these wounds to prevent infection. Yes, thank you, young master. Pansy's eyes brimmed with gratitude. He had thought he was doomed, but had been saved by Wu Hao. He resolved in his heart that from now on, his life belonged to the young master, ready to brave any peril for him. Suddenly, peculiar cackling echoed within the cave. The previous attackers, Tianjun and the hefty man's blood fiend, were hot on their heels. Blood fiends, everyone be cautious. The hefty man brandished a shovel and charged forward, only to see Wu Hao swiftly step up to as he approached the blood fiend. It suddenly collapsed to the ground. Motionless. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've devoured the soul of a blood fiend, extending your lifespan by 100 days. That a single blood fiend could increase one's lifespan by a century, and like the corpse insects, it could be consumed directly within a 2-meter radius. It was a pity that blood fiends were not as numerous as corpse insects. Otherwise, the speed at which one could extend their lifespan would be exhilarating to imagine. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished, momentarily rendering them speechless. That a few seconds later, the hefty man snapped back to reality, using his shovel to prod the blood fiend a few times. Seeing it unresponsive, he realized it was truly dead. How strange. Unless its head is severed, a blood fiend cannot die even if dismembered. Why did it suddenly perish like this? Wu Hao smiled slightly. This was all thanks to the power of the 6-Ku Immortal Thief, capable of digesting all substances to enhance the 6 viscera and prolong his lifespan. That it was not so easily done by others to kill a blood fiend. That he understood this but chose not to disclose it to anyone. Feigning ignorance as he said, regardless of how it died, we should hurry and search for the main tomb. That Wu Hao was unwilling to elaborate, and the others refrained from inquiring further, suppressing their curiosity and following him as they prepared to depart. As Tianjin was about to leave, he glanced at the unconscious Ning and asked, "We are leaving. Will you join us?" Tianjin, are you still concerned about this wicked woman? Have you forgotten how she stole from us? The hefty man was the first to voice opposition against Tianjin's intention to take Ning along. Though she robbed us, she did not harm us. Tianjin, inexperienced and unaware of the treachery of human nature, found it impossible to disregard a life. The hefty man, seeing his persuasion fail, approached Wu Hao. "Big brother, look at Tianjin." Let him be that Wu Hao did not intend to intervene. It was futile to say more, as he could not monitor Tianjin at all times. That it was better for him to experience it firsthand. Only through experience could one grow. Very well, let Tianjin witness the wickedness of humanity. The hefty man, seeing Wu Hao had no objections, ceased further discussion. Unexpectedly, Ning herself declined Tianjin's kindness. "That I still have people to find. You all can go." Tianjin nodded and rose to follow the group as they departed. On the way, he inquired, "Brother, where did you go just now? What about third uncle? Why did you all leave without saying a word?" Without a doubt, he had gone to seek the ghost seal. Aside from looking for the ghost seal, what else could it be? Before Wu Hao could respond, the hefty man interjected that of course, he went to find the ghost seal. What else would he be doing here? The hefty man was aware of the ghost seal, indicating that he possessed considerable knowledge. Tianjin was perplexed, having never heard of the ghost seal before. What is the ghost seal, and how do you know there is one here? I'm not sure what the ghost seal is, but it must be important. I came in with Ning and the others, and I overheard them mentioning the need to find something called the ghost seal. As they conversed, the group had already exited the cave and reached the edge of a steep cliff. Before them lay a gigantic cavern, and their current position was still several meters above the cavern's floor. Inside the cavern stood a towering ancient tree, its top obscured from view, seemingly taller than the cavern itself, at least 100 or 200 meters. This was the cannibal tree, the Hydra cypress. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating the cavern and dispelling its darkness. "Look quickly. What is that? It seems to be a jade bed." The hefty man's eyes gleamed as he spotted a large stone radiating a green glow below. Suddenly, several figures appeared below, approaching the jade bed. The hefty man, in a panic, shouted, "Hurry down if we delay. The treasure will be snatched away." "Hefty man, that's my third uncle and brother Jean." "Third uncle?" Tianjin cried out, waving at his uncle below. Upon hearing his voice, Wu San turned around to see the group above and subtly signaled to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded, indicating his understanding. Previously, he had left the group with Wu San to verify whether Zhang Qilin was indeed the original Zhang Qilin or if he had been possessed by the deity's consciousness. The look exchanged between the two signified that Zhang Qilin was indeed fine. He was still himself. "What, Tianjin, you say those below are your third uncle?" "Yes, what of it?" The hefty man scoffed, "Of course. This raises a question that if they are outsiders, I would do anything to go down and share in the spoils. But if it's your third uncle, how can I possibly steal from my brother?" After saying this, he glanced at Wu Hao, wishing to treat him as a brother, but uncertain if he would reciprocate. Seeing Wu Hao had no objections to the term brother, he felt a surge of joy and called out, "Let us hurry down and see what treasures await us." Before he could finish, he let out a blood-curdling scream as a vine, as thick as a telephone pole, suddenly emerged and ensnared him, dragging him into the cavern. "What the hell is this thing? Is it eating people?" Chapter 19. Is he still human? Seeing the hefty man being dragged away by the vine, Wu Hao prepared to rush forward to rescue him. At that moment, more vines erupted from all directions, resembling living tentacles, attacking all creatures in their vicinity. Tianjun, standing at the outermost edge, was instantly ensnared. These vines were all as thick as telephone poles, their surface scaly and gleaming as if covered in armor that Wu Hao dodged a vine attack. But more were soon on the way. The vines intertwined in the air, forming a giant net, leaving those below with no avenue of escape. At that moment, Pansy stepped forward to shield Wu Hao, brandishing his shovel to fend off a lunging vine. Clang! The engineer's shovel, when swung against the vines, produced little more than a sound, failing to inflict any significant damage. Instead, the impact reverberated through his hands, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to lose hold of the shovel. "Young master, be cautious. This creature is exceedingly formidable." Though the engineer's shovel could sever a blood creature's head, it left no trace upon the vines, showcasing their remarkable resilience. Pansy, despite his efforts to resist, was swiftly ensnared by a vine that Wu Hao, desperate to save him, found himself overwhelmed as countless vines, akin to tentacles, reached out from all directions, entangling him and dragging him toward the trunk. Through the leaves, he glimpsed a hollow in the tree, where a pool of vibrant green liquid bubbled ominously, occasionally revealing bones that surfaced from its depths. The tree hollow resembled the digestive organ of a man-eating tree, where captured beings hung suspended, their bodies decomposing and dripping bodily fluids into the pool below. It was unfathomable how many years and lives had contributed to this grotesque reservoir of decay. At that moment, the corpulent man was pulled above the tree hollow, and upon witnessing the pool of cadaverous fluid, he let out a terrified wail that, "My God, this tree truly consumes humans." He struggled desperately, seeking to free himself and flee. Yet with every movement, more vines emerged, ensnaring him further and rendering him immobile. Before long, Tianjun and Pansy found themselves in the same predicament, all three suspended above the tree hollow, akin to food destined for the pot. Fortunately, the vines merely restrained them, leaving them dangling above the pool of cadaverous liquid, thus sparing them from immediate peril. As Wu Hao fended off the attacking vines, he contemplated how to rescue the three of them. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. He turned towards the source of light and beheld a gemstone necklace, the size of a pigeon's egg, dangling from the treetop. The vines of the man-eating tree hung down from the canopy, evenly distributed, save for a vacuum around the necklace, as if the vines consciously avoided that area. This sight. The words Tianqin stone floated into his mind. Legend had it that the Tianqin stone, a celestial meteorite, was the nemesis of the man-eating tree. Scattering its powder would ward off its attacks. This explained why the vines dared not approach that particular region. Wu Hao realized that the most effective way to reach and seize the necklace was to allow the vines to pull him closer, that he promptly abandoned his resistance, permitting the vines to ensnare him and draw him toward the tree hollow. While others might hesitate, Wu Hao was different. He was confident in his ability to escape the vine's grasp. The corpulent man, upon seeing Wu Hao ensnared, was immediately struck by despair. Oh no, oh no. Even our formidable brother has been caught. Who will save us now? Tianjin's words had barely left his lips when Wu Senshu, Zhang Qilin, and Decay were also captured by the vines and pulled upward from beneath the tree. Now, everyone was ensnared, left to await their doom. First through starvation, then through decay as their bodies began to rot and leak bodily fluids. Fatty, cease your doom-saying, or I shall toss you in to feed the man-eating tree. Brother, I speak only the truth. Who among us can save ourselves in this dire situation? Since we cannot rely on others, we must rely on ourselves to break free. But brother, if even the engineer's shovel cannot leave a mark on these vines, how can we hope to escape? Fatty spoke a harsh truth. Being bound by layer upon layer of vines was akin to being wrapped in coils of steel rebar. How many could indeed free themselves from such a confinement? Yet Wu Hao's situation was different. With a cumulative evaluation of his 4 attributes, constitution, strength, speed, and insight, at an astonishing 201 points, he was 20 times that of an average adult, that if even this prowess proved insufficient, he would resort to sacrificing his life force to enhance his attributes. That Wu Hao concentrated his efforts, preparing to forcefully escape the vine's grip, that as he exerted his strength, a small gap opened in the vines. But before he could capitalize on it, more vines surged forth, tightening their hold. Indeed, his current strength was inadequate to break free. Yet he remained unperturbed. If he could not succeed now, he would simply become stronger. System: elevate all attributes to the Grand Master level. Ding, consumed 300 years of lifespan. Constitution elevated to Grand Master level. Ding, consumed 300 years of lifespan. Strength elevated to Grand Master level. Ding, consumed 300 years of lifespan. Speed elevated to Grand Master level. Ding, consumed 300 years of lifespan. Insight elevated to Grand Master level. Ding, a total of 1,200 years of lifespan consumed. After deducting 120 years for attribute completion, a net consumption of 1,080 years leaves a remaining lifespan of 3,928 years. In an instant, a series of radiant lights enveloped Wu Hao, amplifying his physical prowess exponentially. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, and upon reviewing his attributes, he discovered they had reached an astounding 1,000 points, 5 times greater than before. For reference, an ordinary person would have a maximum of 10 points, while he now possessed 1,000, signifying that his cumulative evaluation was 100 times that of a typical adult. As his power surged, so too did his aura, emanating an irresistible dominance. Nearby, Zhang Qilin observed the transformation in Wu Hao. His curiosity piqued. Throughout their journey, each time he believed he had witnessed Wu Hao's limits, the latter had surpassed them, continually defying expectations that he could not fathom how anyone could achieve such growth in so short a time. He doubted he could replicate it himself, once all attributes were elevated to the Grandmaster level. Wu Hao prepared to attempt breaking free from the vines once more. Should this endeavor fail, he would have no choice but to expend his entire lifespan to elevate his attributes to a transcendent level. As he exerted his strength, the vines sensed his intent, tightening their grip, while several additional vines reached out to ensnare him further. Encased in layers, he resembled a silkworm cocoon, with only half his head exposed. Wu Hao's struggle captivated the attention of all present. They watched in disbelief. Deep down, they felt it impossible for anyone to escape the clutches of the man-eating tree. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. For he was not just anyone. He was Wu Hao, the one who continually astonished them with his breakthroughs. Brother, you can do it. Brother, I believe in you. Xiao Haozi, you have already overcome your greatest tribulation. You shall not meet your end here, that I have faith in your abilities. That Wu Hao focused all his attention inward, deaf to the voices around him, that he summoned his strength, pushing with all his might. 100%. Then 200, 300, until he reached his maximum capacity. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and the once unyielding vines began to splinter. With a tremendous effort, Wu Hao unleashed all his latent potential, breaking free from the vines that bound him. This astonishing display left everyone in a state of shock, momentarily unable to comprehend the reality before them. Moments later, they regained their senses. Heavens, he actually broke the vines with sheer force. Just how strong is he? Is this even the strength of a mere mortal? Only a deity could possess such terrifying power. Chapter 20. The true master is not present, though Wu Hao had momentarily gained his freedom by breaking the vines. More tendril-like vines emerged, ready to ensnare him once again. With all attributes elevated to the Grandmaster realm, his strength and speed had both multiplied significantly. He darted and leaped, weaving through the web of vines, swiftly approaching the area where the Tianxin stone necklace hung. Once he grasped the necklace, he would be able to fully evade the vines' attacks. Within mere seconds, he navigated through the obstructing vines and reached the designated vacuum area. Exhaling deeply, Wu Hao relaxed, confirming his earlier hypothesis. The vines indeed shunned this region, that he approached the treetop, retrieving the Tianxin stone necklace and grasping it firmly. Ding. Acquired Tianxin stone. Hidden quest completed. Reward. 1 pet slot. Activation requires 5,000 years of lifespan. Current host lifespan insufficient to activate this function. Wu Hao recalled that he could consume lifespan in the shop to activate the pet function, with each additional pet requiring a sacrifice of 10,000 years. The quest reward for the pet function only required 5,000 years, effectively having the lifespan cost that it seemed more practical to complete quests until he had amassed a sufficient lifespan. Having reached the main burial chamber, he anticipated that once he explored it, he would have thoroughly examined the royal tomb of King Liu. Thus far, no one in the group had perished, and their time spent was relatively short. He hoped their rating would reflect this. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of the rewards they would receive. This thought filled him with eager anticipation. Ding detected the man-eating tree. Host may devour it to elevate bloodline level. Due to the high level of the monster, the host must defeat it to consume it. That as anticipated, devouring the Hydra Cypress indeed enhances the bloodline level. However, it is evident that the Hydra Cypress is far more formidable than the likes of the puppet Blood Corpse and Corpse Frog King. They are simply not in the same league. After consuming it, the progress in bloodline enhancement should significantly increase. That Wu Hao temporarily set aside the matter of devouring the Hydra Cypress, prioritizing the rescue of others and the swift exploration of the Liu King's palace. Now that he possessed the Heavenly Heartstone, he would not suffer from the Hydra Cypress's attacks. Killing him would be a trivial matter. With the Heavenly Heartstone necklace in hand, Wu Hao swaggered back, successfully returning to the area above the tree hollow. As he drew near, the surrounding vines parted, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Seeing Wu Hao return safely, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. That Wu Hao rescued Wu Xinxiu, Tianjun, Zhang Qilin, Pan Zi, Decay, and the chubby fellow. This scene left everyone in awe. The chubby man, perplexed, asked, "What's going on? Why did the Hydra Cypress actively retreat?" From the moment Wu Hao began his return, Zhang Qilin had noticed the necklace he wore. Finally, he grasped the situation and coldly remarked, "It's the Heavenly Heartstone." "What is the Heavenly Heartstone?" Without paying attention to the chubby man, Zhang Qilin began explaining to the others, "The Heavenly Heartstone is an extraterrestrial gem, said to be the nemesis of the Hydra Cypress. However, this stone is exceedingly rare. Storehouse, how did you acquire it?" Wu Hao pointed behind him. "I found it over there." Wu Xinxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. To stumble upon such a rare treasure was beyond comprehension. The Heavenly Heartstone must be worth a fortune. Having one displayed in my antique shop would certainly elevate its prestige. The chubby man, speaking of business, began to search for one. Wu Tenjin playfully patted him on the back, laughing. "Chubby, give it a rest. Do you think you possess my brother's luck?" The chubby man frowned. What if? What if there's still a chance?" He remained reluctant and took a few steps away from Wu Hao, only for the surrounding vines to reach out towards him. Startled, he quickly retreated, exclaiming, "My goodness, I almost got pulled in again." He stomped his foot hard on the tree trunk and then pulled out a bundle of explosives from his backpack. "Damn it, if you want to eat me, then I'll blow you to smithereens." "Chubby, you've lost your mind." Pansy hurriedly intervened. "Are you trying to blow up the Hydra Cypress out of frustration? Or are you looking to perish alongside it?" The chubby man pondered for a moment and realized that detonating the Hydra Cypress might cause the cave to collapse, burying them alive. That he thus returned the explosives to his pack. Muttering, "I'll let you live a little longer. When I get out, it will be your doom." Wu Hao didn't mind if the chubby man blew up the Hydra Cypress. It would save him the trouble of doing it himself. In any case, he intended to kill the Hydra Cypress and devour it in the end. The trunk of the Hydra Cypress was quite robust, with numerous branches and twigs. That Wu Hao looked up and noticed that the hollow was at least 60 to 70 meters high from the treetop. The treetops spread out like a grand umbrella over the cave, with countless vine-like tendrils hanging down, roughly estimating that there were at least 1,000 of with a naive demeanor. Tianjin half opened and half closed his eyes, removing the mask from the male corpse, revealing a grotesque visage beneath, which, though ostensibly human, bore a striking resemblance to a fox. It turned out to be the corpse of a blue-eyed fox, an unexpected discovery indeed. Upon seeing the fox-like face, Wu Sanshu gasped in astonishment. Legends say that those possessed by the fox spirit possess eyes imbued with magical powers, capable of ensnaring individuals in illusions and affecting their mental state. Hiss! The fatty and decay inhaled sharply at this revelation. Had it not been for Wu Hao awakening them in time, they shuddered to think of the horrors that might have ensued. Wu Hao stepped forward, collecting the keys and the bronze box dropped by Fatty and Decay, inserting the key into the lock. With a click, the box sprang open. What treasures lie within? The members of the team, with the exception of Zhang Qilin, gathered around, their curiosity piqued. However, upon peering inside, disappointment washed over them. The box was utterly empty. Damn it, what a waste of my time. Had I known, I wouldn't have squandered moments on these two corpses. Fatty muttered, shifting his focus away from the purple gold box to search for gold instead. Wu Hao chuckled softly, discreetly stowing the bronze box into the system space, that if memory served him correctly, this box was known as the Silver Ridge Top. Specifically designed for treasure storage, concealing secret compartments within, one of which harbored a copper fish with serpent-like eyebrows. Suddenly, Fatty felt something beneath his feet, producing a sound with the slightest movement. Realizing they were in the main burial chamber, rife with traps, he hesitated to move further. Big brother, come quickly. Wu Hao approached the call and discovered precisely what he had been searching for. The mechanism to open the coffin. It was here all along. He instructed Fatty to shift his foot aside, and a resounding rumble echoed through the cave. Following the sound's direction, they beheld the vines beneath the trunk of the nine-headed cypress slithering away one by one. Before long, a coffin bound with thick iron chains came into view. Once the vines obstructing the cave's entrance had withdrawn completely, with a loud bang, the coffin was pushed forth. Goodness! The true body was hidden deep within the trunk of the nine-headed cypress. Fatty and Decay, upon witnessing the coffin emerge, were momentarily stunned, paralyzed by the earlier threat of the trap, awaiting Wu Hao's guidance. Chapter 22. The Jade Cocoon resurrected. My goodness. Such a large coffin must be immensely valuable. This time, it was not just Fatty and Decay whose eyes widened. Even Pansy was captivated by the coffin's grandeur. The outer layer was crafted from bronze, and given its massive size, exceeding 2 meters in length and width, it was evident it held numerous treasures within. Wu Sanshu glared. How many times must I tell you? This is a coffin, not merely a casket. Do not let your eyes be clouded by thoughts of wealth. Can you even move such a substantial coffin? 3 Uncle speaks true, Pansy timidly replied, falling silent as he began examining the coffin's surroundings. 3 Uncle, there seems to be an inscription on this side of the coffin. Upon hearing this, Wu Sanshu leaned closer, discovering an entire surface adorned with ancient characters. Tianjin, an expert in ancient script, was beckoned forward to decipher it. Tianjin, what do the characters say? Do they indicate who lies within or what treasures accompany them? Fatty inquired impatiently. Tianjin scrutinized the inscriptions, furrowing his brow. After a considerable pause, he replied, "This is a script from the Warring States period, used in a small region of the Lu state, with very few surviving examples. And even fewer deciphered. We remain in the dark about the content. That is one way to interpret it, though these 3 characters seem to refer to Lu Shangwang. In that case, why not open the coffin and see for ourselves?" Fatty, uninterested in ancient texts, was fixated solely on the treasures within the tomb. Now that Tianjin was unable to comprehend the inscriptions, he seized the opportunity to urge for the coffin's opening. "Young master, there's another character here. Would you like to come and see?" Upon hearing the call, Tianjin moved to the opposite side of the coffin, where he noticed a palm-sized round disc protruding, engraved with a character and accompanied by a sequence of numbers. Open, 869. What does this mean? Do the numbers hold any special significance? It likely indicates the time until the coffin can be opened, suggesting there are still 869 years until that moment. As Wu Hao spoke, he brushed his fingers over the numbers, realizing they were movable, changing every so often. How can this be? with all these traps? Aren't they meant to prevent tomb robbers? Who would inscribe the opening time on the coffin? Indeed, does the tomb owner expect someone to come and open it? Tianjun and Fatty both dismissed Wu Hao's theory, convinced the numbers must signify something else. Just then, a coarse, deep breathing sound echoed in their ears. Did you hear that? Where is it coming from? Fatty, are you trying to scare us? Inhaling deeply, the sound resonated again. This time clearer, emanating from within the coffin. The surrounding group recoiled in terror. Do you think the person inside the coffin might still be alive? Fatty, stop frightening everyone. How could there be a living person in there? Even if they could breathe, what about sustenance? I'm not arguing with you. Let's just open it and find out. Fatty and Decay, having been ensnared by the illusion of the blue-eyed fox corpse, were now at odds, and without further ado, he approached the coffin. He circled the coffin, finding it perfectly sealed with no apparent means to intervene. His gaze then fell upon the disc inscribed with Open 869. He grasped it firmly, twisting and pressing with all his might, but the coffin remained unyielding. Frustrated, he placed both hands on the lid and pushed with all his strength, yet met with the same resistance. Fatty, you're weak. How can you be so feeble at such a young age? Why don't you try it? I refuse to believe you can open it. Decay, tall and strong, was known for his formidable strength. Despite his lack of intellect, he approached confidently, placing one palm on the coffin lid and exerting force. His face reddened with effort, but the lid remained immobile, initially intending to mock Fatty by lifting it with one hand. He was compelled to shift to both hands, yet the result was unchanged, so tall, and yet so weak. Ha! Decay, unwilling to lose face, insisted, there must be a mechanism. Otherwise, I could open it with one hand. Ah! Fatty scoffed, ignoring him and turning to Wu Hao. Big brother, you managed to break through the 9-headed cypress vines. Surely opening the coffin is child's play for you. Very well, I'll give it a try. Wu Hao agreed, first running his fingers over the coffin to ascertain there were no other mechanisms before placing both hands on the lid. With a powerful push, the coffin lid flew several meters away, crashing against the cavern wall with a tremendous thud. Fatty and Decay stared in disbelief. Having personally attempted to lift it, they understood the coffin's weight. Both were exceptionally strong, among the best of ordinary men. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could not budge it, while Wu Hao had done so effortlessly. Such strength was truly terrifying. After elevating all his attributes to the Grandmaster level, Wu Hao's physique, strength, speed, and comprehension were 100-fold that of an ordinary person. Even though Fatty and Decay were among the strongest, they could not compare. This explained why they struggled while he succeeded with ease. The coffin comprised 3 layers. The trunk of the 9-headed cypress constituted the first layer, the bronze coffin the second, and the innermost layer housed a lacquer coffin. Each layer had a gap of approximately 30 centimeters, filled with various burial items, gold, silver, jewels, and antique jade artifacts, a veritable treasure trove. Indeed, the treasures lie within. So many riches. We're going to be rich. Fatty and Decay eagerly leaned over the coffin's edge, continuously extracting treasures. Suddenly, a grinding sound reverberated, causing both to believe they had triggered a trap, prompting them to retreat in haste. Even abandoning their treasures to AT that moment, the lacquer coffin began to rise slowly, automatically opening to reveal a corpse wrapped in jade fragments. The surrounding onlookers were instantly captivated. Casting aside any thoughts of danger, my goodness, the most precious treasure was adorning his body all along. This must be the jade cocoon that Qin Shi Huang sought throughout his life. In that instant, the corpse abruptly sat up with a loud bang. Its come back to life. Chapter 23. I'll remove the jade cocoon, blood corpse. You handle it, stop. Zhang Qilin's thunderous roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. It turned out that the hefty man stood at the other end of the coffin, able to see the situation behind the corpse, that he realized that the reason the corpse had sat up was merely due to a mechanism that propped it up. It was by no means a resurrection. Just as everyone thought a reanimation was imminent, he stepped forward and directly lifted the corpse, clad in a jade cocoon, from the lacquered coffin and placed it onto the nearby jade bed. As he prepared to remove the jade cocoon from the corpse, he was halted by Zhang Qilin. There is a thread here. A simple tug will release the jade cocoon. Why do you stop me? The hefty man protested that if you pull that thread, it will transform into a blood corpse. The true essence inside only entered after consuming a pill and has been shedding skin every 500 years. Once it sheds its skin for the sixth time, it will regain its youth. The jade cocoon can only be removed during that process. Upon hearing this, the hefty man gasped in astonishment that he was well aware of the ferocity of blood corpses. Even dealing with a poisoned blood person was exceedingly challenging, let alone a blood corpse. Wait a moment. How do you know all this? I can't shake the feeling that you are quite familiar with this place. He inquired. Zhang Qilin remained expressionless, and after speaking, he fell silent, choosing to sit alone on a distant stone. The hefty man, receiving no response, felt disheartened that he wanted to remove the jade cocoon, but feared the transformation, leaving him at a loss. Suddenly, he recalled Wu Hao and approached Tianjin, whispering, "Tianjin, did your brother really kill a blood corpse?" "Yes." At that moment we all thought it was the end. Even my brother frowned. "But he killed the blood corpse with just one move," she replied. The hefty man nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He then approached Wu Hao with a beaming smile and said, "Brother, I merely wish to witness the jade cocoon's true marvel. How about I remove it, and you handle the blood corpse?" Wu Hao did not elaborate. To others, a blood corpse was terrifying, but for him, it was a source of immense benefit, capable of extending his lifespan by at least 1,000 years. Even if the hefty man did not speak, he was already preparing to take action, for such a formidable blood corpse was not found in every tomb. When his attributes reached the great completion realm, he could easily slay a blood corpse. Now that his attributes had reached the Grandmaster realm, his strength was 5 times greater than before, making the task even simpler, devoid of any real danger. Upon hearing this, the hefty man felt a surge of excitement, promptly tugging at the thread on the jade cocoon before retreating behind Wu Hao, shouting, "Everyone be careful. The blood corpse is coming out." The crowd hurriedly backed away. Fixated on the corpse on the jade bed, a cacophony of sounds ensued as the jade cocoon fell away, revealing a corpse with skin so thin it seemed almost translucent. The corpse's abdomen heaved up and down, coarse breaths escaping its mouth and nose, indicating that it was undergoing a transformation toward revival, or perhaps had been aware all along, merely awaiting rejuvenation within the jade cocoon. The Wu Hao was uncertain of its current state. But regardless, he held it in disdain. Compared to the benefits bestowed by the 6th repository Immortal Thief, the jade cocoon's abilities paled in comparison. The 6th, the Silk Scroll, primarily recounts the victorious exploits of King Shuang of Lu. Legend has it that his invincibility in battle stemmed from possessing a ghostly seal capable of commanding the spirits of the deceased. The scroll meticulously documents the origins of this ghostly seal. One day, King Shuang dreamt of a monstrous white snake that feasted upon humans. Just as he raised his weapon to slay the beast, it pleaded for mercy, promising him a secret treasure that would ensure his perpetual triumph in warfare. The white snake believed that such a bargain would spare its life. However, King Shuang, undeterred, delivered the fatal blow. After vanquishing the serpent, he extracted the ghostly seal from its belly, and from that moment onward, he could summon the spirits to fight on his behalf. Besides detailing the origins of the ghostly seal, the scroll also introduces the provenance of the jade pupa, provided by a sorcerer who referred to himself as Iron Face Sage. Not only was the jade pupa constructed under Iron Face Sage's guidance, but the entire tomb was as well. Nevertheless, the scroll does not reveal the ultimate fate of Iron Face Sage. Upon hearing Tianjin's naive narration, Wu Hao suddenly discerned the crux of the matter, that he posed a question. If one were to discover the secret to eternal life, would they share it or keep it for themselves? Indeed, if I were to possess such a treasure, I would undoubtedly keep it a secret rather than share it. Human nature is inherently selfish. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself. Faced with the temptation of immortality, it is evident that Iron Face Sage is suspicious. With Wu Hao's insight, everyone present grasped the essence of the issue, that in truth, it was not King Shuang lying within the jade pupa, but rather his advisor. Iron Face Sage, that Wu Hao recalled the vengeful expression on Zhang Qilin's face, even suspecting that the Zhang family might actually be descendants of King Shuang. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for the Zhang family had once been a formidable clan capable of influencing the course of history. How could they be outmaneuvered by a mere Iron Face Sage? As for the truth, only Zhang Qilin himself knew. Yet, Wu Hao had no intention of probing further, as he understood that Zhang Qilin would not divulge much. Tianjin, is there nothing else in the box besides the silk scroll? The scroll records the ghostly seal, but its presence has never been observed within the tomb, which piqued Wu Hao's curiosity about the seal's whereabouts. Tianjin shook his head and turned the box upside down. There is nothing, aside from the scroll itself. Suddenly, an eerie cacophony echoed in everyone's ears. This sound was not unfamiliar. They immediately recognized it as the chilling wail of the Blood People. Tension gripped the group as they focused intently on the source of the noise. Moments later, a swarm of Blood People emerged from a dark cavern within the cave that a dozen or so Blood People, clad in mercenary garb, were presumably the subordinates of Aining. Among them was Aining herself, who, while pursuing the Blood People, called out for Aki. Damn it, it's that woman again. Whenever she shows up, trouble follows with so many Blood People. We re-in for a tough fight. Just as the plump fellow finished his complaint, he suddenly turned to Wu Hao. Big brother, if I recall correctly, Blood People can't get near you. They drop dead upon approach. So, we needn't waste our energy. We should just cling to you. Although the others remained silent, they also gravitated toward Wu Hao. He chuckled, knowing that by consuming a single blood person, he could extend his life by 100 days, equivalent to devouring 100 corpses. He felt that a mere dozen Blood People were inadequate. He craved more. Standing still, he awaited the bounty to come to him. Just then, a resounding explosion reverberated through the cavern. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, more explosions erupted around them. The cave trembled violently, with countless fragments of rock cascading from above. It was uncertain how much longer the cavern could withstand the onslaught, that if it were to collapse, they would all be entombed alive. What on earth is happening? Why are there explosions all of a sudden? Wu Hao looked toward Wu Xinxiu, suspecting his involvement. However, Wu Xinxiu shook his head. It is them. They intend for us all to perish here. Who are they? This has nothing to do with me. The plump man exclaimed. That moment, Zhang Qilin interjected. The puppeteers behind the Wang family. Chapter 25. We lost before he even struck. What Wang family? Why are they dragging me into this? The plump man felt vexed. He had never even heard of the Wang family, yet now his life was in jeopardy. However, he received no further response, as both Wu Xinxiu and Zhang Qilin fell silent. The Wang family was established to counter the Zhang family, and after centuries of development, they had grown into a formidable entity. The existence of such a family behind the scenes, intent on annihilating the Wu family, was alarming to Wu Hao. Realized that his previous suspicions had been accurate. The Wu family was indeed more complex than it appeared. Otherwise, they would not have ties to those behind the Wang family. Just as a billionaire's enemies would surely be other billionaires, not the impoverished, who would never have the opportunity to engage with them. The Wang family was already powerful enough. Who could this individual behind them possibly be? Could it be that the Wu family once belonged to such a terrifying lineage? If that were the case, then the Wu family had concealed themselves remarkably well, recalling the stone door of the Wu family's treasury, which could only be opened by pure bloodlines, and the carvings of gluttonous creatures upon it. Wu Hao began to find this situation less perplexing, that he realized that with each revelation about the Wu family, his understanding of them evolved. The Wu family was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. The shadowy figures lurking in the dark were still detonating explosives, seemingly determined to collapse the cavern. Fortunately, the cave was sufficiently robust, and the enormous hydrocedar serving as a pillar was unlikely to crumble easily, granting them time to escape. Just then, the Blood People had closed in, and a notification chimed in Wu Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Consumed blood person lifespan increased by 100 days. Ding! Congratulations, host. Consumed blood person lifespan increased by 100 days. Ding! Congratulations, host. Consumed blood person lifespan increased by 100 days after a succession of notifications. The last of the Blood People fell to the ground, and Wu Hao's lifespan increased by over 1,000 days. Aining was searching among the Blood People when she suddenly cradled a corpse and burst into tears. What have you done to him? How could he be dead? What do you mean by what we did to him? He had already transformed into a blood person, losing all consciousness that we merely granted him a final release from his suffering. How can you, a madwoman, twist the narrative? Shao Qi, Shao Qi. Aining seemed to regain some semblance of reason, swayed by the plump man's words, but continued to mourn the corpse in her arms without uttering further protests. Suddenly, the series of explosions ceased. Aside from the entrances to the cave that had been blown apart, the cavern had not collapsed. What is going on? Why did it stop? Wu Senshu remarked. If it has stopped, it means they still have a backup plan. No sooner had he spoken than a buzzing sound filled the air, growing ever closer. Moments later, swarms of red beetles materialized in the sky. These insects bore a resemblance to the corpse spirits, but were significantly smaller. Even less than the size of a common corpse spirit. Only half their size, yet capable of flight. Corpse spirit? Tianjin ventured uncertainly. A corpse spirit? Pansy and Dakwai exclaimed in unison. They had all witnessed the might of the corpse spirit. Even bullets could not harm it, nor could Zhang Qilin's black golden ancient sword pierce its shell. Had it not been for Wu Hao's remarkable skills, they would have long succumbed to the corpse spirit's poison and turned into blood corpses. However, no matter how formidable Wu Hao was, he could not withstand the assault of 1,000 flying insects. Not a corpse spirit. If I am not mistaken, they should be poison insects. Wu Senshu displayed no hint of concern in the face of the multitude of poison insects. The others, hearing that they were merely poison insects, breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone in the group had witnessed Wu Hao's prowess. Thousands of corpse spirits could not inflict harm upon him, let alone the fewer poison insects. Third uncle, are you suggesting that a poison master has intervened? Indeed, and they are nearby. Otherwise, there would be no way to control so many poison insects that Wu Hao possessed a certain understanding of the art of Gu, which, alongside the practices of Jiangtu and Jizhu, is collectively referred to as one of the 3 great malevolent arts. This method involves cultivating Gu worms through unique techniques for one's own usage. The primary mode of attack relies on these Gu worms, whose inherent offensive capabilities are generally not formidable. Consequently, practitioners typically release the Gu worms stealthily from hidden locations to assail their adversaries. Such ostentatious displays of Gu worm deployment occur only under one circumstance, when there is an overwhelming disparity in strength, leading them to believe that their enemies are doomed, rendering any effort to conceal unnecessary. As Wu Hao had surmised, upon the approach of the Gu worms, 3 figures clad in black robes emerged closely behind. They trailed the Gu worms at a measured distance, which was presumably the farthest extent of their control over the creatures. As the Gu worms neared Wu Hao and his companions, the 3 black-robed figures halted, casting not a single glance in their direction, remaining utterly indifferent. The trio huddled together, gesturing with their hands while muttering obscure incantations. Suddenly, the Gu worms congregated in the air, forming a crimson cloud that subsequently morphed into a colossal beetle. This beetle bore an appearance strikingly similar to that of the corpse Toad King, albeit magnified to several times its size. My goodness, could these Gu worms actually merge? Even if they could, they were merely ordinary Gu worms. What is there to fear? With Wu Hao present, everyone felt reassured. Unperturbed by the unfolding events, the 3 Gu masters, oblivious to the fact that Wu Hao and his companions deemed them inconsequential, persisted in their incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant red light emanated from the airborne Gu worms, which swiftly surged toward Wu Hao and his group. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Whoosh! As the gigantic Gu worm encroached within a 2-meter radius of Wu Hao, it abruptly ceased its advance, and they witnessed the massive creature gradually becoming indistinct, with numerous Gu worms detaching and plummeting to the ground. Mere moments later, the colossal Gu worm vanished entirely, leaving behind a layer of Gu worm carcasses on the ground. Ugh! The 3 black-robed Gu masters spat out blood, their bodies weakened and collapsing to the earth. They gazed in terror toward the direction of Wu Hao and his companions, their eyes brimming with fear. How could this be? That was our life Gu. Could it be that one among them is a Gu deity? Even a Gu deity would require some form of offensive maneuver to vanquish our life Gu, yet they merely stood by, doing nothing. Suddenly, one of them pointed at Wu Hao. It's him. It must be because of him. Those people are hiding behind him. Chapter 26. The Hydra's subjugation. The 3 Gu masters had initially anticipated a one-sided slaughter, only to find themselves capsized in their overconfidence. After a moment's respite, they struggled to rise and turned to flee. Pansy, Fatty, and Decay immediately charged forward, effortlessly capturing the trio, having engaged in long-term cultivation of Gu arts. Their physical prowess paled in comparison to that of Pansy and his companions, especially after sustaining injuries to their life Gu, leaving them no chance of escape. Third Master, how shall we deal with these three? Pansy inquired. Strip them of their garments. Yes, Third Master. Pansy and the others complied, removing the black robes from the three Goo Masters, revealing three grotesque-looking men. They then proceeded to divest them of their clothing, at which point a phoenix tattoo on their backs became visible. Indeed, they were members of the Wong family. Uncle Wu was not surprised. He had already suspected their affiliation. The boatman and the elderly cattle herder they encountered along the way were no exceptions. Their intent was to eliminate the Wu family. Stripping the Goo Masters was merely a means of confirmation, and after verifying their identity, he instructed Pansy and Dekui to deal with the three. Uncle, why not interrogate them? Tianjin asked curiously. That it would be futile. The Wong family has a clearly defined hierarchy. The higher one has status, the more one knows. These three are evidently of low rank, making it unnecessary to waste time on them. Bang! As Uncle Wu's words fell, another explosion reverberated through the cave, followed by a cascade of falling rocks and the sounds of collapse. But he glanced toward the direction where the three Goo Masters had appeared and remarked, "It seems they have blown up the last exit connecting to the outside. How shall we escape from here?" Fatty asked anxiously. Uncle Wu pointed upward. What use is it to blow up those exits when the cave itself remains intact? The Wong family is truly foolish to leave such a gaping hole for us to exit, Fatty lamented. Uncle Wu shook his head in response. The Wong family is a mixed bag. They accept anyone willing to join, especially those with special abilities. But would truly capable individuals be so foolish? Fatty thought for a moment and realized that if a family were composed entirely of such fools, it would be impossible for them to thrive. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as understanding dawned upon him. The cave's depth exceeds 100 meters. The only way to ascend would be to climb the Hydra Cedar. Yet the Hydra Cedar is a man-eating tree. One would not dare approach, let alone attempt to climb it. The Wong family's miscalculation lay in their failure to anticipate that the eldest brother would pick up the heart of Heavenstone, thus evading the Hydra Cedar's assault. All right, let's not dwell on this. We should leave first. Now that the exploration of the Wu King's palace was complete, Wu Hao was eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Wait, there are still so many treasures in the bronze coffin that we haven't taken. We cannot leave empty-handed. Moreover, the jade chrysalis, a treasure that even Qin Shi Huang could not locate, must not be left behind. Fatty's mind was fixated on the treasures within the tomb. Having entered with such difficulty, how could he leave without anything? Pansy and Decay shared the same sentiment. The group returned to the base of the Hydra Cedar, only to find that the bronze coffin had already vanished without a trace. Damn it. The Wong family must have seized the treasures while we were distracted. A massive bronze coffin, weighing several tons, could not have been carried off by mere men. Fatty, having heard numerous tales about the Wong family from Uncle Wu, understood that they were a formidable clan, given the recent appearance of the Wong family members. Who else could have taken the treasures but them? What about the jade bed? It's even heavier. They shouldn't have been able to move that. Fatty turned and dashed to the spot where the jade bed had originally been, only to find it equally empty, his anger boiling over. How dare the Wong family be so greedy, leaving not a single hair behind? Pansy and Decay were equally disheartened. Third Master, everything is gone. Did the Wong family send so many people at once? Uncle Wu shook his head. Impossible. That if the Wong family had sent so many, we would have been aware of it. But how do we account for the several tons of bronze coffins and the even heavier jade bed? Pansy furrowed his brow. Uncle Wu was at a loss for words. The situation was indeed difficult to explain. Wu Hao, overhearing the conversation, nearly laughed aloud. The cave was already dimly lit, without being close, even with a flashlight. One could hardly discern much. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone was preoccupied, he swiftly stowed the bronze coffin along with its treasures, the jade chrysalis, and the jade bed into the system space that a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters easily accommodated these items, though little room remained thereafter. Well, since they're gone, let us move on and leave quickly, Wu Hao urged, leading the group as they climbed the trunk of the Hydra Cedar. After over an hour of climbing, they reached the crown of the tree, mere meters from the cave ceiling. The group easily emerged from the treetop into the open AI, or as soon as they surfaced, Fatty retrieved 2 bundles of explosives from his backpack, preparing to ignite them. How dare they try to take me down? Now they shall witness my might. Wu Hao took one bundle from his hands, ignited it, and tossed it into the cave. Fatty hurriedly lit the other bundle and threw it in as well. Within seconds, a deafening explosion echoed from the cave, shaking the ground beneath them. Soon, flames erupted from the cave's depths. Ding! The host has slain the Hydra Cedar, gaining 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Lifespan increased by 1,000 years. Current lifespan balance is 5,931 years. Ding! The soul of the Hydra Cedar is willing to submit to the host. Would the host like to tame the Hydra Cedar as a pet? Ding! The host's pet can provide additional attribute bonuses and will be 100% loyal to the host, never betraying them for life. That Wu Hao recalled having previously acquired a pet slot after obtaining the Heart of Heavenstone and completing a hidden quest. Though it required the expenditure of 5,000 years of lifespan to activate, which he had not done due to insufficient lifespan at the time. Now, if he activated it, he would still have over 900 years of lifespan remaining, which would suffice, but he feared it might not be enough should he face danger and need to enhance his attributes or skills to be safe. He decided to postpone activation of the pet, opting to wait until he received the rewards for exploring the Wu King's palace before making a decision. After all, the item would remain in the system space, and he could activate it at any time without incurring any loss. Ding! Exploration of the Wu King's palace is complete. The host took 16 hours and 48 minutes to explore, slaying 730,000 corpse toads, 18 bloodmen, 2 blood corpses, and 1,037 goo worms. There was 1 injury and 0 fatalities. With a completion rate of 100, resulting in a grade of A. Rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 27. The Hydra Cypress is a little lowly. Ding! Exploration of the Royal Tomb of Lu has been rated A. And the rewards are as follows. 5,000 years of lifespan. A fragment of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng, Shui's secret technique. 1 drop of ordinary Taotai blood, and the special ability of underwater breathing. Along with the supreme non-offensive weapon of the MO family. As a series of system notifications resonated, all the rewards materialized within the system space. Following the exploration of the Grand Tomb, the system evaluates the performance based on multiple dimensions, with ratings ranging from high to low as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards. Wu Hao, embarking on his inaugural tomb expedition, lacked experience, and with an injured member in his team, he only received an A rating. Initially, he presumed the rewards would be modest. To his astonishment, they proved to be remarkably generous. That he mused with excitement about how much more splendid the rewards would have been had they performed even better. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 years of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 10,931 years. Ding! Detecting the skill, 16-character Yin Yang Feng, Shui's secret technique. Would you like to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to activate it? Ding! Detecting 1 drop of ordinary Taotai blood, which can be used to enhance bloodline level. Would you like to use it now? Ding! Detecting the special ability of underwater breathing. Would you like to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to fuse with it? He recalled that upon returning to the Wu family, he had to rely on precious spiritual herbs to extend his lifespan. Consuming all the herbs only added a few hundred years. Yet, after this expedition to the Royal Tomb of Lu, his lifespan had increased by over 10,000 years. It was evident that he should seek more opportunities to explore tombs, as it was the most efficient way to gain lifespan and enhance his strength. Wu Hao had never been stingy in consuming lifespan to improve his capabilities, that he promptly chose to activate the 16-character Yin Yang Feng, Shui's secret technique, and the special ability of underwater breathing, while also using 1 drop of ordinary Taotai blood. For others, acquiring too many skills could lead to a situation of being overwhelmed. However, this was not a concern for him, that he could learn and integrate skills merely by expending some lifespan. Thus, he unhesitatingly consumed 1,000 years to activate the secret technique of the Tomb Raider. As for the ability of underwater breathing, it was even more crucial. It was not merely a skill, but akin to a natural talent. Many grand tombs in the realm of tomb raiding were constructed underwater, and possessing this ability would facilitate the exploration of such submerged tombs, while others had to lug heavy oxygen tanks, severely limiting their movements and time underwater. He would enjoy the freedom to remain submerged for as long as he desired. Ding! Consumed 1,000 years of lifespan to activate the 16-character Yin Yang Feng, Shui's secret technique. Ding! consumed 1,000 years of lifespan to fuse with the ability of underwater breathing. Ding. Consumed 1 drop of ordinary Taodai blood. Bloodline advancement progress increased by 10. Ding. A total of 2,000 years of lifespan has been consumed. The current remaining lifespan is 8,931 years. As the system notifications concluded, 2 beams of light penetrated Wu Hao's forehead. Instantly, he mastered the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng, Shui's secret technique, and acquired the ability of underwater breathing. Upon completion, he glanced at the system space and noticed a supreme non-offensive weapon of the Mo family remaining. This was an extraordinary weapon, initially appearing as a long box, which contained mechanisms that could alter its form according to one's will once activated. It could transform into a sword, spear, or any other unique weapon shape. Wu Hao was in need of a weapon, and this non-offensive one was perfect for him. Suddenly, he remembered a missed opportunity. He could consume 5,000 years of lifespan to tame the Hydra cypress as his pet. What would it be like to have a tree over 100 meters tall, adorned with tentacle-like vines, as a companion? Furthermore, he had already witnessed the Hydra cypress's formidable nature. Not only could it fight alongside him, but it would also enhance his attributes significantly, leading to a substantial boost in his overall strength. With greater power, he could venture into more perilous territories, encounter more formidable monsters, and thus extend his lifespan. A virtuous cycle indeed. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. With 8,931 years of lifespan remaining, he could easily afford to spend 5,000 years. System, tame the Hydra cypress as a pet. Ding. Activating 1 pet slot. Consuming 5,000 years of lifespan. Ding. The Hydra cypress willingly submits, resulting in a consumption of 0 years of lifespan to tame the Hydra cypress. Ding. Successfully tamed the Hydra cypress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first pet. The Hydra cypress. All host attributes increased by 10. Ding. The host can obtain higher attribute bonuses by nurturing the pet and can cultivate it by devouring similar monsters. Ding. The current remaining lifespan of the host is 3,931 years. As the system notifications echoed, a green light manifested before him, surging toward the depths of the cave and merging with the essence of the Hydra cypress. The explosive charges had set the Hydra cypress ablaze earlier, and its body was nearly consumed by the flames. He wondered what form it would take as his pet. Wu Hao shook his head, regretting that had he known it would become his pet, he wouldn't have harmed it so severely. Following the taming of the Hydra cypress, a connection was established between them. With a mere thought, he could sense its existence and command it to perform any task. Before long, the Hydra cypress crawled up from the cave's depths, resembling a small sapling with 9 tentacles, appearing rather feeble. Little 9 greets master. As the Hydra cypress moved, a lowly voice resonated in Wu Hao's ear, simultaneously revealing the faint image of a girl around 8 or 9 years old before him. Little 9, is this your true form? I have always looked like this. The nutrients in the cave are insufficient for me to grow. Are you saying that you will grow bigger? Of course. As long as I have enough nutrients, I will grow and be able to assist master with more tasks. Wu Hao was taken aback. The Hydra cypress in the cave towered over 100 meters. Yet this version was not even matured. He could hardly fathom how terrifying a fully matured Hydra cypress would be, not to mention the inherent attribute bonuses it provided. Simply unleashing it in battle would be akin to unleashing an army of thousands. Suddenly, Wu Hao recalled that Little 9 had been residing in the cave, its trunk forming the outer layer of the bronze coffin. Perhaps it knew where the ghost seal had gone. Little 9, do you know where the ghost seal is? Master, what is the ghost seal? Little 9 doesn't know what it looks like. It is a black treasure seal, engraved with 99 malevolent spirits. That I seem to have a vague recollection, but I cannot remember. I am currently too weak, and my memories are somewhat jumbled that I need to rest to recover slowly. The Hydra cypress was so anxious to help Wu Hao that it nearly cried. Don't cry, don't cry. There's no rush. Just take your time to recover and tell me when you remember. Thank you, master. After expressing gratitude, the Hydra cypress playfully leaped onto Wu Hao's shoulder with its 9 tentacles, snuggling up and promptly falling asleep. What is happening here? A moving sapling is one thing, but it seems to be affectionate, even jumping onto my shoulder. Could this little sapling have the temperament of a child? Strange occurrences are commonplace, but today is particularly abundant. The dialogue between Wu Hao and the Hydra cypress was incomprehensible to outsiders, yet its every action was distinctly visible to those around Wu Hao. prompting a chorus of astonished exclamations. Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Wu Hao had no intention of providing explanations. After all, who would believe that he had tamed a tree as a pet? Chapter 28. The Ultimate Secret of the Wu Family System. Open Attribute Panel. Lifespan Upgrade System Host. Wu Hao Bloodline. Taodai Bloodline. Ordinary. Advancement Purity Progress 15. Innate Abilities. True Eye. Underwater Breathing Lifespan. 183,931 Attributes. 1,100 Grandmaster. Pet Bonus 10. This is a comprehensive evaluation of physique, strength, speed, and comprehension, with the average for adults being 10. Cultivation Technique. 6 Vault Celestial Thief. Automatically devours the souls of monsters within a 2-meter radius. Skills. Igniting the Flame to Discern Peaks. Major Achievement. Grave Digging Finger Grandmaster. Bone Shrinking Technique. Major Achievement. 16 Character Inyang Feng. Shui's Secret Art Fragmented. Entry Level. Pet. Hydra Cypress. All Attributes Bonus 10. Storage Space. 1,000 cubic meters items. Corpse Dan. MO Family Supreme Weapon Non-Aggression. On this journey to the Royal Palace of Lu, Wu Hao reaped bountiful rewards, a stark contrast to his circumstances prior to departure, without even mentioning the pets, weapons, and various treasures. The upgrade of the gluttonous bloodline from thin to ordinary has already brought about immeasurable benefits. Each elevation in the bloodline not only expands the range of devouring, but also amplifies its reinforcing effects on the body. Whether it be exorcising evil or extending lifespan, the effects during the thin phase were merely a fraction of what they are now. Thanks to the bloodline upgrade, the 6 Vault Celestial Thief is also undergoing continual enhancement. Once completed, it will bestow upon him new abilities that as for the increase in lifespan, it is even more substantial. Before departure, his lifespan was merely 200 to 300 years, and he would not dare to expend it lightly to bolster his strength. Now, however, everything is different. With attributes elevated to the Grandmaster realm, he possesses strength 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary person, alongside a remaining lifespan of nearly 4,000 years. Furthermore, he has acquired 2 extraordinary innate abilities, the True Eye and the capacity for underwater breathing. These abilities are exceedingly practical. One allows him to see through illusions and grants night vision, while the other enables him to breathe underwater, facilitating exploration of submerged tombs that are otherwise inaccessible to most. Underwater tombs present greater challenges compared to their terrestrial counterparts, and fewer individuals are capable of exploring them. This rarity leads to a lower incidence of theft, thus preserving the treasures within in remarkably intact condition. Where's the little brother? Why is he missing? Tianjin's sudden exclamation jolted Wu Hao back to reality. As the group prepared to rise and leave the cave after resting at its edge, they discovered that Zhang Qilin was absent from the team. Isn't this typical? He often disappears mysteriously, only to reappear just as enigmatically. However, Fatty interjected, but I don't think I've seen him come out of the cave. Tianjin, there's no need to worry. I distinctly saw him exit. Wu Hao reassured. He vividly recalled Zhang Qilin emerging last from the cave. Otherwise, he would not have snatched a bundle of explosives from Fatty's hands and tossed it down. That's a relief. I thought something had happened to him. Tianjin, do you doubt his strength? With his abilities, how could anything possibly happen to him? Pansy remarked with a chuckle. Upon reflection, Tianjin felt reassured. Suddenly, he remembered another individual who was also unaccounted for. What about Aning? Has anyone seen her? Fatty grumbled. That woman was at the front. As soon as she emerged, she just left, after saving her life. Not even a word of thanks. Such an ingrate. Only after hearing that Aning was unharmed did Tianjin finally relax, after emerging from the cave and resting for about half an hour to recover their strength. The group began to prepare to leave. Fatty glanced back at the cave, sighing with regret that, it seems my efforts were in vain this time. With so many treasures inside, I didn't manage to snag a single one. Enough, Fatty. As long as everyone is safe, treasures can always be obtained another time, was the only consolation Wu Hao could offer himself. That Wu Hao and his companions first returned to the village, where Pansy went to the clinic to tend to his wounds while the others rested at the inn, later heading downstairs for a meal when it was time. Suddenly, Fatty spoke up. Big brother, this place is quite close to the capital. Would you like to accompany me to explore the capital? The Panjiayuan antique market may have plenty of treasures to uncover. The items at Panjiayuan are somewhat lacking in interest, Wu Hao replied, but Pansy quickly countered, indeed. As you say, I almost forgot what the Wu family does for a living. It is only natural that Panjiayuan's offerings do not catch your eye. After all, you have seen countless fine items from your years in the underground trade. Fatty did not mind and laughed. Haha, indeed. I forgot what your family is engaged in. But surely the Xinyue restaurant is worth your while. As far as I know, the annual auction at Xinyue restaurant is held at the end of the year. We still have ample time before then. Sanyu was correct. The annual auction at Xinyue restaurant has been ongoing for over a century, with each auction drawing fierce competition among various factions just for a ticket to enter. How about this? Let's not go this time, and instead plan to visit when the Xinyue restaurant auction is happening. That sounds good. You must be sure to treat us well then. Wu Hao readily agreed. The reputation of Xinyue restaurant is immense, and the annual auction is even more renowned. The items auctioned are all rare treasures of the world, which piques Wu Hao's interest, and he wishes to witness it firsthand. If he can acquire something useful to him, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. Seeing Wu Hao's agreement, Fatty was overjoyed. Then it's settled. Once I get the invitation letter, I'll inform you. After their meal, the group set off back to Hangzhou, while Fatty returned to the capital alone. The two parties parted ways in the provincial capital of Dongshan. After a journey of several hours, Wu Hao and his companions finally returned to the Wu family's ancestral home that Wu Zenshu led Wu Hao and Wu Tianjun to pay respects to their grandparents. Once completed, Wu Hao and Wu Tianjun prepared to return to Wu Mountain residence. Storehouse, wait a moment, accompany me for a trip, that Wu Hao nodded, instructing Tianjun to wait for him by the van. And he silently followed his uncle, not inquiring about the matter, as he suspected it involved the Wu family. His performance this time, while not flawless, was sufficiently impressive, showcasing his true capabilities that Wu Zenshu must have recognized this, and was thus prepared to share more about the Wu family's affairs with him. Upon entering the study and closing the door, the two sat across from each other at the desk. That Wu Zenshu wasted no time, stating directly, I did not expect your growth to be so rapid, surpassing my expectations. Today I will share with you some information, though not everything. The Zhang family. Are you familiar with them? Wu Hao nodded. Of course, he was aware of the Zhang family, an ancient lineage with a heritage spanning thousands of years. Known for their Qilin bloodline and longevity, having once been powerful enough to influence the course of history, in fact, long ago, our Wu family was even more powerful than the Zhang family, but we chose to step down from that position, leading to the rise of the Zhang family. After several millennia, the Zhang family also uncovered that secret and willingly relinquished their position, resulting in the emergence of the Wang family. Chapter 29, Awakening the Second Phase Ability of the Six Vaults, Celestial Thief. What? The shock surging within Wu Hao was known only to him. Although he had surmised that the Wu family harbored many secrets, far from the simplicity of appearances, he never anticipated that the Wu family had existed longer than the Zhang family. Furthermore, from his uncle's words, it seemed that the Zhang family's rise was due to the Wu family relinquishing certain advantages. This implied that the Wu family's past strength exceeded that of the Zhang family, which could sway historical events. What could lead such a formidable family to abandon immense benefits, opting instead for a gradual decline? If there was a means to restore a family's prominence, it would be worth any cost. Except for the price of total annihilation, the Wu Hao could not fathom that such a monumental secret lay concealed behind the Wu family. The Wu Zenshu seemed poised to speak further, but as he opened his mouth, it was as though an invisible force obstructed him, and no matter how he tried. To Wu Hao, it appeared his lips merely moved without sound. He exerted all his strength yet could not articulate anything. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Zenshu lamented, Now you understand, right? Some things are not due to my unwillingness to share, but rather my inability to convey them. Why is that? Wu Zenshu shook his head. Some matters I comprehend internally, yet when I attempt to express them, there is an unseen resistance. Then can it not be written down, or perhaps conveyed through lip reading? I've tried every conceivable method, but to no avail. Moreover, the secrets of the Wu family that reside in my mind were not imparted by anyone, but rather passed down through generations. Have you heard of Tianshou? Wu Zenshu's words once again astonished Wu Hao. The Zhang family, after experiencing certain events, or while engaged in specific activities, would temporarily lose their consciousness. Upon awakening, they would find their minds filled with memories that did not originally belong to them. These memories pertained to certain secrets or cultivation techniques. This phenomenon is known as Tian Shou, that Wu Hao never expected that the Wu family would also undergo such mysterious occurrences that Wu Xinxiu pointed a finger at his head. The knowledge I possess about the Wu family has come through Tian Shou. To my knowledge, each generation of the Wu family has one individual who receives Tian Shou, and that person becomes the family patriarch. Is it that they receive Tian Shou after becoming patriarch, or become patriarch after receiving Tian Shou? They become patriarch first, of course, on the condition that the previous patriarch has passed away before the next can ascend. At long last, Wu Hao comprehended the cryptic meaning behind his uncle's somewhat eccentric utterances. His uncle had always urged him to swiftly enhance his abilities, frequently uttering the phrase, "The time has not yet come." And now Wu Hao understood the rationale behind it, that it was only after the death of the current clan leader that the successor would receive the divine bestowal, granting knowledge of all Wu family secrets. Of course, there existed another means to attain this knowledge, to unlock the stone door within the treasure vault. Wu Hao had previously attempted to open that stone door. Although his blood had elicited a response from it, he was unable to gain entry. According to Wu Xinxiu, only the purest bloodline of the Wu family could unlock it. Specifically, the untainted bloodline of the Taotai, that Wu Hao's Taotai bloodline was still at a mere ordinary stage. Insufficient to open the enigmatic stone door, he realized that in order to expedite his understanding of all Wu family secrets, he must elevate his bloodline level more rapidly. The means to elevate this level lay in devouring formidable monsters. Creatures such as the puppets, blood corpses, and corpse frog king encountered during the expedition to the Lu Wang Palace could enhance his bloodline. Thus, to elevate his bloodline level, he would need to venture into tombs more frequently and consume more monsters. After Wu Xinxiu imparted some additional instructions, he permitted Wu Hao to depart, that Wu Tianjin awaited him at the entrance of the ancestral home. Once Wu Hao emerged, he activated the van, and together they returned to Wu Mountain residence. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Wu Hao's stomach growled audibly. An intense hunger coursed through him, rendering him weak and devoid of energy, to the point where he could scarcely lift his feet to walk forward. "Brother, what is the matter?" Wu Tianjin inquired with concern. "I just feel an overwhelming hunger, and I am utterly drained," Wu Hao replied. "Brother, perhaps we should visit the hospital. Have you not noticed that since your return, your appetite has increased dramatically? During dinner, you nearly devoured the entire spread," he remarked. Prompted by this observation, Wu Hao finally realized that since returning from the Lu Wang Palace, his appetite had indeed grown. And he perpetually felt unsated, no matter how much he consumed. Various symptoms indicated that something was amiss with his body, though he was uncertain of the exact issue. "Very well. Even if we go to the hospital, it can wait until dawn tomorrow," Wu Hao conceded, mustering the strength to enter Wu Mountain residence and retreat to his bedroom. He summoned some food, yet regardless of how much he ate, the gnawing hunger persisted, intensifying with each passing moment. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a system notification resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! The initial enhancement of your internal organs has been completed, and your cells are beginning to evolve." Once cellular evolution is fully realized, the second stage abilities of the sixth treasury, Celestial Thief, will awaken. Could it be that the continuous strengthening of his internal organs and enhanced digestive capacity were the reasons for his increased appetite, while still feeling ravenous? Furthermore, his cells had already commenced their evolution. He was merely uncertain when this process would reach completion. Presently, he needed to consume food for digestion and absorption, and the consumption of monsters was a result of the effects of his Taotai bloodline. Once his cells were fully enhanced, he would awaken the second stage of the sixth treasury, Celestial Thief's abilities. Could this grant him the power to extract the vitality of the heavens and earth for his own use? With this thought, Wu Hao began to feel a surge of anticipation to be why the following day, the sensation of hunger had subsided, and having discerned the cause behind it, there was no longer a necessity to visit the hospital. He retrieved the bronze box from the system space. This bronze box had been held by the corpse of the blue-eyed fox. Upon using the key obtained from the female corpse to unlock it, he had found nothing inside. In truth, it was a treasure chest, with the true treasure concealed within a secret compartment. That Wu Hao first used the key to open the box, then lightly pressed a mechanism with his finger. With a click, the hidden compartment opened. Inside lay a small bronze fish, remarkable for the fact that it had 2 eyebrows above its eyes. This was the snake brow bronze fish. Ding! Key item detected. Snake brow bronze fish. System task triggered. Please collect all snake brow bronze fish. Random pet skill reward upon completion. The snake brow bronze fish is a highly significant treasure within the world of tomb raiding, serving as the token of Wang Zonghai, the founder of the Wang family, that he utilized the snake brow bronze fish to document important secrets, employing a unique method of hiding Manchu characters within the fish's patterns. Wu Hao recalled that the general content of this secret pertained to Wang Zonghai being captured by the 10,000 Slaves King and forced to construct a royal tomb. During this time, he uncovered many revelations that challenged the very fabric of his worldview, prompting him to commence an investigation that he ultimately discovered the truth regarding the 10,000 Slaves King, a creature from an unknown realm, and thus designed the snake brow bronze fish to disseminate this truth. This was the official narrative. Wu Hao was convinced that the truth was not as simple as it appeared. Moreover, Wang Zonghai had established the Wang family specifically to pursue the truth of immortality. If that were the case, how could he simply divulge the results of his arduous investigation? Why design something as elaborate as the snake brow bronze fish for dissemination? There must be many critical pieces of information hidden within. Unbeknownst to outsiders, that Wu Hao speculated that Wang Zonghai's purpose in creating the snake brow bronze fish was likely related to immortality, intended to attract capable tomb raiders to the destinations he had set, thereby enabling him to accomplish certain tasks that were intimately linked to the pursuit of immortality, tasks that he himself could not fulfill, nor could anyone within the Wang family. Hence, he crafted the snake brow bronze fish to lure capable individuals to become his pawns, completing specific missions for him in pursuit of eternal life. As Wu Hao understood it, there were 3 snake brow bronze fish in total, apart from the one he had acquired from the Luoyang Palace. One was in Wu Sanshu's possession, and the other was with Chun Pai's sea. The one in Wu Sanshu's hands would be easier to obtain. He was confident he could secure it with a simple request. However, the one in Chun Pai's possession might pose a challenge. Regardless, Wu Hao was determined to acquire the snake brow bronze fish. After all, merely collecting the 9-headed serpent cypress as a pet would grant a 10-point boost to all attributes, and obtaining a skill would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. That Wu Hao stored the snake brow bronze fish along with the bronze box back into the storage space, taking the opportunity to inventory the items within. The bronze coffin, measuring over 2 meters in length and width, was filled with various treasures, each worth its weight in gold. Aside from the lacquer coffin, additionally, there were jade cocoons that even Qin Shi Huang had not discovered. Though they exacted a painful price for immortality, they were treasures of immense value, that if news of these treasures were to spread outside, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among various factions vying for possession. Wu Hao had little interest in these items, yet he could exchange them for something more beneficial outside. His earlier promise to the fatty to attend the auction at the New Moon restaurant was not made lightly. These items would prove useful then. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Come to the old residence. I have left something for you in the study." It was a call from Wu Sanshu, and before Wu Hao could respond, the line went dead, revealing his uncle's urgency. That Wu Hao promptly summoned Tianjun to drive him to the Wu family's ancestral home. Half an hour later, a van came to a halt at the entrance of the old residence. Wu Hao alighted and hurried toward his uncle's study. The door was ajar, and upon entering, he found an ancient wooden box on the desk with a note pressed beneath it. Approaching, he extracted the note, which bore his uncle's handwriting. "I am off to accomplish something of great importance. That if anything happens to me, take Tianjin and the contents of this box to the South Sea to find me." Opening the box, he discovered a bronze fish, roughly the size of his thumb. That was astonishingly the snake brow bronze fish. Wu Hao had never anticipated that before he could even ask for it, his uncle would have proactively sent it to him. Wu Sanshu must have ventured to the South Sea shipwreck tomb to verify certain clues' authenticity. Yet he left the snake brow bronze fish behind and instructed Wu Hao to bring Tianjin along if he encountered any trouble. It was unclear what his true intentions were. It surely could not be as simple as merely training the 2 brothers. 3 days later, at the South Sea Island airport, Wu Hao emerged with Wu Tianjin. 2 days after Wu Sanshu left him the item, he received a mysterious call informing him that the ship carrying his uncle had gone missing at sea. Consequently, he immediately took Tianjin and the snake brow bronze fish, boarding a flight to South Sea Island. However, due to a typhoon affecting the area, all flights had been grounded until just today. Thus, Wu Hao and his brother arrived a day later. "Brother, that person over there seems to be here to pick us up," Tianjin pointed out. indicating a middle-aged man holding a sign at the exit. The Wu Hao glanced over and confirmed that the sign bore both their names, that he and Tianjin approached and climbed into the man's vehicle. This car had been specifically sent to the airport for them. The mysterious caller had assured Wu Shu that all arrangements were in order, including flight bookings and the ship for their maritime journey. During their ride, they learned that the man was merely a driver fulfilling an order and was unaware of anything else. He delivered the two brothers directly to the dock, as soon as they exited the vehicle. Tianjin exclaimed, pointing ahead, "It's a Ning!" Dressed in leather attire, with long hair tied at the nape of her neck, she stood out strikingly against the sweltering backdrop of South Sea Island, making her easily recognizable. UVE arrived. Follow me. Upon encountering Wu Hao, and Ning and Tianjin approached them with unreserved enthusiasm as they disembarked. "I asked you, who called us?" And Ning inquired, "How could your third uncle possibly collaborate with you? Were you acquainted prior to this?" Upon realizing that the person waiting for them was a Ning, Wu Tianjun wore a puzzled expression. "That we operate an international salvage company, specializing in the recovery of ancient shipwrecks. A few days ago, your third uncle chartered one of our vessels and has since gone missing." After a brief pause, and Ning continued, "We are merely employees, following the directives of our employer. I do not personally know your third uncle." As she spoke, and Ning guided the two brothers, Wu Hao and Wu Tianjun, aboard a fishing boat where, aside from her subordinates, there were also a dozen crew members. She led them directly into the cabin, stating, "You can depart as soon as you arrive. Two others will be joining us, and I shall introduce you shortly." With that, Ning exited the cabin, leaving Wu Hao and Tianjin behind. That Wu Hao glanced around the cabin, noting two bunk beds, one of which was occupied, so he placed his belongings on the vacant top bunk. "Tianjin, you shall take the lower bunk. This way, we can respond swiftly to any situation." "All right, brother," she replied. Just as they were organizing their things, a sudden exclamation broke the air. "Big brother, what are you two doing here?" Wu Hao turned to see Pang Zi. "Weren't you headed back to the capital? What brings you to Nanhai Island?" Chapter 31. Disguise and Deception. Let us not dwell on my situation. It appears Ning holds considerable influence, having summoned both of you second-generation heirs. Pang Zi chuckled. Wu Hao smiled back. "What did Ning tell you? I recall you had a rather contentious relationship with her." During their time at Lu Wang Palace, Pang Zi referred to Ning as that woman. Yet here he was, addressing her by name in mere days. That Wu Hao was curious about the terms Ning had offered him. She mentioned a sunken tomb beneath the sea and asked if I wished to dive down. Upon hearing that, how could I resist? Such underwater tombs are exceedingly rare, and I have yet to explore one myself. Underwater tomb? She told us it was a shipwreck. Tianjin interjected it. But you see, one cannot underestimate the ingenuity of ancient civilizations. Do you truly believe they could construct a tomb beneath the waves? Let me enlighten you. Most underwater tombs were likely built aboard ships before being deliberately sunk at sea. Are you referring to the son of Xin Wansan? Indeed, he was buried in water, though it was in a lake, not the ocean. Tianjun, well versed in historical knowledge, recognized the reference immediately. Regardless of who he may be, any remains buried at sea surely contain treasures that belong to me. By the way, brother, where is your third uncle? He has gone missing. Wu Hao's sentence trailed off abruptly. What happened, brother? Wu Hao gestured towards the corner of the wall to the right. There is a listening device there. We must speak cautiously. Following Wu Hao's, Pang Zi spotted the hidden listening device and frowned. Damn it. I knew this woman had ulterior motives. She lured us here under false pretenses. With that, he attempted to confront Ning. Wu Hao and Tianjin followed him out of the cabin to AT that moment. The fishing boat had set sail, leaving the dock and navigating the open SEAS. Wu Hao stepped onto the deck. He heard the sounds of an argument between Pang Zi and Ning. What is the truth behind your words? You appear as innocent as a white flower, yet your intentions are rife with deceit. Even eavesdropping on us. The listening devices aboard this vessel were not installed by us. They were already present. And Ning replied dismissively, attempting to shift the topic, upon noticing Wu Hao and his brother's emergence. She called out, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. I have matters to discuss with you." Wu Hao nodded and approached her. "You have read your grandfather's notes, have you not? They document a sunken tomb." To be candid, Wu Hao had not perused that particular tome, but he was aware of the existence of the sunken tomb. Nonetheless, he was uncertain of Ning's intentions in bringing it up at this juncture. So he remained silent, allowing her to continue. Your third uncle was once part of an archaeological team that spent 3 to 4 years preparing before finally pinpointing the location of the sunken tomb. However, something unforeseen occurred, preventing them from salvaging it, and they chose instead to seal all information regarding it. Now, he has approached us with sincere intent, bringing documentation for a collaborative salvage effort. Our company has allocated a vessel and some equipment for him. Yet he and the ship have vanished without a trace, which is why I had to reach out to you for assistance. Wu Hao chuckled at her words, recognizing the ambiguity in her statements. And Ning often blended truth with deception. Previously, she had claimed that it was his third uncle who had contacted her, yet now she stated it was due to his uncle's disappearance that she sought their help. However, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was the veracity of the sunken tomb. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and stratagems are futile. More importantly, in the water, Wu Hao reigned supreme, possessing the ability to breathe underwater. This ship is inadequate. It is far too frail. A mere large wave could capsize it. Good fortune. Good fortune. Just then a middle-aged balding man barged in. Advisor Zhang, allow me to introduce you, and Ning began, beckoning the man over to Wu Hao and Tianjin. This gentleman is, before she could finish, Advisor Zhang strode forward, grasping Tianjin's hands with both of his, exclaiming, "What a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Zhang. Zhang Hao." Tianjin nodded in response. "I am Wu Tianjin. I am Pang Zi. And I am Wu Hao." Advisor Zhang merely acknowledged Wu Hao and Pang Zi with a nod, his attention solely fixed on Tianjin's hands. As Tianjin attempted to withdraw her hand, she realized that Advisor Zhang was unwilling to release his grip. Embarrassed, she offered a polite smile, signaling for him to let go. Yet, he seemed oblivious to her cue, not only refusing to release her hand, but also taking the opportunity to caress it. Advisor Zhang is a renowned underwater archaeology expert. "Oh, not at all. I have merely published a few minor papers," he replied, all the while maintaining his hold on Tianjin's hand. Wu Hao observed the scene, unable to stifle a laugh. This so-called Advisor Zhang was none other than Zhang Qilin, who had employed a technique to alter his appearance. Typically, he was a taciturn individual, appearing devoid of warmth. Who would have imagined that after assuming a new guise, he would exhibit such a carefree demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual self? The weather took a turn for the worse as the captain shouted from the deck. A storm is brewing. The ocean is known for its capricious nature. One moment it may be serene, and the next, thunder and lightning ensue. Wu Hao and his companions hurried back to the cabin to escape the rain. And before they realized it, the time had slipped into the early hours of the morning. In the midst of a restless slumber, Wu Hao was roused by the sounds from the deck. Rising from his berth, he made his way outside, only to find that the tempest had yet to abate. The crew members were kneeling on the deck, bowing towards a particular direction. In the distance, a vessel of similar size to theirs was rising and falling with the waves. Ding! Ghost ship detected. The ghost ship harbors a monstrous creature known as the sea monkey. Sea monkeys, in the realm of tomb raiding, are humanoid monsters, their bodies covered in scales, possessing immense strength and formidable defenses. They can easily rend a person to shreds, yet ordinary weaponry proves largely ineffective against them. Only sonic attacks can bring them down. There exists a theory that sea monkeys are creatures transformed from individuals who consumed flawed longevity elixirs, akin to the phenomena surrounding the gene pool. Both types of monsters possess extraordinary abilities. And if all goes according to plan, they could enhance one's bloodline, enabling the 6 vaults Immortal thief to fortify their internal organs, thus accelerating cellular evolution and hastening the awakening of new abilities in the second stage. Chapter 32. Manipulating minds. The winds and waves on the sea were tumultuous, and before long, the ghost ship had drawn near to the colossal waves surged, colliding the ghost ship with their fishing vessel. Wu Hao quickly grasped the mast to prevent himself from being thrown overboard. That moment, and Ning appeared, seemingly possessed, and leaped onto the ghost ship. "Come back. If you fall onto that ghost ship, you will never return," the captain shouted, but she appeared entirely unresponsive, as if under some malevolent influence. Vanishing into the darkness of the ghost ship, Wu Tianjin, Pang Zi, and Advisor Zhang, who had followed Wu Hao out of the cabin, witnessed this scene unfold. The captain and crew merely warned that the ghost ship was perilous, yet no one stepped forward to stop Ning. "Hurry and save her. Why are you all standing idly by?" Tianjin scolded angrily. "That is a ghost ship. Boarding it is tantamount to death. We cannot go. There are numerous concerns associated with navigating the seas year-round. Even though Aining is the financier, none dare risk venturing onto the ghost ship to rescue anyone. Observing that the moment had arrived, Wu Hao prepared to board the ghost ship to devour the sea monkey. Just then, a massive wave crashed, pushing the ghost ship several meters away, complicating his ascent. Before Wu Hao could act, Wu Tianjin emerged from the cabin, carrying a bundle of coarse hemp rope. Tying a heavy object to one end of the rope, he spun it in his hands to gain momentum, then flung it towards the ghost ship. With a series of clinks, the rope ensnared the railings around the ghost ship's deck. As he prepared to climb along the rope, the captain suddenly dashed over and grabbed him. You cannot go. Once you board that ghost ship, there is no return. I cannot stand by and watch someone perish. Let me go. At that moment, the stout man stepped forward, shoving the captain aside while aiming a gun at him. The captain, seeing the firearm in the stout man's hand, felt a surge of fear and dared not make another move. Upon witnessing this, Tianjin turned to test the stability of the rope, pulling on it a few times. Satisfied that it was secure, he began to climb towards the ghost ship. Your actions will endanger everyone aboard. The captain attempted to intervene again, but Tianjin paid him no heed. Wu Hao shook his head, recognizing that his younger brother's temperament remained too soft. Despite the experience at the Luoyang Palace, he had not matured significantly and still needed to be tempered. With this thought, Wu Hao refrained from intervening, instead instructing the stout man to keep an eye on the crew and not let the ship drift too far away before following Tianjin onto the ghost ship. As soon as Wu Hao stepped onto the deck, a loud crash echoed. Approaching the source of the noise, he discovered that the decayed deck could not support Tianjin's weight, causing him to fall through. Wu Hao jumped down through the opening and helped Tianjin to his feet. Are you all right? Tianjin shook his head. No, I'm fine. After a brief pause, he pointed ahead. Aining is over there. Brother, hurry and save her. Understood, Wu Hao acknowledged. Moving towards Aining that moment, he noticed a face-like creature clinging to Aining's neck. It was none other than the human face sickle. The human face sickle was controlling Aining's consciousness, prompting her to attempt opening the hatch at the bottom of the ship. With creaking sounds, the hatch swung open. In an instant, a torrent of water surged through the doorway, sweeping Aining off her feet and dragging her to Wu Hao's feet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the human face sickle. Lifespan increased by 100 days. Within 2 meters of Wu Hao, he could choose whether to devour any monsters within reach. The human face sickle's soul perished the moment it was consumed, detaching from Aining's neck, yet she fell into a faint. Tianjin rushed over to support Aining, startled by the sight of the human face sickle's corpse. Ah, a human face. The human face sickle is merely a deep-sea octopus that can control human consciousness. You should help her to the side to rest while I investigate over there. Wu Hao recalled that the sea monkeys should have appeared alongside the water flow once the hatch was opened. Yet none had materialized thus far. He cautiously approached the hatch, and just as he leaned to peer beyond it, a form glowing with green light suddenly materialized in midair. Raising a massive hand to strike him, Wu Hao quickly propelled himself backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. It was then that he discerned this figure was indeed the sea monkey he had been searching for. Unlike other monsters, the sea monkey possessed an intelligence akin to that of humans, demonstrating a notable shrewdness, even exhibiting the capacity for ambush. Ding! Sea monkey detected. Devouring its soul can elevate bloodline rank, due to the high level of the monster. The host must slay it before consumption. The sea monkey bore a striking resemblance to a human, with the most significant distinction being its green skin, adorned with hard scales and prominent gills for breathing. Having failed its attack, it retreated into the shadows. Wu Hao smirked, knowing the sea monkey could not fathom that. Even in the darkness of the cabin, he could see clearly that he spotted the sea monkey hiding behind a pillar, its eyes filled with malice, lying in wait. Suddenly, he noticed the sea monkey's gaze shift away from him, focusing instead on Tianjin. Tianjin, be careful! Wu Hao shouted as he drew out his weapon, triggering its mechanism. The weapon instantly transformed into a claw-like form, launching a rope-clad claw toward the sea monkey. The weapon, known as Feigong, was a supreme artifact of the Mo family, obtained as a reward during his exploration of the Luoyang Palace. It could morph into various weapon forms at the user's will, and, in addition to its formidable offensive capability, could elevate its wielder into the skies or plunge into the depths upon triggering the mantis jump. It secured the user's feet and propelled them rapidly into the air, a rare and invaluable treasure. Initially evading the sea monkey's ambush, Wu Hao had retreated a safe distance. The sea monkey, however, was swift, and with the distance between them widening, he drew Fei Gong to prevent further attacks on Tianjin. The sea monkey, caught off guard, was ensnared by the flying claw, momentarily immobilizing it. Wu Hao pressed the mechanism again, retracting the claw, which he then propelled toward the sea monkey. Meanwhile, Tianjin had also reacted, lifting, aiming, and retreating. Roar! The sea monkey, enraged by Wu Hao's ability to see it, tore free from the claw and lunged toward Tianjin in retaliation. At that moment, a series of gunshots echoed near Wu Hao. Advisor Zhang, having arrived on the ghost ship unbeknownst to them, sprang into action upon seeing Tianjin in peril. The bullet struck the sea monkey with a sound akin to metal clashing against metal, producing a resounding clang. Subsequently, the bullets lost their momentum, clattering to the ground without leaving a trace on the sea monkey. Realizing that Zhang was aiding Tianjin, the sea monkey turned its wrath toward Wu Hao. Its speed was astounding, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. This is the sea monkey. It is impervious to blades and bullets. Be cautious. Thank you, Wu Hao replied, once again altering his weapon's form from claw to long sword. He thrust the sword forward into the void, and the sea monkey's figure materialized, its body pierced by the blade. Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, taking several seconds to regain his composure. The reversal was rather abrupt. He had just declared the creature impervious to harm, only to witness Wu Hao slay it with a single stroke. Chapter 33. Hundredfold Space. After Zhang Qilin utilized the shrinking bone technique to disguise himself, not only did his appearance change, but his entire demeanor and personality were entirely transformed. Had one not been forewarned, or lacked the true sight, they would have found it nearly impossible to recognize him as Zhang Qilin. The former Zhang Qilin would never have uttered such a phrase about being slapped in the face. Therefore, after spending considerable time together, neither Tianjin, the stout man, nor Aining, who had hired him, could discern the truth. Wu Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. Nevertheless, the ease with which he dispatched the sea monkey exceeded his expectations. This sensation likely stemmed from his recent significant enhancement in strength, enabling him to effortlessly slay the sea monkey with a single stroke. The strike he executed appeared simple, yet achieving such precision was exceedingly challenging for others. The angle of force exerted during that strike was exceptionally astute, targeting the sea monkey's weak defenses even in a perilous situation. Moreover, the speed of Wu Hao's strike surpassed that of lightning. It is worth noting that a small bird could obliterate an aircraft due to their relative velocities. Hence, it was precisely this factor that allowed Wu Hao to pierce the impervious sea monkey. Naturally, Zhang Qilin, disguised as Advisor Zhang, recognized this, which explained his astonishment. Even he could not have delivered such a rapid strike, prompting him to issue a warning despite knowing Wu Hao's capabilities. Ultimately, he realized that Wu Hao's strength far surpassed his assumptions, effortlessly slaying the formidable sea monkey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the sea monkey. Lifespan increased by 1,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the sea monkey. The six-storage celestial thief begins to strengthen. Bloodline rank is elevated, and the Taotai bloodline, pure, progresses by 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the minor boss, the sea monkey. Acquired a hundredfold storage space and illusion resistance. Ding! Lifespan increased by 1,000 years. Current lifespan remaining 4,931 years. Ding! Does the host wish to expend 5,000 years of lifespan to activate the hundredfold storage space? Ding! Does the host wish to expend 1,000 years of lifespan to activate illusion resistance? Activate? Absolutely not. With less than 5,000 years of remaining lifespan, activating the hundredfold storage space would result in my immediate demise. Although the current 1,000 cubic meters of storage space is somewhat limited, it's not yet imperative to expand it, that I shall refrain from activation for now. I can always activate it once the existing space is fully utilized. As for the illusion resistance, that is worth activating. The ancient tomb is replete with creatures, plants, and mechanisms capable of inducing hallucinations. Possessing illusion resistance would render me immune to these assaults, alleviating a significant burden. System: activate illusion resistance. Ding! Successfully activated illusion resistance by expending 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Lifespan expended, 1,000 years. Current lifespan remaining, 3,931 years. Let us hurry. This ship is sinking. Advisor Zhang swiftly approached Tianjin, seizing the package of aning from his hands. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Hao snapped back to reality, only to behold the decaying ghost ship teetering precariously on the verge of collapse. Water was seeping into the cabin from every crevice, and it would not be long before the pressure would breach the hull. He hurriedly retraced his steps, intent on escaping the cursed vessel, when a paper-wrapped bundle on a shelf in the corner caught his eye. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Wu Hao retrieved the bundle before making his way back. Upon reaching the opening below, he found Tianjin gazing helplessly at the ceiling. "Brother, how are we supposed to get up there?" The distance of 4 to 5 meters loomed dauntingly, with no means of leverage in sight. Advisor Zhang, seemingly apprehensive of revealing his identity, remained still while clutching aning. Ignoring him, Wu Hao grasped Tianjin's hand and leaped effortlessly onto the deck. Tianjin, astonished, could hardly believe that someone could so easily ascend to such heights. "Brother, you're incredible. You jumped up here so effortlessly." Before he could finish speaking, Advisor Zhang, still cradling aning, also leapt onto the deck, but he cast a glance at Tianjin, his eyes seemingly conveying, "See, I'm quite impressive too." "Not any less than your brother." As the four of them stood on the deck, ready to return to the fishing boat, they were met with the disheartening realization that the boat was nowhere in sight, surrounded instead by an expanse of inky black water. Where's the boat? Where did the fishing vessel go? Wu Hao scanned the area, spotting flickers of light in the northeastern direction. "Over there, they're over there." The winds must have separated the two boats. Following Wu Hao's gesture, Tianjin spotted the glimmers. Faint yet discernible, he sprang up and shouted, "Fatty, we're over here." After several calls, the lights began to approach the ghost ship. And moments later, Wu Hao and the others found themselves back aboard the fishing vessel. Captain, the crew eyed Wu Hao and his companions with suspicion, muttering, "Impossible. There is absolutely no way anyone could survive returning from that ghost ship." "What nonsense are you spouting, you old fool? My brother is just fine. ISNT. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's impossible," Fatty chimed in, giving the captain a hefty thump on the back of his head. The captain, momentarily stunned, took a while to recover. Once Wu Hao and his companions changed into dry clothes, Aning awoke, bewildered as she surveyed the group, questioning, "How did I end up here? What have you done to me? Stop being so ungrateful. We saved you. Otherwise, you'd still be on that ghost ship," Tianjin retorted. Aning suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck and, upon inspection, found her hand smeared with blood. "It's the faceless scythe. My brother rescued you from its control," Tianjin explained. Aning rose from the ground, thanked them hastily, and dashed out of the cabin. The following day, when Wu Hao awoke, the sun was already shining brightly. Tianjin, Fatty, and Advisor Zhang had yet to stir. Peering through the window, he noticed that the previous tempest had vanished, replaced by brilliant sunshine. After freshening up, Wu Hao carefully unwrapped the oil paper package he had retrieved from the ghost ship. Revealing a leather-bound notebook, as he opened the notebook, the legible text and accompanying illustrations came into view. It took him nearly half an hour to peruse the entire volume. The contents chronicled a civilization known as the Kingdom of Hate Heaven, which resided in the unfathomable depths of the Coral Spiral Sea in the South China Sea. This perilous region was notorious for relentless storms and frequent maritime disasters, rendering it off-limits to all vessels. This underwater civilization had mastered the technique of harnessing dragon fire, thereby attaining exceptional bronze smelting capabilities. They had once crafted bronze ritual vessels for King Mu of Zhou. However, all records of this ancient civilization ceased after the Qin dynasty, leaving it shrouded in the mists of history. The author of the notebook, having gleaned fragments from unofficial histories, had formed a team to seek out the Kingdom of Hate Heaven, hoping to uncover their secrets regarding dragonfire. Unfortunately, their vessel encountered a tempest while nearing the Coral Spiral Sea. Realizing his imminent demise, the author safeguarded the notebook, wishing that a destined individual would one day fulfill his wish by discovering the secrets of the Kingdom of Hate Heaven. The 16 characters of Yinyang Feng Shui's secret arts contain descriptions of dragonfire, a flame capable of burning underwater. Throughout history, tomb raiders had concluded that dragonfire was, in fact, the burning sea mist. The ocean floor also featured rivers, lakes, and mountains. Where mountains converged, the sea mist would accumulate, leading to the formation of mirages, indicating that dragonfire was essentially an illusion, that Wu Hao had never witnessed dragonfire firsthand, leaving him uncertain of its true nature. Vague descriptions alone could not provide clarity. Only direct experience would yield understanding. He shook his head, closing the notebook, and ascended to the deck, where he found Aining conversing with a group of her subordinates. Uncle Wu's data clearly states that the entrance to the underwater tomb is right here. How could we possibly not find it? Boss, we've already scoured the vicinity of the coordinates. We haven't found a single crab hole, let alone the entrance. Keep searching. I can guarantee the authenticity of the data. The entrance must be nearby. Aining commanded, prompting her subordinates to don their gear and plunge back into the water. That moment. Upon seeing Wu Hao on the deck, Aining called out, "There's food over there. You should eat something before we head back into the water." "How can we go back underwater if we can't even locate the entrance?" Advisor Zhang, who had followed Wu Hao outside, interjected that I have the exact coordinates. "There is no way we want to find it. Just wait and see." Zhang replied with a smile, moving aside to grab some food while awaiting Aining's folly. 2 hours later, Wu Tianjin and Fatty joined them on the deck, while Aining's subordinates had yet to return from their underwater search. The group began to grow anxious. Could Uncle Wu's data be flawed? What if the entrance to the underwater tomb isn't here? Tianjin pondered aloud. Who knows? That old fox, your uncle, is capable of anything. Zhang shrugged. What should we do? If the entrance isn't here, finding a tomb in this vast ocean would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I'll give it a try. Wu Hao interjected. He possessed a basic understanding of the incomplete 16 characters of Feng Shui's secret arts and thought it prudent to test its efficacy. He approached the bow of the ship, surveying the endless sea surrounding him. That moment, the 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts proved useless. Beep. Host may expend 3,000 years of lifespan to complete the 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 34. Yin and Yang. The Forbidden Mother. The complete 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts is renowned as the world's foremost tome, authored by tomb raiders. It encompasses all Feng Shui and Yin Yang techniques known to humanity. Although it is titled 16 characters, it is more accurately described as comprising 16 volumes. Each volume is represented by one character from the ancient Zhou celestial trigrams, totaling 16 characters, hence the name. The 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts is truly comprehensive, encompassing not only Feng Shui techniques but also Yin Yang arts, due to its authorship by tomb raiders. It includes various ancient tomb structures, outcomes, layouts, and the traps and monsters they encountered over the years. That it serves as a guide for tomb raiding. However, this book has not survived intact. Only fragments of the Feng Shui section remain. Even so, it is regarded as the cornerstone of the tomb raiding lineage. That if Wu Hao could complete it and obtain the Yin Yang sections, the effects would undoubtedly be magnitudes greater than the fragments. Combined with the smoking point identification technique from the tomb raiding lineage, it would likely render Wu Hao unparalleled in accessing any tomb, though completing it requires the expenditure of 3,000 years of lifespan. Such a sacrifice would be invaluable. With a remaining lifespan of 3,931 years, even after the deduction, he would still have 931 years left. That Wu Hao was untroubled, confident that once he located the underwater tomb, the creatures within would provide ample opportunity to recover any lost lifespan. System. Complete the 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts. Beep. Expending 3,000 years of lifespan to complete the 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts. Beep. Expended 3,000 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan is 931 years. As the system's notification echoed, Wu Hao instantly grasped the entirety of the 16 characters of Inyang Feng Shui's secret arts, experiencing a profound epiphany. So, it is like this. Upon mastering the complete essence of the 16 characters Inyang Feng Shui's secret technique, Wu Hao instantaneously realized that a lifespan of 3,000 years was indeed well spent. The quintessence of this technique resides entirely within the yin-yang aspect, and it can be asserted that the reason this text is revered as the greatest tome under heaven is solely due to its profound understanding of yin and yang. This segment encompasses numerous essential techniques, such as dealing with zongzi. While the feng shui section prescribes the use of a black donkey's hoof, The yin-yang section employs the method of dissipating the corpse energy of the zongzi using the principles of yin and yang. The distinction is evident, as the yin-yang portion surpasses the others by several tiers that Wu Hao lifted his gaze, and the entire expanse of the sea appeared utterly transformed. Prior to the completion of the 16 characters yin-yang feng shui's secret technique, he merely perceived the surface of the water as an ordinary sea, devoid of any feng shui significance. However, upon looking again, he could now discern the interplay of yin and yang energies. These energies manifested in contrasting shades of black and white, interwoven and elusive, each encapsulating the other. They intertwined and merged, giving rise to various feng shui dynamics that I in the northeastern direction. 100 meters away, the yin-yang energies coalesced into a dragon and a tiger, guarding a rare feng shui treasure site, where two dragons frolicked around a pearl. Wu Hao, now enlightened in feng shui, pointed toward the northeast, exclaiming, "I have located the entrance to the underwater tomb. It lies just over there." "Is that true, brother? You can actually see the entrance to the seabed from the boat?" "That's incredible." Those who heard Wu Hao's revelation were astounded, as he had remained on the vessel throughout, never having submerged in the water. In stark contrast, Ning's subordinates had been searching underwater for several hours without success. More crucially, the area Wu Hao indicated had already been thoroughly searched multiple times by Ning's crew. Yet they had found nothing. Having witnessed Wu Hao's capabilities before, Ning did not doubt his assertions. She promptly commanded several of her subordinates, "You all go over there and search carefully. Do not overlook any clues." "Understood, boss." Her 4 subordinates responded in unison before donning their oxygen tanks and plunging into the sea. 2 hours later, all 4 emerged ashore. "Boss, we meticulously searched that area, but we did not uncover anything of note." And Ning nodded and instructed her subordinates to investigate other water regions. Once they had departed, she turned to Wu Hao and remarked, "It seems your assumption was incorrect. The entrance to the underwater tomb is not located there." "What do you mean, woman?" "My brother has indicated that it is over there, and it must be so. The failure to find it is not due to the entrance's absence, but rather your subordinates' incompetence. They can't even locate it with clear directions." The portly man expressed unreserved faith in Wu Hao, immediately confronting Ning for her skepticism. Yu and Ning trembled with indignation. "Whether the entrance to the underwater tomb is indeed there can be ascertained by our descent." As she spoke, she gestured for Wu Hao to don his diving gear and accompany her into the water. That Wu Hao chuckled. "I do not require it. You all should hasten to follow me." With that, he dove into the sea with a splash. Upon entering the water, Wu Hao felt no discomfort. For him, the aquatic realm was as navigable as solid ground, his breathing unimpeded, with a flick of his feet and a sweep of his hands. He propelled himself toward his destination like a cannonball. That be why the time Ning, the portly man, Tianjun, and consultant Zhang entered the water, Wu Hao was already 100 meters away. This section of the sea was not particularly deep. The seabed lay with expansive coral formations, posing significant challenges for their search. The corals bore signs of previous searches, indicating that Ning's subordinates were indeed truthful. They had thoroughly scoured the area, yet found no entrance. Wu Hao, however, possessed the ability to perceive the yin-yang energies, which enabled him to effortlessly locate the treasure site of the dual dragons playing with a pearl. As Wu Hao awaited Ning and the others at the entrance to the underwater tomb, he noticed that they were all frozen in place at the water's edge, seemingly entranced. Feeling a pang of curiosity, he began to approach them, only to be met with the sight of a pallid face emerging before him. It belonged to a woman, her complexion whiter than the wall, with round eyes devoid of any whites, filled instead with dark, hollow orbs that appeared quite eerie. She was dangerously close, her nose nearly touching his, emanating an icy chill that moment. She pouted as if preparing to kiss him. Behind his face lay a sea of hair, her locks growing wildly and enveloping both Wu Hao and herself. In an instant, Wu Hao recognized the entity before him. It was the Jinpu. According to lore, the Jinpu was born from a woman who, after suffering humiliation, was discarded in the water. A lingering resentment coalesces into the sinister being that feeds on yin energy. That Wu Hao understood that the Jinpu is actually a monster resulting from a living person consuming a flawed longevity elixir. They thrive on resentment, growing stronger with the intensity of that negativity, making them exceedingly difficult to vanquish through conventional means. However, the Jinpa has a critical weakness. It fears fire, though igniting a typical flame underwater is an arduous task, unless one were to acquire the fabled dragon fire. As the Jinpa lingered in the depths, her vulnerability was not readily apparent. Ding. Jinpa detected. Consuming her soul can enhance bloodline rank. Due to the elevated level of the creature, the host must defeat her before consumption. Chapter 35. Feng Shui techniques for a being as malevolent as the Jinpa. It would be a simple task for Wu Hao, endowed with the divine artifact Phyo-yin, to eliminate her with a single strike. Just as Wu Hao prepared to draw forth the Phyo-yin to dispatch the Jinpa, a beam of silver light suddenly shot forth, piercing through the Jinpa's forehead. The moment the Jinpa made contact with the silver light, her visage contorted into a grotesque expression. In an instant, she began to disintegrate into the sea, as if turned to sand. What just happened? I hadn't even had the chance to consume her before she vanished. Wu Hao grumbled internally, turning his gaze toward the source of the silver light. Where only consultant Zhang remained at it, turned out that Zhang, disguised as Xiao Zhuang, had intervened. But alas, a creature capable of extending one's lifespan and enhancing bloodline rank had slipped away. Wu Hao found himself at a loss for words. Although Zhang acted from good intentions, fearing for his ability to confront the Jinpa, it seemed ungracious to express dissatisfaction at this juncture. Unbeknownst to Zhang, Wu Hao was indeed capable of defeating the Jinpa. As Wu Hao contemplated this, his displeasure began to dissipate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Even if a monster were killed by another, he could still consume its soul, yet no system prompt had sounded thus far. Could it be that the Jinpa had not truly perished but had merely fled? If that were the case, it would be fortuitous. He had not squandered a valuable resource. He could wait for the Jinpa's next appearance and eliminate her then. Once the Jinpa vanished, Tianjun and the others regained their composure. Wu Hao lingered for a few minutes before they approached. "Brother, are you all right? Just now, we encountered a woman who suddenly appeared in the water, pouting as if to kiss me. I attempted to evade her. I found myself ensnared by her hair, and after that, I lost all recollection that I am fine. That was the Jinpa. You all must exercise caution." Wu Hao gestured toward Tianjun. The portly man gasped upon hearing Wu Hao's identification of the Jinpa, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful of seawater. "What? You mean we just encountered a Jinpa? But she is a creature formed from the heavy resentment of a deceased mother. In the water, we were no match for her. Did you manage to defeat her?" Wu Hao shook his head, gesturing toward Zhang. He drove her away. The portly man's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Zhang, the bald fellow, managed to chase off the Jinpa? That is utterly astounding." Upon learning that Zhang had driven away the Jinpa, Tianjun glanced over at him, a vague sense of familiarity stirring within her, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Yet she could not recall where. While Wu Hao and the others communicated, Ning independently scrutinized the surrounding area, finding no sign of the underwater tomb entrance. "Did you not assert that the entrance to the underwater tomb was here? Yet there is nothing at all. Your failure to see does not imply non-existence. The entrance lies beneath our very feet." And Ning glanced downward, observing a patch of coral with numerous finger-sized holes, marks left by her subordinates probing the depths below. "Impossible! Professional instruments have been employed, and there is nothing beneath." Wu Hao shook his head, and Ning and her crew placed excessive trust in their instruments. Although their devices were the pinnacle of current technology, they still had limitations that in the realm of locating Feng Shui treasure sites. They paled in comparison to the Feng Shui secret arts. Should the circumstances deviate even slightly from the norm, their so-called top-tier instruments would falter. Wu Hao beckoned to the portly man. "You, dig through this coral and excavate down to a depth of 1.5 meters. The portly man signaled his understanding with an okay gesture and retrieved his tools to begin digging in the area Wu Hao indicated. The coral was brittle. A gentle tap was sufficient to break it apart, and he quickly excavated over 1 meter deep without much effort. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the water, igniting the portly man's excitement as he danced with glee. "I've struck something. There is indeed something below." Once he cleared the surrounding coral, a flat stone slab emerged. The portly man struck the slab twice, producing a resonant sound that rang in their ears that it's hollow beneath. "The entrance is indeed here." Aining was skeptical. She gestured for the burly man to step aside and approached the stone slab herself. The moment she struck it, Her expression transformed into one of astonishment. How could it be that something undetectable by instruments could be perceived aboard the ship? Feng Shui. Aining shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if a thought had struck her. Wu Sanshu, it must be that you revealed the exact location to him. That Wu Hao merely smiled, uninterested in explaining that prior to arriving here, he had indeed been unaware of the entrance's precise location. Were it not for the expenditure of 3,000 years of lifespan to complete the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret technique, he would not have been able to locate this place. This slab was no ordinary stone. It was crafted entirely from coral. Even when Aining's subordinates drilled into it, they could glean nothing that Wu Hao, however, perceived this place as the precious cave where Yin and Yang energies intertwined. Once Aining regained her composure, she summoned her subordinates to move the slab aside. Beneath it lay a passageway barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. The passage was shrouded in darkness. Its depth and contents were unknown. Aining ordered 2 of her subordinates to venture inside and ascertain the situation while the others waited at the entrance. After a while, the 2 who had entered vanished into the shadows, silence enveloping them. Minutes later, a series of bubbles suddenly erupted from the entrance. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Aining's countenance shifted, and she shone a powerful flashlight into the passage, revealing water gushing forth. Now tinged a ghastly crimson. Mixed within the blood were fragments of diving suits and bits of flesh, and soon, severed limbs began to surface from the tunnel. Those gathered at the entrance watched warily, their expressions taut, only relaxing slightly when the water became clear once more. You 2, go in and investigate. Aining commanded her 2 closest subordinates. They hesitated, recalling the gruesome scene moments prior, fearful of entering that moment. Aining drew a crossbow and aimed it at them. Go in, and there is a chance for survival. Hesitate now, and you will surely perish. You should know how to choose. The 2, coerced, steeled themselves and dove into the opening. Tianjun, observe closely what manner of person this woman is. Someone who regards lives as mere trifles, with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Aining, they are your subordinates. You should not treat them this way. Tianjin gestured in reproach towards Aining that if they wish to work under me, they must be prepared for sacrifice. High risk brings high reward. Otherwise, why would I offer them such generous wages? Just as Aining finished her retort, blood surged forth from the entrance once again, and everyone's expressions shifted to one of alarm as they fixed their gazes on the inky darkness, apprehensive of what monstrosity might emerge. After another stretch of time, the water cleared once more. This time, despite Aining's threats, her subordinates dared not venture forth again. It was then that Wu Hao spoke up. I'll go. Wu Hao was not motivated by concern for Aining's subordinates' lives. Rather, he had caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance in the water, one that emanated from the bones of a forbidden witch. The presence of this scent indicated that a forbidden witch awaited within the passage. While terrifying to others, the forbidden witch was a boon to Wu Hao, posing no threat whatsoever. Entering alone would facilitate his actions, allowing him to slay the witch and absorb her essence to enhance his own power. Chapter 36. The Drought Demon Don't. It's too dangerous inside. Tianjun and the burly man simultaneously tried to deter Wu Hao from entering the passage. That Wu Hao shook his head, gesturing reassuringly. There's no need for concern. I know my limits. With that, he pivoted and slipped into the darkness. Though enveloped in shadow, it made no difference to Wu Hao. He could see the conditions within the passage with utmost clarity. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing for his passage. The materials used to construct it appeared to be a substance known as white clay, extensively used in tomb construction during the Qin and Han dynasties. Composed of glutinous rice, lime, and sand, a viscous mixture. White clay not only possessed a fine texture and high stickiness, but also exhibited minimal permeability due to its tightly packed molecular structure. When damp, it appeared a bluish gray, known as blue clay, and when dried, it was white, hence the name white clay. Now submerged in seawater, it exhibited a bluish-gray hue, resembling bluestone, often misidentified by the untrained. Wu Hao swam deeper into the passage, progressing 40 to 50 meters, only to be halted by a massive stone slab, surrounded by floating fragments of corpses. That moment, Wu Hao caught a glimpse of a pale woman's face partially obscured within the slab. her hollow eyes fixated on him. And no wonder he had not encountered the forbidden witch thus far. She was concealed within the stone at the passage's end. Had he not possessed the true eye, capable of unraveling all illusions, he would never have detected her presence. With a thought, Wu Hao retrieved the grave robber seal from his system space. He propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, akin to a flying fish, reaching the stone face in an instant. Raising his hand, he brought the seal crashing down upon the woman's visage. As the seal made contact with the stone, a woman's anguished scream echoed in his ears. Instantly, her face dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, merging with the seawater. The grave robber's seal, renowned for its efficacy against malevolent spirits, had effortlessly vanquished the dreaded forbidden witch. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the forbidden witch. You have gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing the forbidden witch. The 6-vault celestial thief begins to strengthen, and the bloodline level increases. Gluttonous bloodline, purified, progression at 25. Ding! Slaying the minor boss, the forbidden witch, has yielded fragrant bones, the bones of the forbidden witch, exuding a unique aroma that intoxicates those who inhale it, ensnaring them in an illusion. Ding! Host has gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance is 1,931 years. With the defeat of a forbidden witch, the gluttonous bloodline purified progression had risen by an additional 5 at this rate. By the time he emerged from the underwater tomb, he might very well reach a level of 100. When that time came, the evolution of all his cells would likely be complete, awakening the second phase of the 6-vault celestial thief's abilities. Wu Hao was now quite curious about what those abilities entailed. Currently, his 6-vault celestial thief was at the first phase, possessing the power to consume and thereby extend his lifespan that higher-tier celestial thieves could siphon life force from the world, allowing them to gain lifespan without the need to consume. That he wondered when he might reach that pinnacle. At that point, his lifespan would surge exponentially, freeing him from the need to meticulously expend years to bolster his strength. The enhancement of his abilities would enable him to explore higher-level ancient tombs, where the creatures would be far more formidable, greatly benefiting the strengthening of the 6-vault's celestial thief and the elevation of his bloodline level. More importantly, it would grant him access to the Wu family's treasure vault, unveiling all its secrets and allowing him to eradicate the troublesome issues plaguing the Wu family. Although he remained uncertain of the nature of this trouble, the burden weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him perpetually unsettled until it was resolved. Ding! Host is approaching the underwater tomb, inhabited by soul-devouring creatures such as wax corpses, 12-handed ancient corpses, black-haired snakes, snake-browed copperfish, corpse toads, and the drought demon. The underwater tomb harbors a drought demon. This is a creature seldom seen in a millennium. Legends speak of the drought demon's emergence bringing desolation across vast lands. In many regions of our country, during years of drought, there exists a tradition of striking drought stakes, essentially targeting the drought demon. However, in this tomb-raiding world, the concept of the drought demon diverges slightly. Under specific conditions, long-deceased corpses can give rise to a drought demon. The drought demon is nearly indestructible, unless one can sever its head. However, it is impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire, and exudes a miasma. Merely approaching it risks contamination. Such a formidable creature makes it nearly impossible to even approach, let alone behead. Moreover, upon its demise, it releases a copious amount of corpse poison. Thus, the individual responsible for decapitating the drought demon would also succumb to its toxic miasma. This marks the first time Wu Hao has encountered such a formidable adversary. Yet rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with exhilaration. For the stronger the creature, the greater the benefits reaped from its consumption. At this moment, it had been over 10 minutes since Wu Hao entered the passage. Wu Tianjun, the burly man, advisor Zhang, Aining, and her subordinates were all gathered around the entrance, keenly observing the unfolding events within. The longer the wait stretched on, the more grim the expressions on their faces became. "Dadio, you think my brother will be all right? He is so capable. Rest assured, my elder brother is formidable. He will surely be fine." Though the corpulent man gestured in such a manner, he was in truth uncertain within. The source of human fear lies in the unknown. After all, none can ascertain what lurks within. Particularly unsettling was the fact that this tomb resided beneath the ocean. a domain that humanity has scarcely explored, leaving one to ponder whether a formidable creature might suddenly emerge from the depths that he then recalled that not long after Aining's subordinates had entered. Blood had begun to surface. Given that Wu Hao had been inside for a considerable duration without any signs of distress, he hoped that all would be well at that moment. A reaction occurred at the entrance. Bubbles began to rise with a gurgling sound. Everyone surrounding the entrance tensed up. Even Aining appeared unusually anxious, fervently praying in her heart for Wu Hao's safe return, wishing fervently that no harm would befall him. She herself could not fathom why such thoughts plagued her. Perhaps it was due to her employer's task. Currently, Wu Hao was the only one brave enough to venture forth, while her subordinates, even under duress, dared not enter. Or perhaps it was because Wu Hao had once saved her life. Suddenly, a severed hand floated out from the entrance, causing the hearts of all present to sink. Tianjun was on the verge of tears, pointing and exclaiming, "Look, what is that, fatty?" The corpulent man felt a pang of distress as he retrieved the dismembered hand and compared it with his own palm. Upon realizing that the severed hand was rougher than his own, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Tianjun, fret not. That hand does not belong to our brother." Just as he finished speaking, a head emerged from the entrance. "Brother, you're safe. How wonderful," seeing Wu Hao unharmed. The corpulent man was so elated that he momentarily forgot he was at the bottom of the sea and was unable to make a sound. Chapter 37. Heaven, Earth, Hell, let us all proceed together. The entrance to the underwater tomb lies at the end of this passage. Wu Hao extended his upper body out of the opening, gestured briefly, and then turned to swim back. Tianjun, advisor Zhang, Aining, and her group followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the end, Wu Hao glanced back to ensure everyone had entered before triggering the mechanism to access the underwater tomb. He extended two slender fingers, tracing them along the stone wall, and suddenly halted, pressing firmly at a specific point. That a creaking sound filled the air as the stone slab at the end opened inward. Then, an immense suction force erupted from within, drawing Wu Hao and the others inside. Wu Hao felt as though the world was spinning, his body colliding chaotically against the walls. When he finally emerged from the water, he found himself in a square chamber. "Congratulations, host. You have entered the underwater tomb. Please thoroughly explore the tomb. Upon completion, a rating will be given. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. Exploration time, personnel losses, and completeness will all affect the rating. Indeed, every tomb exploration yields a rating, along with substantial rewards." Equipped with the experience from his first exploration, Wu Hao felt confident in achieving an even higher score this time. This chamber spanned over 100 square meters, with a 2-meter-wide flat area encircling a central pool. Wu Hao found himself in the water, swimming a few strokes before climbing ashore. As soon as he reached the bank, he was captivated by a small coffin among a heap of jars and bottles in the corner. Prior to entering, the system had warned him of the presence of soul-devouring creatures within the underwater tomb, including wax corpses and little zongzi. If all went as expected, the small coffin was likely to contain a little zongzi. He approached the small coffin cautiously, only to discover a crack had opened, revealing it to be empty. Just as he pondered this mystery, the corpulent man's voice rang out nearby. "Ouch! This is painful. I feel as though my ribs are about to break." Wu Hao turned to see that fatty, Tianjun, Aining, and several of her subordinates had surfaced from the water. Fatty's eyes glimmered as he spotted the jars and bottles in the corner. "Good heavens, so many treasures. It seems my prized goods must be among them," he exclaimed, eagerly climbing out of the water and shedding his diving gear as he rushed over. Ouch! Just as Fatty took a few steps, he slipped and fell to the ground. "What is so slippery that caused me to fall?" He cursed as he got back on his feet, shining his flashlight at the ground, revealing a sticky footprint. "Brother, come quickly. Here lies a footprint, and it's still wet. Could it be that someone has already beaten us to the underwater tomb?" Wu Hao approached and confirmed that there indeed was a footprint measuring about 10 centimeters in length. He instantly realized that this footprint belonged to the wax corpse little zongzi he had been searching for. Wu Hao tapped Fatty on the head. "Just take a look at the size of this footprint." Fatty crouched down, placing his hand alongside the print. Such a small footprint. Could it belong to a child? Judging by its size, it must be no older than 4 or 5 years at that moment. Wu Tianjin was also drawn over, but he dipped his finger into the sticky substance on the ground, bringing it to his nose, only to be assaulted by a nauseating stench. Ugh, what is this? It reeks. This is corpse wax, a substance that forms on the surface of a corpse over many years in a damp environment. Upon hearing Wu Hao's explanation, Tianjin hurriedly wiped his contaminated finger on the wall. Ugh, that's revolting. Duh. Fatty suddenly realized, brother, are you saying this footprint was left by a Zongzi? Wu Hao nodded. Fatty's expression shifted dramatically, that I've heard that little Zongzi are far more formidable than big Zongzi. Typically, little Zongzi are buried as companions in death. That it is said that in ancient times, there was a custom of burying golden boys and jade girls alongside the deceased. These children were meticulously selected. And while they were still alive, mercury was poured into their mouths. Additionally, holes were drilled into their heads, backs, and skulls, through which mercury was also administered. After enduring such torment, the children would succumb to the pain, and their skin was then coated with mercury powder upon their death. Such golden boys and jade girls could remain uncorrupted for millennia. Just think of the cruelty these children faced while alive. It is no wonder that their resentment in death transforms them into exceedingly vengeful Zongzi. What Fatty spoke of was also recorded in the ancient art of feng shui. It is said that such corpses are exceedingly difficult to become Zongzi. And judging by the sticky substance on the ground, the little Zongzi was a wax corpse rather than a mercury corpse, suggesting it might not be particularly fierce. Suddenly, a clattering sound emanated from the jars and bottles in the corner. Wu Hao, Fatty, and Tianjin turned to investigate, discovering that one of Aining's subordinates had accidentally knocked over a half-person-high jar, which rolled along the ground. You woman, can't you tell your subordinates to be more cautious? Don't they know they could frighten someone to death? Fatty grumbled, that I didn't knock it over. It just fell on its own. Aining's subordinate defended himself. The jar continued to roll several meters without any sign of stopping. Swiftly passing by Wu Hao's feet, that moment, a system notification rang in Wu Hao's mind. Ding, wax corpse little Zongzi detected. Consuming it can increase lifespan by 1,000 days. Will the host consume it? Yes, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hao chose to consume it. Originally believing he would need to defeat the little Zongzi first, to his surprise, he discovered that as long as he approached within a 2-meter radius, he could automatically consume it that moment. He realized that the little Zongzi hidden in the small coffin had been hiding within the jar. After issuing the command to consume, half a day passed without completion, as the jar rolled away too swiftly, placing it beyond his 2-meter reach. The little Zongzi is in the jar. Fatty also noticed the little Zongzi within the jar and shouted as he chased after it. Wu Hao pursued as well, intent on consuming the little Zongzi. Fatty, didn't you just say that little Zongzi are far more ferocious than big ones? Why are you still chasing? Tianjin queried. Noting Fatty's greedy demeanor, which lacked any semblance of fear, it may be fierce, but it also possesses many treasures. Fatty replied while running, though he found himself increasingly distant from the jar. Soon, Wu Hao caught up to Fatty and surpassed him, realizing that his speed influenced the rolling speed of the jar. If he slowed down, the jar would also decelerate, and if he stopped, the jar would remain spinning in place. Are you trying to lead us somewhere? Wu Hao called out loudly. His astonishment, the jar began to spin frantically in place. Though it emitted no words, its actions provided Wu Hao with a definitive answer. Seeing this, Wu Hao temporarily abandoned his plan to consume the little Zongzi. Fatty, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. My goodness, this little Zongzi is no ordinary one. It retains its intellect. Let us follow and see where it leads us. Wu Hao followed closely behind the jar as it rolled through the tomb passage. This jar, standing at a height of about 1.5 men, moved along, trailed by a group of people. The little Zongzi came to a halt only when it brought Wu Hao and the others before a grand tomb door. This door, intricately carved from white Han marble, rose to a height of 3 to 4 meters and spanned 2 to 3 meters in width. At its center were 3 small arched entrances, each adorned with unique and elaborate patterns that Wu Hao instantly recognized that these 3 arches symbolized heaven, earth, and hell. In Chapter 38, Zhang Qilin was exposed. Tianjin, who had been studying the jade door for quite some time, suddenly exclaimed, I understand. Have any of you seen the T-shaped silk paintings from the Han tomb at Mwangi? They also depict the red sun, jade rabbit, golden toad, and evil spirits, while they had indeed seen it. What relevance did it have here? That silk painting was similarly divided into 3 parts, representing heaven, earth, and hell. I believe these three arches follow the same principle. The stout man nodded, looking resigned, and said, "So what? Now that the little Zongzi has stopped here, which door should we enter?" "I do not know," Wu Hao replied, "that I have only seen fragments in my grandfather's notes that it is said that these three arches are known as the Gates of Three Lives. And only one leads to the tomb passage, while the other two hide deadly traps. Choosing wrong could lead to a perilous fate, with a 1 in 3 chance of encountering a lethal mechanism." No one dared to make a hasty decision to AT that moment, and Ning suddenly called out, "Look, the jar is moving again." They observed the jar before the jade door shaking incessantly, as if suppressed by some powerful force. Attempting to move, yet unable to do so, Wu Hao glanced around and looked up, spotting a palm-sized red rune atop the jade door, resembling the yellow talismans usually seen, each time the jar moved. The rune flickered, that Wu Hao leaped up to remove the rune. It was this that prevented the Zongzi from advancing, that he tore the rune apart and cast it far away. Upon doing so, the jar indeed began to roll again, directly entering the arch that represented hell. "Quick, let us follow," the stout man urged, but Wu Hao stopped him. "Wait, let someone go in first to test the waters." Wu Hao was unwilling to place complete trust in a Zongzi. Its motives for leading them here were unclear, and if it was a trap set by the tomb's owner, they would be falling right into it. Moreover, Wu Hao understood that if they did not enter, others would inevitably go and to scout ahead. Ning, realizing Wu Hao's intention in stopping the stout man, immediately ordered 2 of her subordinates to investigate. Although reluctant, they steeled themselves at the thought of the generous reward awaiting them and followed the jar inside. After a few minutes of waiting, the 2 who had just entered rushed out. "Boss, there's a passage behind." "No danger." And Ning nodded and stepped through the arch that represented hell. Wu Hao, the stout man, Tianjun, and Consultant Zhang followed closely behind, and as soon as they entered, the jade door automatically closed behind them. Behind the door lay a corridor, flanked by a pair of torch-bearing youth on either side. Along the corridor, there were narrow troughs about 30 to 40 centimeters wide, with oil lamps placed every few meters, now lit and casting a bright glow throughout the passage. The jar had come to a stop about 4 or 5 meters away from Wu Hao and the others. Seeing them enter, it began to rattle and roll again. "Follow closely behind the jar and avoid stepping where it hasn't rolled," Wu Hao cautioned, preparing to walk after it that moment. He noticed that Ning and her subordinates remained rooted in place. Seemingly unwilling to move, Ning had one foot poised precariously on a tile. Wu Hao quickly discerned that this tile was a trap trigger, and Ning was poised to activate it as they passed. "Wait, let them go first," he urged the stout man, Tianjun, and Consultant Zhang, insisting that Ning's team go ahead before they followed. Ning's expression darkened, and with a glance, she signaled her subordinates to advance ahead while she withdrew her foot and moved past. Wu Hao nodded, leading the stout man, Tianjun, and Consultant Zhang to hastily follow. Just then, Ning's group suddenly quickened their pace, swiftly reaching the other end of the corridor. Ning stepped on a tile, and immediately the sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot forth from both sides of the corridor. The arrows were densely packed, weaving a net that was nearly impenetrable in the air. Even Ning, positioned at the corridor's end, found herself besieged by numerous projectiles. Her agility allowed her to dodge several arrows that flew close, but soon she faced an even more intense barrage. Ning rolled on the ground to evade an attack, but a dozen arrows were already upon her. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed one of her subordinates and shielded herself with him. The unfortunate subordinate was instantly pierced, becoming a human pincushion. Using her subordinate as a shield, Ning continued to dodge while searching for the mechanism at the end of the corridor. Upon touching a certain spot, the stone door at the end swung open, and she vanished into the passage as the door closed behind her. The instant the trap was triggered, Wu Hao drew forth Fei Gong, and with a thought, activated the mechanism above, transforming it into a shield that protected him and the others. A torrent of arrows rained down upon the shield, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. The barrage continued, wave after wave, each more intense than the last. Yet the shield held firm against them until the arrows were exhausted, and all fell silent. Seeing the attack cease, Wu Hao concentrated, and the shield transformed into a small box about a foot in length. The stout man's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "Brother, that box in your hands isn't Fei Gong. is it? One couldn't help but commend the stout man's discerning eye. He could assess the value of treasures with just a glance. The legendary weapon of the Mo family, Fei Gong, had always been spoken of in tales, yet no one had ever seen it until now. Fei Gong, the weapon that can change its form at will with the wielder's intent. It seemed the weapon's renown was so great that even Tianjun was aware of its legend. Indeed, it is the legendary Fei Gong. Wu Hao smiled, acknowledging its worth. Not only could it transform into any desired shape, but regardless of its form, it would always be a formidable weapon. Possessing Fei Gong was akin to wielding hundreds of different arms, each one a divine instrument. Suddenly, the stout man exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Stout man? That a Ning is deliberately triggering traps to shake us off. She must be trying to monopolize the treasures within the tomb, that we must hurry and not let her get ahead. As he spoke, he marched forward and reached the end of the corridor, where he spotted a Ning's subordinates, now resembling pincushions. That woman is ruthless, even to her own people, and no wonder her teams always suffer total losses when exploring tombs. She must have been using them as shields. No, these arrows have lotus flower tips, so they want to be fatal, Consultant Zhang stated, picking an arrowhead from one of Ning's subordinates. The arrowhead resembled a blooming lotus and was designed to open and close. It functioned like a normal arrowhead when unloaded, but when under pressure, it would spread open, the petals clawing into the flesh without causing lethal harm. Does that mean she knew these arrows wouldn't kill and triggered the trap deliberately? No, she must have aimed to shake off certain individuals. Before Zhang's words could settle, he seized a person from the ground and tore off his shirt, revealing a phoenix tattoo on the man's shoulder. There were indeed members of the Wang family among Ning's subordinates. She must have noticed something and triggered the trap to escape this group. Zhang, with a sudden motion, snapped the neck of the individual in his grip. Silencing him, he checked the others and released them once he discovered no phoenix tattoos among them. The stout man only knew that the Wang family was a large clan, but knew nothing further. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. "Wait, Zhang, why does your voice sound different all of a sudden?" Zhang chuckled, and then the sound of cracking bones echoed around them. They watched as Zhang's form began to shift. Becoming thinner and taller, he peeled back a layer of skin from the area around his ear, revealing a human skin mask that fell away, and Zhang Qilin's stern visage appeared before them. In Chapter 39, the little Zongzi sought help. "Little brother, how is it you?" Tianjin and the stout man were both stunned by this revelation. Before Zhang Qilin revealed his true identity, they had never suspected that Consultant Zhang was actually Zhang Qilin in disguise. How could this be? The appearance could be explained by a human skin mask, but how could his entire physique change? Could it be the legendary bone shrinking technique, capable of altering one's skeletal structure to change their form? Upon the removal of his disguise, Zhang Qilin's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Reverting to his previous stoicism, that he seemed to disregard the astonished exclamations from the rotund man. The rotund man, receiving no response, furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Are you deliberately toying with us?" Suddenly, Zhang Qilin pointed a finger at Wu Hao, declaring he knows. The rotund man, along with Tianjin, turned their gaze towards Wu Hao. "Brother, did you already know that Consultant Zhang is the younger brother in disguise?" The elder brother retorted, "If you knew, why didn't you say anything? Isn't this akin to conspiring with him to mock me and Tianjin?" Wu Hao chuckled, quickly shifting the topic. "Look, the jar is moving again. Let us hurry and keep up to avoid losing it." The jar rolled to the end of the passageway, halting before a stone door. Wu Hao activated the mechanism, causing the stone door to pivot, and the jar, along with him, rotated to the opposite side. Behind the stone door lay another passage, where the jar continued to roll forward. Wu Hao followed at a leisurely pace, and before long, Tianjin, the rotund man, and Zhang Qilin had caught up with him. Ultimately, the jar came to a stop before a jade stone door at the end of this passage. Why has it stopped? Have we arrived at our destination? The rotund man approached the jar, reaching out to seize it. His excited demeanor suggested he had discovered some treasure within. The presence of sacrificial children in ancient tombs holds significant meaning. The golden boy is meant to guide the deceased to the path of heaven, while the jade girl assists the deceased in crossing the Niha Bridge. The roles of the golden boy and the jade girl in ancient tombs are of paramount importance, as they carry the most cherished possessions of the tomb owner, believed to be essential for guiding the departed. Indeed, As Wu Hao had surmised, the rotund man was fixated on the treasures that the little Zongzi might possess. Previously, he had mentioned that due to immense suffering before death, the little Zongzi harbored great resentment, rendering them quite fierce. Yet now, he intended to rob the little Zongzi of its possessions, exhibiting not a trace of fear. That Wu Hao shook his head, saying, "Rotund man, you are truly Navi? Brother, why do you label me as such? Could it be that the sacrificial golden boy and jade girl have other significance? In truth, the golden boy and jade girl serve as attendants to the tomb owner after death, ensuring that the tomb owner's spirit can enjoy blessings in the afterlife. That to ensure their unwavering devotion. Their mouths are sealed with copper coins, and their feet are bound with red threads, the other ends of which are tied to the tomb owner's trousers. Thus, they carry no valuable treasures." Upon hearing Wu Hao's explanation, the rotund man's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Brother, is that truly the case?" "Indeed." Wu Hao nodded in affirmation. "That so? Have we chased for nothing? The sacrificial children bear no treasures. Why should I pursue them?" Suddenly, a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes, dispelling his previous disappointment. "Could it be that you brought us here to rescue your companions?" As he spoke, the rotund man pressed his hands against the jade door, attempting to push it open. With a forceful push, the jade door cracked open slightly. "Brother, it truly opened. Be careful." Wu Hao quickly shoved the rotund man aside, just as a piercing sound echoed in his ear. A half-meter-long arrow shot forth from within. The rotund man, witnessing the arrow embed itself into the passage wall, was drenched in a cold sweat. In ancient tombs, one must not act recklessly, for one could trigger mechanisms that might cost them their life. Regaining his composure, the rotund man expressed his gratitude to Wu Hao. "Thank you for saving me." The mechanism behind the jade door contained only a single arrow. Once it was fired, it signified the unlocking of the mechanism. Wu Hao peered through the crack of the door, revealing a modest chamber filled with small coffins, each about half a meter in length. Upon entering, he observed that these coffins were arranged in a circular formation, with a paper figure lying at the center. Numerous red threads extended from the feet of the paper figure, with the other ends inserted into the small coffins. That Wu Hao stepped inside. The jar rolled in behind him, abruptly standing upright at his feet. Subsequently, a child, less than half a meter tall, emerged from the jar. The child was entirely silver, with a copper coin bound to its mouth by a red thread, while severed red threads lay at its feet. "You brought me here to rescue them." Upon hearing this, the little Zongzi nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. That a notification chimed, indicating that the little Zongzi was seeking help. The host could choose to assist the little Zongzi and receive a mysterious reward, or opt to refuse and directly consume the little Zongzi for an increase in lifespan. The presence of a sacrificial child in a coffin implied that there were dozens of sacrificial children within. It was reasonable to assume that they had all undergone corpse transformation. Much like the wax figure of the little Zongzi, that Wu Hao estimated that there were at least 50 such coffins in the chamber, suggesting that if he chose to consume them, he could potentially extend his life by at least 50,000 days, approximately 137 years. However, the increase in lifespan from 137 years was not as substantial as that gained from defeating a sea monkey or a forbidden spirit. After a brief calculation, Wu Hao knew how to proceed. That he resolutely chose to assist the little Zongzi, believing that the mysterious reward would be worthwhile, or perhaps it might even surprise him. Upon entering, Tianjin and the rotund man were immediately incensed by the sight before them. Ignorance. The ancients were truly foolish. In their pursuit of posthumous pleasures, they harmed so many children to accompany them in death. "Look, each coffin has a red thread extending to the paper figure in the center, precisely as described by my brother." The rotund man realized that the scene inside mirrored Wu Hao's description. The golden boy and jade girl were indeed meant to serve the tomb owner. Who could the owner of this tomb be? Most tombs contained at most a pair of attendants, yet this one held dozens. Such cruelty surely indicated that the owner had long since become extinct. The wax figure of the little Zongzi hopped excitedly to a small coffin, chattering incessantly, seemingly requesting Wu Hao to help open it. "Brother, is he asking me to help him open the coffin?" Wu Hao recalled that Zhang Qilin possessed the ability to communicate with higher-level Zongzi. The reason only higher-level Zongzi could communicate was that lower-level Zongzi lacked intelligence and could not engage in conversation. Once Zongzi reached a higher level, they developed intelligence and could ponder simple questions. Since this little Zongzi managed to lead them here, it was undoubtedly intelligent. Seeing Zhang Qilin nod, Wu Hao knew his suspicions were correct. He lifted the lid of the small coffin before him, revealing a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to the little Zongzi. The body within the small coffin was entirely silver, indicating it had been infused with mercury during life and subsequently coated with a layer of mercury powder after death. Its eyes were wide open, yet its body was immobile. Wu Hao drew forth his weapon, transforming it into a long sword, and struck down upon the red thread binding the paper figure's feet in the center of the chamber. The instant the thread severed, the little Zongzi within the coffin sprang to life, standing upright. As the little Zongzi stood, a booming sound reverberated throughout the chamber, and every small coffin responded in the pitch-black tomb. The sound signified that the sacrificial children within the coffins were about to rise. Brother, those red threads restrain the little Zongzi. Why would you sever them? Although the rotund man initially sought treasures from the sacrificial children, facing dozens of little Zongzi now instilled a genuine fear within him. Bang! 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 Just as the rotund man finished speaking, the lids of the small coffins flew open, and one after another, the little Zongzi stood up. The sight of one or two little Zongzi might not elicit fear, but the simultaneous emergence of 40 or 50 was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, especially in the dark confines of the tomb. Being stared at by dozens of little Zongzi made Wu Hao feel a chilling breeze brush against his back. Were it not for the little Zongzi's plea for help and the promise of a mysterious reward, he would have long since consumed all of them to extend his life. As the little Zongzi rose from their coffins, they began to gather around Wu Hao, bouncing excitedly, in the blink of an eye. He found himself encircled by 4 or 5 dozen little Zongzi. How can I assist you? Wu Hao attempted to communicate with them. The only response came from the little Zongzi that had led them here. The others remained silent, and oh wonder that little Zongzi was able to escape. It was the only one with intelligence that appeared to be indicating that Wu Hao should help remove the copper coin binding its mouth. Bending down, Wu Hao retrieved the copper coin from the mouth of the little Zongzi in the coffin beneath him, prompting the little Zongzi to leap with excitement. That moment, a small, crimson stick, about the size of a pinky finger, was expelled from the little Zongzi's mouth, and simultaneously, a black smoke emanated from its body, dissipating into the air. The little Zongzi immediately fell to the ground, lifeless and rigid. Brother, what just happened? Why did the little Zongzi die? Wu Hao shook his head, perplexed. He had no idea why this had occurred. The little Zongzi had come to seek help, yet after he intervened, it had perished that moment. Zhang Qilin approached, examining the stick that the little Zongzi had expelled. He tapped it in his hand and sniffed it, declaring, "It is cinnabar. Cinnabar. That explains everything." Upon learning that the red stick was actually cinnabar, Wu Hao instantly grasped the situation. Cinnabar is an object of extreme yang, possessing the ability to subdue malevolent spirits, and is often mixed with black dog blood and rooster comb blood to inscribe talismans. When applied to a corpse, it can also serve to suppress the remains and seal the soul. The architect of this tomb had stuffed cinnabar into the mouths of the little Zongzi, effectively binding their souls within their bodies, preventing decay and ensuring their souls remained undying. Their spirits were eternally trapped, serving the tomb's master for countless lifetimes, never to reincarnate. The little Zongzi that led them here had encountered an unforeseen circumstance that allowed it to break free from its bindings. It had waited in the tomb chamber until it encountered Wu Hao and his companions, subsequently leading them here to seek assistance. Removing the cinnabar from their mouths equated to lifting the seal, granting their souls the chance to reincarnate, which caused them to detach from their bodies and dissipate. Upon comprehending this, Wu Hao called out, "Fatty, Tianjin, let us assist in removing the coins tethered to their mouths." "Brother, why must we do this?" By doing so, we are effectively helping them lift the seal, granting them the opportunity to reincarnate. Tianjin, unable to understand the reasoning, decided to comply, trusting Wu Hao's words. Fatty, realizing he could aid the little Zon upon hearing the words Fudi of the Fakia Gate. The rotund man's eyes lit up, and he fervently insisted on accompanying Wu Hao to unlock the Fudi. Wu Hao chuckled softly. His intention in revealing this was to bring him along. Although the man had a penchant for wealth, his loyalty to friends and brothers was unwavering, even to the point of sacrificing his life, if need be, and no matter how formidable one might be. They remained but an individual, In the future, to manage the Wu family, it was imperative to have trusted allies by his side, and this man was an excellent candidate. You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word later. The rotund man chuckled awkwardly to Wu Hao noticed Zhang Qilin gazing at him contemplatively, though he said nothing. Little brother, if you are willing, you should join us as well. Zhang Qilin nodded in response to that moment. The little Zhongzi suddenly sprang up, and after a brief commotion, he spat out a vermilion stick that a plume of black smoke rose from his body, leaving behind a rigid corpse. This little Zhongzi was indeed grateful. Having freed him and his companions, he led Wu Hao and the others to find the reeds that recorded the foodie of the Fakia Gate. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, assisting the little Zhongzi in breaking the seal and receiving a mysterious reward. Ding, the mysterious reward is now being distributed. After the last little Zhongzi departed, the system notification echoed in Wu Hao's mind that he was rather eager to see what kind of reward he would receive. Ding, congratulations to the host for enhancing the cellular reinforcement progress to 100. Ding, full cellular reinforcement complete, enhanced perception abilities, awakening the second stage of the Liuku Xianzhe S ability restoration, as long as there is food or monsters to devour. It can even achieve the level of regrowing severed limbs. The mysterious reward had astonishingly elevated the evolution progress of all his cells to 100, thereby awakening the second stage of the Liuku Xianzhe S ability restoration. The thought of regrowing severed limbs was a terrifyingly powerful restoration ability, which meant that from this day forth, he possessed an almost immortal capability that as long as his enemies could not eliminate him instantaneously, he could recover in a short span of time. This was astounding. Such a power was truly extraordinary. And this was merely the second stage of the Liuku Xianzhe S ability. What about the third or fourth stages? Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Ding, due to the host S advancement to the second stage of the Liuku Xianzhe, the Qi body source stream has been acquired. Chapter 42, Mastering Qi Transformation. Ding. The seed of the Qi body source stream has now been planted within the host S body. The Qi body source stream is the fundamental method of utilizing Qi. All techniques are established upon the foundation of Qi manipulation. There exists Qi within the host's body, as well as in nature. By harmonizing the Qi within oneself with that of the natural world, one can harness the Qi of the universe, which is infinite. The development path of the Qi body source stream varies according to the user's comprehension. With the host awakening the gluttonous bloodline, he can currently utilize Qi transformation to morph the Qi within his body into a gluttonous form as a means of attack. When Qi is unleashed in the form of a glutton, it resonates with the host's gluttonous bloodline, thus endowing it with some of the abilities of a glutton. The more proficient the host becomes in manipulating Qi, the higher the level of the gluttonous bloodline and the more abilities the transformed glutton will possess. Furthermore, while utilizing Qi transformation, the host may also shift into other forms, albeit without any additional attributes or effects. As the host's understanding deepens and communication with nature becomes more adept, the amount of Qi within him will increase, thereby amplifying his attacking capabilities that Wu Hao had not anticipated that upon awakening the second stage of the Liuku Xianzhe, he would acquire the Qi body source stream. This was a path that did not require cultivation, but relied on comprehension. The system notification resounded, a radiant light penetrated into Wu Hao's abdomen. Instantly, he felt an intricate connection with his surroundings that an inexhaustible flow of energy surged into him from his abdomen. However, as this connection was still nascent, the influx of energy was not abundant. This should be the effect of the Qi body source stream seed, aiding him in establishing a bond with his environment, allowing the absorption of Qi from it. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. The Qi body source stream seed was akin to a master. Its subsequent development would depend on his own direction. Regardless of the path taken, the essence of the Qi body source stream connected him with the surrounding environment, granting him infinite Qi. With greater comprehension, the speed of Qi absorption from the environment would significantly accelerate. Qi could not only fortify the body, but also unleash techniques. When the Qi body source stream reaches a profound level of understanding, the rate of Qi absorption from the environment will exceed the rate of Qi consumption. At that point, it will be tantamount to possessing infinite Qi, enabling limitless body reinforcement and technique execution. The technique currently at his disposal was Qi transformation, consuming Qi to directly morph into a glutton. One of the four great ancient fiends, a glutton was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the transformed glutton would resonate with the gluttonous bloodline, granting it some of the bloodline's abilities. This meant that when employing chi transformation to attack, the glutton would also possess devouring capabilities. Thus, when encountering powerful monsters that could not be devoured directly, there would be no need to laboriously slay them first. He could simply utilize chi transformation to summon a glutton to swiftly eliminate and consume them in one fell swoop, with the range of devouring expanded beyond the previous 2-meter limitation. As long as the attack of chi transformation could reach a location, it could devour there. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of insect wings flapping filled Wu Hao's ears. Following that, numerous beetles, akin to 7-star ladybugs, emerged from the mouth of the little Zhongzi. Without exception, over 50 little Zhongzi corpses had beetles flying out from their mouths. The tails of the beetles burned with a green flame, flickering in midair like fireflies. In an instant, a massive green cloud of insects formed within the tomb chamber. What kind of insect is this? Why does its tail have flames? Shoo. Zhang Qilin gestured for silence, whispering a reminder. Do not make a sound. They are very sensitive to noise that if we are attacked, we will be reduced to ashes within seconds. Hiss. The rotund man gasped in alarm upon hearing this. That's terrifying. It's faster than a crematorium. We must hurry and escape. The rotund man whispered, stealthily turning to make his exit from the tomb chamber. Just as he turned, the fire beetles in midair began to stir, that a dozen fire beetles detached from the swarm and slowly approached him. The rotund man was paralyzed with fear, his heart racing, unable to move as the fire beetles drew nearer. He was at a loss. Fleeing might attract even more fire beetles, yet staying put meant being discovered by those already approaching. Ding! Fire beetles detected within 2 meters of the host. Would you like to devour? Devour! Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured a fire beetle. Lifespan increased by 1 day. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured a fire beetle. Lifespan increased by 1 day. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured a fire beetle. Lifespan increased by 1 day. As the rotund man was in a state of utter panic, the dozen fire beetles suddenly dropped dead. Plummeting from midair, that he glanced at Wu Hao and whispered, How could I have forgotten? With Big Brother here, no matter how formidable the insects are, they cannot approach us. You all go ahead. I'll handle the rest. Wu Hao prepared to attempt chi transformation, uncertain of its attacking prowess and fearing that if even a single fire beetle slipped past to attack others, he would be unable to save them in time. It would be better for the others to leave the tomb chamber first, allowing him to fully unleash the potential of chi transformation. That as he spoke, he stepped forward, positioning himself to shield everyone behind him. The rotund man sighed, Big Brother, while your actions are indeed touching, we cannot leave now. Upon turning to look, Wu Hao saw a cloud of fire beetles hovering at the entrance of the tomb chamber, blocking any escape for those inside. Then do not move recklessly. I will deal with the fire beetles. Just protect yourselves. After issuing his instructions, Wu Hao turned and unleashed chi transformation into the air. Roar! A massive glutton materialized out of thin air, roaring at the fire beetles above. The moment the glutton appeared, the fire beetles began to tremble, the entire cloud quaking as if on the verge of collapse. Sensitive to sound, the fire beetles not only refrained from attacking, but also dared not approach. Indeed, had it not been for the tomb walls in their way, they would have fled immediately. This was one of the powers of the gluttonous bloodline, to repel insects and ward off evil. Wu Hao's glutton, born from chi transformation and resonating with his gluttonous bloodline, inherently possessed some of its capabilities, although the gluttonous bloodline was not yet fully developed as one of the 4 great ancient fiends. Its oppressive aura was not something mere fire beetles could resist. Chapter 43. The seed of the chi body source stream hatches the instant the glutton appeared. A formless pressure radiated from Wu Hao's entire being, causing those nearby to feel a sense of suffocation, as if they might perish at any moment. Among the 3, only Zhang Qilin fared somewhat better. However, even he felt a change in expression at the pressure emanating from Wu Hao. Well, what is that? Resembling a creature with the body of a goat, the teeth of a tiger, and the head and arms of a human, with eyes positioned in its armpits, it was none other than the legendary fiend. The glutton. Oh my heavens, how could a Taotai possibly appear here? Am I seeing things, at this very moment, who could still be unaware that the Taotai in the sky was conjured by Wu Hao? The rotund fellow struggled against the intangible pressure, exclaiming, "Brother, hurry and remove this thing. We are on the verge of suffocation." The Taotai, a creature that absorbs all, devours everything in the world. Although it was merely an ethereal manifestation created by Wu Hao's manipulation of qi, its voracious ability was terrifying nonetheless. As it opened its mouth, the surrounding air, along with the fire beetles, was drawn into its gaping maw. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, indicating a continuous extension of his lifespan. With a roar, the colossal Taotai in the sky bellowed like a raging dragon. In an instant, the entire cloud of fire beetles was engulfed, leaving nothing behind. All of them were consumed, becoming sustenance for Wu Hao. After devouring the fire beetles, the Taotai transformed into a stream of faint blue energy, rushing towards Wu Hao and penetrating into his abdomen. Simultaneously, the qi source flow within Wu Hao began to operate, establishing a connection with the surrounding environment. That he felt that the speed at which he absorbed qi from the environment had suddenly increased several-fold, as an abundance of qi surged through his body, enhancing every part of him, while the excess was absorbed by the seed of the qi source flow. This scene left not only the naive one and the rotund fellow in astonishment, but even Zhang Qilin displayed a look of bewilderment. Not to mention the others. Even Wu Hao himself was astonished by the earlier spectacle. Previously, upon awakening the 6 libraries of immortal thieves and acquiring the bloodline of the Taotai, he could gain qi through consumption and devouring, yet his control over it was feeble, merely allowing it to autonomously strengthen his body. However, at this moment, his mastery over qi reached a terrifying level. In the past, he could absorb vast amounts of qi through devouring, but the consumption was minimal, leading to stagnation over time, causing the flow of qi within his body to slow down. Yet just now, through the manipulation of qi into form, expending a significant amount of it, he had instantaneously cleared the congestion. Consequently, after connecting with the surrounding environment, the speed of qi absorption increased several-fold. At this moment, Wu Hao understood that the qi source flow was not about storing all absorbed qi within the body, but rather about clearing the qi within, allowing it to flow more rapidly. The faster the flow, the quicker the absorption of qi from the surrounding environment. This is what is referred to as infinite qi. After all, the capacity of the human body is limited, no matter how much qi one can store. It will never equal the abundance of qi present in the environment. Thus, achieving infinite qi is unattainable. As long as one treats the surrounding environment as a reservoir of qi, one can absorb and utilize it at will, thereby accessing an endless supply of qi. Suddenly, a cracking sound akin to an eggshell breaking echoed in Wu Hao's mind. The moment he grasped the essence of the qi source flow. The seed of the qi source flow inexplicably cracked, as if it were on the verge of sprouting. Could this be the developmental path of his qi source flow? What transformations will occur once the seed hatches? Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, having initially grasped the qi source flow and experiencing such formidable power on his first attempt at manipulating qi into form. As his understanding deepens, the power will only become more formidable, and he couldn't help but feel eager. With a sigh of relief, the manifested Taotai vanished, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. The naive one and the rotund fellow gasped for breath, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. "Brother, that Taotai was utterly terrifying. If it had lasted any longer, both Tianjin and I would have suffocated to death. How on earth did you conjure such a fearsome creature?" Wu Hao responded to the barrage of questions from the rotund fellow with a chuckle. "It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. It's hard to explain in detail. Were you not worried that a Ning might snatch away all the treasures? Let us hurry and pursue." Without waiting for the rotund fellow to respond, Wu Hao hastily exited the tomb chamber ahead of the others. "Tianjin, do you really think it's possible that I fortuitously released a Taotai?" "Sure, anything can happen in a dream." Tianjin, understanding Wu Hao's reluctance to elaborate, did not press further. Once Wu Hao exited the tomb chamber, he promptly followed suit. Wu Hao, the rotund fellow, Tianjin, and Zhang Qilin exited the tomb chamber, intending to retrace their steps, but they could not locate the jade door they had entered through. The group traversed the passage multiple times, confirming they had not strayed from their path. Yet curiously, the jade door through which they had entered had vanished. Wu Hao furrowed his brow, extending his slender fingers to glide along the walls of the passage. The internal conditions of the walls materialized clearly in his mind. Soon, Wu Hao discerned the issue. The wall behind was entirely comprised of large mechanisms. "Brother, did you discover something?" inquired the rotund fellow. Da Wu Hao nodded. "Indeed, there are large mechanisms behind the walls controlling the rotation of the entire passage. Every so often, it rotates by a certain angle, altering the position of the exit. Verification is simple. If we head back, the chamber filled with small zongzi and fire beetles should have vanished by now." Upon hearing this, Tianjun began to gesture on the ground. Having studied ancient architecture, he quickly grasped the situation. The entire mechanism functions like a clock, with the passage acting as the hand, and the specific time corresponding to different tomb chambers or walls. Every time the hand rotates, it points to a different time. Exactly. This is quite eerie. How did you deduce so much with just 2 fingers? It's the Fa Chiu finger, Zhang Qilin interjected. Upon mentioning the Fa Chiu finger, the rotund fellow understood. It was said that the Fa Chiu finger could uncover all minute mechanisms, making it effortless to detect such large contraptions. So, do we have no choice but to wait? Wait for the passage to rotate and for the jade door to reappear before we exit? No, such large mechanisms take a considerable amount of time to rotate. By the time we return to the starting point, we might have starved to death. Little brother, you stay here. I'll go to the other side of the passage and use the Fa Chiu finger to investigate the situation behind the walls. If there is an exit, we can break through. All right, Zhang Qilin responded, extending his finger to touch the wall at the end of the passage. Sensing the changes behind it, Da Wu Hao moved to the opposite side. Chapter 44. Do you not know the candlelight and ghost blowing the lamp? Wu Hao placed his fingers against the wall at the end of the passage, perceiving even the faintest fluctuations in the air behind the thick wall with clarity. This was merely the Fa Chiu finger at the Grand Master level. Once he expended a millennium of lifespan to elevate it to the transcendent realm, his perceptive abilities would be remarkable. Capable of detecting air fluctuations from 100 meters away, even within the belly of a mountain. This is the secret behind the Fa Chiu finger's ability to unravel all minute mechanisms. Suddenly, the entire passage began to rotate slowly. The speed of this rotation was so slow that the individuals within the passage were completely unaware of it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, and half an hour later. The passage finally ceased its rotation. Wu Hao exerted force with his 2 fingers, inserting them into the crevice of the brick wall, and promptly removed a complete stone brick from the wall. A gentle breeze wafted through the opening created in the wall, flowing into the passage. Peering through the hole, he saw that the other side of the wall revealed a sloped tomb passage leading downward. As he had surmised, no matter how the passage rotated, the exit would never align with the true tomb passage of the underwater tomb. Only the passage concealed behind the wall could lead to the main chamber of the underwater tomb. "Hurry over here! I've found the exit." Upon hearing his call, Tianjun and the others hurriedly ran over. "Where's the exit? Where is it?" the rotund fellow asked, bewildered at the sight of the brick wall. Wu Hao pointed towards the wall. "It's just behind there." Saying this, he raised his leg and kicked the wall. With a resounding crash, the stone bricks began to detach and collapse backward, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The rotund fellow, crawling through the opening, exclaimed with wide eyes, "My goodness, this brick wall is 1/2 meter thick, and the stone bricks are interlaced. Brother, your strength is simply terrifying." The rotund fellow spoke the truth. Even with tools, it would not be easy for an ordinary person to break through a brick wall. However, Wu Hao possessed strength far beyond that of an average person, making such a feat manageable. The group crawled through the opening and entered the new tomb passage. As soon as they stepped into the passage, simultaneous sounds of thuds echoed from both sides, as a ball the size of a tennis ball fell from midair into the grooves on both sides, igniting the fire oil within and instantly setting ablaze, illuminating the passage brilliantly. This tomb passage was constructed entirely of stone bricks, wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. In stark contrast to the narrow passages found in other ancient tombs. Compared to this passage, the ones we traversed earlier are nothing, the rotund fellow remarked in awe. Those were merely the outer layers of the underwater tomb. Now we have entered the core. Naive walked while gesturing, documenting the structure of the ancient tomb, that a few individuals traversed the burial passage for over 10 minutes before reaching the end, where a stone door stood ajar. The stout man hurried forward, illuminating the interior with his flashlight, and was immediately dazzled by a flash of golden light that in the center of the tomb chamber. An object resembling a box was entwined with golden threads. shimmering brilliantly. Although Wu Hao could not see what lay beyond the stone door, the excitement in the stout man's eyes indicated that treasures were surely hidden within. That he stepped past the stout man and peered behind the stone door, revealing a burial chamber with an enormous coffin bed in the center, upon which rested a coffin significantly larger than a typical one. The coffin was adorned with intricate gold patterns that glimmered dramatically under the light. A golden silk nanmu coffin. Golden silk nanmu is an exquisite type of wood, prized for its slow growth, taking a millennium to mature, rendering it exceedingly rare. Historically, golden silk nanmu was the exclusive wood used for the construction and furnishings of royal palaces and temples, featuring wood grains with crystalline structures resembling gold, and imparting a subtle, elegant fragrance when illuminated. For instance, the 60 pillars supporting the Hall of Benevolence and Favor at the Ming Dynasty's Chongling were crafted from golden silk nanmu, with each pillar valued at over 1.5 billion. That this golden silk nanmu coffin, hewn from a single piece of the wood, is a rare find on a global scale, making it even more precious and its worth immeasurable. Which explains the stout man's exhilaration that he dashed into the burial chamber, stepped onto the coffin bed, and eagerly leaned against the golden silk nanmu coffin. Such a large piece of golden silk nanmu is already extinct. A coffin of this size would command an astronomical price in the market. Previously, a coffin half this size sold for $1 billion at the Crescent Moon Hotel, and this one could easily fetch over 30 billion. With such opulence in the coffin, one can only imagine the extravagance of the burial items. The stout man clutched the coffin possessively. Based on my calculations, this chamber serves merely as a burial accessory. The main burial chamber must be located elsewhere. Tianjin expressed her opinion. Upon hearing this, the stout man became even more excited. Really? That is fantastic. If they use golden silk nanmu for the burial accessories, what kind of coffin did the tomb owner use? It must be even more valuable. This trip is worth it. Fatty is going to strike it rich. Fatty, how do you plan to transport such a large coffin out? The stout man frowned at the question. Tianjin, don't dampen my spirits at such a crucial moment. Can't you let me enjoy this for a bit? Wu Hao chuckled. Indeed, transporting such a massive coffin would be impossible, especially from an underwater tomb. For him, however, it was a trivial matter. He could simply store it in the system space and move it effortlessly. Elder brother Tianjin, Xiaoge, have you discerned anything? The stout man inquired. Wu Hao shook his head. The entire chamber contains only this coffin. There is nothing else, and for now, I can't discern anything further. Tianjin and Zhang Qilin also shook their heads. That in that case, let's open the coffin. With such lavishness, the treasures inside must be even more remarkable. Since we can't take the golden silk nanmu coffin, let us at least take the treasures within. Agreed. Let us open the coffin then. Wu Hao had already inspected the coffin earlier. It bore no traps, merely sealed with pine resin, presumably for waterproofing, given the tomb's damp conditions. Opening it could pose some challenges. Brute force would likely prove ineffective. Seeing the consensus, the stout man retrieved a candle from his backpack, walked to a corner of the burial chamber, lit it, and placed it down. Fatty, what are you lighting a candle for? People light candles for ghosts. And if there is danger, we should be prepared. I light it for safety. If there is something malevolent in the coffin, we'll know in advance. Lighting a candle before opening a coffin is a practice among tomb raiders. Though it was unclear where the stout man had learned this, as he hadn't employed such methods during their time at the Lu Wang Palace. Fatty, while lighting a candle is wise. You placed it incorrectly. It should be in the southeast corner. Wu Hao, well versed in the techniques of tomb raiding, immediately identified the error. A candle placed in the wrong position would be ineffective and could even invite misfortune. Oh, yes, the book indeed states it should be in the southeast corner. Thank goodness for your reminder, elder brother. The stout man repositioned the candle to the southeastern wall corner as soon as the candle settled. Its flame unexpectedly turned a mesmerizing green. What in the world? Why did the candle flame suddenly change to green? The others in the chamber were startled by the sudden turn of events. With the stout man quickly retreating, and no need to worry. It's merely a reaction from substances in the air igniting on the candle, Wu Hao explained. The phenomenon of a candle flame turning green is documented in the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng, Shui's secret techniques. Human bodies contain substantial phosphorus, and over time, a corpse buried in a grave releases phosphorus into the air as it decomposes. Given the tomb's confined and unventilated nature, The accumulation of phosphorus over the years is significant, and lighting a candle in such conditions will yield a green flame. Additionally, the rationale for placing the candle in the southeast corner is not arbitrary. It holds significance that I end the study of the five elements. East corresponds to the azure dragon, and south to the vermilion bird, both representing auspiciousness. Thus, the southeast direction is considered a place of fortune. In reality, people often position their doors to the southeast. And ancient tombs follow suit, making it the most proximate location to an exit. Lighting a candle in this position not only benefits from the light it emits, but also allows for a swift escape in case of emergencies. The stout man felt reassured upon hearing Wu Hao's explanation, and upon witnessing the golden silk Namma coffin, he cast aside his fears and eagerly contemplated the treasures within. This coffin is made from the rare millennial golden silk Nammu. Let us be gentle when opening it, lest we damage it. As he spoke, the stout man searched for a gap between the coffin lid and the coffin itself, wielding a military shovel, seemingly intent on prying open the lid. Wu Hao frowned. While the golden silk Namma coffin was sturdy, it couldn't withstand such treatment. The stout man was merely boasting. He had no means to extract such a large coffin. Ultimately, the golden silk Namma coffin would remain in Wu Hao's possession, and he could not allow the stout man to ruin his treasure. Fatty, wait. That approach won't work. The lid is sealed with pine resin. Even if you force it, you won't be able to open it. Let me handle it instead. Umph. The stout man pressed his face against the coffin lid and sniffed. Indeed, there's a scent of pine resin. How did you know, elder brother? I could tell upon entering. The air is filled with a faint fragrance of pine resin. As Wu Hao spoke, he retrieved a dagger, held it over the candle to heat it, and once the blade glowed red, he returned to the coffin. He targeted a specific point and suddenly applied force, inserting the dagger beneath the coffin lid and then circled around the coffin, melting the pine resin with the heated blade. Before he could exert further effort, a surge of black water erupted from within, propelling the coffin lid ajar. The coffin was filled with black water, and a grotesque body floated on the surface, contorted into a twisted shape, as if several individuals had been forcibly intertwined. What the hell? How is there water in the coffin? Any treasures inside would surely be ruined from prolonged exposure. The stout man lamented the disheartening sight. Not necessarily. Gold, silver, and jade can withstand immersion for extended periods. They may only exhibit some discoloration, which can be restored, Wu Hao remarked, for he had already spotted a gold bracelet on one of the corpse's hands, though it appeared blackened due to surface oxidation, obscuring its true nature. This was a normal occurrence and could be easily restored without affecting its value. Frustrated at finding no treasures within the coffin, the stout man used the military shovel to prod the body, which flipped over to that moment. Everyone beheld the true visage of the corpse, revealing a grotesque creature with numerous limbs resembling a centipede. 1, 2, 3, 12. 1, 2, 3, 5. What in the world is this abomination, with 12 hands and 5 breasts? Aren't they supposed to be symmetry? Wu Hao gazed intently at the corpse within the coffin, and the name 12-handed ancient corpse surfaced in his mind. There are numerous theories surrounding the 12-handed ancient corpse. Some claim she was the wife of the Wanu king, while others assert she was, in fact, a creature nurtured by Wang Zonghai, intended for experiments to achieve immortality. The snake-browed bronze fish he obtained from the Lu Wang Palace bore records of Wang Zonghai's life, including an account of his capture while constructing the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, where he uncovered the secret to the Wanu king's longevity. Compared to the first theory, Wu Hao believed the second was more aligned with the truth. If Wang Zonghai were not pursuing immortality through experimentation, why would he procure such a peculiar corpse for his own tomb? It is important to note that this location, the South Sea, is several thousand kilometers away from the Changbai Mountain in northeast China. During the early Ming Dynasty, preserving a corpse in pristine condition for transportation over such a vast distance was nearly inconceivable. Therefore, this corpse must have been cultivated through secret methods by Wang Zonghai. Nonetheless, the existence of a person with 12 hands is indeed bizarre. That if the pursuit of immortality was the objective, why would he create such a monstrous being? Fatty, turn the corpse over. I wish to examine the connection between her hands and body, Wu Hao expressed, eager to ascertain whether the limbs were natural or pieced together post-mortem. All right, brother, Fatty replied, taking a shovel to flip the corpse. Having been submerged in water for an extended period, the surface was enveloped in a layer of viscous corpse oil. slippery as an eel. After several attempts, he finally managed to turn the body over, revealing that the connections between her limbs and torso bore no signs of stitching. This indicated that all the hands on the corpse were indeed natural, confirming its monstrous nature. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled across the surface of the water in the coffin, as if something had leapt out, startling everyone present. Initially, all attention was fixated on the 12-handed ancient corpse, leaving them oblivious to the fact that there were other entities lurking in the dark water. That Wu Hao shifted his gaze past the ancient corpse and caught a glimpse of something moving at the bottom of the coffin. "There is something in the water. What treasure could it be?" Fatty exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect. "That I'm not certain. The water is too murky to see clearly." Fatty peered into the inky depths, unable to discern anything, but trusting Wu Hao's assertion that something was indeed present. Without waiting for Wu Hao to speak, he removed his safety helmet and began scooping the black water from the coffin. One scoop after another, the murky water began to dwindle. Fatty discerned a vague shape within, fueling his enthusiasm further, and he quickly bailed out the remaining water, only to find nothing beneath the surface. "It must be trapped under the corpse. Brother Tianjin, let us work together to retrieve it," Fatty called out as he prepared to take action. The Wu Hao, equally curious about what lay beneath, retrieved a military shovel to assist in lifting the corpse. Just as he plunged the shovel into the coffin, a shadow darted out from beneath the corpse with astonishing speed that Wu Hao barely had time to react before a sharp pain shot through the back of his hand. A centipede-like creature clung to his skin, biting and attempting to burrow inside. The wound inflicted by the creature on Wu Hao's hand began to heal at a visible pace, shrinking until it became too small for the creature to penetrate. It resorted to biting again, but its efforts were futile against the rapid healing. Witnessing the wound diminish until it vanished entirely, Wu Hao flicked his hand, sending the creature flying, and then crushed it underfoot. Releasing a faint, ethereal fragrance that moment, fragments of memories not belonging to him flooded his mind. Snow-capped mountains, palaces, enormous coffins, and bronze doors. These fleeting images etched themselves into his consciousness, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have devoured the volcanic centipede, extending your lifespan by 1 day. Wu Hao realized that the centipede-like creature was known as a volcanic centipede. "Brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Tianjin and Fatty rushed to check on Wu Hao. When they saw the unblemished skin on his hand, devoid of any marks, their eyes widened in disbelief. "How could this be? I clearly saw you get bitten." "Fatty, you're not mistaken. I witnessed it too," Wu Hao confirmed, pointing to his hand. "Then how do you explain this?" Tianjin furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. "Did either of you see anything unusual?" Wu Hao pondered the origin of the memories that had appeared in his mind. Disregarding Tianjin and Fatty's questions that "No, we didn't see anything out of the ordinary, just a pungent odor when you crushed the insect," Tianjin replied. Fatty nodded in agreement. "Exactly, I noticed that too." Indeed, Wu Hao began to connect the dots. Recalling that the ethereal fragrance had only emerged after he had stepped on the volcanic centipede, was it possible that the issue lay with the volcanic centipede? Moreover, why did they perceive the scent as pungent while he found it fragrant? You just stepped on a volcanic centipede, which resides in the volcanic craters of the Changbai Mountains. Their venom has the ability to store memories. Zhang Qilin suddenly interjected that Wu Hao's earlier confusion dissipated at this revelation. The visions he had seen were indeed the memories stored within the volcanic centipede. Its eyes functioned like cameras, and its venom acted as a memory card, preserving the images it had witnessed. Upon crushing it, the released venom had allowed him to access those memories. Memory cards must be placed into compatible devices to access their stored contents. Tianjin and Fatty could not see the images because they were incompatible and unable to decode the information. Conversely, I was fortunate enough to possess the compatibility to do so to that moment. Wu Hao recalled what Wu Xinxiu had told him about the divine beings, entities that pursued everlasting life by occupying the bodies of others. The volcanic centipedes seemed to serve their purpose that I end life. They could store their memories within the venom of the volcanic centipede, and upon death, inject that venom into a chosen individual that if that individual's memory were blank, the stored memories would supplant their own, effectively allowing the original being to be reborn. That a cold sweat broke out on Wu Hao's back. That if his suspicions were correct, it meant he possessed the qualifications to be one of their selected candidates. Not everyone could decode the information stored within the volcanic centipede, but he could. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. How could one erase another's memories without harming their body? Wu Hao sensed that the moment of unveiling the secrets of the Wu family was drawing near. Little brother, how did you know that the volcanic centipede could store human memories? Zhang Qilin inquired, frowning that I'm not sure. It just came to mind when I saw that insect. Wu Hao realized he wouldn't glean any further information from Zhang Qilin, and chose not to press further. His focus returned to the coffin. If he could discover more volcanic centipedes within, he might uncover additional insights. Fatty, let us work together to extract the corpse, Wu Hao called out. Fatty, Tianjin, and Zhang Qilin gathered once more at the coffin's edge. And together they exerted their strength to remove the corpse. However, no further traces of the volcanic centipedes were found, but they did discover a fragment of text at the bottom of the coffin. Tianjin, see what it says below, Wu Hao urged. All right, brother, Tianjin replied, climbing into the coffin, that he first wiped away the remnants of black water at the bottom, revealing the text in its entirety before beginning to decipher it. This is in the Jurchen script. During the early Ming dynasty, a man named Wang Zonghai was captured by the Wanu king of the Dongxia kingdom to construct the royal tomb. Due to his exceptional abilities, he quickly gained the trust of the Dongxia king. Later, he discovered the Wanu king's secret. By consuming a particular elixir, one could attain immortality. Seizing the opportunity while the Dongxia king was distracted, he stealthily extracted the elixir. There were 3 elixirs in total. One was used for experimental validation, another was consumed by himself after confirming its efficacy, and the last was buried within the underwater tomb he constructed for himself. What? An underwater tomb built for a single elixir of immortality? Fatty exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. The notion of someone entombing an elixir of eternal life was incomprehensible. However, considering it was an elixir of immortality, it became more understandable that if such a potion truly existed, its worth on the open market would be unfathomable. One could easily imagine a scenario where the world's wealthiest individual would willingly trade everything for it. Even the first emperor of China could not resist the allure of immortality. Who among the living could truly withstand such temptation? Navi sentimentality washed over him, that Wu Hao smiled faintly, reflecting that throughout history, the pursuit of immortality has consumed countless emperors and generals. Yet none have succeeded. In contrast, he mused, as long as he continued to devour monsters, enhancing the 6 vaults celestial thief's fortification level and elevating his bloodline grade. The day would come when the 6 vaults celestial thief could siphon vitality from the natural world, equating to achieving immortality. That it was astonishing to realize that what others sought and could not attain, he could achieve with but a modicum of effort. He couldn't help but wonder if those emperors and generals would rise from their graves in fury upon learning this. As the crowd busied themselves deciphering the inscriptions within the coffin, the candle in the southeast corner suddenly extinguished. The ancient corpse, extricated from the coffin by Wu Hao and his companions, lay beneath the coffin bed, its abdomen abruptly twitching, as though something within was straining to burst forth. Chapter 47. Transcendence in a Sanctity. Who extinguished the candle? The rotund man suddenly noticed the light in the tomb seemed dimmer. He turned to glance at the southeast corner and saw that the candle had mysteriously gone out. After posing his question, he realized it was somewhat redundant that Wu Hao, Wu Tianjin, and Zhang Qilin were all engrossed in studying the inscriptions at the coffin's base, making it impossible for any of them to have extinguished the candle. Apart from them, there was only the 12-handed ancient corpse in the tomb. His gaze slowly drifted until it landed on the ancient corpse, which appeared to have something pressing against its abdomen. The skin stretched taut like a membrane, on the verge of rupture. Not good. There is something inside the corpse's abdomen. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao and the others immediately turned their attention to the ancient corpse. Just in time to witness a loud pop as the abdomen burst open, reminiscent of a balloon exploding. A claw, covered in white fur, emerged from the opening. Ding discovered a Hanju. The host can consume it to elevate bloodline level. Due to the high level of the monster, the host must defeat it before consumption. To their astonishment, a Hanju resided within the belly of the 12-handed ancient corpse. The Hanju was a highly formidable type of Zongzi. The hierarchy of corpse transformations ranged from Bai Xiong, Hei Xiong, Tiao Jiang, Fei Jiang, to Hanju, with Buhuagu being the most fearsome in the world of tomb raiding. Hanju was second only to Buhuagu in terms of danger. Legend spoke of the Hanju being able to slay dragons in the heavens and summon plague gods on Earth. Fortunately, the Hanju in the tomb raiding realm was not quite as ferocious as the legends depicted. Had it been so, Wu Hao would have had little confidence in confronting it. Nevertheless, even within this realm, the Hanju was still a formidable adversary, impervious to blades and fire, and exuding toxins. Should a person come into contact with the corpse toxin without timely intervention, they would gradually transform into a bloodthirsty Zhongzi that, of course. The benefits of consuming such a powerful monster were immense that Wu Hao had long anticipated the moment it would emerge. "Leave first, I'll handle this," Wu Hao declared, stepping forward to shield the 12-handed ancient corpse, positioning himself protectively in front of it. "This is a white-furred Hanju, not a foe you can easily confront alone." Zhang Qilin drew his black-gold ancient blade, standing resolutely beside Wu Hao. "Brother, the Hanju is a superlative menace, said to absorb souls and transform into a flying corpse after a century of cultivation. It possesses a fearsome visage and can alter its appearance to deceive the mind. How could I abandon my brother and flee alone? Even if it is impervious to bullets, I refuse to believe it can withstand explosives." The rotund man retrieved a bundle of explosives from his backpack, preparing to ignite them. "Are you mad? Do you wish to perish and drag us down with you?" The primary challenge with the white-furred Hanju lay in the necessity to sever its head to defeat it. However, doing so would instantly release a deluge of corpse toxin. Both he and Zhang Qilin were shielded by their formidable bloodlines, rendering them immune to the toxins. However, Tianjin and the rotund man lacked such protections. And should they inhale the toxins, even if they survived, the damage to their bodies would be irreparable. Keeping them in the tomb would not only be unhelpful, but would also instill caution in Wu Hao, hindering his actions. The rotund man felt a jolt of fear. This was the first time he had seen Wu Hao so incensed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly stowed the explosives and, pulling Tianjin along, sought to exit the tomb. "Brother, be careful!" Boom! Just as the two turned to leave, the stone door of the tomb suddenly closed on its own. All four found themselves trapped within the confines of the tomb. Meanwhile, the Hanju had already burst forth from the ancient corpse's belly that Wu Hao furrowed his brow. There was no time to search for the mechanism to open the tomb door. Once the door was sealed, the tomb transformed into a confined space that if they were to sever the Hanju's head, the released toxins would pervade the entire chamber, and without any means of protection against the poison, it would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, he still had 2 detoxifying corpse pills on his person that he retrieved them from his system space and tossed one to each of them. "When we slay the Hanju, it will release a significant amount of corpse toxin. Keep the corpse pills in your mouths to counteract it." The corpse pills were dropped when Wu Hao defeated a blood corpse, aside from their detoxifying properties. They had little use. However, with his Taotai bloodline, which possessed superior detoxifying abilities, the pills were merely a trivial item to him. Yet he had not anticipated their impending utility. "What? Keep it in my mouth." Tianjin and the rotund man could barely bear the foul odor emanating from the pills even when held in their hands, let alone placing them in their mouths. Only when they saw Wu Hao's furrowed brow did they steel themselves to comply. Seeing that they had both taken the pills, Wu Hao, now free of concerns, drew out his weapon, transforming it into a large sword, preparing to sever the white-furred Hanju's head. The white-furred Hanju emerged the size of an infant. Its body covered in an inch-long white it wriggled free from the ancient corpse's abdomen, twisting its body before floating effortlessly in midair. Its head rotated ominously, eyes fixed on Wu Hao and his companions, akin to a predator selecting its next meal. Before the white-furred Hanju could make a move, Wu Hao and Zhang Qilin sprang into action. Zhang Qilin dashed forward several meters, propelled himself off the coffin, and leapt into the air, raising his black-gold ancient blade to strike down upon the white-furred Hanju. Bang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as the black-gold ancient blade met the Hanju's body. Zhang Qilin felt a numbing shock in his hands, blood trickling from his palms. Zhang Qilin's strength was well regarded, and with the black-gold ancient blade, he was formidable that a single strike could cleave through steel. Yet upon striking the white-furred Hanju, he found that not a single strand of its white fur was severed. The defensive capabilities of the white-furred Hanju were astonishing. Following Zhang Qilin's attack, Wu Hao's strike followed suit. With his attributes fully upgraded to the Grandmaster level, he possessed hundreds of times the speed and strength of an ordinary person. His attack was formidable, likely even more so than Zhang Qilin's. Wu Hao was confident that this blow would be enough to decapitate the white-furred Han Zhu Bang. A tremendous metallic crash rang in his ears, followed by a surge of force that nearly caused him to lose grip of his weapon. My heavens, is this truly a white-furred Han Zhu, one rank below Bu Huagu? It's unbelievably powerful. Nearby, the rotund man and Tianjin gasped in disbelief upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of Wu Hao and Zhang Qilin's attacks. Such an outcome was unexpected. Wu Hao had never anticipated the Han Zhu's defenses to be so remarkably high. Fortunately, his Taodai bloodline shielded him from the toxins. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the toxins from the very first close-range attack. It dawned on Wu Hao why Zhang Qilin had asserted that he could not face the Han Zhu alone. Indeed, his current strength was insufficient to breach its defenses to AT that moment. The white-furred Han Zhu sprang into action. Moving like a streak of white lightning, its speed beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive, it seemed to possess the ability to teleport, appearing instantaneously anywhere within the tomb. Zhang Qilin furrowed his brow and rushed to the forefront to intercept the Han Zhu's attack. Shouting, "I'll hold it off. You go find the mechanism to open the tomb door." The Han Zhu darted forward with blinding speed, and in a mere heartbeat, it inflicted wounds upon Zhang Qilin. Leaving several bloody gashes across his body, that Wu Hao realized that Zhang Qilin could not withstand much longer. If he were to search for the mechanism to escape, they might yet save themselves. But Zhang Qilin would be left in peril. He needed to become stronger, yet his remaining lifespan stood at 1,931 years. He had to allocate it wisely. Thus, he commanded System, elevate my strength attribute to transcendence into sanctity. Ding, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. Strength attribute elevated to transcendence into sanctity. Ding, deducting 300 years of lifespan consumed to elevate strength attribute to Grandmaster level. Total consumption, 700 years. Current remaining lifespan, 1,231 years. Chapter 48. You are my deity lifespan consuming upgrade system host. Wu Hao bloodline. Taodai bloodline, ordinary. Advanced purity progress. 25. Innate abilities. Eye of truth. Underwater breathing. Illusion resistance lifespan. 181,231 attributes. 1,600 with a 10-point pet bonus. Is a comprehensive evaluation of Constitution, Grandmaster. Strength Transcendent. Speed, Grandmaster. And Insight, Grandmaster, where the average for adults is 10. Techniques. 6 libraries Celestial Thief. Automatically devours the souls of monsters within a 2-meter radius. Chi Body Source Flow connects with the surrounding environment to absorb Chi for personal use. Skills. Ignition Peak Recognition, Great Achievement. Tomb Raiding Finger, Grandmaster. Bone Shrinking Technique, Great Achievement. 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Arts, Complete Edition. Entry-level Pet. 9-headed Serpent Cypress. 10-point All-Attribute Bonus. Storage Space. 1,000 cubic meters items. MO Family Supreme Weapon Non-Aggression. Fragrant Bone. The bone of a corpse mother with hallucinogenic effects. Upon the enhancement of strength to the transcendent level, the attribute points astonishingly reached an impressive 1,600 before the increase in strength. The overall attribute was 1,100, indicating that the elevation of strength to the transcendent level granted a remarkable growth of 500 points. It is no wonder that attaining the transcendent level requires a total of 1,000 years of lifespan. The magnitude of this growth is indeed terrifying. Merely one attribute's enhancement results in an overall increase of 50, if all 4 attributes were to be elevated to the transcendent realm. The final comprehensive attribute might exceed 3,000 points. What does an attribute of 3,000 signify? The average for ordinary adults is merely 10, which means that at this moment, Wu Hao's constitution, strength, speed, and insight are equivalent to the combined total of 300 adults. Let us move quickly. I can barely hold on any longer. Zhang Qilin bellowed in anger upon seeing Wu Hao remain unmoved. He was no match for the white-haired drought corpse and was already covered in injuries. Had it not been for the protection of his Qilin bloodline, he would have perished long ago. While Zhang Qilin could not defeat the white-haired drought corpse, the latter also found it challenging to kill him. Escaping alone would have been a trivial task, yet he chose not to. Wu Hao observed and mentally noted this act of camaraderie. Brother, keep an eye on Tianjin and the fatty. Leave the white-haired drought corpse to me. Zhang Qilin, seeing Wu Hao charging forward with his blade instead of retreating, had no choice but to fall back, shielding Tianjin and the fatty behind him, leaving Wu Hao to confront the Drought Corpse alone. At this moment, Wu Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, a sensation he had never experienced before, and he was eager to unleash it. The speed of the white-haired Drought Corpse was formidable. Yet Wu Hao was even swifter. Midway, he leaped into the air, raising his blade to strike down at the Drought Corpse's head. With a resounding whoosh, reminiscent of slicing through a watermelon, Wu Hao cleaved the Drought Corpse's head in two. Everyone stood in shock, jaws agape, particularly Zhang Qilin, who had just endured the Drought Corpse's relentless assault, sustaining injuries without inflicting any harm. The disparity was stark. Soon, he realized something was amiss. Wu Hao had previously been unable to breach the Drought Corpse's defenses. Yet now his power had surged inexplicably. "Brother, well done. You are my deity," the fatty exclaimed in excitement, only for the corpse Dan in his mouth to tumble to the ground. "Fatty, be careful. It's not dead yet." Though the Drought Corpse's head had been severed, it was far from lifeless. Unless its head were completely removed, even shattering it would not suffice to kill it. Upon landing, Wu Hao prepared for a second strike, leaping upward with the intent to slice off the Drought Corpse's head. However, the Drought Corpse swiftly dodged to the side and lunged towards Zhang Qilin. The higher-grade Zongzi were notoriously difficult to deal with, not only due to their formidable defenses and potent corpse poison, but also because they had developed a level of intelligence. This particular white-haired Drought Corpse recognized Wu Hao as a threat and opted to attack Zhang Qilin instead. Zhang Qilin, perceiving the danger, hastily raised his blade to defend, shielding both Tianjin and the fatty, that Wu Hao would not allow this to transpire. He shouted, "Fatty, quickly swallow the corpse then," before his words had fully escaped his lips. He unleashed his maximum speed, appearing before Zhang Qilin like a bolt of lightning, and swung his blade. With a thunderous roar, the blade cleaved down, followed by a sound reminiscent of a watermelon shattering upon impact. A foul, green mist erupted from the point of separation, swiftly filling the entire tomb chamber. This green gas was the corpse poison released after the Drought Corpse's head was severed. For ordinary individuals, contact would spell instant death. Fortunately, both Wu Hao and Zhang Qilin were protected by their bloodlines, and Tianjin and the fatty had the corpse dawn in their mouths, allowing them to withstand the assault of the poison. Congratulations, host, for slaying the white-haired Drought Corpse, gaining 2,000 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the white-haired Drought Corpse. The 6th Library Celestial Thief begins to strengthen, and bloodline level begins to rise, with the gluttonous bloodline pure advancement progress at 40. Congratulations, host, for defeating the mini-boss white-haired Drought Corpse, acquiring Corpse Dan, the essence of the white-haired Drought Corpse, rich in corpse poison, can also detoxify. Innate ability echolocation. Emits special sound waves to detect obstacles and reflections, allowing the host to visualize detailed circumstances within 100 meters in the mind with no omissions. Congratulations, host, for gaining 2,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance, 3,231 years. Would the host like to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to merge the echolocation ability? Fusion. Wu Hao chose to fuse without hesitation. Descending into the tomb, one would inevitably encounter various complex situations. Visible areas were manageable, but there would always be obstacles that blocked sight, leading to darkness. The echolocation ability was extraordinarily powerful, capable of detecting detailed circumstances within 100 meters. As the words faded, a beam of light penetrated Wu Hao's forehead, and he instantly acquired the echolocation ability. 1,000 years of lifespan consumed, successfully merged echolocation ability. With newfound capability, Wu Hao eagerly experimented, but he parted his lips, emitting a special sound wave audible only to him. Mere moments later, the emitted sound wave returned to him, and the scene within 100 meters materialized vividly in his mind. Wow, this is incredible! Wu Hao marveled as he discovered that whether inside or outside the tomb, as long as sound could reach, every minute detail within 100 meters was crystal clear in his mind. Chapter 49. Occupying your body, you will no longer be you. The scene within 100 meters unfolded in his mind, revealing the structure of the tomb and its intricate mechanisms in stunning clarity. The recently descended tomb door was a massive stone slab, which could only fall and not be opened through mechanisms. Another exit in the tomb lay beneath the precious golden silk Namma coffin, which served as the true passage out of the tomb. The image that appeared in Wu Hao's mind sent a chill down his spine. The tomb was actually a series of interlinked traps. Anyone drawn into it would be ensnared by the invaluable golden silk Nama coffin, at which point the tomb door would close, trapping them inside. There were two possible outcomes. One would either fail to find an exit and perish within the tomb, or discover the exit beneath the coffin and be killed by the white-haired drought corpse upon opening it. Only those who passed through both trials could survive and leave the tomb. Wu Hao sensed something amiss. The construction of the tomb's anti-theft measures would never allow individuals entering to escape unscathed. Yet, the continuous emergence of clues about immortality and the mechanisms that seemed to provide a glimmer of hope indicated that the designer and builder of this tomb did not wish for lives to be lost. Rather, it felt more like a selection process, choosing suitable candidates for the fulfillment of some purpose, with the unfit being eliminated along the way. Wu Hao raised his voice in warning. Everyone, be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling that a grand conspiracy lurks within this tomb. Brother, regardless of whether it's a conspiracy or a scheme, we're trapped. We should find a way to leave here quickly. It's uncomfortable to keep this corpse stand in our mouths. The fatty mumbled incoherently. This moment. The corpse poison in the tomb had thickened to an extreme level, enveloping everyone within its grasp. Follow me. The exit is this way. Wu Hao approached the golden silk Nama coffin, bracing his hands against it, and with a mighty push, the coffin creaked open, revealing a downward passage. Tianjin and the fatty looked on in astonishment. Brother, how did you discover that the exit was beneath this? Wu Hao pointed at his head and replied, thanks to him. After he finished speaking, he instructed Tianjin and the others to descend first while he brought up the rear. Once everyone had safely descended, Wu Hao stored the golden Nama coffin into his spatial storage. Although the 1,000 cubic meters of space seemed ample, it was currently insufficient. After placing the golden Nama coffin inside, the space was completely filled, leaving no room to spare. The system storage contained the bronze coffin obtained from the Luoyang Palace, along with a jade bed, jade pupae, and a bronze tripod, in addition to the recently acquired golden Nama coffin. Each item was substantial and of immense value, with any one of them being a rare antique worth a fortune outside. Wu Hao intended to sell these treasures at the upcoming auction at the New Moon restaurant, exchanging them for more useful items. For now, these treasures would have to remain in storage for a while. Although it was possible to expand the system space, it would require the expenditure of 5,000 years of lifespan, which he currently could not afford. He would have to wait to be by the time they thoroughly explored the underwater tomb. It should be just about right. Wu Hao joined the others in the passage beneath the golden Nama coffin and proceeded forward. Zhang Qilin's gaze lingered on the back of Wu Hao's hand, as he distinctly remembered Wu Hao being bitten by a volcanic centipede. However, there were no visible wounds now, as if the previous incident had never occurred. Suddenly, he halted and blocked Wu Hao's path. Are you still the same you? Wu Hao, puzzled, wondered what Zhang Qilin meant. It was only when he noticed Zhang Qilin's gaze fixed on his previously bitten hand that he immediately understood. Of course, I am still me. Otherwise, who would I be? Zhang Qilin nodded and turned to continue walking. You carry no scent of rotting flesh. Indeed, you have not been affected. It is merely the fact that your wound healed instantaneously that raises my suspicions. After saying this, he returned to his previous state of silence. Although Zhang Qilin's words were incomplete, Wu Hao gleaned a wealth of information from them. It suggested that a body occupied by another's consciousness would emit the odor of decay. However, such individuals also possessed astonishing self-healing abilities, with wounds mending instantaneously. These were two contradictory points, and he could not comprehend why they manifested in the same body. Perhaps only upon encountering such a situation could the truth be unraveled. As they conversed, the group reached the end of the passage, where another burial chamber appeared. This chamber was larger, spanning over 100 square meters, with a circular large pool of water in the center, bubbling and steaming. Above the pool hung a bronze basin shaped like a clam shell, suspended by several bronze chains. Upon entering the chamber, the temperature surged dramatically, resembling stepping into a steamer, stifling, humid, and hot, within moments. The group was drenched in sweat. What on earth is this place? Why is it so hot? The plump man inquired, panting. This should be the other ear chamber. The high temperature is likely due to the water in the pool, indicating the presence of underground fire beneath. Ear chamber. Does that mean the clam-like object in the center is a burial coffin? The plump man's eyes lit up at the mention of the ear chamber. Indeed, look at the patterns on that coffin. It should date back to the early Warring States period. That's splendid. I've been waiting for stock in my shop for so long. Initially, that golden Nama coffin was perfect, but it's far too large to carry. This bronze coffin is significantly smaller. With some effort, I should be able to drag it, the plump man exclaimed, animatedly gesturing as his excitement grew. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed in the ears of the group. They turned towards the source of the sound to see a centipede-sized creature crawling out from the suspended bronze coffin. This creature resembled a centipede, albeit with longer legs. Volcanic centipede. Wu Hao recognized it immediately. It was the same creature that had burst forth from the golden Nama coffin and bitten him earlier, a type of insect whose venom could store memories, though this one appeared significantly larger than the previous. Zhang Qilin furrowed his brow at the sight of the volcanic centipede. How did this creature end up here? Brother, is there a problem? Tianjin asked. Volcanic centipedes thrive in high-temperature, high-humidity environments, often found near volcanoes. Logically, the conditions of this burial chamber should not be conducive to their growth, that it's normal to encounter one occasionally elsewhere, but seeing them appear consecutively here is unusual. As Zhang Qilin finished speaking, the water's surface erupted into chaos. Countless volcanic centipedes suddenly surged from the pool, leaping onto the shore and lunging towards the group. Everyone be cautious. Do not let them burrow into your bodies. Zhang Qilin drew his black gold ancient knife, shielding the others behind him. Brother, what happens if they burrow into our bodies? Their consciousness will seize control of your body. You will no longer be yourself. Chapter 50. The volcanic centipede king Zhang Qilin wielded the black gold ancient knife with remarkable speed, the blade forming an invisible net before him to fend off the attacking volcanic centipedes. In the blink of an eye, the severed remains of volcanic centipedes accumulated at his feet, forming a small mountain. However, the number of centipedes emerging from the water showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, they continued to attack Wu Hao and the others in relentless waves. Noticing this, Zhang Qilin's brow furrowed. He retracted the black gold ancient knife, swiped his palm across the blade, and let his blood drip onto it. With a swift motion, he flung the blood into the pool. As soon as his blood touched the water, the volcanic centipedes erupted in a frenzy. One by one, they sprang from the water surface, desperately fleeing in an instant. The volcanic centipedes fell from the air like raindrops. Zhang Qilin had already sustained injuries while dealing with the white-haired drow corpse and was now weakening due to blood loss. He could not endure much longer. Wu Hao stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Zhang Qilin, Tianjin, and the plump man. Keep an eye on the ceiling. Do not allow them to find an opening from above. Wu Hao drew forth the Fei Gong, poised to strike at the volcanic centipede king. At that moment, its tongue twisted unnaturally, ensnaring the portly figure nearby. In an instant, the Fei Gong transformed into the shape of a grand blade, and he cleaved at the creature's tongue. With a sharp hiss, he severed it, rescuing the stout man. The volcanic centipede king, now deprived of its tongue, writhed in agony, the bronze coffin resonating with a cacophony of sounds. Wu Hao then noticed a bronze chain binding the creature's tail within the coffin, preventing it from escaping due to its excessive length. It was no wonder it relied solely on its tongue for offense. With that now severed, it had lost its means of attack. Regardless of its ferocity, it found itself trapped mid-air, unable to reach its adversaries. At that moment, the entirety of the volcanic centipede's body was emerging from the bronze coffin. Its several dozen-meter-long form dangling in the air, head raised in a menacing posture. Yet despite its thrashing and twisting, it remained 2 to 3 meters away from Wu Hao and his companions, unable to strike. The others, noticing this, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The stout man brandished a spade in a provocative manner, declaring, "You ghastly creature dare to attack me? Prepare for dismemberment." With that, he swung the spade toward the centipede's head. A resounding clang of metal echoed, causing the stout man to wince, his hands tingling from the impact. As Wu Hao stepped forward into the passage, he distinctly sensed the stone walls on either side slowly converging towards the center. Although the movement was exceedingly gradual, his perceptive abilities allowed him to notice it. At this rate, after advancing approximately 400 to 500 meters, they would be crushed into a flat form by the encroaching walls. Having only just entered the corridor, they had not ventured deeply yet, and there was still time to retreat. Suddenly, as they turned to withdraw, a massive boulder fell at the entrance, blocking their escape route. At that moment, the walls began to move with alarming speed, and even Tianjun and the corpulent man could easily perceive the narrowing passage, realizing that they would soon be squashed. Everyone, think of a way. With Fatty holding the fort, we are momentarily safe. Yet, even in a sideways position, the corpulent man found himself wedged against the stone walls, unable to move. Wu Hao, Wu Tianjun, and Zhang Qilin, being of leaner stature, fared slightly better, maintaining some mobility, but they too could not hold out for long. As they observed the passage constricting further, the grim image of their impending flattening loomed in their minds. That we must climb. Zhang Qilin pointed upwards, indicating a potential escape route above. Useless. At least 100 meters above is still covered by the walls. Wu Hao had already employed echolocation to scout the mechanism, discovering that the walls extended upwards for 100 meters without end. Moreover, even if there were an exit above, we would be flattened while climbing. What then? Are we to merely stand by and watch ourselves be crushed? The corpulent man gasped, struggling to breathe as the walls pressed in. Wu Hao and his companions were no longer as nimble as they had been at the outset. Just then, a melodic voice echoed in Wu Hao's mind. Master, Xiao Jiu can assist. Xiao Jiu was the nine-headed snake tree he had tamed in the Lu Wang Palace, which had been in a deep slumber due to severe damage to its body. To his surprise, it had awakened at this critical moment and was ready to help. With a thought, the nine-headed snake tree materialized, appearing as a small sapling with several tendrils that as soon as it touched the ground. It swiftly rooted itself, drawing nutrients from the earth, and in mere seconds, it grew into a towering tree over 100 meters tall. Countless vines, as thick as utility poles, cascaded from the crown, splitting to brace against the walls, resisting their inward pressure. Suddenly, a grinding noise filled the air as the walls abruptly halted their advance. It was then that the others noticed the colossal tree that had materialized within the passage. Isn't that the nine-headed snake tree? Is it here to consume us? One questioned. No, wait. This nine-headed snake tree looks somewhat familiar, and it seems to be aiding us. Quickly escape. Why waste time with chatter? Wu Hao urged, shoving the corpulent man to enable him to move. Although the nine-headed snake tree held back the walls for now, it could not do so indefinitely. They needed to flee quickly, or they would all perish in the passage, including the nine-headed snake tree, which was Wu Hao's first tame pet, and it cost him 5,000 years of lifespan. The corpulent man protested, I want to escape too, but where do we go? The retreat is blocked. We can only venture forward. Yet ahead lies an abyss of darkness and uncertainty. Wu Hao turned to Zhang Qilin and asked, Brother, are you certain this door we entered is the correct one? Zhang Qilin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but I did not anticipate such formidable mechanisms behind it. However, the art of Qi Min Dun Jia speaks of life amidst death. There must be a chance for survival. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. Since we have not misjudged the entrance, let us charge ahead. Our opportunity for life lies before us. From the moment they entered the underwater tomb, the traps, mechanisms, and monsters they encountered appeared perilous, but often bore hidden opportunities for survival. The non-lethal lotus arrowheads, the exit beneath the golden silk Namma coffin, and the volcanic centipede king bound by iron chains all suggested that the creators of this tomb did not wish for human life to be extinguished. Though Wu Hao pondered the architect's motives, he firmly believed that it was not out of kindness, but rather some sinister scheme that to uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. They would need to reach the main burial chamber. After declaring their intent to press forward, they trudged through the passage. After sprinting over 100 meters, the sound of cracking vines echoed around them, and broken tendrils occasionally fell from above. The pressure from the walls had become too great. The nine-headed snake tree could no longer withstand it. Yet, the way ahead remained shrouded in darkness. With the end of the passage still far off, they could not afford to linger, for the walls would soon resume their advance. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Wu Hao's mind. Ding! Danger detected for the host. The host can exchange for Woodheart to enhance the pet and resolve the crisis. Woodheart, without hesitation. Wu Hao opened the system store and searched for Woodheart. Woodheart, the essence condensed from a millennium-old tree, used for plant-type pets advancement 5,000 years of lifespan. System, exchange for Woodheart. Ding. Successfully exchanged Woodheart for 5,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance, 3,256 years. Ding. Will you use Woodheart to commence pet advancement? Yes, Ding. Please specify the pet for advancement. Wu Hao immediately selected the nine-headed snake tree, and a green light suddenly appeared, shooting toward the nine-headed snake tree like a bolt of lightning. Upon striking the tree trunk, it vanished in an instant. Instantly, the nine-headed snake tree was enveloped in a green light, and the broken vines rapidly grew back, the new tendrils thicker than before. Simultaneously, the trunk of the nine-headed snake tree began to expand swiftly, becoming significantly thicker in the blink of an eye. That moment, the nine-headed snake tree successfully resisted the pressure from the walls, causing them to halt temporarily. Ding! The nine-headed snake tree has completed its advancement, becoming a nine-headed snake tree, elite level, with an overall attribute boost of 20, randomly acquiring the skill bond to help the master resist 20 damage. Wow! The benefits of pet advancement are astonishing. Not only has the pet itself grown stronger, but the overall attribute boost has increased by 10, and more importantly, there is a chance to obtain skills during the advancement process. Wu Hao marveled. Just now, the nine-headed snake tree had acquired a skill named Bond, capable of resisting 20 damage. Truly remarkable. If one pet could resist 20 damage, then 5 pets possessing the Bond skill could withstand 100 damage. If that were the case, would he not be invincible? The thought alone filled him with excitement. However, Wu Hao knew that even if his plans were feasible, executing them would not be so simple. After all, just one pet slot cost 5,000 years of lifespan, and each advancement required at least the same amount. Without at least 100,000 years of lifespan, he could not afford to nurture pets freely. Fortunately, the nine-headed snake tree proved to be invaluable, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Focusing on nurturing this one pet for now would suffice. The scene of the nine-headed snake tree rapidly growing left everyone in awe. Struggling to comprehend the reality before them, am I dead? How could a tree grow so quickly? One murmured. That green light could instantly empower the nine-headed snake tree. What sorcery is this, brother? I remember when we left the Lu Wang Palace. You had a small nine-headed snake tree on your shoulder. Quickly escape. There's no time to waste. Wu Hao realized that if they continued, his companions would surely deduce that the nine-headed snake tree was his doing. He wanted to avoid lengthy explanations and hurriedly urged them to flee. Understanding the urgency of the situation, everyone wasted no time and took off running. After sprinting several hundred meters down the passage, they still could not see the end. Suddenly, a small opening appeared in the stone wall, just large enough for one person to pass through, with clear signs of having been artificially created of a glimmer of life amidst death. Upon spotting the opening, Wu Hao and Zhang Qilin shouted in unison. The group, convinced that this was a chance left by the creators of the underwater tomb, dashed into the opening without a second thought. Xiao Jiao returned. We have escaped. As Wu Hao entered the opening, he called back the nine-headed snake tree. Upon receiving the command, the tree rapidly shrank to the size of a sapling and transformed into a green light that darted into Wu Hao's chest, disappearing from view. Thank you, Master, for providing me with a wood heart. The vitality within the wood heart is yet to be fully absorbed. I will fall into a deep slumber until I have completely digested its essence before awakening once more. At that moment, Wu Hao noticed that the nine-headed snake tree's appearance had changed with its advancement, from a youthful girl to a vibrant young woman with flowing hair. Chapter 53. Senior at FHO Gate. Wu Hao chuckled softly, reflecting on the futility of such thoughts, for soon enough, clarity would come. He retracted his pet, the nine-headed serpent, and quickened his pace to catch up with the group as they ventured deeper into the cave. After progressing a short distance, the rotund man suddenly remarked, It's evident this cave was artificially excavated. It must be a tomb raider's tunnel, right? Wu Hao shook his head, replying, The entrance is surrounded by hard, resilient oak stones that if you were in my position, could you have carved such a deep tunnel? True, even we, hailing from a lineage of tomb raiders, could not accomplish such a feat. Others would be even less capable. The rotund man conceded, By the way, to which family do you belong? He queried, I, fat lord, am a family unto myself. The rotund man suddenly realized he had let slip too much and hastily laughed it off. Observing this, Wu Hao refrained from further inquiry. The four continued onward for several meters when Wu Hao's foot was unexpectedly caught on something. Looking down, he beheld 2 elongated finger bones protruding from the ground, one of which had broken off when he stumbled upon it. Wait a moment. It seems we've discovered a predecessor here. Wu Hao proclaimed that he recognized that such elongated finger bones belonged to no ordinary individual. Only those who had mastered the art of the Fanqiu would possess such uniquely long fingers. And what then? The rotund man inquired, instantly invigorated by the mention of a predecessor, but he turned around, scanning the surroundings, only to see Wu Hao digging at the spot where he had tripped, and in a short while, a complete skeleton was unearthed. The predecessor had long since succumbed to death, as the garments that once adorned him had decayed to dust, leaving only a stark white skeleton behind. Suddenly, Wu Hao's gaze fell upon the soil from which the bones had emerged, where he spotted a brown cloth bundle, remarkably well preserved. The rotund man noticed it too, and was about to reach for it when Wu Hao swiftly seized it first. "Elder brother, quickly open it and see what treasures lie within." Wu Hao nodded, his curiosity piqued. Upon unveiling the bundle, he discovered a palm-sized metallic insignia, tarnished and blackened. The rotund man's eyes lit up at the sight. Fixated on the insignia in Wu Hao's grasp, "That be why my word, this is pure gold. A piece of this size must weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Pure gold inevitably darkens with time, so the rotund man was unsurprised by its appearance. Wu Hao, however, pondered the significance of such a piece being hoarded alone. There must be something extraordinary about it. He examined the insignia closely and discovered a multitude of tiny inscriptions on its reverse. The Guanshan Zimei, Wu Hao gasped internally, recognizing it as the secret art of the Guanshan Taibao, a legendary text comprising 72 verses. The Guanshan Taibao had risen to prominence due to this very text. Subsequently recommended to the imperial court by Liu Bowen, who was greatly impressed by their prowess. Thus, they were retained at court to construct royal tombs, bestowed with the gold insignia and the title Guanshan Taibao. Yet how could such a pure gold insignia find its way into the hands of the Fanqiu sect? Wu Hao peered into the cloth bundle, only to find it empty, save for what appeared to be inscriptions inside. He flipped the bundle over, revealing an array of dark red, minute characters. "Tianjun, you have expertise in ancient texts. Could you decipher what is inscribed here?" Wu Hao passed the bundle to Tianjun, who examined it and explained. The Guanshan Taibao orchestrated the downfall of several major tomb-raiding sects, prompting the imperial court to dispatch troops for suppression. Among these, the Fanqiu sect, being the most formidable, faced the most severe repression, with many disciples perishing or suffering injuries, and the Fanqiu insignia was destroyed in the chaos. This predecessor, unable to bear it, raided the ancestral grave of the Guanshan Taibao and absconded with the Guanshan Zimei. During this act, he uncovered the true mastermind behind it all, Wang Tsanghai. Now, although Wang Tsanghai is deceased, this predecessor sought vengeance, tracing the clues to an underwater tomb, only to be tragically ensnared by the corpse poison of a drought demon. On the brink of death, he left behind clues, hoping that the descendants of the Fanqiu could fulfill his dying wish and scatter Wang Tsanghai's remains. What? The Guanshan Zimei. Now that is an extraordinary artifact, renowned for its mastery in tomb construction and evasion techniques. The rotund man exclaimed in awe, his admiration for the Guanshan Zimei evident. "So it is," Wu Hao mused, recognizing that this marked the second time he had stumbled upon the remains of a predecessor from the Fanqiu sect. The first had revealed the precise location of the Fanqiu sect's blessed land, and this time he had acquired the Guanshan Taibao as clandestine secret, the Guanshan Zimei, coupled with the Fanqiu insignia bestowed upon him by the old Taoist before his demise. He realized he was indeed fated to inherit the complete legacy of the Fanqiu sect. "Rest assured, predecessor, I shall ensure your wishes are realized." That Wu Hao placed the skeleton on the ground, bowed in reverence, and then turned to urge the group onward. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly stored the predecessor's remains in the system space, intending to provide them with a proper burial. After all, he was a member of the Fanqiu sect, and having benefited from this encounter, performing such an act was not only just but also a minor effort on his part. The group proceeded through the cave for several minutes until they were suddenly greeted by a scattering of twinkling lights resembling stars. Zhang Qilin abruptly pointed ahead and said mysteriously, "I believe I've been here before, 20 years ago." "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? You were probably just a wee lad 20 years ago," the rotund man retorted. But Zhang Qilin ignored him, hastening his steps toward the source of the luminescence. That Wu Hao and the others also quickened their pace, and upon emerging from the cave, they found themselves in a vast burial chamber. The chamber was adorned with fist-sized pearls, the luminous points they had seen earlier emanating from these very pearls. From a distance, they appeared like starlight, but upon closer inspection, their brightness was blinding. In the center stood a coral tree occupying most of the chamber, adorned with bronze bells. Good heavens, luminous pearls! They incorporated them into the walls as lighting fixtures. The rotund man exclaimed, astonished that in ancient times, luminous pearls were tributes, scarce even in the imperial palace. To find so many here is astonishing. The bronze bells hanging from the coral tree also seemed extraordinary. With so many treasures present, any single item would be worthy of a place in his antique shop. The myriad treasures in the burial chamber dazzled the eyes. The rarest of treasures, typically sought after in the outside world, were merely utilized for illumination here. Who would believe it? Unable to resist the allure of the treasures, the rotund man reached out to touch one of the bronze bells hanging from the coral tree. Just as he did, Zhang Qilin bellowed, "Stop!" Startled, the rotund man's hand trembled, inadvertently brushing against the bronze bell. The moment the bell rang, both the rotund man and Tianjin's eyes glazed over. And even Zhang Qilin furrowed his brow. Chapter 54. The Lost Memories. Are you all right? Zhang Qilin gazed at Wu Hao, his expression one of shock. Wu Hao shook his head. "Brother, what has happened to you?" The sound of the bronze bell can erase one's memory. It must be silenced immediately. Right now, I too am influenced by the sound and cannot remain calm. Only you can save them. The notion that a bell could erase memories startled Wu Hao, prompting him to devise a way to cease the ringing. The bronze bell hung from the coral tree, and even the slightest vibration would cause it to chime. To stop it from ringing required an exquisite control of power. Any excessive or insufficient force would only amplify the bell's vibrations. Wu Hao cautiously extended his hand, pinching the bell delicately, moving in sync with its rhythm to ensure the clapper did not strike the bell, thus preventing any sound. 1 motion, 2 motions, 3 motions, gradually slowing down. The amplitude diminishing until the bell ceased its trembling and fell silent. As the ringing ceased, the pained expression on Zhang Qilin's face instantly eased. The dazed looks in Tianjin and the rotund man's eyes gradually vanished, restoring their clarity. Where are we? What transpired? Tianjin and the rotund man surveyed their surroundings, bewildered, with no recollection of the recent events. Soon, the rotund man's gaze fell upon the treasures in the burial chamber. The fist-sized luminous pearls, the enormous coral tree, and the multitude of bronze bells. Good heavens, such treasures! My antique shop's prized possessions have found a new home. The rotund man, undeterred by the recent events, attempted to reach for a bronze bell once more. But Wu Hao swiftly swatted his hand away. "Rotund man, do you not find it peculiar that you inexplicably appeared in this burial chamber?" He pondered, recalling only that the pool had dried up, leading them to descend to the bottom, witnessing Zhang Qilin's strange behavior, and then entering an archway, after which all memories faded. "Brother, why could this happen?" "I sent at your own doing. You touched the bronze bell and had your memory wiped by its chime." The rotund man broke into a cold sweat at the realization of his earlier intentions. He gazed around the burial chamber filled with treasures, a look of regret in his eyes. Tio thinks such a miraculous phenomenon could exist in the world. It was truly terrifying. Even the most advanced scientific technologies of the present day could not replicate such an effect. Wu Tianjin remarked, "What's even more astonishing is that the sound only affects one's memory, leaving no other harm to the body." "Tianjin, where did your memory go?" As he reflected innocently and meticulously, he realized that his memories were akin to those of the rotund fellow. He could only recollect entering the archway and encountering a mechanism. And thereafter, everything became a blur. Wu Hao nodded in agreement. It seemed that Zhang Qilin's words held truth. The bronze bell possessed the ability to erase memories, and both Tianjin and the rotund man had lost fragments of their recollections due to its chimes. Fortunately, he had managed to halt the tolling of the bell in time. Otherwise, they would have lost even more of their memories. They asked for why he and Zhang Qilin remained unscathed. He speculated it was due to their bloodlines. Zhang Qilin bore the blood of the Qilin, while he himself possessed the blood of the Taotai. His bloodline had undergone a significant evolution, its potency being high, thus enabling him to resist the mysterious powers of the bronze bell more effectively. This also explained why Zhang Qilin had displayed pain upon hearing the bell. while he himself felt nothing. The higher purity of his bloodline afforded him greater resistance. Look over there. Isn't that a Ning? What is she doing here? Upon spotting a woman lying on the ground beneath the coral tree, the rotund man instantly recognized her as a Ning, who had abandoned her subordinates to act alone upon entering the underwater tomb. Tianjin circled behind the coral tree and, upon seeing that a Ning was merely unconscious yet still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief that a Ning, wake up. A Ning slowly opened her eyes at the sound of the call, her gaze wandering in confusion. What happened to me? Why am I here? Weren't we on the ship? The moment she spoke, Wu Hao understood. A Ning had lost even more memories. Everything since she had entered the underwater tomb had vanished from her mind. This is the underwater tomb. You lost your memories because of the sound emitted by the bronze bell. That a Ning shook her head. It must be a trap they designed to ensnare me. There's a member of a mysterious organization among my subordinates that I intended to shake them off after entering the underwater tomb, but unexpectedly fell into their trap first, that Wu Hao thought to himself. As expected. Previously, when they had encountered the mechanism in the tomb passage, a Ning had escaped alone. After that, Zhang Qilin had torn off the clothing of one of a Ning subordinates and discovered the Wang family's totemic phoenix tattoo on one of them. The mysterious organization a Ning referred to was indeed the Wang family. The Wang family was truly insidious, always lurking nearby, and he wondered which of them had been sent to deal with him. As the saying goes, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. This was a dire situation. Unless he could uproot the Wang family entirely, this predicament would persist indefinitely. Wu Hao was confident in his strength and was not afraid of the Wang family's schemes, but that did not mean those around him were equally untroubled. Moreover, the constant buzzing of flies around one's ears was exceedingly unpleasant. More importantly, the force behind the Wang family was the true adversary of the Wu family. Before he had the capability to eradicate the power behind the Wang family, it would be prudent to eliminate the Wang family itself to collect some interest. Do you possess the structural diagram of the underwater tomb? How else could you arrive here, before us all by yourself? Wu Hao recalled the myriad dangers they had encountered along the way, particularly the stone wall mechanism they faced after the archway. Had it not been for the intervention of the Hydra Cypress, they would have perished there. Yet a Ning had managed to reach this place alone, even faster than them, indicating that she must have had access to a quicker route. That a Ning nodded. Indeed, it was entrusted to me by your third uncle. That Wu Hao's mind filled with questions. If his third uncle possessed the structural diagram of the underwater tomb, why had he given it to a Ning instead of to them? There must have been a reason behind it. A Ning had arrived first at this chamber, having lost several hours of memory in the process. Was it possible that Wu San uncle's intention was to allow a Ning to take the lead, thereby clearing the path for the two brothers? Wu Hao considered this possibility highly likely, and he sensed that the greatest danger was not the loss of memory itself, but rather that an even greater peril awaited them. Since you have the structural diagram, you must know how to access the main tomb chamber, right? Yes, follow me, a Ning replied, and proceeded to the side of the tomb chamber, grasping a luminous pearl embedded in the wall. With a firm twist, the pearl began to rotate. The walls of the chamber rumbled as they slowly slid apart, revealing the entrance. That a Ning gestured towards the newly opened passage that leads to the main tomb chamber. Behind the wall lay a vast tomb chamber, several times larger than the one they currently occupied. At its center stood a dome adorned with fist-sized luminous pearls, and surrounding the chamber were numerous large bronze mirrors that reflected the light emitted by the pearls, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. Chapter 55. Wang Songhai is not dead. Goodness, is this a royal palace? The scale of the main tomb chamber rivals that of an emperor's mausoleum, the rotund man exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out at the enormity of the main tomb chamber. The Wu Hao, though aware that this was Wang Songhai's tomb, had not anticipated the chamber's colossal size. Having visited the 13 tombs, he could not help but compare this tomb chamber to a thatched hut beside a villa. However, what perplexed him was the absence of a coffin in the main tomb chamber. Instead, a massive architectural model occupied the central position. Wu Tianjun, a scholar of ancient architecture, felt invigorated at the sight of the model and hurried over to observe and study it. Wow! This palace is simply exquisite. It could rival the Forbidden City. Brother Fatty, little brother, come quickly and take a look. What is so special about the model? If you like it that much, I can buy you 10 or 8 sets from Pinduoduo when we get out. The rotund man's attention was drawn to the luminous pearls adorning the dome of the palace. Their radiance was brighter than those in the previous chamber, indicating that these were of superior quality. Is it really the same? Wu Tianjun, captivated by the intricately crafted palace model, wondered if such a structure truly existed. Suddenly, Zhang Qilin approached from the side that Wu Tianjun curiously inquired, "Little brother, are you searching for something?" Zhang Qilin paused before a bronze mirror, gazing into it as if lost in thought. After a long moment, he finally responded, "I feel as though someone is watching us. Little brother, aside from us, who else could be in this tomb chamber? Indeed, no one else is here. Could it be that a ghost is watching us?" Wu Hao felt a profound unease upon entering the main tomb chamber, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. It was unexpected that Zhang Qilin shared this sensation, while Tianjin and the rotund man felt nothing amiss. This disparity likely stemmed from differences in their perceptual abilities. Some individuals possess heightened senses, allowing them to anticipate events, a phenomenon known as the sixth sense. However, most people will never have such experiences due to insufficient perceptual acuity. Both he and Zhang Qilin, enhanced by their bloodlines, exhibited abilities far superior to those of ordinary individuals, enabling them to sense what others could not. That Wu Hao was certain that unseen eyes were indeed watching them. He scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the center of the palace model, where a mummified corpse sat cross-legged. This was a withered body, its skin turned black, hair dried and lifeless, adorned in a red official's robe and a ceremonial hat. Though merely a corpse, in Wu Hao's eyes, it appeared to be a shrewd and capable elder. Particularly striking were its eyes. Despite their sunken state, they contained an essence of intrigue, cunning, and the weight of countless years that could not be concealed. At that moment, Tianjin also noticed the mummified corpse at the center of the model. "Brother, do you think this seated corpse is the tomb's master, Wang Songhai?" "I don't know, but I sense there is something unusual about this corpse. Be cautious and don't approach too closely." Da Wu Hao remained convinced that the corpse was extraordinary. Indeed, he felt that the very entity watching them in the main tomb chamber was this corpse. Yet when he focused his gaze upon it, that sensation dissipated. Endowed with the eye of truth, he could see through illusions. Logically, if the corpse harbored any anomalies, he should have been able to discern them. Yet after scrutinizing it for an extended time, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Is Wang Songhai a monk, seated in meditation like this? I suspect this is merely an ordinary corpse placed here to confuse us. After all, the burial chambers utilize only the finest coffins made of golden silk nanmu. Surely, he would have prepared a more sophisticated coffin for himself. The rotund man's reasoning was not without merit. In the underwater tomb, one burial chamber contained a bronze coffin, while the other housed a golden silk nanmu coffin, both of which were of the highest caliber. He had no reason not to use a coffin for himself. "Fatty, you almost made me forget. What about the inscription beneath the golden silk nanmu coffin? It mentioned a longevity elixir buried in the main tomb chamber. Who are you trying to fool? If a true longevity elixir existed, wouldn't he have consumed it himself instead of burying it?" The rotund man saw through the ruse, but that did not mean everyone else could do the same. The allure of immortality is not something everyone can comprehend. After all, even Qin Shi Huang dispatched Su Fu to search for the elusive elixir of life, let alone ordinary folks who would go to great lengths for it. The notion of a longevity elixir, along with memory-storing volcano worms, the imprisoned volcano worm king, and the myriad dangers they had encountered along the way, including the memory-erasing bronze bell, began to unravel the mysteries in Wu Hao's mind. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Wang Songhai is not dead. "What?" Tianjin exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Songhai was a geomancer from the Ming dynasty, over 600 years ago. How could he still be alive? What I refer to as living is not in the conventional sense of existence, but rather in the preservation of one's consciousness or memories. That Wu Hao's speculation is not without foundation. For Wu Sinshu has mentioned the existence of a certain group of beings known as gods. Their means of immortality lies in the ability to occupy a new body just as their original one is on the brink of death, thus allowing them to continue living indefinitely. The entire underwater tomb is a trial designed by Wang Songhai to select a new vessel. Only those who succeed in overcoming the challenges are deemed worthy to become the container of his consciousness. That is why he has crafted all the mechanisms within the tomb to be perilous yet not fatal. Particularly, In the final chamber, the coral tree with its bronze bells has the power to erase a person's memories, facilitating the transition of his consciousness into a new body. However, as Tianjin pointed out, several centuries have passed, and it is uncertain whether a human consciousness can remain intact for such an extended duration without dissipating. Just then, the corpse suddenly cracked a smile, revealing an eerie grin that a jet of black light shot from its mouth, hurtling toward Wu Hao's face, that Wu Hao leapt back to evade it, only to discover that the assailant was a half-meter long, pitch-black snake, its scales resembling hair. As the black snake landed, it raised its head and fixated its gaze upon Wu Hao, its expression unervingly human-like, as if it were sharing an inside joke with him. What manner of serpent is this, adorned with hair? When the plump man, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, he spotted the black snake in the vicinity. That is a black-haired snake. Their venom can store human memories. It must have been this creature that was spying on us. Zhang Qilin unsheathed his black-gold ancient blade and leapt forward, ready to strike down the black-haired snake. That moment, the black-haired snake abruptly changed direction and shot back into the corpse's body like a bolt of lightning. The corpse, which had been lifeless for an unknown duration, suddenly rose, speaking in human language. After waiting for so many years, I have finally found a perfect body. Chapter 56. Thank you for answering my questions. You can now perish. Good grief. It has risen from the dead. The plump man, having encountered many a corpse, was astonished to see one that could speak. Could it be true, as the elder brother suggested, that Wang Songhai's consciousness still lingers? The plump man, while calling out, readied his army shovel for defense. No, it is the black-haired snake. They can mimic human speech. Zhang Qilin, holding the black gold ancient blade, cautiously approached the corpse. Crack, crack, crack. The corpse's limbs twisted a few times, and a cacophony of bone grinding echoed in the ears of those present. Subsequently, the corpse moved with the agility of a monkey, darting back a couple of steps before clinging to the pillar supporting the tomb chamber. With a few swift motions, it climbed up to the beam, tearing away the red official robes to reveal a wooden mechanism that do not move, or I shall trigger the 8 treasures rotator. The explosives within are sufficient to collapse the tomb, and we shall all meet our demise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qilin halted, looking up at the corpse on the beam with furrowed brows. Young brother, did you not say that the black-haired snake can imitate human speech? Could it be that the black-haired snake possesses intelligence? I was mistaken. The black-haired snake has long since perished. What you saw earlier was merely the black-haired snake's body occupied by Wang Songhai's consciousness. What? The plump man and Tianjin exclaimed in unison. Young brother, are you suggesting that the black-haired snake is Wang Songhai, and Wang Songhai is the black-haired snake? Precisely. Wu Hao was equally astonished. He had suspected that Wang Songhai's consciousness had not perished, but he never imagined that in his quest for immortality, he had allowed his consciousness to inhabit a black-haired snake, living in the underwater tomb for centuries in that form. The emergence of venomous creatures capable of storing memories, such as the volcanic centipede, had led him to believe that Wang Songhai would utilize the volcanic centipede to achieve immortality. Yet he ultimately chose the black-haired snake. At this moment, the mysteries within him began to unravel. Just as he had previously theorized, the underwater tomb was a trap designed by Wang Songhai, compelling those who entered to navigate through layers of trials before reaching the main chamber. At that juncture, the black-haired snake, harboring his memories, would occupy the body of someone whose memories had been erased by the bronze bell. His memories would inhabit a new body, thus granting him rebirth. Whether it be the snake-browed copperfish or the longevity elixir, they were merely bait he had intentionally released. Yet there remained one point of confusion, given Wang Songhai's status and position. Acquiring any body he desired would have been a trivial matter. Why, then, would he go to such lengths to design the underwater tomb and endure centuries of solitude merely to wait for a body? There must be an obscure and compelling reason behind it. What shall we do now? Are we to be threatened by an ancient, undying monstrosity? The plump man could hardly fathom that one day he would be menaced by a corpse. The 8 treasures rotator within him would activate automatically upon bodily harm, leading to an explosion. The tomb structure was formidable, but he had chosen a critical point, and should it be destroyed, the tomb would instantly collapse. Even if we do not drown, we shall be buried alive. Tianjin, who had harbored a fascination for ancient architecture since childhood, had been studying the structure of the underwater tomb throughout their journey. Upon entering the main chamber, he immediately recognized the layout and understood that the corpse spoke the truth. Once the mechanisms were triggered, it would spell doom for all. Surviving was not impossible, provided you all adhere to my demands. At that moment, the corpse spoke again, sigh. The plump man sighed in resignation. I never imagined that one day I would have to negotiate with a corpse. This is what they mean by being under someone's roof and having to bow your head. Tianjin also shook his head. What do you intend to do? Zhang Qilin inquired. He desires my body, compelling the black-haired snake to enter it without resistance, after which you may leave. The corpse pointed at Wu Hao. Perhaps we should consider another candidate. You have been a man for hundreds of years. Why not try being a woman? Look at her. She's quite striking. The plump man, upon hearing this, pushed a Ning forward. You seeking death. A Ning's face hardened, glaring menacingly at the plump man. You see, her skills are formidable. Even I cannot best her. Video not negotiate with me. No matter how the plump man tried to persuade. Wang Songhai was resolute in claiming Wu Hao's body. Very well. I shall yield my body, but you must agree to one condition. Brother, no, do not believe him. You, Wu Tianjin, the plump man, and Zhang Qilin all exclaimed in unison as they saw Wu Hao acquiesce to the corpse's demands. Wu Hao, maintaining his composure, exchanged glances and slowly approached beneath the beam that if you tell me why my body is essential, I shall agree to your terms. There are many entities in this world capable of preserving human memories and granting immortality. The Corpse King. The volcanic centipede, the black-haired snake. However, such forms of immortality come with flaws, transforming individuals into monsters. The 12 corpses in the accompanying burial chamber that you have likely encountered have merged with the volcanic centipede, becoming a monstrosity that my current body, upon merging, has sprouted a serpent's tail. What significance does such immortality hold? After years of investigation, I learned of a family claiming descent from the gods, whose bodies are natural vessels capable of containing any stored memories without side effects. Thus, I designed the underwater tomb, waiting for centuries for a member of that family to appear. The implication of the corpse's words was clear. It claimed to be one of that family, a descendant of the gods. Had it not been for the information disclosed by Wu Xinshu, Wu Hao might have felt exhilaration at such a lineage, but he now understood that this identity was no blessing. The immense trouble faced by the Wu family might very well be tied to this lineage. Furthermore, the gods spoken of by the corpse were not deities in the truest sense, but rather a group of individuals like him, pursuing immortality, employing similar methods. Their approach, however, may be more sophisticated than Wang Songhai's, eluding detection by outsiders. When they ventured to the Lu Wang Palace, Wu Sanshu had schemed to investigate Zhang Qilin's identity, suspecting him to be a vessel for these so-called gods. How did you ascertain your identity? This posed another question in Wu Hao's mind, that he and Wu Tianjun were both members of the Wu family. Why had the corpse chosen his body? Memories. Only the descendants of the gods retain their memories after experiencing the sound of the hexagonal bell. Ah, it all makes sense. Wu Hao's internal doubts were swiftly resolved. The purpose of the bronze bells on the coral tree was not to erase memories, but to serve as the final selection for Wang Songhai. Only those who could hear the bell sound and retain their memories were Wang Songhai's ultimate targets. Besides him, Zhang Qilin also met this criterion. Yet his bloodline purity had been gradually increasing, rendering him comparatively more suitable. Very well, I have answered all your inquiries. Now you may prepare for my consciousness and memories to occupy your body. The corpse perched upon the beam, greedily fixating on Wu Hao, slowly opened its mouth to release the black-haired snake that bore its memories that moment. Wu Hao grinned. Thank you for answering my questions. You can now die. Chapter 57. The Immortality Scheme. The backup. In the very moment the black-haired serpent emerged from the mouth of the corpse, Wu Hao leapt forward, propelling himself off a pillar to ascend to the beam above. With a flicker of thought, he retracted the corpse into the confines of the system space. The black-haired serpent, having missed its target, attempted to redirect itself back into the corpse's body, only to discover that the corpse had vanished. Instantly, a look of terror crossed its visage. Its reliance lay in the explosives contained within the 8-treasure rotor on the corpse, and with its disappearance, it found itself utterly outmatched by Wu Hao and his companions. The black-haired serpent reacted swiftly, twisting its tail to make a hasty retreat into the surrounding darkness. That moment, Zhang Qilin appeared seemingly out of nowhere, swinging his black-gold ancient blade, which cleaved the black-haired serpent cleanly in two. Despite its body being severed and falling to the ground, it did not succumb immediately. The two halves writhed and struggled in a desperate display. The serpent's head, with its bulging eyes, fixed on Wu Hao as it uttered human words. Why has this come to pass? My meticulous plans spanning centuries have been undone by you today. As the words left its mouth, a dark light burst forth from the serpent's body, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, Wu Hao was enveloped by an alluring fragrance. As myriad images not belonging to him fell indeed. As I had surmised, Wang Songhai still possesses a contingency plan. However, what took me by surprise was that Wu Hao initially believed Wang Songhai had merely constructed numerous underwater tombs. Little did he expect that he had also left behind a backup within these tombs. The corpse-toad king, with its impenetrable shell, is impervious to blades and flames. Its entire being is laced with venom. The moment one makes contact, they succumb to its deadly toxin, transforming into a blood corpse or a blood human, making it exceedingly difficult to confront. For an ordinary person, fleeing is the sole option when faced with the corpse-toad king. The black-haired snake and the dry corpse were mere decoys. The true ace in the hole is the corpse-toad king. Yet, Wang Songhai has miscalculated that Wu Hao's skills have ascended to the grandmaster level. The corpse-toad king's hard shell is as soft as tofu to him, and he can obliterate it in an instant if it dares to approach. The rotund figure discarded the dry corpse. The corpse-toad king took flight, flapping its wings and accelerating abruptly, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, it appeared before Wu Hao. Wu Hao stood motionless, fixated on the swiftly approaching corpse-toad king. He sensed excitement, greed, and desire in its eyes. Although this corpse-toad king was slightly smaller than the one encountered in the corpse cave, it emanated a far greater sense of danger. The one in the cave acted on instinct, while this one harbored Wang Songhai's consciousness that it had evidently acquired intelligence, making it inherently more formidable than the average corpse-toad king. Yet, no matter how powerful, it remained merely a corpse-toad king. Posing no significant threat to Wu Hao, he slowly raised his hand, extending two exceptionally elongated fingers forward. With a soft squelch, his fingers pierced through the corpse-toad king's hard shell. He bent his fingers. A crisp crack resonated as the shell shattered, and he withdrew his hand. The corpse-toad king fell to the ground, motionless, utterly lifeless. Wu Hao's actions appeared casual. Yet in reality, the lightning-fast movements of the corpse-toad king were slowed to an agonizing crawl in his perception. Simultaneously, memories of Wang Songhai flashed vividly in his mind. Akin to those recalled during the vanquishing of the black-haired snake, it seemed that Wang Songhai stored memories not only in the black-haired snake's venom, but also within the corpse-toad king. Just as I had suspected, Wang Songhai had taken multiple precautions for immortality. Ding! You have slain the corpse-toad king and gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host. By devouring the corpse-toad king, the 6th library Immortal thief begins to strengthen, and the bloodline level starts to rise, with the progress of the gluttonous bloodline pure, reaching 45. Ding! By defeating the minor boss, corpse-toad king, you have acquired 10-fold storage space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance, 4,256 years. Ding! Would you like to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to activate the 10-fold storage space? Activate. Without hesitation, Wu Hao opted to activate the 10-fold storage space before entering the underwater tomb. He had slain a sea monkey that yielded 100-fold portable space, albeit requiring 5,000 years of lifespan to activate. Currently, his lifespan was insufficient, yet the system's storage was full, necessitating an expansion. The 10-fold storage space drop was precisely what he needed. Moreover, the 1,000 years of lifespan would not be wasted. When his lifespan balance was ample, activating the 100-fold space would only require a deduction of 4,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. 10-fold storage space activated successfully, with the host's current storage capacity now at 10,000 cubic meters. Ding! Consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance, 3,256 years. With the expansion of the storage space, what was once a cramped area now felt spacious. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as Wu Hao completed the expansion of the storage space. The tomb quaked violently, akin to an earthquake, with the ground fracturing beneath. Not good. The seafloor is quaking. We must flee. Wu Tianjin exclaimed, grabbing Wu Hao in haste. Just then, a massive boulder fell at the tomb's entrance, sealing it shut. The ground began to undulate like waves, as if something were attempting to burrow up from beneath. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic head erupted from the ground, sending debris flying. Tomb bricks plummeted from the air. The crowd looked up to behold a colossal serpent's head hovering above, its enormous eyes fixated menacingly on them, instilling a sense of dread. The serpent's head alone dwarfed a truck, supported by an elongated, robust body covered in glossy black scales. The visible portion stretched over 10 meters, with the hidden length yet to be measured. My goodness, has this snake become a spirit, to grow so massive? Look at the horns on its head. Could this be the legendary dragon? After a century of transformation into a python, a millennium into a flood dragon, and 10 millennia into a true dragon, what adorned its head could hardly be deemed horns, more likely mere flesh protrusions. This should be a flood dragon. Regardless of its identity, what are we to do now? Our sizes pale in comparison and would scarcely fit between its teeth. None could have anticipated such a monstrous creature lurking underground. With the tomb entrance blocked by the colossal stone, they were all trapped inside. If they did not devise a solution swiftly, they would inevitably become the flood dragon's next meal. Ding! A flood dragon has been detected. Consuming its soul may enhance bloodline levels, due to the creature's high level. The host must first defeat it before being able to consume its soul. This is indeed a legendary flood dragon, a term referring to a snake that has achieved significant cultivation during heavy rains and floods. They leverage the water currents to enter rivers, lakes, and seas for further cultivation. Typically, the less powerful ones enter rivers and lakes, while only the most formidable dare venture into the sea. The size of this flood dragon alone is daunting, a clear indicator of its strength. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this beast arrived here on its own or was summoned by Wang Xianghai. That if the latter is true, then his power is far more terrifying than previously imagined. Wu Hao must reassess his own capabilities. Suddenly, the flood dragon sprang into action. Diving from the air like an arrow, its gaping maw aimed to swallow Wu Hao and his companions whole. Run! Zhang Qilin shouted as he leapt upward. Tianjin and the rotund figure, upon hearing his call, dashed away to escape the flood dragon's strike range. To in midair, Zhang Qilin wielded his black gold ancient blade, aiming for the flood dragon's eyes. The flood dragon closed its eyes. The blade struck its eyelid, producing a resounding metallic clash. Zhang Qilin swiftly flipped onto the flood dragon's head, gripping the black gold blade with all his might and thrusting downward. Sparks flew as the blade made contact. The flood dragon, sensing the assault upon its head, thrashed violently, sending Zhang Qilin flying. That he tumbled to the ground, skidding backward for several meters before regaining his footing. But he understood that the flood dragon was immensely powerful. He could inflict no real damage. His attack was merely a diversion, providing an opportunity for the others to escape. The previous strike had successfully drawn the flood dragon's attention away, allowing Tianjin and the rotund figure to flee. After landing, Zhang Qilin promptly ran in the opposite direction of Tianjin and the others. As he sprinted, the flood dragon, dragging its massive form, pursued him relentlessly. The area it traversed was left in disarray, with bricks and stones flying in all directions. Zhang Qilin, utilizing his agility, deftly evaded the flood dragon's assaults. Meanwhile, the flood dragon barreled through, effortlessly demolishing pillars that required several people to encircle. The once opulent tomb was now reduced to ruins. Zhang Qilin frowned deeply. With everyone trapped in the tomb, fleeing endlessly was not a viable solution. Exhaustion would soon lead to their demise at the hands of the flood dragon. As he ran, he sought a way to resolve the predicament. My goodness, that strike of his could cleave through mountains, yet it barely grazed the flood dragon's eyelid. Just how formidable is it, given its colossal size? It could rival the legendary dragon. It is undoubtedly extraordinary. Tianjin and the rotund figure had retreated to a corner of the tomb, casting wary glances at the flood dragon, which revealed a portion of its massive body. Where's the elder brother? Where did he go? Suddenly, the rotund figure noticed Wu Hao was missing. Over there, naive, he glanced around, searching for Wu Hao's figure. Amidst the swirling sands and flying stones, he spotted Wu Hao. who was charging towards the Zhao Jiao beneath him, clutching a decaying corpse. The corpse bore an 8-treasure rotator, and once activated, the explosives within would detonate. Although the surface of the Zhao Jiao was protected by a tough, phosphorescent shell impervious to blades and bullets. Its interior was composed of flesh and blood. Explosives capable of collapsing a tomb should be able to inflict damage on the Zhao Jiao. The Wu Hao moved with remarkable speed, reaching the Zhao Jiao's underside in the blink of an eye. As the Zhao Jiao noticed Wu Hao approaching, it opened its massive mouth, extending its tongue to ensnare him. The Wu Hao triggered the 8-treasure rotator and hurled the corpse into the air just as the Zhao Jiao's tongue wrapped around him. Pulling him into its maw, upon landing, he hurriedly retreated. Mere meters away, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The corpse detonated within the Zhao Jiao's mouth, causing it to writhe in pain, its enormous body emerging from the ground. Stretching at least 30 to 40 meters long, its colossal form twisted violently, shaking the entire tomb, with bricks and debris raining down from above. Useless. The Zhao Jiao is far too massive. Any harm inflicted is insufficient to be fatal. Zhang Qilin warned while evading that Wu Hao understood this truth as well. Even a mere snake wouldn't die immediately from a severed head, let alone a Zhao Jiao. The creature was too formidable. Even the explosives within the corpse merely caused it discomfort. Moreover, the Zhao Jiao's sheer size rendered ordinary attacks ineffective against its vital points, unless Wu Hao realized there was no other option. Resolutely, he turned and sprinted towards the Zhao Jiao. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? It's gone berserk, and you're walking right into it." Wu Qianjun and the fatty exclaimed in alarm as they saw Wu Hao charging towards the Zhao Jiao. However, Wu Hao paid them no heed. Drawing closer, when the Zhao Jiao's tongue reached out, he did not evade. Instead, he moved towards it. The Zhao Jiao's crimson tongue coiled around Wu Hao's waist, and with a swift pull, it drew him into its gaping maw. Wu Hao was immediately assailed by a nauseating stench, followed by a plunge into a slick, slimy chamber. "Brother! Big brother!" Wu Tianjin and the fatty, witnessing Wu Hao being swallowed, felt their eyes redden with despair. They brandished their shovels and recklessly charged towards the Zhao. At that moment, Zhang Qilin suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path that he allowed the Zhao Jiao to swallow him willingly. "You mustn't go." "What? He let himself be swallowed. Why would he do such a thing?" Zhang Qilin merely obstructed their advance, ignoring their queries. After some time, Wu Tianjin and the fatty began to calm down. It dawned on them that if they could escape, Wu Hao had no reason to be consumed by the Zhao Jiao unless it was intentional. Nevertheless, Wu Tianjin couldn't help but worry. "Little brother, will my brother be all right?" Zhang Qilin shook his head, remaining silent. Suddenly, the Zhao Jiao emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing violently, as it evidently endured excruciating pain. As it writhed, its massive body collided with the tomb walls, the structure itself trembling precariously, poised to collapse at any moment. "This is bad. The tomb is going to cave in. We must find a way to leave quickly." But my brother is still inside the Zhao Jiao. Meanwhile, Wu Hao willingly allowed himself to be consumed. Inside the Zhao Jiao's belly, he found himself in a tubular space, slick and devoid of any foothold. Beneath the viscous layer, a network of blood vessels sprawled like a spider's web, connecting to various parts of its body. After being swallowed, he slid down the tube, soon spotting a pool of green liquid at the bottom. That Wu Hao recognized it as the Zhao Jiao's stomach, the green liquid being its digestive acid, potent enough to corrode bones. Should he fall into it, he would be lucky to escape with his life. With a firm resolve, he summoned his Feiqian claw, launching it upwards, where it struck against the Zhao Jiao's teeth with a resounding thud. The steel cable attached to the claw tightened, halting his descent. That moment, Wu Hao retrieved a sharp longsword from his storage space, thrusting it repeatedly into the surrounding walls of the tube. With each strike, he severed several blood vessels, each attack eliciting violent convulsions from the Zhao Jiao. He oscillated within the creature's esophagus, nearly losing his grip several times due to the slickness. Even Wu Hao, upon observing the bubbling stomach acid below, felt a surge of trepidation. Suddenly, a square box caught his attention in the stomach acid. The instant he laid eyes on it, an inexplicable urge surged within him, as if the box was intrinsically his, compelling him to claim it. The box, composed of an unknown material, had likely languished in the Zhao Jiao's stomach acid for countless years, its surface cloaked in darkness, yet revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient cloud motifs from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Chapter 60. The Sixth Library Celestial Thief's third stage ability. Wu Hao could not fathom why he felt such an unusual connection to the box. Yet he was acutely aware that now was not the time for contemplation. If he could vanquish the Zhaojiao, he could seize not only the box within, but also its phosphorescent shell and flesh. He refocused his attention on the Zhaojiao, continuously stabbing his long sword into its flesh, disrupting its blood vessels and organs, draining its vitality. That Wu Hao's strength was astonishing, surpassing that of ordinary men by hundreds of times, and his speed matched it. Suddenly, the Zhaojiao rolled, and he found himself tumbling within its belly. The stomach acid surged violently, nearly splashing onto Wu Hao, but he deftly contracted the Feiqian claw, distancing himself from the gastric fluid. Like a relentless machine, he wreaked havoc within the Zhaojiao, depleting its life force. Yet his progress remained painfully slow. The creature's thrashing had not diminished since the onset. Transformed Qi into Shape Sword. Upon awakening the second stage of the Sixth Library Celestial Thief's abilities, Wu Hao acquired the power to manifest his inner Qi into any form for attack. However, given that his Qi was derived from the gluttonous bloodline, transforming into a glutton would carry an additional devouring aspect. Yet at this moment, it was clear that transforming into a glutton was not suitable. So he shaped his Qi into a colossal sword, measuring over 10 meters, and swung it at the Zhaojiao. In the tomb, the fatty brandished a bundle of explosives, charging towards the Zhaojiao, only to be intercepted by Zhang Qilin. "What are you doing? My brother has been swallowed for over 10 minutes. I cannot stand idly by and watch. Fatty, the Zhaojiao is thrashing violently, rolling about. If you approach, you will be crushed. Moreover, my brother is inside. If you throw explosives in there, you'll be endangering him. What then? Should we just watch helplessly?" Just then, the Zhaojiao let out a pained wail, and a gash suddenly tore open on its belly, rapidly widening to a terrifying length of over 10 meters. Green blood mixed with chunks of flesh splattered across the ground, filling the tomb with a putrid stench. "That it's my brother. He's fine. Wonderful." He's cut open a gash in the Zhaojiao's belly. Wu Tianjin and the fatty. Upon witnessing the sudden injury on the Zhaojiao, where any doubt about Wu Hao's involvement vanished, felt their anxiety swiftly replaced by exhilaration. "Protect yourselves. I'm going to assist," Zhang Qilin instructed before leaping towards the Zhaojiao. He deftly evaded the thrashing creature, aiding Wu Hao from the outside in dismantling the Zhaojiao's body. Soon, numerous gashes, each over 10 meters long, appeared on the Zhao. As the injuries multiplied, its struggles diminished significantly. Inside the Zhaojiao, Wu Hao could distinctly sense its vitality waning, the once cataclysmic force it wielded now reduced. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on, utilizing the Qi transformation, and as the energy within him was depleted again and again, his mastery over the Qi deepened, that he had learned that consuming his internal energy could enhance his understanding of the Qi source during his battle against the volcanic Millipede King. Thus, Wu Hao relentlessly consumed his internal energy, repeatedly depleting it. With each cycle, his connection to nature grew increasingly profound, allowing more Qi to flow into his body, replenishing his reserves swiftly. The power of his Qi transformation intensified with each iteration. Minutes later, with a resounding crash, the Zhaojiao's massive, battered body fell heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the major boss, the Zhaojiao, and earning a lifespan of 5,000 years. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured the soul of the Zhaojiao, and the strength of the Liuku Xianzi begins to amplify. The bloodline level is now on the rise. The progress of the Taotai bloodline pure has reached 100, successfully advancing to the Taotai bloodline rich. Ding! Upon slaying the formidable boss Zhaojiao, you have acquired a pet expansion slot, which allows you to carry one additional pet upon activation, and the Zhaojiao inner core, the essence of the Zhaojiao, containing a vast amount of Qi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 5,000 years of lifespan, bringing your current lifespan balance to 8,256 years. Ding! Would you like to consume 5,000 years of lifespan to activate the pet expansion slot? No activation. At present, I only possess the Hydra Cypress as my sole pet. Consuming lifespan to activate the pet slot would merely result in an empty space that it would be wiser to wait until I capture a new pet before activating it. Although defeating the Xiao Jiao did not yield any rare items, the bloodline upgrade progress surged directly to 100, advancing to the rich level. This is indeed a considerable gain, that a higher bloodline level not only affects bodily attributes, but also complements the Lyoku Shinza. During my previous bloodline advancement, the enhancement level of the Lyoku Shinza also increased, awakening the second ability, Repair. Now that the bloodline level has advanced once more, the enhancement of the Lyoku Shinza should be similarly elevated. Ding! Congratulations, host, the strength of your internal organs has increased, enhancing the perceptual abilities of all cells in your body, leading to another evolution of your cells. Current evolution level 0. When the progress reaches 100. The third phase ability of the Lyoku Shinza will awaken. Indeed, the Lyoku Shinza's enhancement is on the verge of awakening its third phase ability. The first ability is consumption. By merely consuming, one can strengthen their body and extend their lifespan. The second ability is repair. Wounds can heal instantaneously, and even the regeneration of severed limbs is possible. What, then, could the impending third ability be? Wu Hao could not help but feel a sense of anticipation, pondering whether it might be the ability to siphon vitality from the natural world. If so, that would be incredibly delightful. No need for devouring, yet life could be continuously drawn forth, setting aside the notion of immortality. Merely acquiring lifespan through siphoning would enhance my being and bolster my strength. Only with greater power can I obliterate the Wang clan, uncover the so-called deities behind them, and resolve the troubles of the Wu family once and for all. Ding! Due to the enhancement level of the Lyoku Shinza, your comprehension of the Qi body stream has deepened, allowing for a greater communion with nature, thereby enabling you to absorb more Qi from the environment in the same amount of time. I hadn't anticipated that the enhancement of the Lyoku Shinza would also elevate the Qi body stream, that in an instant, the quantity of Qi pouring into my body from the surrounding environment doubled. And Wu Hao felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 61. The box that isolates all perception. System. Open the attribute panel. Killing life upgrade system host. Wu Hao bloodline. Taodai bloodline pure. Taodai bloodline rich advancement progress. 0. Innate abilities. Eye of truth, underwater breathing, illusion resistance, echolocation. Lifespan. 188,256 attributes. 1,800, with pet bonus of 20, is an overall evaluation of physique Grandmaster. Strength, Transcendent, Speed, Grandmaster, and Comprehension, Grandmaster. The average for adults is 10. Cultivation method. Lyoku Shinza automatically devours the souls of monsters within a 5-meter radius. Qi body stream connects with the surrounding environment to absorb Qi for personal use. Skills, Smoke point identification, great success. FHO finger, Grandmaster. Bone shrinking technique, great success. 16-character Yin-Yang Feng, Shui secret technique, complete. Entry level. Pet. Hydrocypress, all attribute bonus of 20. Pet skill. Bond, helps the master resist 20 damage. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters. Items. Mo family supreme weapon. Non-attack, fragrant bone. The bone of a Jizibo with hallucinogenic properties. Xiaojiao inner core, the essence of the Xiaojiao. Containing a vast amount of Qi, Guanshan finger riddle, pet expansion slot 1, 100-fold space 1. The benefits of slaying a Xiaojiao are indeed substantial. Not only have I gained 5,000 years of lifespan, but more importantly, both the Lyoku Shinza and Qi body stream have seen enhancements. The advancement of these two cultivation methods has propelled my strength to new heights. The automatic devouring range has expanded to 5 meters. And the connection of the Qi body stream with the surrounding environment has become even more intimate, doubling the speed of Qi absorption. According to the progression of events, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall soon venture to the Qinling Mountains. The tombs there are shrouded in mystery and peril, said to be home to the legendary divine beast Zhu Jiuyin, that if I could consume Zhu Jiuyin, the benefits would be far greater. Perhaps due to my rapid increase in strength, I feel no fear regarding the treacherous Qinling. Rather, I am filled with excitement and anticipation for the next chapter of my adventure. Having only just completed the underwater tomb, I am already eager to embark on the next exploration. Brother, are you all right? Elder brother, why haven't you come out yet? Wu Tianjin's voice, along with that of the chubby companion. jolted Wu Hao from his thoughts. It was then that he remembered he was still within the belly of the Zhao Jiao. Wu Hao retracted his flying claw and aimed once more to extract that pitch-black box from the Zhao Jiao's stomach. As soon as the flying claw grasped the box, he began to retract it, but with a loud thud, the box was caught by something. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the box was secured to the Zhao Jiao's body by a bronze chain. No wonder this box remained lodged within the belly of the Zhao Jiao. It was not an accidental ingestion, but rather a deliberate concealment. The Zhao Jiao is immensely powerful. Even I had to exert considerable effort to defeat it. Who could possess the strength to bring a box into the Zhao Jiao's belly and secure it? One can only surmise that this individual is formidable. Otherwise, they would have been devoured before even nearing the Zhao Jiao. Qi Transformation Sword. Wu Hao channeled the qi within him, transforming it into a long sword that sliced through the bronze chain beneath the box. With a clang, the chain was severed, and the box was successfully retrieved by the flying claw. After completing this task, he found an opening on the Zhao Jiao's body and swiftly exited. The Wu Tianjin's face lit up with joy upon seeing Wu Hao emerge. "Brother, you finally made it out. I was so worried." "Elder brother, thank goodness you're safe." Wu Hao smiled. "I'm fine. It was just that this creature's body was extraordinarily large, and defeating it took quite some time. At that moment, Wu Tianjin and the chubby companion exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from joy to shock. Only now did they realize that the Zhao Jiao was several dozen meters long, with its head alone being the size of a truck. Yet, Wu Hao, a young man barely over 1.8 meters tall, had not only slain this massive creature, but appeared to have done so with remarkable ease, mentioning only that it consumed a significant amount of time rather than any hardships. Each time Wu Hao took action, he consistently reshaped their understanding of his prowess. Having previously astonished them by slaying the volcanic centipede king, he now effortlessly dispatched a creature far more terrifying than the centipede. His power is simply terrifying. The chubby companion reached out to pinch Wu Hao's arm, exclaiming, "We're all made of flesh. How are you so extraordinary?" Noticing the box in Wu Hao's hand, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Brother, what is that? Could it be that Wang Songhai's treasure is hidden inside the Zhao Jiao's belly?" "I don't know. I found it in the Zhao Jiao's stomach and haven't had the chance to examine it yet," Wu Hao replied, handing the box to the chubby companion for inspection. The chubby companion accepted the box and began to clean off the slime, revealing the original appearance of the box. Strangely, whatever material it was made of had not been corroded in the slightest by the gastric juices. As he continued to clean, he remarked, "Hey, there seems to be an animal on this. A large head with a small body, a goat's body, and a human face. It's a Taotai." Wu Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the box featured not only cloud patterns, but also an ancient fierce beast, the Taotai, and oh wonder, he felt an overwhelming urge to possess the box at first sight. It must have been a connection forged by his own Taotai bloodline. The chubby companion cleared the box entirely and attempted to open it. After several thorough examinations, he could not find any means of opening it, nor even a seam. Observing this, his excitement only grew. "Brother, quickly check for any mechanisms on the box. It must contain treasures of unimaginable significance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hidden within the belly of a Zhao Jiao." The chubby companion's reasoning was sound. To conceal something within the Zhao Jiao's belly would require either immense strength or a readiness for death in any case. Placing items inside the Zhao Jiao would demand a significant sacrifice. Thus, whatever lay within must be of great value. Not only the chubby companion, but Wu Hao himself was also curious about what lay inside. That he took back the box, letting his exceptionally long fingers glide across its surface. Wu Hao was astonished to discover that his FHO finger, which could crack any minute mechanism, failed against the box. That he could sense nothing within. The box itself seemed to isolate all his perceptions from the outside. This was a first encounter of such nature, and it was hard not to feel alarmed. That Wu Hao moved his lips slightly, producing a sound wave that revealed every minute detail within a 100-meter radius. Yet the box remained a mystery. Could it be that the box itself possesses the ability to isolate all perception? What material is this box made from that it remains unaffected by the Zhao Jiao's gastric juices and can block all perception? "Little brother, would you like to give it a try?" Wu Hao handed the box to Zhang Qilin, asking him to see if he too shared a similar circumstance. Chapter 62. Taking away the entire corpse of the Jiao. Upon receiving the pitch-black box, Zhang Qilin's expression shifted dramatically. I have seen this box before. What? You've seen it, little brother. What is the purpose of such a box, and how does one open it? I can't quite recall. Only that I encountered it a long time ago, and it seems it requires blood to unlock. Zhang Qilin periodically suffered from amnesia, rendering many events familiar, yet elusive in his memory. However, his mention of blood sparked a recollection in Wu Hao about the mysterious stone door within the Wu family treasury. According to Wu Sanshu, that stone door could only be opened with the purest blood of a Wu family member. That Wu Hao had previously attempted to interact with the door, which responded, yet remained sealed. Despite this, Wu Sanshu was greatly excited, for Wu Hao was the only person in centuries to elicit any reaction from it. The fact that it responded, but could not be opened, indicated that the blood's purity was insufficient. The door also bore the image of a Taotai, leading Wu Hao to speculate that the Wu family totem might also be a Taotai, and that their bloodline was connected to it. Although some unknown event had caused the disappearance of the Wu family's Taotai lineage, the box before him also featured a Taotai, and Zhang Qilin had mentioned it could be opened with blood. Wu Hao immediately considered trying his own blood to see if it could unlock the box, that if it could indeed be opened, it would confirm the box's connection to the Wu family, possibly having been placed within the belly of a Jiao by an ancestor. This raised the question of just how formidable the Wu family had been in the past. Even if they were not as powerful now, they had managed to emerge unscathed from the Great Purge of the Nine Gates, which was no small feat, just as Wu Hao was about to use his blood on the box. The plump one had already cut his finger and let his blood drip onto it. The crowd watched intently, yet after a considerable wait, the box remained unresponsive. Little brother, are you sure you remembered correctly? I've dripped so much blood, and it hasn't reacted at all. Plump one, do you think just any blood can open it? There must be specific requirements. Perhaps little brother's blood can unlock it. Zhang Qilin shook his head. My blood won't work either. With that, his gaze fell upon Wu Hao. Wu Hao was puzzled as to why Zhang Qilin believed his blood could open the box, but since he was already inclined to try, he chose not to elaborate further. Let me give it a try. Wu Hao retrieved the box, placing it before him, and taking out a dagger, he sliced his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the box. The moment the black box came into contact with Wu Hao's blood, it trembled incessantly and then suddenly emitted a brilliant red light. That my heavens, the big brother's blood actually caused a reaction in the box. It seems your blood truly can unlock it. I am so curious about what treasures lie within. No sooner had the plump one finished speaking than a cracking sound was heard, and the lid of the box flipped open automatically. Simultaneously, the red light dissipated, returning it to its original dark appearance. That Wu Hao was taken aback. This box was indeed connected to the Wu family, as evidenced not only by the Taotai design, but also by the fact that his blood could unlock it. However, he was left wondering what could be inside that warranted such effort from a Wu ancestor to conceal it within the belly of a Jiao. But he eagerly peered inside, only to find the box entirely empty. Wu Hao wore a puzzled expression, unable to understand why this was the case. How could this be? Just an empty box. The plump one, disappointed to see nothing of great significance inside, exclaimed, "This isn't right. No one would hide an empty box so deeply." Wu Tianjin, also perplexed by the absence of treasures, agreed, "Indeed, not only is it hidden deep, but it's also not something just anyone can open. How could there be nothing inside? Could there be a hidden compartment?" The plump one, unwilling to give up, began to knock around the box, searching here and there, but after a prolonged effort, he found nothing. The box was entirely black, uniform inside and out, its material unknown. Aside from the moment Wu Hao's blood had fallen upon it, causing it to emanate red light, it revealed no other remarkable characteristics. Wu Hao glanced at Zhang Qilin, who remained unresponsive. That it appeared that Zhang Qilin's memory only retained the fact that blood was needed to open the box. He could not recall anything else. Wu Hao fell into deep thought while gazing at the box. Having previously entered the belly of the Jiao, he understood the difficulty of placing and securing a box inside, that if it were merely an empty box, it would be foolish to go through such trouble. Since the Wu ancestor had expended effort to place it within the Jiao's belly, there could only be one conclusion. The significance lay not in the contents of the box, but in the box itself. This mysterious box was the true treasure. However, given the scant clues provided by just the box, it was impossible to deduce its purpose. He would need to find Wu Sanshu to inquire. As he might hold the answers, Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed around them, as if the walls were splitting apart. The Wu Hao looked up to see the dome of the tomb chamber had begun to crack, and the entire chamber was on the verge of collapse. The massive body of the Jiao had already caused the tomb to tremble precariously. Suddenly, the dome split open, and a torrent of water cascaded down. "Not good. The tomb is about to collapse. We must flee," shouted the plump one, taking off. "Wait, look at that." Wu Hao pointed towards the opening in the dome. The plump one looked up to see that the water had vanished, replaced by a patch of azure. "Heavens, is that the sky? I understand now," Wu Tianjin exclaimed. "The tide has receded. The top of the underwater tomb is now above the water's surface. The water we saw earlier was merely a pool of stagnant water. We can directly exit the underwater tomb from above." Tianjin was indeed correct. The location of the underwater tomb was beneath a reef, and during low tide, it would emerge above the water. Now that the main tomb chamber had a crack in its dome, if they climbed the pillars, they could easily escape without much effort. Just as they were preparing to leave, the plump one suddenly paused, exclaiming he needed to wait, and rushed towards the body of the Jiao. "The Jiao is full of treasures. We can't take the entire corpse, but even a piece of its flesh would be worth its weight in gold." It turned out the plump one intended to obtain Jiao meat. With great effort, he managed to cut off a sizable piece from the Jiao's body with his dagger, but despite his attempts, he couldn't cut the skin and had to abandon that endeavor. The plump one divided the Jiao meat into several portions, handing a large piece to Wu Hao. "Big brother, since you killed the Jiao, this piece of meat is for you." Wu Hao smiled. "I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. The essence of the Jiao lies in its inner Dan, yet every part of its body is a treasure, as the blood and flesh contain vast amounts of qi. Not only is it delicious, but consuming it is akin to taking a spiritual medicine that can significantly prolong one's L." As her words fell, she raised her arm, and a three-pronged hook attached to a steel cable shot forth from the back of her hand. With a resounding clang, the hook latched firmly onto a crevice, and the steel cable retracted, hoisting her upwards. The portly fellow shrugged, remarking, "I told you, she possesses extraordinary skills and is not swayed by your sentiments." After speaking, he secured a climbing rope around Tianjin, signaling for him to ascend first. Once Tianjin reached the top and the climbing rope was lowered again, the plump man tied himself in and glanced back at Wu Hao, saying, "Brother, I'll go up first. You be careful." That Wu Hao nodded, and as soon as the plump man ascended, he discreetly stored the walking dragon into his storage space. Suddenly, the tomb chamber trembled violently, with the pillars supporting the dome collapsing one after another. With the support gone, the tomb chamber was on the brink of collapse. "Brother, hurry up! The chamber is about to cave in," the plump man shouted, shaking the climbing rope to bring it closer to Wu Hao. Just as he finished speaking, the chamber began to collapse, and it seemed Wu Hao was about to be buried alive, causing great panic among those who had already exited. At that moment, a mechanism appeared beneath Wu Hao's feet, securing his legs in place before propelling him upwards with a sudden leap that he soared like a rocket, bursting forth from the underwater tomb. The onlookers outside the underwater tomb were left speechless, utterly astonished by Wu Hao's unexpected escape. The plump man exchanged a knowing glance with Aining, grinning. "Did you see that? The mechanism in your hands pales in comparison to my brother's." He still vividly remembered how Tianjin had offered the climbing rope to Aining, who had looked as though she were repelling anyone from approaching her. Was it merely advanced technology? It could not compare to the non-attack in Wu Hao's possession. With the mantis jump, Wu Hao burst forth from the underwater tomb, only beginning to descend when he reached a height of over 10 meters above the ground. Upon landing, the non-attack transformed back into a box, which he promptly stored away. Outside the underwater tomb lay a stretch of reef, partially exposed due to the receding tide. As the underwater tomb collapsed below, cracks began to appear on the reef, posing an imminent risk of collapse. Once Wu Hao emerged, the group fled towards the outer edges of the reef, stopping only when the cracks ceased to expand. Just after they left, the reef beneath them began to crumble, revealing a massive pit where the underwater tomb had once been. The sight before them filled the group with trepidation, and it took a while for them to regain their composure as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother, you scared me to death just now. I was genuinely worried for your safety." Wu Hao chuckled, acknowledging the urgency of the situation that had left no time for contemplation. Fortunately, the non-attack could shift forms continuously, including the Mantis jump, which allowed him to escape just before the underwater tomb's collapse. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Exploration of the underwater tomb completed. The host has spent 17 hours and 58 minutes on this exploration, defeating 1 sea monkey, 1 banshee, 1 white-haired drought spirit, 23,451 volcanic centipedes, 1 volcanic centipede king, 1 corpse toad king, and 1 walking dragon. No injuries or casualties reported. Exploration completion rate 100. Rating. Commencing reward distribution. Wu Hao distinctly remembered several of Aining's subordinates perishing. Why then did the system report 0 casualties? Could it be that because he had not collaborated directly with her, those losses did not count against his team? He had initially feared that the high casualty rate would negatively impact his score, only to find that those individuals were not considered part of his team, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. Receiving an A rating for the Luoyang Palace had already yielded considerable rewards. Now, an A rating promised even more. Wu Hao eagerly anticipated the distribution of his rewards. Ding! Exploration of the underwater tomb rated A. Rewards. 6,000 years of lifespan. 1 drop of pure Taodai blood. The skill 8 calculations of the mysterious gate. And 1 random pet, EGG. 8 SA series of system notifications sounded. All the rewards materialized within the system space. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 6,000 years of lifespan. Current lifespan balance, 14,256 years. Ding! The skill 8 calculations of the mysterious gate has been detected. Would the host like to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to activate? Ding! 1 drop of pure Taotai blood detected. It could be used to enhance bloodline level. Would you like to use it now? Ding! 1 random pet egg detected. Would you like to consume 5,000 years of lifespan to hatch it? His lifespan had unexpectedly surpassed 10,000 years, a situation he had never dared to imagine before. The inclusion of a random pet egg in the rewards piqued Wu Hao's curiosity about what creature might hatch from it, igniting his eagerness. However, since it was a system reward, it should not disappoint. Each pet provided an all-attribute enhancement. Although expanding a pet slot required 5,000 years of lifespan, the benefits outweighed the costs. Hatching a pet egg necessitated 5,000 years of lifespan, meaning that acquiring an additional pet would total an expenditure of 10,000 years of lifespan. Even with Wu Hao's current lifespan nearing 15,000 years, he felt somewhat reluctant to part with such a significant amount. Yet he understood the principle that one must sacrifice to gain. The lifespan spent now would serve as an investment for easier acquisition of lifespan in the future. With enhanced strength, there would be more means and opportunities to obtain lifespan, making even a one-time expenditure of 10,000 years worthwhile. After calculation, he realized that activating the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate, hatching the pet egg, and expanding the pet slot would still leave him with over 3,000 years of lifespan, more than sufficient for his needs. Thus, he decisively commanded System, activate the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate, hatch the pet egg, and use the pure Taotai blood. Chapter 64. The new pet, Qingxiu Fox Ding, successfully activated the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate at the cost of 1,000 years of lifespan. Ding! 1 drop of pure Taotai blood used. Bloodline advancement progress increased by 10. Ding! Hatching the random pet egg requires 5,000 years of lifespan. Would you like to activate the expansion of the pet slot? As the system's notification concluded, a blue light appeared out of thin air, flowing into Wu Hao's brow, instantly granting him mastery over the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate. That the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate was the signature skill of Qi Tizui, enabling him to become one of the 9 gates. When Wu Hao was born, he had predicted a calamity at the age of 18, foreseeing a boundless future if he survived it. Each of those prophecies had come true, illustrating the profound nature of the skill. That the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate often prove crucial in times of peril. Qi Tizui, with his expertise in this skill, had understood the prevailing circumstances better than others, possessing knowledge that many were oblivious to. Thus, during the subsequent purge of the 9 gates, he could see through the core events, escaping beforehand and feigning death to avoid capture. Spending 1,000 years of lifespan to acquire the 8 calculations of the mysterious gate was undoubtedly a worthy investment. The higher the bloodline level, the more challenging it became to enhance. Previously, defeating a blood corpse could yield an increase of several dozen%, but with the elevation of his bloodline, subsequent improvements were only a few percentage points. now that his bloodline had advanced to pure and was progressing toward the more potent form. Each increment was notably challenging that a single drop of pure Taotai blood could elevate the advancement progress by 10, which was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, the Taotai blood only appeared as a reward after completing the exploration of a tomb. If he could acquire more, the rate of bloodline advancement would accelerate significantly. This would hasten the day he could unlock the mysterious stone door in the Wu family's treasure trove. As Wu Hao delved deeper into understanding the Wu family, he realized it was no ordinary clan. The true Wu family was even older than the Zhang family. However, for various reasons, they had willingly relinquished their vested interests, leading to their current state. The ancestors had preferred the family's decline over retaining their vested interests, indicating that such benefits were not simple nor truly advantageous for the family. The later Zhang family also relinquished those interests, resulting in the emergence of the Wang family and the decline of the Zhang family. An invisible hand seemed to orchestrate these events. Although uncertain of its nature, it was highly probable that it was the god pursuing immortality mentioned by Wu Sanshu. Moreover, the immense trouble faced by the Wu family is highly likely connected to this group of individuals. That it remains unclear why only those possessing the purest lineage of the Wu bloodline can resolve this predicament. However, one thing is certain. It must be due to certain constraints encountered along the way. Just as the stone door requires a specific concentration of blood to be opened, the chest obtained from the belly of the sea serpent can only be accessed by someone of Wu descent. Wu Hao speculates that this so-called group of deities may not exist in human form, similar to Wang Songhai found in the underwater tomb. They could manifest in any biological form or perhaps even as pure consciousness. Regardless of their form, they possess the ability to infinitely replicate and disperse their consciousness and memories. As long as one successfully occupies another's body, their existence can continue. Under such circumstances, the notion of exterminating them appears utterly preposterous. Perhaps the ancestors of the Wu family discovered a method to eliminate these beings, but such a method would require a specific bloodline concentration. It is likely this very reason that the Wu family has become a target for this group, which manipulates the Wang family from the shadows, persistently seeking to suppress the Wu lineage. Were it not for the profound heritage of the Wu family, they might have been obliterated countless times over the years. Of course, these are merely Wu Hao's personal conjectures based on the existing clues. Everything remains uncertain until the stone door is successfully opened, at which point all secrets can be unveiled. To expedite the unraveling of these mysteries, one must explore more, larger, and more perilous ancient tombs to obtain additional blood of the Taotai and swiftly elevate the bloodline rank. Preparing for the hatching of a pet egg necessitates the expansion of pet slots, which Wu Hao had anticipated. Without hesitation, he chose to activate the additional pet slot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully expanded your pet slot at the cost of 5,000 years of lifespan. You may now possess 2 pets simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have consumed 5,000 years of lifespan to hatch a random pet egg. The hatching process has commenced. Ding! The countdown for the random pet egg hatching begins. 10-9. Congratulations, host! The random pet egg has successfully hatched. You have obtained a Qingtian fox, young form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first pet, the Qingtian fox. All your attributes have increased by 10. Ding. The host can gain higher attribute bonuses through nurturing pets, either by devouring similar monsters or by exchanging special items in the shop. As the system notification faded, a small white, fluffy fox appeared in the pet slot. The hatching of the pet egg established a connection between Wu Hao and the fox. When the little fox sensed Wu Hao's attention upon her, she transformed into an adorable little girl and bowed, saying, Tao Hung pays respects to the master. The random pet egg unexpectedly hatched a Qingtian fox, with initial attributes matching those of the Hydra cypress. Both starting at 1-0, in our mythological tales, foxes are represented by 2 primary races, the Qingtian fox and the Tushan fox, both of which are auspicious symbols at the outset. However, over time, through misinterpretation, foxes have come to symbolize cunning, treachery, and seduction. The Qingtian fox is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, depicted as a 4-legged, 9-tailed creature, precisely what is referred to as the 9-tailed fox. Yet, why does the newly hatched Qingtian fox possess only 1 tail? As Wu Hao pondered this, Tao Hung provided an explanation. Master, 9-tailed foxes are born with only 1 tail. As their power increases, additional tails will grow. So that is how it is. No wonder she has only one tail. With the experience of nurturing the Hydrocypress, Wu Hao had gained some understanding of pet cultivation. The Hydrocypress could advance with just a single wooden core. And the shop should have items capable of facilitating his advancement as well. Wu Hao searched the shop and soon discovered that the monster's inner core could allow the Qingtian fox to evolve. Though the cheapest inner core required 5,000 years of lifespan, and he was left with only a little over 3,000 years, that it was simply unattainable. Suddenly, he noticed an option to exchange for a sea serpent's inner core. But it required 10,000 years of lifespan. Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel at this. Clearly, the sea serpent's inner core was not an ordinary item, superior even to the wooden core for advancing the Hydrocypress. Previously, after defeating the sea serpent, he had obtained an inner core, which was just what the Qingtian fox Tao Hung needed to evolve. System: use the sea serpent's inner core to allow the Qingtian fox to advance. Chapter 65. The Celestial Fish Ding. Successfully used the sea serpent's inner core on the Qingtian fox. The system notification concluded. A fist-sized inner core flew into the mouth of the Qingtian fox. Wu Hao initially thought she would, like the Hydrocypress, fall into a deep slumber to digest and absorb it. However, as soon as the inner core entered, she exhaled a puff of turbid air. Yet her form remained unchanged. Tao Hung, did you just digest the inner core? Indeed, master. The higher the talent, the faster the digestion and absorption of energy, leading to a higher growth potential in the future. Tao Heng's meaning was clear. Her exceptional talent allowed for rapid digestion and absorption. The sea serpent's inner core was indeed superior to the wooden core, yet she absorbed it instantly, indicating her talent far surpassed that of the Hydrocypress. Despite having consumed the sea serpent's inner core, the Qingtian fox's form did not change. Through her explanation, Wu Hao realized that pets with superior talent absorbed and digested energy more quickly, yet required more energy to advance. Naturally, the benefits of advancement were also greater, with power increasing exponentially. Each evolution yielding a growth factor of 2, 4, or 6 times. The further one advances, the more challenging it becomes. Every advancement brings about a significant surge in power. The Hydrocypress, upon advancing once, gained merely an additional 10 to all attributes, whereas the Qingtian fox would likely gain much more, perhaps 50, 100, or even more. Wu Hao gazed fondly at the adorable little fox, growing increasingly enamored. Yet one must never underestimate her due to her charming appearance. Her strength is formidable, though she feigns obedience and gentleness in service to Wu Hao. Where is the fishing boat? After the plump man had rested, he wished to leave, only to find that the fishing boat that had brought them to the underwater tomb was nowhere to be seen. The rocky outcrop they stood upon was surrounded by an endless ocean. Although it still rose above the water, it would soon be submerged again with the rising tide, leaving them with nowhere to take refuge. Even without the tide rising, being in the middle of the ocean without shelter and fresh water would soon leave them parched and desperate, causing him to grow anxious and no need to worry. When the tide recedes, the fishing boat will return to deeper waters. They will come back when the tide rises, and Ning explained, then jumped under the rock to wait quietly in the shade. 3 hours later, the sea began to rise gradually, and before long, the rocky outcrop was once again submerged. At that moment, a fishing boat appeared in the distance, just as Ning had predicted. When the tide rose, the fishing boat would return. After Wu Hao and the others boarded the fishing boat, another hour passed. The exploration of the tomb had consumed nearly an entire day and night, and everyone felt exhausted and famished. After replenishing their water supply, they indulged in a hearty meal before retreating to their cabin to rest, only to awaken in the dead of night that Wu Hao heard a cacophony of noise outside, as if something had gone awry, prompting him to step onto the deck to investigate. All the instruments and gauges on the boat had malfunctioned. Without a means to ascertain their location, setting sail recklessly would lead to perilous consequences. A storm was imminent, and if they did not leave this maritime area swiftly, everyone would face certain death. No, I cannot jeopardize the lives of everyone on board. After listening for a while, Wu Hao began to understand what had transpired. The fishing boat had entered a mysterious sea region where all mechanical and electronic instruments had ceased to function. The captain, prioritizing safety, decided to stay put until dawn to determine their direction. However, Ning disagreed. She believed that with the storm approaching, If they did not depart, the fishing boat would likely be unable to withstand the tempest, leading to their demise. Thus, the two factions found themselves at an impasse. Without any means of direction, it was indeed dangerous to navigate through the open sea, where one could easily lose their way and sail into the deep. Wu Hao glanced up at the sky. It was overcast with clouds, obscuring the stars and moon, and fog had begun to rise from the sea surface. Without instruments, even the most experienced captain would be unable to discern the right direction. It was no wonder the captain wished to wait until dawn. As long as the sun rose the next day, they could ascertain their bearings and find a safe way out. Yet, Ning's assertion was equally valid. The storm was fast approaching, and they would face death regardless. The situation was dire. A swift resolution was imperative. That I have a solution. Wu Hao's declaration shattered the stalemate, drawing everyone's attention to him. Young man, you seem quite youthful. What solution could you possibly offer? Indeed, our captain has been navigating for decades. He has encountered countless situations, yet even he is at a loss. What can you possibly do? Wu Hao smiled, uninterested in explaining himself to the crowd, that if it weren't for the urgency to escape this area swiftly, he would have ignored their concerns entirely. That you truly have a solution. Aining possesses a deeper understanding of Wu Hao than the crew members, being aware of his lineage from the Wu family. Moreover, having witnessed Wu Hao's remarkable performance during their two tomb explorations, she harbors an inner conviction that he possesses the means to succeed. Wu Hao nodded in acknowledgement and approached the bow, gazing out over the an outsider. The entire expanse of water appeared shrouded in darkness. However, to him, the surface was alive with the flow of yin and yang energies, intertwined and merging in a harmonious dance. The convergence of these energies, where one exists within the other, marks the location of a fabled auspicious site. That it was through this very method that he had located the entrance to the underwater tomb. Furthermore, the yin and yang energies also serve as a compass, as they follow a fixed flow path, a concept he mastered only after completing the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret technique. The yin-yang aspect of this technique is indeed otherworldly, and it is no wonder it was destroyed in the past. That if such a feng shui secret were to spread, it would be manageable in the hands of the righteous, but in the hands of the unscrupulous, it could unleash unimaginable disasters. Just as Wu Hao prepared to indicate the direction, he suddenly noticed that all the yin and yang energies in the surrounding waters were converging toward a single point, a place that could either be a grand tomb or a blessed land. The intensity of the energy absorption at this location far surpassed that of the underwater tomb. Could it be that another grand tomb lies beneath the sea there? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that since he had come this far, he could not let this opportunity slip away. That in comparison to the potential rewards, taking a bit of risk was inconsequential. Thus, instead of pointing out the correct direction, he intentionally directed them toward the gathering of yin and yang energies. Over there, he declared, "Aha, young man, you lie without batting an eye. You just glanced and already know the direction leads to land." Wu Hao was well aware that convincing this group would not be an easy feat. Therefore, he had prepared in advance, retrieving a mechanism from his belongings. With a series of clicks, a device transformed into a disc, where two mechanical fish began to swim within its confines. What is this contraption? It even contains mechanical fish. You folks are quite ignorant. This is the legendary seam of fish, capable of indicating direction under any circumstance. At this moment, the plump man and a few others joined Wu Hao on the deck. The plump man approached Wu Hao and remarked, "Big brother, this must be the seam of fish, right?" Wu Hao smiled and nodded, knowing full well that this was not the seam of fish, but rather the Mo family's mechanism, known as the CTONU. The two mechanical fish within the disc were crafted from a special material, capable of sensing the essence of the lunar energy, instinctively orienting toward the east to absorb the lunar essence. This phenomenon occurs due to the inherent properties of nature, rendering it impervious to external interference. However, Wu Hao was disinclined to elaborate. He simply needed to persuade the captain to steer the vessel in the direction he indicated. He sensed that treasures awaited him in that direction. Chapter 66. This is Dragon Fire. Wu Hao activated the mechanism, and a black orb, the size of a glass ball, materialized within the disc. That as soon as the orb appeared, the mechanical fish nudged it forward, no matter how the orb rotated or shifted position. The mechanical fish consistently directed it toward the same orientation. The onlookers were left astonished, their mouths agape. My heavens, Such a marvel exists in this world. What a treasure this is, young man. Does the direction indicated by the mechanical fish point that way? The sight of the CT you left the crew members in stunned silence. Although they were unfamiliar with its workings, it undeniably exuded an air of superiority. The captain and the crew began to harbor a growing belief in Wu Hao's assertions. Over there. Wu Hao did not specify the precise direction, merely gesturing toward the location he wished to explore. After a moment of internal conflict, the captain ultimately decided, I'll trust you this once. Should anything go awry, you'll share in the consequences. You're still young, and we are all aging. We have nothing to lose. Wu Hao chuckled awkwardly, but refrained from further commentary. With the stalemate on the vessel broken, the captain commanded the crew to navigate in the direction Wu Hao indicated. Once the fishing boat resumed its journey, Wu Hao remained on deck, vigilant, fearful that a misdirection might cause him to miss a rare opportunity. 2 hours later, the fishing boat gradually approached the location where the yin and yang energies converged, the fog over the sea thickening considerably. Even with all the searchlights activated, visibility was limited to just a few dozen meters ahead. Look, what is that over there? A crew member suddenly shouted from the bow. Wu Hao followed the crew member's gaze and beheld a colossal shadow looming in the distance. As they drew nearer, it became evident that it was an enormous ship, reminiscent of a mountain. It's a ghost ship. As they closed the distance further, those with sharper eyesight confirmed that the massive shadow was indeed a ghost ship, causing immediate tremors of fear throughout the crew. That a ghost ship had previously appeared before the underwater tomb. But that vessel was comparable in size to the fishing boat, perhaps even smaller. However, the ghost ship before them was of such immense proportions that it resembled a small mountain floating atop the waves. The awe-inspiring size of this vessel far surpassed that of the previous one, and given the fishermen's inherent belief in such phenomena, they were now quaking in terror. Some among them even knelt on the deck, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication, seeking forgiveness. The ghost ship is the dwelling place of the souls lost at sea. Should we encounter it, we shall be ensnared, and none shall escape. Look, the ghost ship is heading our way. Quick, turn the vessel around, or we shall collide. The captain, a seasoned veteran, remained calm in the face of this emergency, promptly directing the crew to alter course to evade a collision with the ghost ship. The ghost ship dwarfed the fishing boat by hundreds of times. Should they collide, the fishing boat would be utterly demolished. Even if they attempted to leap overboard to escape, the chances of survival in the vast ocean would be tragically slim. As the ghost ship sailed through the water, it stirred up enormous waves. The crashing waves battered against the fishing boat, causing chaos among the crew. Oh no! We've caught the attention of the souls aboard the ghost ship. They're coming to drag us into the abyss as substitutes. One crew member cried out in panic. Enough with the nonsense. It's merely a decrepit vessel. What is there to fear, even if there are spirits aboard? Can living beings truly fear the dead? The crew member's outburst startled the plump man into silence, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. All right, no more chatter. Let us just follow the direction my brother indicated. The plump man shouted again, prompting the crew members to snap back to reality, each taking their designated positions to steer the fishing boat away from the ghost ship, despite the fishing boat's engines roaring to life. It was unable to match the ghost ship's speed, and the distance between them rapidly closed. Suddenly, the fishing boat came to a halt. The captain pushed the throttle all the way down, the engines sputtering with a series of sounds. Yet the fishing boat remained immobilized. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the crew. You see, I told you we were ensnared by the spirits. Now do you believe? They want to let us go. The crew member previously chastised by the plump man spoke in an eerily calm tone, as if resigned to their fate. It is often in the moments just before danger strikes that fear reaches its peak. Yet when one finds themselves amidst peril, that fear often dissipates. The crew members seemed to embody this very sentiment. The Wu Hao possessed the eye of truth, if it were indeed spirits at play. He would not be unable to perceive them, but he was certain that aside from its size, the ghost ship held nothing of substance. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that the fishing boat was stuck. And there had to be another reason behind that moment. The ghost ship drew nearer, the waves growing ever larger. The fishing boat rocked violently, poised to capsize at any moment. That Wu Hao's lips moved slightly, emitting a sound wave that instantly painted a vivid scene in his mind within a 100-meter radius. It turned out that a net dragged by the ghost ship had ensnared the fishing boat, preventing it from moving. It's caught in the net of the ghost ship. If we cut it free, we'll be fine. Upon Wu Hao's revelation, the crew members realized the issue and collectively sighed in relief. Immediately, some rushed to fetch tools to cut the net. However, the tumultuous waves made it nearly impossible for the crew members to maintain their footing, let alone cut the net. Seeing the ghost ship approach ever closer, Wu Hao took it upon himself. I'll handle it. You all stay on the boat. You young man, you're too delicate. Can you swim? Should you fall into the sea, not even a god could save you. Exactly, just stay out of the way. Your presence on board is already a help. How can you speak like that? My brother possesses formidable skills, if it weren't for the fact that we're all on the same boat. Do you think he would be willing to step in? Wu Hao understood that time was of the essence. If they continued to dither, the fishing boat would surely meet a disastrous fate at the hands of the ghost ship. He approached the edge of the deck, vaulted over the railing, and leaped into the water. The crew members were left dumbfounded by Wu Hao's audacity, momentarily frozen in place, unable to react. Big brother, what are you doing? Even the plump man was taken aback. He had assumed Wu Hao was merely attempting to devise a plan to cut the net from the safety of the deck, and no one expected him to plunge into the sea in such a dire situation. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and think of a way to assist my brother. The plump man's shout snapped the crew members out of their stupor, and they began to prepare for a rescue. Stop! He doesn't need your help. It was Aining, who softly addressed the plump man. When we descended into the underwater tomb, we all brought oxygen tanks, but Wu Hao can hold his breath for several hours underwater without difficulty. Indeed, my dear friend. I too recalled the peculiar circumstances at that time and was initially perplexed enough to consider inquiring with my elder brother about the matter, after Ning's naive reminder. The plump fellow also recollected that Wu Hao had managed to remain underwater without an oxygen tank for a duration exceeding theirs. Alas, a fire has ignited. At that moment, a crew member at the bow of the ship shouted in terror. Before their eyes, flames erupted within the visible sea, illuminating the entire expanse with a brilliant glow. Everyone understood that water and fire could not coexist, yet here was an extraordinary phenomenon where flames danced upon the water. Baffling the minds of those aboard the vessel, Wu Hao plunged into the ocean, intent on severing the net entangled around the fishing boat, but he was momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle before him. Flames roared to life in the water, instantly engulfing him. Strangely, the anticipated searing heat did not assail him. Rather, he felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the flames. This was dragon fire. Chapter 67. Pre-Qin Civilization according to the ancient art of Yin Yang Feng Shui. The fires of the world are categorized into 4 types: ghost, human, dragon, and heavenly. The dragon veins of the world all originate from Kunlun, with the sole exception of the southern dragon. The southern dragon begins at Kunlun, traverses eastward along the river, and ultimately transforms into 9 branches, constituting a total of 13 veins in the South China Sea. In places where 2 of these branches converge, the wondrous spectacle of dragon fire igniting in the seawater occurs. However, the text provides no explanation as to why this phenomenon arises. Immersed in the essence of dragon fire, Wu Hao savored its unique attributes. Suddenly, the dragon fire abruptly converged, all swirling towards a particular point beneath the ocean. And the flames that had once illuminated the expanse vanished in an instant. The disappearance of the dragon fire bore the semblance of something having absorbed it entirely. Wu Hao, filled with curiosity, could not resist diving deeper into the ocean to investigate. That he descended for an indeterminate span until he reached the seabed, where marine life was scarce, with only the occasional colossal creature darting forth. Oblivious to Wu Hao's presence, following the trajectory of the vanished dragon fire, he eventually halted upon encountering a dark abyss. The trench appeared pitch black, its depths unknown. Even Wu Hao, with his night vision abilities, could not discern the bottom. The dragon fire had dissipated in this vicinity, that as he navigated the trench's edge in search of clues, a peculiar sight caught his attention: a massive bone protruding from the ocean floor. This bone, several meters in length and with a texture reminiscent of precious jade, was evidently extraordinary. The exposed portion was merely a fragment, not the entirety of the bone. What manner of creature could possess such a colossal skeletal structure? Even the largest bones of a creature measuring several dozen meters in length would not approach this size. Wu Hao continued his exploration, soon discovering another immense bone, that he observed that every few meters, an arc-shaped bone jutted out from the seabed. Following the trajectory of these bones, he quickly discerned that they were interconnected by a spine extending over 100 meters. This structure was not unfamiliar to him. It resembled the skeletal framework of serpentine creatures. Could these bones belong to a serpent exceeding 100 meters in length? Wu Hao shook his head. Serpents have growth limits, and the transformation from serpent to dragon is a mythological progression. The dimensions of this skeletal frame surpassed even the limits of the greatest serpentine forms that in an instant, a bold hypothesis took root in his mind. Could this be a dragon's bone? In myth, it is said that burning a dragon's bone can incinerate all that exists, yet igniting such a bone is no simple task. It requires the feathers of a phoenix. Both dragons and phoenixes are creatures of legend, and few would take such myths to heart. Yet in this bizarre world, the existence of such beings is not entirely implausible. Moreover, this was the ocean's depths, an expanse humanity has scarcely explored, with vast territories left untouched. Discovering a dragon's bone in such a place is not entirely out of the question. Regardless of its nature, the sheer size and jade-like quality of the bone ensured its value was immeasurable. Having encountered it, he was determined to retrieve it. However, the enormous size posed a challenge for storage. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Hao resolved to expend a portion of his lifespan to expand the system's storage capacity. Activating a 100-fold storage space required the sacrifice of 5,000 years of life. Previously, activating a 10-fold storage space consumed 1,000 years, leaving him with a balance of 4,000 years. With a current lifespan of 256 years, he had sufficient time to activate the 100-fold storage. Although this would leave him with little remaining lifespan, he understood that being within the Southern Dragon's domain, along with the convergence of yin and yang energies in the ocean, would soon replenish the years he had sacrificed. However, if this truly was a dragon's bone, he might never encounter such a marvel again in his lifetime. Thus, Wu Hao commanded system, activate the 100-fold storage space. Ding, 5,000 years of lifespan consumed to activate the 100-fold storage space. Ding. As the 10-fold storage space had previously consumed 1,000 years, an additional 1,000 years would be deducted, resulting in a total of 4,000 years expended. Ding. The host has consumed 4,000 years of lifespan, leaving a balance of 256 years. Ding. The 100-fold storage space has been successfully activated, with a current storage volume of 100,000 cubic meters. The storage space expanded instantly to 100 times its original size, transforming the previously cramped area into a vast expanse that Wu Hao willed the skeletal structure, exceeding 100 meters in length, to rise slowly from the sediment, and it was subsequently absorbed into the storage space. Having completed this task, he prepared to return to the fishing boat, aware that the crew must be anxiously awaiting his return after such a lengthy absence. Just as he turned, a jellyfish the size of a truck glided past him. The jellyfish emitted a ghostly green glow, its numerous tentacles undulating beneath it as it moved leisurely while feeding. At that moment, Wu Hao noticed a flash of green light. Catching his eye, he looked towards the source of the light and discovered a palm-sized ancient bronze mirror resting on the ocean floor. The mirror was encrusted with verdant rust, yet its surface gleamed as if brand new, the reflection having previously caught Wu Hao's attention, that he swam over to retrieve the bronze mirror, and as he grasped it, it suddenly propelled upwards towards the surface like a rocket. What the hell? It's raining fish and shrimp from the sky, and now a coffin comes crashing down. If I hadn't dodged, I'd have been crushed. As Wu Hao broke the surface, he saw the ghost ship had already drifted away. Just as he prepared to climb aboard the fishing vessel, he heard the plump fellow shouting. Once back on the boat, he found everyone gathered around a massive bronze coffin, intrigued. What transpired, my friend? He inquired. The plump fellow turned at the sound, his expression transforming to one of excitement. Big brother, you've returned safely. We were so worried when you jumped in. Thankfully, you're unharmed. Yes, enough with the pleasantries. What of the coffin? Shortly after you dove into the sea, flames erupted from the ocean floor. Initially, we intended to rescue you, but the younger brother claimed it was dragon fire and posed no threat, urging us not to worry. Then, the flames abruptly vanished, and soon thereafter, a tempest of thunder and rain unleashed itself, with fish, shrimp, crabs, and various marine creatures falling from the sky that a colossal water spout then ascended nearby. Resembling a tornado, with a column of swirling water thrusting skyward, that Wu Hao furrowed his brow. That essay dragon summoning water. Get to the point. Indeed, the younger brother stated it was a dragon summoning water, which occurs when sea water is rapidly stirred by some force, surging from the depths, bringing with it the fish and shrimp from the heavens. Who would have thought its might would also unearth this bronze coffin, which landed squarely on our fishing boat, nearly breaching the deck? So that's the story behind the sudden appearance of the coffin. Wu Hao mused as he approached it, captivated by the inscriptions adorning the side facing the heavens. The characters were distorted and squiggly, resembling tadpoles, and were of a script he had never encountered before. Tianjun, have you discovered anything? Hen Tiangua, he replied, this is a script left by a vanished pre-Qin civilization. Chapter 68. Merfolk corpse embryo what? Hen Tiangua. The plump fellow's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing those words. So, the Dragon King has gifted us this bronze treasure. Regardless of what lies within, this coffin alone is priceless and a one-of-a-kind treasure. How do you know of Hen Tiangua, my friend? Wu Hao inquired. Of course, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there existed a clan akin to the Mo family. But unlike them, every member of the Hen Tian clan was a master craftsman. That it is said they resided near the South China Sea's Marine Eye. Where the dragon fire ascended, they mastered the secrets of dragon fire, capable of forging bronze using it. King Mu of Zhou once sought the Hen Tian clan's assistance, wishing to utilize dragon fire to cast the heavenly cauldron. However, something transpired, and the Hen Tian clan vanished from history overnight. After the Qin dynasty, there are no records of them whatsoever. The corpulent individual spoke with an understanding akin to that of Wu Hao. His knowledge regarding the records of the Hen Tian clan was gleaned from the notes left by generations of tomb raiders within the esoteric art of the 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui. At the terminus of the South China Sea lies an unfathomable abyss, also known as the Guishu, or the Endless Abyss. The Shanhai Jing describes the Guishu as a place where all waters from rivers, lakes, and seas converge, yet it can never be filled, illustrating its profound depths. What manner of tribe was the Hen Tian clan, able to endure in such an inhospitable environment amidst the primitive conditions of ancient times? Their sudden disappearance, much like their existence, remains an enigma. Historians hold two contrasting views regarding the Guishu. One faction contends that it never existed, asserting that references to it in pre-Qin texts are mere fabrications. Conversely, another group believes in the reality of the Guishu, albeit lacking substantial evidence. Thus their voices are scarcely heard. The recent discovery of a bronze coffin inscribed with Hen Tian characters serves as compelling evidence of their existence. Consequently, the revelation of this coffin is poised to be explosive news. Indeed, a priceless treasure. It is only natural for the corpulent man to feel exhilarated. Previously, encountering rare coffins and tombs meant they could not be transported. Yet now, a coffin has fortuitously fallen onto their fishing vessel. Suddenly, Wu Hao sensed a discrepancy that if the Hen Tian clan left no trace behind, how could Tianjin ascertain that the inscriptions on the coffin were indeed from the Hen Tian clan? Tianjin, how do you know these are Hen Tian characters? Our Wu family possesses a bronze ding adorned with similar inscriptions, which I have studied for many years that I see. Wu Hao nodded. What do these inscriptions convey? I am uncertain. I merely deduce their connection to the Hen Tian clan based on their resemblance to those on the ding. Tianjin, given your keen interest in ancient script, let us proceed with the opening of the coffin. It may contain clues regarding Hen Tian inscriptions. Tianjin responded, casting a glance at Wu Hao, clearly awaiting his decision. Let us open the coffin. The sudden appearance of such an artifact upon the sea compels investigation, lest we remain perpetually unsettled. Upon hearing Wu Hao's agreement, the corpulent man excitedly called out, You all, come quickly and assist in opening the coffin. No, the coffin upon the sea is an ominous sign. Opening it recklessly may invite misfortune. The captain of the vessel emerged to thwart their intentions. The corpulent man frowned and pushed him aside, earlier, when the fishing boat was ensnared by nets. You claimed it was the spirits at play. Now that we seek to open the coffin, you speak of omens. Are there truly so many demons and monsters? Or is it simply your ignorance? With that, he beckoned several of Aining's subordinates to assist in the endeavor. Aining nodded, and her subordinates stepped forward to aid the corpulent man in opening the coffin. The bronze coffin was bound by massive bronze chains. and the group first severed the chains before collectively exerting force to push open the lid. With a resounding rumble, the lid was displaced, and the onlookers were instantly dazzled by the brilliant light emanating from within the coffin. It appeared that some unknown entity within was casting forth a blinding radiance, illuminating the interior that be why the heavens. A sea monkey. The corpulent man peered into the coffin, recoiling in fright, causing those nearby to jump back in alarm. A sea monkey, a failed product of longevity experiments, was now appearing in this setting that Wu Hao, harboring doubts, approached the coffin and beheld a large, dark-skinned female corpse with a swollen abdomen lying within. The corpse bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. Save for the gill-like appendages connecting her ears to her head, that it became evident why the corpulent man was so startled. Upon closer inspection, the form indeed resembled that of a sea monkey. However, this corpse lacked feet, replaced instead by a fishtail that in her right hand. She clutched a basketball-sized pearl resting upon her chest. The pearl radiated an intense light akin to that of a high-wattage bulb. A mermaid! The tales often recounted of ancient tombs housing everlasting lamps, the oil of which was rendered from mermaid tears. Not a sea monkey? As the others approached to gaze into the coffin, they discerned that it was indeed not a sea monkey, but rather a large, pregnant woman with a fish tail, that my heavens, it truly is a mermaid. Legend has it that mermaids' tears crystallize into pearls. Could it be that the luminous pearl in her grasp is a manifestation of her tears? Tianjin remarked with a smile. Corpulent one. Even if she cried until her eyes ran dry, I doubt she could produce a pearl of such magnitude. Regardless of whether the pearl was indeed a product of mermaid tears, it was the largest one any of them had ever seen, a true eye-opener. The treasures from the sea tombs they had encountered previously paled in comparison. And the corpulent man's antique shop finally had a worthy acquisition. This time, none were permitted to contest his claim over the mermaid's body. Just then, with a splatter, a steaming pool of fresh blood erupted from the coffin, splattering the corpulent man's face. In that instant, one of Aining's subordinates was seized by a sudden, outstretched hand from within the coffin, dragged inside before he could even utter a scream. That Wu Hao furrowed his brow and shouted, Tianjin, corpulent one, quickly get away! The entity within the coffin moved with alarming speed, catching even him off guard, indicating that whatever lay inside was no benign presence. The group hastily retreated. A bloodied hand emerged from the coffin. With a powerful grip, it clung to the coffin's edge, and a grotesque creature began to crawl forth. The creature was the size of an infant, yet its limbs were disproportionately long, and its visage was either deformed or inherently monstrous. Reminiscent of an alien from the movies, with fresh blood still staining its mouth. The onlookers aboard the vessel were paralyzed with fear, terrified of attracting the creature's attention with even a whisper. It is a corpse fetus. Be cautious, everyone. Zhang Qilin stepped forward. Not waiting for the creature to strike, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fly and hit the creature's forehead. The moment the blood made contact, a shrill wail erupted from the creature. Zhang Qilin's blood was a bane to malevolent entities. With a furious roar, the corpse fetus launched its attack, moving with the agility of a hairless monkey. It vanished in a flash and reappeared beside Zhang Qilin, its claw aimed at his arm, leaving behind several bloody scratches. Before Zhang Qilin could react, the creature had already leapt back into the coffin. Chapter 69. A gluttonous feast. What astounding speed! This was Wu Hao's first encounter with a creature of such velocity. The corpse fetus was far more formidable than ordinary Zhongzi, exhibiting both swiftness and cunning. It was no wonder Zhang Qilin had sustained injuries. Had anyone else been in Zhang Qilin's place, they would have succumbed to the corpse poison by now. However, the Qilin blood coursing through Zhang Qilin's veins rendered him immune. Having failed in its initial strike, the corpse fetus turned its attention to others, suddenly vanishing from the coffin, only to reappear right before Wu Hao. Its sharp claws lunged at Wu Hao's chest. Come at me! Rather than retreating, Wu Hao advanced to meet the creature, and in an unexpected turn, the corpse fetus abruptly halted, then plummeted to the deck without warning. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the corpse fetus's soul. Lifespan increased by 100 days. The mere act of consuming a corpse fetus granted an increase in lifespan. How unfortunate that there was only this one, as it would have been ideal to seize the opportunity for further longevity. After having lived for thousands of years, A mere few hundred years was a source of unease. Where did the corpse fetus go? It's on the ground, motionless. Has it perished? After a considerable time, the others aboard the vessel finally regained their senses. When they looked upon the corpse fetus again, it lay lifeless on the ground. Zhang Qilin, Wu Tianjin, and the corpulent man exchanged knowing glances, suspecting Wu Hao's involvement, while the rest remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, attributing their survival to divine intervention. The captain led the crew in a heartfelt prayer. It is the manifestation of Mazu. We must express our gratitude. Just then, a fierce wind swept across the sea, dispersing the fog and revealing distant vistas. Zhang Qilin's expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. Barely had he spoken when the water surrounding the fishing vessel began to swirl rapidly, forming towering water spouts that reached the heavens. In an instant, it appeared as though there were two surfaces of water, one above in the sky and another below the fishing vessel. The whirlpools unleashed monstrous waves upon the sea, surging to heights of over 10 meters. Resembling walls from afar, the tumultuous waters crashed relentlessly against the fishing vessel, threatening to overturn it at any moment. Simultaneously, the sky began to rain down fish, shrimp, and other marine creatures. The crew collectively gazed upward, fearing that another coffin might plummet from above, and if they failed to evade it, they would be reduced to a pulp. Look, what is that? Wu Tianjin pointed ahead and gasped in astonishment, to her shock. The surface of the sea had become inexplicably occupied by countless coffins, identical to the one that had fallen onto the fishing boat. Each was crafted from bronze, and there were at least 1,000 such coffins densely scattered across the entire expanse of water. Meanwhile, from the depths of the sea, more coffins continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the fishing boat was completely surrounded. Thud, thud, thud. Then, a booming sound echoed in everyone's ears, emanating from the various coffins, as if something within were relentlessly striking against the coffin's interior. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone could react, a coffin burst open with a loud crash, and one by one, corpses crawled out. With an agile leap, they sprang into the air and landed on the boat, instantly overwhelming the small fishing vessel. And no matter where one looked, be it the deck, the mast, or outside the cabin, these corpses were everywhere. The crew trembled in fear, instinctively huddling closer together, and soon found themselves encircled by the corpses. The situation was dire. One misstep could cost them their lives. Zhang Qilin drew his ancient black gold sword, while the others, including the rotund man and Aining, pulled out their pistols, and the crew grabbed whatever tools they could find as makeshift weapons. Only Wu Hao stood still, calm and collected, exuding a strange excitement rather than fear, but he lamented that there were not enough corpses to devour. Monsters like these, which could be consumed without the need to kill, were his favorites. The more, the better. Wu Hao, what others viewed as perilous creatures were mere supplements. Each corpse could extend his life by 100 days, for would grant him over a year. 40 would add more than a decade, and 400 would yield over a century. Young man, are you courting death? One of the crewmen thrust a wrench into Wu Hao's hands, saying, if they dare come near, use this to bash their heads in. Thank you. In such a desperate moment, the man's concern for Wu Hao's safety made it imperative that nothing happened to him, but Wu Hao patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, uncle. You'll definitely return safely. The uncle nodded firmly, and then witnessed a scene he would never forget. That Wu Hao suddenly dashed through the crowd toward the gathering corpses. The same moment, the corpses sprang into action, leaping into the air and extending their sharp claws, their dark, hard nails glinting like blades. The air was filled with a torrent of claws, weaving a net that left no escape. With a crack, 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 the corpses abruptly froze in place, then fell to the ground like raindrops. What is happening? The crew stared in disbelief. Having already succumbed to despair at the sight of so many corpses, they were astonished as events unfolded contrary to their expectations. There was no arduous battle. The ferocious corpses simply perished on their own. Zhang Qilin, Wu Tianjin, and the rotund man surmised that this peculiar occurrence was likely related to Wu Hao. Yet the other crew members in Aining's group had never witnessed such a phenomenon. They gaped at the unfolding spectacle, soon realizing that the corpses only perished within a few meters of Wu Hao. If they stayed at a distance, they remained unharmed. Thus, they rushed to surround Wu Hao. The crew, led by the captain, bowed before him, proclaiming, A divine being has descended. We thank Mazu for her blessings. Wu Hao furrowed his brow. Their encirclement limited his movement. The corpses surrounding them seemed to sense the threat emanating from him and dared not approach. Only by actively attacking could he consume more corpses to replenish his life. This situation was quite unsatisfactory. Everyone, go to the cabin. Let me handle the corpses. Wu Hao, perceived as a deity, commanded without question, and they all hurried into the cabin. Once everyone was inside, Wu Hao unleashed his speed, darting across the fishing boat, indulging in a feast of consumption. Wherever he passed, corpses fell dead. Ding, congratulations, host. You have consumed the souls of the corpses, gaining 100 days of life. Ding, congratulations, host. You have consumed the souls of the corpses, gaining 100 days of life. Ding, congratulations, host. You have consumed the souls of the corpses, gaining 100 days of life. Chapter 70. The Hention Ancient Kingdom. The crew monitored Wu Hao's every move through the cabin surveillance. He continued to run and leap, and in just a few minutes, only a scattering of corpses remained on the fishing vessel. Their previous ferocity now replaced by trembling fear as they observed Wu Hao from a distance. Suddenly, they all let out a unified roar and dove headfirst into the sea, that a few corpses fled. But Wu Hao made no effort to pursue them. This encounter with the corpses had yielded immense gains. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could expect nearly 1,000 years added to his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed a total of 3,285 corpses, earning 900 years of life. Ding! You have gained 732 years of life. Current lifespan surplus, 1,156 years. After such a grand feast, his lifespan had indeed surpassed 1,000 years, granting Wu Hao a semblance of security. Everyone, it's safe now. Wu Hao called out to the cabin, prompting the crew to emerge. The captain approached Wu Hao and, with a thud, knelt before him, saying, "Little brother, you have saved the lives of our entire crew. From now on, our lives are yours to command. What would I want with your lives?" Wu Hao replied that we are simple folk, not eloquent. In any case, we will do whatever you ask. All right, Wu Hao nodded. Everyone, return to your positions and steer the boat. Otherwise, we may be swept away by the waterspout. The waterspout surrounding the fishing vessel persisted, albeit with less intensity than before. The debris being pulled up were small fish and shrimp, no longer the massive bronze coffins. Even so, the already battered fishing boat could not withstand much more. If it were swept up, it would be instantly shattered. The captain now regarded Wu Hao with utmost reverence, obeying his every word. He quickly directed the crew to their stations. As the crew resumed their duties, the fishing vessel finally began to move normally. Due to the floating bronze coffins and numerous towering waterspouts, the boat's speed remained cautious, only departing the area 4 hours later when dawn broke. Once they reached safer waters, the crew resumed their examination of the bronze coffins and the merfolk corpses within. "Look, there are patterns inside the coffins," the rotund man exclaimed, pointing to one side of the coffin. Upon closer inspection, several continuous images appeared on the interior of the bronze coffin, seemingly depicting certain events. That Wu Tianjin jumped into the bronze chamber, clearing away the bloodstains before commencing the detoxification process. The Hention people despised the sun, revered the moon, and devoted their lives to seeking the elixir of immortality in the lunar palace after death. To reach the moon, they excavated a towering divine tree from the ocean floor and built their tomb beneath it. They believed that through a mysterious ritual, the souls of the departed could ascend the divine tree to the lunar palace, where the elixir of immortality was hidden. Upon hearing Tianjin's interpretation, the rotund man scoffed. Have they listened to too many tales of Chang'e's lunar voyage? Do they truly believe in the elixir of immortality within the moon palace? If merely climbing a tree could lead to the moon, why would our nation go to such lengths to build rockets? They are indeed a bunch of lunatics compared to these fantastical stories. The rotund man was evidently more interested in treasure. He first retrieved the South Pearl from the merfolk's grasp, then proceeded to inspect the body. After examining the front, he also turned it over to check the back. As he flipped the merfolk's body, Wu Hao immediately noticed the intricate lines adorning its back. These lines corresponded with the flow of yin and yang energies on the surface of the sea, indicating that the tattoo artist was also a master of geomancy. Among the flow of yin and yang energies, numerous points were individually marked, accompanied by ancient characters for explanation. although these characters were somewhat crooked. They were clearly distinct from the Hentian script. Tianjin, quickly see what is inscribed on the back of the merfolk's body. The rotund man, having noticed these markings, beckoned Tianjin to come over for detoxification. Having completed her interpretation of the images in the coffin, Tianjin turned to examine the now-revealed merfolk corpse. That it was a map, precisely marking the location of the Hentian kingdom. So it was a map. Wu Hao pointed to one of the marked locations and asked, "Is the Hentian kingdom located here?" Tianjin nodded. "So that's it." Wu Hao finally understood that the auspicious site he had observed last night, where the yin and yang energies converged, was the very location of the Hentian kingdom, the oceanic eye of the South China Sea. He immediately commanded the captain to set a course for that position. The weather at sea was ever-changing. After dawn, the fog quickly dissipated, and visibility improved at this point. The fishing vessel had navigated to the area Wu Hao indicated, where the water was crystal clear, occasionally revealing schools of fish swimming by. After a night of peril, the crew were still resting. Wow, so many giant clams. These massive clams must have become sentient. Wu Hao was roused from his slumber by the exuberant exclamations of the hefty man, who was pointing excitedly at the seabed upon reaching the deck. It turned out that the ocean floor in this region was teeming with tridacna clams. The tridacna, one of the largest bivalves in the marine world, can grow to over a meter in size, as indicated by historical records in ancient China. These clams were utilized extensively for crafting vessels and jade ornaments in modern times. However, the scarcity of large tridacna has inflated the prices of products made from them. It is no wonder that the hefty man was so thrilled upon spotting a multitude of clams, especially considering that each one in this area exceeded a meter in size, with some reaching 2 or 3 meters. Upon noticing Wu Hao on the deck, the hefty man exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, with so many tridacna, if we haul a few back, we'll strike it rich." Wu Hao smiled broadly. "Your aspirations are quite limited. The true value of the tridacna lies not in their shells, but in the South Sea pearls found within their sacks." "What? Aren't South Sea pearls formed from the tears of mermaids?" the hefty man exclaimed. "I once read in an ancient tome that South Sea pearls originate from giant tridacna. Verifying this is simple. Let's dive down and take a look." The hefty man, eager to explore, urged the captain to halt the boat. Once the fishing vessel was secured, he donned his diving gear, while Wu Hao, opting for a more direct approach, leaped over the side into the depths below. Underwater, countless tridacna appeared like a submerged forest, leaving a profound impression. The hefty man embraced one clam, then gingerly touched another. Each was substantial, and he yearned to take them all. "Brother, look!" The hefty man suddenly swam over, tapping Wu Hao's shoulder a few times before gesturing ahead. Following his direction, Wu Hao beheld a clam resembling a small mountain, its 2 shells flapping in the water as it filtered the sea for sustenance. The shells parted. The pearl sac became visible, revealing South Sea pearls, each larger than a fist, gleaming enticingly. It was estimated that there were at least 40 or 50 pearls inside. The two men communicated through gestures underwater. This must be the mother of pearls. The quality of the South Sea pearls produced here is unparalleled. Should we cut the sack and take it? After securing several fist-sized pearls, they returned to the boat, which then resumed its journey. Approximately an hour later, the fishing vessel was abruptly propelled forward by the ocean currents, as if being drawn by some unseen force. Despite the crew's attempts to slow down, their efforts proved futile. Wu Hao rushed to the bow to investigate, discovering that the surrounding waters were converging toward a massive cavern not far ahead, where all the sea was rushing in. This was the South Sea Eye, the fabled bottomless pit. The closer they drew to the cavern, the faster the currents became, and the fishing vessel, reaching the edge of the abyss, could not halt in time. The crew could only watch in horror as the boat plunged into the depths. Horrified screams erupted from the vessel. Like a runaway elevator, the boat plummeted rapidly into the cavern, the sensation of weightlessness making it difficult to breathe. Wu Hao gripped the railing on the deck tightly to avoid being thrown overboard, all the while gazing downward, where the abyss seemed endless. Moments later, the vessel came to a.s. Before he could finish his words, he plunged headlong into the water. Wu Hao and the others hurriedly followed suit. As soon as they entered the water, they noticed dozens of enormous bronze pillars emerging beneath them. The lengths of these pillars were indeterminate as they extended deep underwater, and even with Wu Hao's exceptional vision, enhanced by the true eye, He could not discern their ends. Each pillar was entwined with two colossal dragons, spiraling around their surfaces. The bronze pillars diverged to the sides, creating what appeared to be a pathway in the middle. Zhang Qilin swam directly toward the space between these pillars, and as soon as he entered, he vanished without a trace. Tianjin and the fatty were instantly filled with dread upon witnessing this. "Brother, where did he go? Why has he disappeared?" The fatty gestured frantically, seeking answers. "That's fine. Just keep up." Wu Hao, possessing a modicum of speculation regarding the waterway, felt less fear than Tianjin and the fatty. He led them both to the spot where Zhang Qilin had suddenly vanished. As they swam into the vicinity of the bronze pillars, a sensation of vertigo overwhelmed them, and the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. No longer were they in the South China Sea's eye. Instead, they had entered an entirely unfamiliar realm. Zhang Qilin reappeared not far from them. "That's him. He's all right," the fatty exclaimed, propelling himself forward with newfound urgency. The group followed Zhang Qilin, swimming for several dozen meters before suddenly feeling an emptiness around them, resulting in a thud as they fell to the ground. "Ouch! Fatty's dead. Where is this place?" he cried out in dismay. Wu Hao, quick to react, rolled as he fell, dissipating the impact and landing safely. What had seemed like a mere distance of several dozen meters in the water now felt as if they had traversed to an entirely different world. They found themselves in a bronze world submerged beneath the sea, with the ocean looming above them. Chapter 72. The Shipwreck Graveyard. Only then did Wu Hao comprehend the meaning behind Zhang Qilin's words. The ocean was the sky of the Hentian Kingdom. It turned out that the Hentian Kingdom existed within a mysterious space, submerged in the deep sea, resembling a bubble encased by water, yet containing air that allowed for survival. Ding, congratulations, host, for entering the Hentian Ancient Kingdom. Please commence your exploration. Upon completion, scores will be assigned based on your performance, which will determine the rewards you receive. The fatty, rising from the ground, marveled at the surroundings, exclaiming, "My goodness! Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a place existed. Could this possibly be the Dragon Palace of the South China Sea?" The fatty speculated absurdly. What nonsense! This should be the South China Sea's Guishu. "The ruins of the Hentian Kingdom," Wu Tianjin exclaimed, equally astonished by the sight before them. The bronze metallurgy of the Hentian people is astonishing. The entire city is crafted from bronze that it's hard to fathom that this is a city built by a civilization predating the Qin dynasty. I cannot imagine how much bronze was used. Certainly several 100,000 tons at the very least. The exit of the waterway was situated atop a bronze platform, with a vast city composed entirely of bronze below. The city spanned an enormous area, easily exceeding a kilometer in length and width, that a broad street ran through the center, flanked by bronze buildings, with bronze tiles underfoot, and even the plants lining the street were made of bronze. The entire city was distinctly divided into two sections by this thoroughfare. The left side appeared to be residential, likely for commoners, while the right side housed official residences, which were undeniably more grandiose. At the city center stood the tallest structure, with the singular exception of a massive tree rising skyward, piercing the clouds. Wu Tianjin pointed at the giant tree and exclaimed, "Look, that must be the divine tree excavated by the Hentian clan. I never thought such a thing could exist. It not only thrives on the ocean floor but grows to such heights. That is the Jinmu." Zhang Qilin interjected suddenly upon hearing Tianjin mention the divine tree. "Jinmu? That is one of the 3 divine trees. If it is indeed true, it explains why the Hentian clan chose to build their city here. The Shanhaijing records the existence of 3 divine trees: Kunlun, Fusong, and Jinmu. The Kunlun divine tree is said to harbor boundless vitality, capable of surviving even with a single leaf. Fusong represents the sun, with legends claiming that the golden crows prefer to roost upon it. As for Jinmu, it is said to grow to great heights, serving as a bridge connecting heaven, earth, humanity, and deities. That it is also known as the evening tree, where the golden crows roost after sunset. Since the Hentian clan despises the sun and reveres the moon, they would certainly not construct a city around Fusong. Moreover, the Kunlun divine tree could not grow as tall as Jinmu. Hence, it is indeed possible that the giant tree in the center of the city is the fabled Jinmu. At that moment, the fatty suddenly sighed in resignation that he should have felt excitement upon witnessing the legendary Hentian kingdom. Every object within the city was of national treasure caliber. Yet they had plunged into the eye of the sea, over 1,000 meters below the surface, rendering escape impossible. We are doomed to be trapped here. Fatty, this IS&T like you. Don't you always prioritize wealth over life? Wu Hao chided. Brother, how can you say that? Although I, Fatty, am greedy for riches, my life is far more precious. All right, the Hention clan lives here. They must eventually leave. Let us search for clues in their city. We should be able to find a way out. Upon hearing this, the fatty's eyes lit up, the previous gloom lifting. That's splendid. I'll uproot a bronze tree to take back. My antique shop will be the only one like it in Panjiayuan. Wu Hao chuckled. Fatty, your mood changes faster than one can turn a page. With the atmosphere lightening, Wu Hao refrained from further banter. The fishing boat had fallen over 1,000 meters beneath the eye of the sea, making ascent impossible. They could only seek clues within the Hention city, perhaps discovering a means of escape. Since Zhang Qilin had managed to locate the waterway and enter this place, it suggested he had been here before and might retain some memories. Wu Hao turned to inquire, Little brother, how much do you remember about this place? Zhang Qilin shook his head. I can only recall fragments when I see certain things that Wu Hao had hoped that if Zhang Qilin possessed memories, they could follow him in exploring the Hention kingdom, thus minimizing their time expenditure and potentially securing a higher score and better rewards. Since Zhang Qilin had limited recollections, they would have to rely on themselves. No shortcuts to be found. Wu Hao gestured toward the tallest building in the city. Let us head there. Such structures in ancient times were typically temples or places of worship where we might uncover clues for our departure. Brother, what about those of us who stayed outside? Won't they be in danger? There should be no danger. Once we discover a way to leave, we can all exit together. With that, Wu Hao descended the steps from the bronze platform, taking nearly half an hour to reach the city gate. Above the gate hung a full moon, with two crooked characters inscribed below. While they could not decipher them, they could surmise that they likely spelled Hention. Wu Tianjin hurriedly recorded the characters, recognizing their significance for studying Hention script. The gate stood open, allowing them to pass through into the bronze city, making their way directly toward the tallest structure within. As they traversed the bronze streets and entered the central building, they found the towering divine tree to be far more immense than they had initially perceived. Beneath the tree was a bronze door, leading to a passage that ventured into the tree's interior. Upon traversing the passage, they discovered the inside of the divine tree was hollow, with a space at least the size of dozens of football fields. Surrounding them were torrents of seawater cascading from above, flowing down the inner walls of the tree like a 360-degree circular waterfall. Looking back, they could see an unfathomable abyss behind them. The passage they had just traversed was essentially a bridge crossing this chasm. The abyss itself was circular, encircling the interior of the divine tree. The seawater pouring from above entered the abyss silently, as if it were infinitely deep, never to be filled. When the group looked up, they were astonished to find a bright moon hanging in the sky. Although it appeared as a small, they could still discern that it was indeed a full moon. Previously, a bronze coffin had been swept into the air by a dragon's water vortex, crashing down onto the fishing boat. Inside the coffin, they had discovered not only the corpse of a merman, but also illustrations depicting the history of the Hention kingdom. They revered the moon, believing that constructing tombs beneath the divine tree and performing certain rituals would allow souls to ascend to the lunar palace, thereby attaining immortality. What they now witnessed aligned with the depictions from the illustrations they had seen earlier. As they gazed into the center, they beheld a staggering accumulation of ships, both large and small, ranging from modern cruise liners to ancient wooden boats that a ship graveyard, in a simultaneous exclamation of astonishment. The Navi and the rotund individual cried out together. Upon encountering the multitude of sunken vessels, the rotund individual became invigorated. Let us hasten to explore. Perhaps we might unearth treasures amidst the wreckage. With an enthusiastic call, he darted towards the graveyard of ships. The so-called graveyard of ships is akin to a mausoleum, composed of countless sunken vessels accumulated over time. When Wu Hao and his companions arrived at the ship graveyard, they were struck with awe upon reading the names of the wrecks. It was the Mary Celeste, which had mysteriously vanished in the 1980s while transporting gold and diamonds from Africa to America. Astonishingly, there was also the Abo Maru, which had disappeared while the Japanese were transporting gold and antiques from Southeast Asia back to Japan. Goodness, Even the treasure ship of Zhengyi, Chapter 73. The tomb of the Hentian clan Wu Hao and his companions were utterly flabbergasted by the names of the vessels before them. Many merchant ships had mysteriously vanished in the South China Sea throughout history. Due to the vast wealth they carried, both the public and professional salvage companies had relentlessly sought to recover them. Yet none had ever succeeded in locating these lost vessels. Had it not been for their own eyes, who would have dared to believe that these missing merchant ships had all been entombed within the sacred trees of the ancient Hentian kingdom? Whether it was the Mary Celeste, the Abo Maru, or Zhenghi's treasure ship, the riches aboard any of these vessels could undoubtedly rival those of entire nations. According to records, the Mary Celeste was laden with 40 tons of gold, 12 tons of platinum, 40 crates of jewels and artifacts, as well as 3,000 tons of tin ingots, 3,000 tons of rubber, and thousands of tons of porcelain. The Abo Maru carried the entirety of the wealth pillaged by the Japanese in Southeast Asia. Zhenghi's treasure ship was even more remarkable, filled with an innumerable quantity of gold, silver, porcelain, and artifacts, an astronomical sum. However, within this ship graveyard, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of such vessels that Wu Hao surmised that all the ships lost in the South China Sea throughout history had converged here. Confronted with such immense wealth, even Wu Hao found it difficult to resist temptation, let alone the rotund individual who had already climbed aboard one of the sunken vessels in search of treasure. Wu Hao and his companions followed suit, each eager to discover the wealth hidden within these historically significant merchant ships. Upon entering the ship's cabin, they were greeted by the rotund individual's incessant sighs. Alas, it is utterly disheartening for this hefty gentleman. Confronted with such an abundance of antiques and artifacts, I cannot carry them all away. As he lamented, he busily selected exquisite items from the cabin's treasure trove to stow upon his person. The Na'vi individual, witnessing the rotund man's fervor, could no longer contain their eagerness and joined in the quest for valuable trinkets. Yet, how much could one person truly carry, even if they discarded all their belongings in exchange for treasures from the sunken ships? It would scarcely amount to a fraction of the wealth contained therein. Wu Hao, however, was different. Possessing a storage space of 100,000 cubic meters, he could not only hope to transport the entirety of the treasures here, but at least the most valuable items among them. As he strolled through the cabin, he examined the labels on the boxes, diligently packing high-value goods into his storage space. The rotund individual and the Na-1 remained engrossed in their treasure hunt, oblivious to the diminishing number of boxes within the cabin. Only Zhang Qilin, who did not partake in the search, stood thoughtfully at the entrance, lost in contemplation. After more than an hour, the storage space was brimming with boxes filled with gold, silver, antiques, jewels, and porcelain. The rotund man and the Na'vi individual had also filled their arms with easily portable, high-value items like gemstones. Satisfied, the group departed the cabin to continue their exploration of the inner sanctum of the sacred tree, seeking a way to escape the boundless realm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as they descended from the ship, Zhang Qilin suddenly accelerated in a particular direction. "Follow him," Wu Hao called out, hastening after him, suspecting that Zhang Qilin had recalled something significant that might lead to a discovery. The interior of the sacred tree was vast, and Zhang Qilin sprinted onward, that Wu Hao followed closely behind, and after several minutes, they encountered a series of bronze pillars arranged in a circular formation. These pillars bore a striking resemblance to the bronze columns at the entrance of the waterway, equally tall and robust, with two colossal dragons coiling around them. Zhang Qilin dashed to the center, but this time he did not vanish from sight. "What have you remembered?" Wu Hao inquired as he approached. "The South Pearl." "The South Pearls are with the rotund man. Wait for him to arrive." Though Zhang Qilin did not answer directly, his request for the South Pearls indicated to Wu Hao that he had indeed recalled something important. A few moments later, the rotund man and the Na'vi individual arrived. "Goodness, I'm exhausted. Why did you two run so fast?" the rotund man exclaimed. "Hand over all the South Pearls you have." Upon hearing this, the rotund man paused, uncertain of Wu Hao's intentions for the South Pearls. Yet he reluctantly produced them, passing them to Wu Hao with reluctance, that Wu Hao received them and directly handed them to Zhang Qilin. Upon receiving the South Pearls, Zhang Qilin produced one from the bag, examined it briefly, then approached one of the bronze pillars, inserting the South Pearl into the dragon's mouth. "What is he doing?" The bronze pillars appeared similar to those encountered underwater. Could Zhang Qilin be initiating some special ritual? Wu Tianjin and the rotund man observed Zhang Qilin's actions with great curiosity. He must be activating a mechanism. Look how he carefully selects the south pearls to ensure they fit the size requirement. Wu Hao explained, this moment. Zhang Qilin had inserted south pearls, each larger than a fist, into the dragon mouths of the surrounding bronze pillars. After completing this task, he retreated from the circle of bronze pillars. Suddenly, a series of mechanical clicks echoed in their ears. With a rumble, the ground at Zhang Qilin's previous position began to part slowly, revealing a passage leading underground, just as Wu Hao had surmised. Zhang Qilin's insertion of the south pearls into the dragon mouths had indeed activated a mechanism. The passage was entirely crafted from bronze, with rows of south pearls embedded in the walls on either side. The glow emitted by the south pearls illuminated the entire passage brilliantly. The moment the passage appeared, Zhang Qilin stepped inside, pausing to run his fingers along the wall. The rotund man, intrigued, followed closely behind, noticing several English letters etched upon it. "Wow, these ancient people from thousands of years ago could write in English," exclaimed the rotund man, and "Be quiet." Wu Hao admonished that as anticipated, the markings were likely remnants left by Zhang Qilin from a previous visit. Similar markings had also appeared in the underwater tomb's passage. The meaning behind these markings was known only to Zhang Qilin himself. Upon discovering the markings, he seemed to recall even more information, suddenly racing down the passage that Wu Hao and the others hurried to follow. Upon exiting the passage, they were all left astounded by the sight that greeted them. At the end of the passage lay a vast plaza. Entirely constructed from bronze, that in the center stood a colossal bronze column, encircled by countless bronze coffins, at least 10,000 in number. These bronze coffins bore an uncanny resemblance to those that had fallen onto the fishing boats above. Some were already sealed with lids and bound with bronze chains, while others were ajar, devoid of contents. The scene before them mirrored the illustrations found within the bronze coffins, depicting a sacred tree in the Hentian kingdom, where tombs were constructed beneath it to perform certain rituals, believing this would allow souls to ascend to the Moon Palace and obtain the elixir of immortality. My heavens! Could it be that the bronze coffins on the sea surface originated from here? Does that not imply that each of these coffins contains a corpse? If there is one corpse per coffin, then there must be tens of thousands here. What is the purpose of bringing us here? Little brother? Chapter 74. Not merfolk but hosts of parasitism. Upon hearing the rotund man state that the number of coffins equated to the number of corpses, Wu Hao felt not fear, but rather anticipation that he hoped the rotund man's words were true, wishing for the corpses to emerge soon. After all, possessing the 6 vaults of the celestial thief, consuming a single corpse could extend his life by 100 days. Tens of thousands would amount to millions of days. Over 10,000 years of life. No, the coffins do not contain merfolk. Wu Hao observed that within an adjacent open bronze coffin lay not a merfolk, but a normal human being. That he approached the nearest coffin and opened it, finding similarly a normal human inside. Although these coffins resembled those floating on the sea, they did not contain merfolk. "Look over there! What is my little brother doing?" Wu Tianjin exclaimed, pointing in surprise. That Wu Hao followed his gaze to see Zhang Qilin, frozen in place beneath the bronze column, surrounded by the bronze coffins. That he must have made some discovery. "Let us go see." Wu Hao sprinted over, and upon reaching Zhang Qilin's side, he looked up to find that the bronze column was adorned with a series of illustrations, each depicting a continuous narrative. Zhang Qilin stared intently at the patterns etched upon the bronze column, lost in thought, his expression shifting between confusion and anguish. "What is the matter, little brother?" Tianjin inquired innocently. Yet, Zhang Qilin seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the intricate designs etched upon the bronze pillar. "Tianjin, do not concern yourself with him for now. Instead, examine these patterns and discern if they harbor any record of an escape route from this place." Tianjin replied, lifting her gaze to scrutinize the illustrations on the bronze column. The nation of Hentian was originally non-existent. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, one fateful day, King Mu of Zhou abruptly issued a decree to capture skilled artisans across the realm, leaving none of the apprehended alive. Subsequently, this group of craftsmen, left with no alternatives, resorted to traversing the sea. After enduring a tempest at sea, they discovered an underwater realm, replete with a treasure capable of manipulating dragon fire. This sanctuary not only boasted land, but also veins of bronze ore. Unable to depart, they settled there, commencing the excavation of bronze ore and utilizing dragon fire to forge bronze for urban construction. Eventually, they unearthed a divine tree within the mines, which ruptured the watery sky above, granting them a glimmer of hope. However, one day, they stumbled upon a peculiar, or containing a small fish with eyebrows encased within. They dubbed this or fish or, upon contact with humans, the fish or would dissolve, transforming the fish's eyebrows into a serpent that would burrow into the host's body. Just as the onlookers presumed that those invaded by the serpent were doomed, they instead survived and, astonishingly, some even acquired extraordinary abilities. Some exhibited remarkable strength, others displayed unparalleled agility, while some became erudite or possessed perfect recall. Subsequent research revealed that these transformations were due to the serpent's parasitism in the host's mind. Witnessing the benefits reaped by those afflicted, an increasing number of individuals eagerly chose to allow the serpent to invade their bodies and gain its advantages. As time elapsed, a common trait emerged among the parasitized, without exception. Their personalities underwent drastic changes, and they lost all recollection of their pasts. Additionally, side effects gradually manifested. Gills sprouted behind their ears, their legs fused together, ultimately taking the form of a fishtail. Despite this, a multitude succumbed to temptation, willingly allowing the serpents from the fish baskets to inhabit them. The peak of tea.